Then we can only wait for him to reveal himself. Yang Mei raised his brows, pondered for a moment, and could only feel a bit helpless. Guangchengzi chuckled softly. Senior, be at ease. If the six-eared macaque appears, his body will inevitably carry the aura of the demon realm. Using that aura as a guide, we can easily trace our way to the demon realm. Yang Mei uncorked another jar of spirit wine. Then that is all we can do. He lifted his head slightly, a cold glint in his eyes. When the time comes, even if the heavenly Tao takes notice, what of it? Guangchengzi lowered his gaze, his expression indifferent. Even if that is something treasured by the heavenly Tao, this poor Taoist is no so-called saint of heaven. Yang Mei clicked his tongue. Listen to what you're saying. Yet he quickly calmed. The heavenly Tao only sought to grow stronger, it would not act with specific intent. For the sake of Guangchengzi, that old fellow Hongjun would likely bind the heavenly Tao itself, cutting off all interference. Rest assured, this poor Taoist has trod the great desolation with utmost caution these many years. Rahu cannot sense a trace of my presence. Guangchengzi nodded. The strength of one who masters space is something this poor Taoist naturally trusts. Do not be fooled by Yang Mei sitting right before him. If he so wished, this one could be incomparably distant in an instant. These tree spirits, senior, you are truly kind-hearted toward them. Yang Mei cast a glance outside, a smile in his eyes. After all, we ourselves are born of spiritual roots. It can be considered their fortuitous encounter. In the great desolation, only that Zhuan Ti has manifested as a supreme grade innate spiritual root in human form. The ginseng fruit tree of Honghuang temple still falls a bit short. Guangchengzi laughed. Indeed. Fellow Taoist Xuanyuan nurtured it with the origin of a saint before it could give birth to spiritual wisdom. It is after all a companion spiritual root. As for the Bodhi tree, a chill flickered in his eyes, and he shook his head, saying no more. What plans do you have next? Yang Mei fell silent for a moment before asking. Naturally, to wait until Tang Sanzang completes his westward journey. Guangchengzi arched a brow. This poor Taoist thought that once the six-eared macaque appeared, you would immediately storm the demon realm. Guangchengzi let out a cold laugh. Senior must have seen the previous maneuvers of Jane and Zhuan Ti. At the final calamity on Mount Sumeru, this poor Taoist cannot rest easy, leaving matters in their hands. Yang Mei paused before saying, true enough. The annihilation of a Tao lineage would make even Hongjun struggle to remain calm. Then does Senior plan to remain here in this thorn ridge? Guangchengzi asked with an air of nonchalance. No. Yang Mei refuted without the slightest hesitation. This poor Taoist will go with you. I have already bestowed a chance upon Gu Zhigong and the others. With their aptitudes, their limit is but the realm of the 12 Golden Immortal. I am no nursemaid. Senior truly sees things with detachment. Guangchengzi let out a soft laugh. It was merely a casual. Yang Mei lowered his gaze, his expression turning cold. On a whim, this poor Taoist granted them a single opportunity. With the Luo, they already possess the means to gain a foothold and survive within the great desolation. If they practice kindness and accumulate virtue in the future, they will naturally enjoy long-lasting peace. Since I have decided to heed your counsel, this poor Taoist should not continue to hold anything back. Yang Mei drew in a deep breath. Several streaks of radiant light flew from his sleeve, falling before Guangchengzi and emanating an intense power of laws. The origin of the Tao. Guangchengzi focused his mind gaze fixed on the 13 small stones floating before him. The dense power of laws made the local Tao resonance unusually lively. Indeed, these are all of this poor Taoist's Tao origins. Take them. Yang Mei explained, since we have formed an alliance, you must raise your cultivation realm as swiftly as possible. These Tao origins can at most be used up to the early stage of Honghuang Tai Golden Immortal, yet the quantity required is immense. Though this is not enough for you to fully utilize, it can still give you a push and hasten your breakthrough. Guangchengzi fell silent for a long time, deep contemplation flickering in his eyes. He finally said with careful deliberation, no. This poor Taoist has his own considerations regarding his Tao path. To that place Senior and Patriarch spoke of, I will go together with the three pure ones, my masters. Yang Mei drew in a deep breath, his face darkening. This poor Taoist gave them to you. Since they have been bestowed upon this junior, how they are used naturally falls under this poor Taoist's discretion. Guangchengzi's brows knit tightly. Rest easy, Senior. I will not delay for long. As he finished speaking, 9 portions of the Tao origins split off and flew toward the 3 pure heavens. These would be enough for his 3 pure masters to advance once more and stand at the same realm as he. Yang Mei felt somewhat drained and waved a hand weakly. Forget it, do as you please. One who knows gratitude and repays kindness is always preferable to a thankless wolf. To follow such a person put his heart more at ease. Then Senior returned with this poor Taoist. Very well. The figures of the two vanished, and they did not see Gu Zhigong, Fuyun Elder, and the other tree spirits again. Who knew when those spirits would discover what had transpired? Senior brother, you have obtained yet another supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. Neza said with a trace of envy. Wukong spun the void mirror between his fingers and explained Father Saint helped your old son acquire this. The two chatted animatedly. Tang Sanzang kept wiping the sweat from his brow, pulling on the reins as he asked my disciples, do you not feel that it is growing ever hotter? Wukong paused. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances. As the Luo Golden Immortals, they truly did not feel anything amiss. Instead, it was the mortal Tang Sanzang, whose senses were the sharpest. They stilled their hearts. Neza's eyes suddenly lit up. Such dense fire attribute. Born of the Karma Red Lotus, he had naturally attained a profound comprehension of the laws of fire. In this region, the fire attribute's spiritual chi was exceedingly active, nearly expelling all other innate spiritual energies. The temperature here far surpassed any place along their westward road. Keep going, Tang Sanzang said in a low, firm voice. The more perilous the obstacle, the more they must overcome it. Wukong put away the void mirror and, gripping the golden hooped staff, took the lead in opening the way. This place was far from ordinary. It would not be surprising if some demon dwelled here. The master and his three disciples advanced step by step until they finally beheld a terrifying sight. Ahead lay a mountain of flames stretching across their path, an eight-thunderedly domain of fire reaching into the heavens where not a single blade of grass could be seen. The entire mountain was scarlet through and through. Its rocks looked like burning charcoal, its stones like molten gold. Waves of heat rolled forth, scorching the air until it twisted and trembled. On that mountain there was neither spring nor autumn. All 4 seasons burned as one. Fierce flames surged, crimson light illuminated the sky. No bird dared fly across, no beast left any trace. Even bodies of bronze head and iron bones would turn to ash upon arrival. This is absolutely no thing of the human world. Neza felt a chill in his heart despite the heat. With such terrifying divine fire, even an ordinary Deluo body would find it hard to pass through. Fortunately, this place is a barren wilderness. Otherwise, how could the human race live? Tang Sanzang chanted a Taoist verse under his breath, his expression filled with compassion. How are we to cross? Yang Jian murmured, we 3 can rely on our bodies to cross, but the moment Master steps upon it, he will turn to ash. Wukong's eyes rolled with sudden inspiration. Your old son has a way. As he spoke, he took out a plantain fan shimmering with green, red, blue, and black light. Tang Sanzang could not help but start. Is this the item you entrusted to your teacher for protection back at Pingding Mountain? Indeed. Wukong chuckled. Father Saint gave this to your old son for protection. It was originally 4 plantain fans belonging to the 4 aspects of earth, water, fire, and wind. Later, Father Saint fused them into one and refined this 4-phase plantain fan of supreme innate grade. Though this flame mountain is formidable, your old son will use this 4-phase plantain fan to transform water and extinguish it with rain. An excellent idea. Neza cried out in delight. Wukong turned around, spiritual power surging madly into the 4-phase plantain fan. He swung it fiercely toward Flame Mountain. In an instant, a great wind rose, dark clouds gathered, and the water attribute of heaven and earth began to condense on the verge of pouring down to extinguish the mountain of fire. A piercing cry like a phoenix's rang out. From the mountain of flame, a divine bird wreathed in fire suddenly took flight, plunging straight into the dark clouds and shattering them utterly. 2 red-clad women wearing veils stood atop the mountain, their expressions hostile as they looked down upon the master and his 3 disciples. How dare you impede my alchemy and recklessly display your divine power on Fire Flame Mountain? Declared the red-robed woman at the forefront as she cradled a blazing crimson orb. Her golden crown atop her coiffure shone brilliantly, emanating boundless radiance. Yang Jian and Neza frowned. This one seems so familiar, whispered the slightly younger woman as her gaze swept over Wukong and his companions before finally resting on Tang Sanzang. Her breath caught momentarily as she turned to seek confirmation from someone beside her. At her back, another woman nodded gently, saying, do not be discourteous. This is the Golden Immortal Daozhu. You must show the respect due to a junior. What? He is the Golden Immortal Daozhu. The younger woman paused, her eyes filled with ambiguous emotion. Tang Sanzang and his companions exchanged varied looks as if they recognized one another. Greetings, Golden Immortal Daozhu. Would you care to come inside? A streak of red light swept by, and in an instant the younger woman on the mountain stepped forward, her face alight with excitement. Though Wukong tried to block her, she showed no hint of anger. I am well, though I do not know who you are, or by what name you are called, Tang Sanzang said respectfully with a deep bow. A trace of sorrow flickered in the woman's eyes as she gently removed her veil, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. Before she could speak further, Yang Jian and Neza gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Sister Huling. It is indeed Sister Huling, the direct disciple of Senior Brother Duobao. Yet Huling ignored them, her gaze fixed solely on Tang Sanzang as she searched for a hint of familiarity. Tears shimmered in her eyes. He was her revered master who had taught her the mystic arts, bestowed upon her her destined luck, and paved the way for her future. Observing the unfamiliar look on Tang Sansang's face, Holing drew a deep breath and forced back her tears as she enunciated, I am Holing, disciple of Duobao Daojun of the Intercepting Sect. I pay my respects to the Golden Immortal Daoju. Seeing her bow, Tang Sansang felt an inexplicable familiarity. He helped her to her feet, examined her for a moment, and then said, fellow cultivator, Holing, you are most courteous. Enough. Holing sighed and stepped back towards Fire Flame Mountain. Fellow cultivator, why must you extinguish the flames on Fire Flame Mountain? I am here alchemizing. Please forgive the disturbance. Before Tang Sansang could speak further, Wukong shouted coldly, we must continue westward. As Fire Flame Mountain lies in our path, how can we proceed if its flames persist? Unperturbed, the woman replied, evenly, great sage, you do not understand. This mountain has stood here for 100 years. I must harness its fire for my alchemy, and cannot allow you to extinguish it. She added with a soft laugh, moreover, all these years, it was I who relocated the surrounding human tribes. If not, the calamities would have befallen you, great sage. Nonsense. What concern is that of mine, old monkey? Roared Wukong in anger. Great sage, do not be incensed, just listen to what I have to say, he pleaded. With a half-smile, the red-robed lady remarked, great sage, during your escapade in the 8 trigrams furnace of Do Shui Palace, you inadvertently kicked aside dozens of fire bricks, which cascaded to earth, forming Fire Flame Mountain. She continued, if it were not for the sacred flames wielded by the saints, how could they have nourished my cultivation? Wukong paused, realizing that the account might indeed be true. Yang Jian and Neza's eyes turned towards him. At the time of his emergence, his senior companion was even being chased by the Heavenly Empress. Feeling awkward, Wukong scratched his head, nervously embarrassed by his repeated misfortunes at Do Shui Palace. Who might you be? He queried. Stepping forward, Yang Jian asked, and who are you? The woman replied coolly, I have secluded myself for many years, perhaps you do not recognize me. Why not unveil your face so that I might see if I know you? In a solemn tone, Holing said, brother Yang Jian, as an elder sister of the highest standing, please do not joke. Wukong retorted with a scoff as he brandished his golden cudgel, no matter how noble can anyone surpass, old monkey. A heavy silence fell over the group. In this primordial realm, none could be more esteemed than an illustrious second-generation saint like you, great sage. Since you have spoken thus, I shall no longer conceal my identity, she declared. Extending her hand, she slowly unveiled her face, revealing an exquisitely charming beauty that left Yang Jian, Neza, and Tang Sansang momentarily breathless. Clad in red with a phoenix hairpin elegantly securing her hair, her beauty radiated a regal and fierce aura. Her striking red eyes like sparks in the darkness, and her delicate features took one's breath away. Yang Jian, a disciple of Chan teachings, and Neza from Fengxi Mountain, had witnessed countless female immortals in the primordial era, yet none were as breathtaking as the woman before them. Even figures like Nuwa, the Saintess of Peace, the Heavenly Empress, or Princess Yunhua, each possessed unique charms enhanced by their own cultivation, a pinnacle of feminine beauty in this ancient age. Yet the woman before them was utterly captivating, a beauty of earth-shattering magnificence. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances, astonished that they had never encountered a woman so stunning, while Wukong casually remarked, old monkey, sees nothing special. Tang Sansang lowered his gaze and said, infinite heavenly venerable. Fellow cultivator, you truly set the world aflame with your brilliance. The female immortal replied with balanced humility, you flatter me, Daoju, as if accustomed to such praise. Very well, I shall not detain you further. If you wish to conduct your alchemy, I will later retrieve some fire bricks for you from Do Shui Palace. I intend to extinguish Fire Flame Mountain at once, declared Wukong. Observing their conversation, Wukong snorted coldly, what are you doing? Aren't we meant to journey west? Why linger on such talk? Yang Jian and Neza returned to Wukong's side, with grave expressions, warning, if you intend to impede our path, do not blame us if we resort to ruthless action. The female immortal, with a playful half-smile, retorted, relying solely on your banana leaf fan. As she spoke, a spectral figure ensnared by countless spiritual flames materialized behind her, exuding an overwhelming aura. In Wukong's eyes flashed a cold glimmer. A mere latest-stage celestial dared underestimate the spiritual treasure bestowed upon him by his revered patriarch. Clutching the 4-elephant banana leaf fan, he swung it mightily toward the female immortal, summoning the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind. The earth trembled, droplets of water fell, fierce winds howled, and the divine flames atop Fire Flame Mountain surged toward the swirling banana fan. A marvelous spiritual treasure, the female immortal praised. Had I not been present, you might indeed have extinguished the mountain's fire. Alas, I have now reached a critical juncture. Despite your junior status, I cannot let this pass. You have your fan, and I have mine. Let us see whose power prevails, she challenged. At that moment, a celebratory cloud unfurled above her head, and a fiery red feather fan descended, shimmering with iridescent hues. The mountain's fiery, elemental power converged frenetically, causing the temperature on Fire Flame Mountain to soar dramatically. With graceful sweeps of her fan, all the flames coalesced into spectral visages of divine beasts. The Kuanping, the Golden Crow, the Peacock, among others, imbued with the sixth regent divine fire of Fire Flame Mountain, and surged toward the four elemental forces emanating from the banana fan. Wukong, continuously channeling his magic, maintained a stalemate in the void as both forces clashed without yielding. "Junior brothers, while I hold her off, you must advance," he commanded. As Wukong infused his magic, he turned his head toward Yang Jian and Neza. But when he looked back, he found the two trembling with fear, their eyes fixed on the feather fan in the female immortal's hand, as they stammered, "Great senior brother, please be cautious with that fan. That fan is none other than the 10-direction flame feather exorcism fan, responsible for countless—" "Second brother, third brother, wake up," Sun Wukong shouted, causing Yang Jian and Neza to shudder involuntarily. A wry smile crossed their faces. The shadow cast by this fan was too great, truly terrifying. "You two do have some insight," the female immortal chuckled upon witnessing the scene. "May I ask the name of your—" Yang Jian seized Sun Wukong to prevent him from acting further, saying, "Your friend refers to senior brother as little master uncle, which indicates he is surely one of our Taoist brethren, and he wields the 10 directions flame feather immortal fan of our master uncle. We dare not be impudent." Wukong snorted lightly, saying, "So it is a divine treasure of the father sage." He then looked at Yang Jian. "What is this 10 directions flame feather immortal fan?" "I, Sun Wukong, sense its aura is merely that of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Why do you fear it so?" At this, the flame mountain fell silent. Fire Spirit's gaze faltered, not daring to speak further. Although she had not experienced it herself, her master had warned her sternly to never show any disrespect towards master uncle. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances, and simultaneously smiled wryly, their eyes fixated on the fan in the hands of the red-clad female immortal. With lingering fear they remarked, "Because this fan has slain countless immortals and gods, from the heavenly beings to the great Luo Golden Immortals, all have perished." Wukong took a deep breath and hesitated, asking, "Was it the father sage who did it?" Yang Jian nodded lightly, and quickly looked around. They were witnesses to that great battle, who would not be afraid. Then they must have deserved it. Wukong stated without hesitation. They should reflect on their own faults. The Father Sage's reputation is known throughout the 3 realms. To provoke the Father Sage to act so decisively must surely be their mistake. Yang Jian and Neza were left speechless, and Fire Spirit could only sigh. The red-clad female immortal chuckled lightly, and bowed to Wukong, saying, "Indeed, little master uncle understands matters well." Wukong snorted coldly, saying, "Don't think that just because you compliment me, I will give up on extinguishing Flame Mountain." The female immortal replied, "I did not mean that." The female immortal's expression stiffened as she spoke awkwardly. Meanwhile, in the Mi Luo Palace, Guangchengzi laughed heartily. The entire upper clear heaven was illuminated with countless heavenly flowers and golden lotuses emerging, transforming into innate spiritual energy, flowing into the bodies of the immortals. His chaos pearl flickered, and the previous scene reappeared. They must have deserved it. They should reflect on their own faults. The Father Sage's reputation is known throughout the 3 realms. To provoke the Father Sage to act so decisively must surely be their mistake. Looking at Guangchengzi recording with the image stone, he raised his brows in helplessness, saying, "Is it really necessary to use the Chaos Pearl to rewind time for this matter? Is truly absurd." This is Wukong's evaluation of me, Master of the 3. Clear has already entered seclusion. I must record it to review when Master emerges. Guangchengzi's eyes were filled with smiles, proving he is indeed my descendant. Yang Mei also laughed, saying, "Your child is unaware of the circumstances. I will be partial to you this time." Guangchengzi chuckled. "This is the protective instinct passed down in our lineage." On Flame Mountain, the others were left speechless after hearing Wukong's words, staring at him in disbelief. This was undoubtedly the biological child of Master Uncle, Master Ancestor. "Who exactly are you, my friend?" Wukong asked impatiently as he noticed their strange expressions. "If you do not clarify, I will go to Mi Luo Palace and request the Father Sage to descend and take this fan from you, then seal you beneath this Flame Mountain. I, Son Wukong, will extinguish the flames and rain upon this mountain daily, driving you mad." Fire Spirit bit her cheek, nearly stifling her laughter. The female immortal appeared somewhat helpless. If this little Master Uncle made a request, Master Ancestor might indeed fulfill his wish. "I am Han Ba, pleased to meet you, little Master Uncle." The woman's voice was melodious, but to Yang Jian, Neza, and Tang Sanzong it sounded like thunderclaps. "Greetings, Princess." 3 Wukong was startled, wondering why it was a princess again. Han Ba smiled, gently saying, "My father you must have already met is the human Emperor Xuanyuan." "I see now." Wukong suddenly understood. He recalled a black box that senior brother Xuanyuan had once given him, saying that he would naturally know how to use it when the time came. I do not intend to deliberately obstruct my uncle's westward journey. It is just that this flame mountain is used by the supreme sage for alchemy containing the essence of fire and has been nurtured in the wilderness for 100 years, capable of purging the demonic nature within me. Han Ba sighed with a bitter smile. Yang Jian was astonished, asking, demonic nature? How could the princess have demonic nature within her? That is a long story. Han Ba sighed deeply. You have come into the world too late, unaware of the events that transpired in ancient times. At that time the human race had yet to flourish, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had to endure tribulations to attain their Tao. Among them the 3 sovereigns faced the most tribulations. I, along with my sisters Feng Luo and Jing Wei, have suffered for my father, otherwise would we enjoy the fortune of the human race purely because of our bloodline. Tang Sanzong bowed respectfully, saying, Princess speaks with great righteousness. Han Ba shook her head, saying, this is nothing. At that time my father aimed to unify all races. I merely endured some tribulations. However, I faced a fire tribulation which transformed me into a zombie, hideously ugly. Wherever I went droughts would follow. It was only with Master Ancestor's assistance that I was able to maintain my innate Tao body and control the essence of the zombie. Wukong furrowed his brows, asking, what is this demonic nature? Han Ba chuckled lightly. A century ago, I sensed an opportunity and came to the western lands. Upon seeing the fire bricks fall and form Flame Mountain, I began cultivating here. Later I unexpectedly obtained the essence of the general. Although I broke through in cultivation, after absorbing it I discovered that the essence contained demonic energy, which even I became tainted with a trace of demonic nature. Fortunately these are fire bricks used by the saints. I reside here to refine the demonic nature and break through in my cultivation. Fire Spirit also bowed, saying, I was also drawn to this Flame Mountain and unexpectedly encountered Sister Han Ba, so I am here to protect her. Of course I also wish to see Master's reincarnation once more. Tang Sanzong hesitated, realizing that if this was the case, they truly could not extinguish the flames of this mountain. May I ask how much longer the princess will need? Han Ba did not avoid his gaze, affirming 10 years. Tang Sanzong sighed, realizing this was a deadlock. Yang Jian sighed, saying, shall we go to the Doshui Palace to request some fire bricks for the princess? No need. Yang Jian and Neza looked sideways, for the one who spoke was not Han Ba, but Sun Wukong. Senior brother, although Master Uncle is backing you, this princess identity is not ordinary. Do not act impulsively. Senior brother, calm down. Yang Jian and Neza continuously transmitted thoughts. Sun Wukong disregarded them and approached Han Ba, taking out a black box from the causal ring and placing it before her. If the princess has matters to discuss, she should speak to the elder. Wukong scratched his cheek, saying, this was given to me by senior brother Xuanyuan. He said I would naturally know how to use it when the time came, and I suppose it is meant to be given to the princess through me. Han Ba was taken aback. She knew that her father had appeared in the western lands years ago, but since the westward journey began her father had been watching over the fortune of the human race. She had not wanted her father to notice, but unexpectedly he was already aware of this matter. Her eyes turned slightly red as she gently opened the black box. A chilling aura wafted out, causing Fire Spirit to frown, while Han Ba felt her heart racing, her essence clamoring, very eager. The essence of Ho Qing. Her expression was complex. It turned out her father had already helped her find this object. In the Mi Luo Palace, Guangchengzi smiled radiantly and looked to the side, saying, Senior, would you consider this a case of finding something without searching for it? Yang Mei raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat speechless. Indeed, I have spent many years searching in the primordial chaos, and you too have inadvertently found this young girl who has acquired an opportunity. Although I do not know why the so-called general fell into the primordial chaos, the demonic aura cannot be fought. Guangchengzi raised the corners of his mouth. This sufficiently indicates that the demon realm and the primordial land are connected. Since the general has appeared, the 6-eared macaque cannot be far behind. What a pity, Yang Mei frowned. The demonic energy has already been refined to a small amount by her. If it had just appeared, I would have been able to track down the demon realm using this aura. Where there is one, there will be a second. There is no need to worry. Guangchengzi said calmly as golden light flickered from his fingertips and pointed downwards. On Flame Mountain, the dry corpse, observing the essence of the later Qing, trembled as the 10 directions flame feather calming fan flew out. The flames on the mountain roared fiercely, and the enormous peak gradually shrank as if it were being melted away. Ultimately, Flame Mountain transformed into a palm-sized fire brick, crystal clear, resembling a jade tablet hanging at the waist of the dry corpse. She suddenly stiffened, and a wisp of pitch-black demonic energy floated out, solidifying the space and trapping that demonic energy into a small ball beside her. Thank you, Ancestor, the dry corpse said with tear-filled eyes. As the demonic energy left her body, she felt a clarity in her heart, no longer overwhelmed by the impulse to destroy everything. This matter is also your opportunity. I still have use for this demonic energy, After you absorb the essence of the later Qing, you will surely be able to achieve the Tao of a quasi-saint, and you will not be inferior to Feng Luo. The voice of Guangchengzi came from the calming fan, making Wukong overjoyed. Yes, I will not disgrace ancestor or father. The dry corpse bowed to the calming fan. Ling returned to the upper clear heaven. The spiritual treasure that Duo Bao entrusted me to refine for you has been completed. Come and retrieve it. Thank you, Master Uncle. Ling also bowed, casting a deep glance at Tang Sanzong, sighing internally. Master, once you succeed in your westward journey, we will be able to meet again. Junior brother Wukong. Ling stepped forward, placing a small sword with an unusual cross shape before son Wukong. This is the token of the Zongheng family. Oh, I will lend it to you for now. If you encounter that person on the westward journey, you only need to present the token, and he will leave. If he does not listen, no matter what he says, do not listen, run quickly, run immediately, and do not look back. Off. Wukong exclaimed in surprise, who is so formidable? The voice of Guangchengzi came from the calming fan. Has he come too? Wukong, listen to your senior sister. If he is present, Yang Jian and Neza will surely recognize him. Remember what your senior sister said. Wukong was confused. Had Yang Jian and Neza already gone blank? Had that person really come? What deep enmity and hatred? Sigh, that person's name is a misfortune, it is better not to mention it, Ling said with a bitter smile, while Yang Jian and Neza turned pale and nodded. This fan shall be left to you for self-defense. If any trouble arises, come to me, Luo Palace, to seek your father, Guangchengzi said, and as his words fell, the 10 directions flame feather calming fan floated before son Wukong, while the energy ball containing the demonic energy flew towards the sky. We bid farewell to Master Uncle Ancestor Tianzuan. Everyone bowed together. Wukong's eyes were filled with reluctance, but he still waved his hand. The dry corpse stood up and smiled, saying, since Flame Mountain has vanished, you should continue your westward journey. I too must return to Kongtong Mountain to enter seclusion. Congratulations, Princess. Yang Jian and Neza clasped their hands. A quasi-saint. With the end of the westward journey, they also have this opportunity. I will return to the upper clear heaven to find Master Uncle for the spiritual treasure. Take care, Dao Lord. Ling softly reminded, Dao friend, safe travels. Tang Sanzong smiled slightly. Seeing the 2 red lights depart, the path before them became clear. Tang Sanzong mounted the white dragon horse and said solemnly, disciples, let us continue our journey. In the Mi Luo Palace, observing the demonic energy emerging from the space, Yang Mei raised his eyebrow and said, you have become more proficient in the laws of space. You, senior, are the master of space. No matter how I comprehend it, I can only break through to the 9th level of the primordial chaos. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, complimenting Yang Mei. The demonic energy stood stiffly before them, and Yang Mei sighed. The essence has nearly been exhausted, and the aura is too weak. With such little energy, the hope of finding the demon realm is indeed very slim. Guangchengzi nodded. At least we see hope. The demon realm and the primordial chaos do indeed have a point of intersection. From now on, we must closely observe son Wukong. Yang Mei said seriously, I will watch them. Senior observed the primordial land. Luo Ho is always cunning. If he acts contrary to expectations, it will not be good. Guangchengzi offered a reminder. Good, just as you said. Yang Mei gritted his teeth. That damned Luo Ho has hidden the demon realm so tightly, once found I will take out my anger. Guangchengzi smiled knowingly, looking at the water mirror where Wukong was displaying his curiosity. Second brother, third brother, why are you so afraid of this fan? Isn't it just killing a few immortals? No wonder everyone we met along the way trembled at the sight of Father Yang Jian smiled bitterly. No matter how clearly he recounted it, could not compare to witnessing it firsthand. At that time, Master Uncle was simply on a killing spree. Who could not be afraid? Wukong's eyes turned, and he suddenly had an idea. You said if you two are so afraid of this fan, what would the surviving uncles think if they saw it? Yang Jian and Neza shivered. That image was too beautiful for them to imagine. If the senior brother used this fan again, those uncles might develop inner demons. Not good, not good. Before the two could respond, Wukong shook his head. This fan is merely an inanimate object. It does not have that much deterrent power in my hands. If it were to change into Father Sheng's form and lightly wave the calming fan. Seeing him lost in his imagination, Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. Senior brother, be a monkey. As long as you're happy. Yang Jian could only silently agree. After all, the ones who would suffer were those who blocked their way. Wukong blinked and put away the calming fan. It's best to catch them off guard. The 4 of them chatted and laughed as they continued forward until they arrived at a fairy mountain. The mountain range was continuous, enveloped in light clouds with layers of green peaks and spiritually rich flora. Though it is an ordinary fairy mountain, it is quite good in this western land. Neza praised. In the barren west, such a fairy mountain would only be considered ordinary in the east, but here it is a valuable place for cultivation. It seems there are virtuous people here. Tang Sanzong took a deep breath. The spiritual energy in this place was very rich, and Wukong did not detect any demonic aura. Indeed, it was a pure land of the immortals. Sun Wukong flew forward, finding a stone tablet inscribed with the words, Lion Camel Ridge. A sudden shouting sound came from the mountain, and countless small demons appeared brandishing weapons and eyeing the four of them with hostility. So many demons! Wukong exclaimed in surprise. There must be over 10,000 small demons here. Neza nodded, more than at Pingding Mountain and Jindo Mountain. Yang Jian looked solemnly at the mountains. To lead so many monsters, their abilities must be extraordinary. When soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. Wukong glanced around with his golden staff, his eyes flashing with golden light. Though there is some malice, there is no karma. They are still quite reasonable. Yang Jian remained silent. Presumably someone had already cleaned up the area. Who dares to be reckless in my Lion Camel Ridge? A rumble of thunder came from the horizon, and two beams of light, one blue and one white, descended. Two mighty men appeared, one with a lion's head, and the other with a white elephant's head. Six-tusked white elephant. Wukong chuckled. Quite remarkable, but unfortunately not a rare breed. If only it were that bloodthirsty black mosquito. Neza, hearing him still concerned about this, couldn't help but smile gratefully. Senior brother need not worry. Even if we cannot find it on the road after the journey to the west, I will ask master. Wukong nodded, looking ahead, succinctly stating, clear the way. The blue lion and white elephant exchanged glances, thinking this little junior brother was quite arrogant. However, as attendants of their master, they were no ordinary cultivators. The tone of the great sage is rather bold. If we engage in battle and lose, will you let us carry you across Lion Camel Ridge? Wukong's eyes flickered, thinking about carrying himself. Sure, he replied directly. Though there are two of you, you are both at the late stage of Daluo. I, the old monkey, will take on both second brother and third brother together. The Qiu Xian and Ling Yixian had complex expressions, both looking at Yang Jian, as the cause of that great battle was these three siblings. Yang Jian felt a bit strange under their gaze, and drew his three-pronged, two-edged knife, standing alongside Sun Wukong. Let's get started. Alright, let me see how much skill you young Erlang have learned under Master Shiyang and Shouyang. Qiu Xian snorted coldly, drawing out a steel knife. Ling Yixian gripped a long spear, readying for battle. In the blink of an eye, the battle commenced. The sounds of weapons clashing echoed continuously. Wukong faced Qiu Xian alone, while Yang Jian and Neza teamed up against Ling Yixian. As disciples of saints wielding innate spiritual treasures as weapons, the clash of their battle made the sun and moon dim rocks rolling in the mountains, while Tang Sanzong remained unmoved on his horse. Kill! Wukong's eyes widened in fury as he unleashed his law of battle, swinging the golden staff down fiercely. His malevolent aura spread, the staff entwined with the laws of battle, growing stronger as he fought. This was the first time he encountered such a formidable opponent at the Daluo level. Although Qiu Xian was a rank above him, Sun Wukong showed no fear. As the battle continued, he grew increasingly fearless, his momentum rising, becoming more and more aggressive and unyielding. Qiu Xian was indeed becoming increasingly alarmed. Initially, he could hold his own against Sun Wukong, but as the battle deepened, the pressure he faced grew heavier, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Break from me, old grandson. Wukong roared in anger, sweeping the golden staff outwards. Qiu Xian felt a sweetness in his throat, and was instantly sent flying, his large knife embedding into the ground, struggling to support himself. He raised his head and saw the spiritual energy swirling and madly flowing into Sun Wukong. No wonder he is the offspring of the senior brother. Qiu Xian smiled bitterly, having actually broken through. Sun Wukong felt his battle intent, soaring, his body filled with boundless strength, desperate for a fight to vent his energy. Haha, refreshing. Wukong laughed heartily, lifting his golden staff and smashing it toward Qiu Xian. The surrounding space echoed with the sound of wind breaking, countless spiritual trees snapping under the force of the gale, flying towards Qiu Xian. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out. Qiu Xian was sent flying again, finally spitting out blood. I concede, I admit defeat. Wukong felt a bit regretful. On the other side, Ling Yixian was also panting as he watched Yang Jian and Neza, truly terrifying young men. If this continued, he too would be unable to hold on. No wonder they were chosen by the senior brother. Although they were attendants of the master, the teachings they received were by no means inferior to those of direct disciples. In fact, they had been by the master's side longer than brother Duobao. At the late stage of Daluo, they had already reached the peak of their realm. Yet those two young men at the mid-Daluo stage were almost too much for him to handle. We concede. Ling Yixian helped Qiu Xian up. You young masters have great skills. Yang Jian and Neza, however, had no time for pleasantries, rushing to Sun Wukong's side, their expressions excited. Senior brother, you have broken through. Indeed, indeed. Wukong replied with joy, my law of battle is all about fighting today, Congratulations, senior brother. Yang Jian and Neza smiled broadly, harboring no jealousy. After all, he was their senior brother. The stronger son Wukong became, the more protection they would receive. Wukong chuckled, you will be soon too. The three exchanged smiles. Indeed, as long as they waited for the journey to the west to finish, they would all be able to break through. You lost, come over and carry me, old grandson. Wukong commanded arrogantly. Qiu Xian and Ling Yixian exchanged glances, their expressions ambiguous, calling over the little demons from the mountains to bring over 4 reclining chairs and place them in front. The 4 masters and disciples lay on them, and somehow Tang Senzong ended up at the back. Wukong closed his eyes to enjoy it, completely unguarded, primarily because he did not expect anyone to bet, and then refused to acknowledge it. As they walked through the mountains, the little demon carrying Tang Senzong turned around and brought him into the cave, while Qiu Xian and Ling Yixian flashed away, disappearing. You scoundrels, how dare you play with me, old grandson? Wukong was furious, raising the golden staff to strike at the cave entrance, but a great formation rose from the ground, trapping the 3 of them. This formation, Yang Jian murmured, must be from the disciples of Chanjiao. Whoever it is daring to toy with me, old grandson, today, I will surely make them suffer. Wukong's eyes widened with rage. As a monkey he had been played with, this was indeed a tremendous disgrace. Inside the cave, looking at the unafraid Tang Senzong, Qiu Xian and Ling Yixian bowed respectfully. Dao master, we have offended you. Why are you untrustworthy? Tang Senzong replied calmly. Qiu Xian paused. Someone wished to see son Wukong here. I did not expect to lose so quickly. Tang Senzong gently nodded. Let it go. He then closed his eyes and began to chant scriptures. Is the great sage still trapped? A woman's voice emerged as a lady in colorful attire walked out from the back hall, bowing to the 2. The princess has arrived. Qiu Xian nodded, smiling bitterly. My brother and I have even used the formation plate bestowed by the master. It seems we must sincerely apologize to our junior disciples later. Let brother Jin Peng compensate you with his speed. He should have returned by now. Could something have happened? Do not worry, princess. Ling Yixian advised. In the Honghuang, even saints would not dare to act against junior brother Jin Peng. Alas, I am of the peacock body, but brother Kong Xian has not returned to the Phoenix clan for many years, so I have come out to take a look. The princess sighed. That great sage is so valued by you 2 brothers. I am truly curious. Just then the peacock prince's face lit up with joy. Brother Jin Peng has returned. Boom! The entrance of the cave exploded open and a figure in purple attire appeared, holding a feather fan, causing Qiu Xian and the others to tremble. With a handsome face and eyes like cold stars exuding radiance, the Taoist, wearing the 3 pure ones crown and dressed in the 8 treasures longevity robes, slowly stepped in, while Yang Jian and Neza lowered their heads, standing quietly aside. Watching the gently swaying Shifeng, Yen Yuzhen Xian Fan, the Dragon Head Immortal, and the Spirit Tooth Immortal trembled uncontrollably, as if a nightmare had resurfaced. Senior brother, spare my life. Senior brother, neither Spirit Tooth nor I bear any karma. Indeed, we have slain all the little demons on this mountain who were tainted with karma. As the Guangchengzi approached closer, the 2 lowered their heads and held their breaths, not daring to even exhale, let alone argue. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. These 2 were able to form a formation in an instant. My second brother said they were disciples of the Chanjiao. I just wanted to test them, and sure enough, upon seeing the Zhenxian fan, they were indeed frightened. Caught! A cry resounded through the sky as a golden bird descended, its feathers swaying in the wind. Just as it was about to transform into its innate Dao body, it suddenly froze, staring at a familiar figure, and that particularly recognizable feather fan. The master is coming, haha, I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. The golden Peng retreated rapidly, about to spread its wings and leave. Guangchengzi sneered, stop. Yes. The golden Peng sighed in resignation, the golden light receding to reveal a man with golden hair, holding a Fantian Hua Ji, appearing very obedient. How come you are mixed up with them? The golden Peng clasped his hands and said, reporting to the master, I went to the western sect for a visit. He felt a bit guilty, his voice growing softer. This was something he had done secretly, and how unfortunate to run into the master. No, wait. The golden Peng glanced suspiciously to the sides. May I ask, master, why is the junior brother missing? Guangchengzi paused for a moment. I sent him to scout the path. The golden Peng's eyes gleamed with golden light. Why did the master carry a demonic aura? Even if someone were to confront the master with his cultivation, it would usually be a mere brush-off. Looking at the golden Peng raise his head, Guangchengzi, he pointed the Zhenxian fan at him and asked, why do you look at me like that? The golden Peng emitted a series of terrifying laughter from his throat. He put away the Fang Tian Hua Ji, and a yin yang seal entwined with black and white appeared in his palm. Weighing it in his hand, he said coldly, Junior brother, you have some nerve. How dare you Golden Peng speak to me like that? The Golden Peng sneered, transforming into golden light instantly, seizing his neck. A flash of divine light flickered, and Guangchengzi vanished, replaced by a majestic monkey. Ouch, ouch, second brother, let go. Yukong cried out. The Golden Peng gave him several hard knocks on the head. You tricked your elder brother. You really have made progress, junior brother. Yukong covered his forehead and complained, looking pitifully at the Dragon Head Immortal and the Spirit Tooth Immortal. How did second brother recognize him? They didn't even notice. The two then stood up, their faces dark, feeling utterly humiliated, having been deceived by the little junior nephew. Yang Jian and Neza remained silent. At this moment, they did not dare to speak. The Golden Peng pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. The Shifang, Yin Yujin Xian fan contains the feathers of my brother and me, so the master would not use it against us. The cave fell into silence. Wukong pressed his lips together, not daring to laugh. The others observed with their eyes remaining silent, as if they had not heard anything. However, your transformation into the master is quite convincing. Even the temperament is remarkably similar, clearly a true immortal at one with the Tao, praised the Golden Peng. Of course, I, the old grandson, and the progeny of the father sage, having received his teachings for many years, naturally possessing the demeanor of an immortal. Yukong smiled slightly, rolling his eyes, and began to complain. What was second brother doing? They bullied me, the old grandson. The Golden Peng felt a bit weary. It was elder brother who asked the two uncles to hold you up. What does senior brother want to do? Yukong asked in confusion. Of course, to avenge you. The Golden Peng coldly smiled, taking out a 7-layered lamp tower. Do you see this? The Western sect dared to occupy the Ming Mountain under the sunlight and moonlight, and the medicine master even wanted to find trouble. I taught him a lesson. However, the disciples of the Western sect are truly too poor. A dignified quasi-saint with great powers still uses a medium-grade, innate spirit treasure. Wukong examined that spirit treasure and shook his head, finding its quality too low. I originally intended to set a trap here, but since the appearance of my junior brother Xuanyuan, the disciples of the Western sect have become much more cautious. I waited for a long time before I could catch the medicine master leaving the mountain. The Golden Peng sighed, nearly letting the junior brother pass through Shizhuo Ridge. As for directly storming Shumi Mountain, he did not yet have that courage. This matter must be kept secret. While you are on your journey west, the master does not allow us to take the initiative to provoke the Western sect. Wukong scratched his cheek. Should he tell second brother that the father sage had been watching over him all along? Ouch! The Golden Peng covered his forehead, looking in disbelief at the falling stones from above the cave. Ordinary mountain rocks could actually hurt him. Wukong coughed twice and pointed at the Zhenxian fan. The Golden Peng's body trembled, and he immediately understood, bowing deeply towards the sky. Disciple knows wrong, please forgive me, master. After a long pause, there was no response, only that stone turned to dust. The Golden Peng bowed 3 more times before daring to rise. Wukong looked at the swollen bump on his head and chuckled, and the Golden Peng shot him a glare. Who are these two? Wukong asked, noticing that the Dragon Head Immortal and the Spirit Tooth Immortal still looked the same, feeling a bit puzzled. The Golden Peng looked over, and the two immediately transformed into innate Tao bodies, with Yang Jian and Neza greeting, "Greetings, Uncle Master." The two of them smiled bitterly, looking at son Wukong. Little junior nephew, it's best to use that fan less in the future. With senior brother and the Zhenxian fan, we nearly got scared out of our souls. Wukong put away the fan and muttered, "Who told you to deceive me, the old grandson? You are indeed the great sage equal to heaven. You are truly exceptional." A beautifully dressed female immortal approached, examining son Wukong closely. "Who are you?" Wukong replied with a fake smile. "She is my younger sister from my clan." The Golden Peng smiled. "She is the princess of the Peacock clan, now at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Upon hearing that elder brother is here, she came to see you." Oh, Wukong replied dismissively, showing no interest. The Peacock Princess glanced at him, and then moved to stand behind the Golden Peng. "Tao Master, I apologize for any fright I caused you this time." The Golden Peng smiled apologetically, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Once he and his brother often sparred with Uncle Duobao, and everything was well back then in Kunlun. But now they meet as strangers. Infinite Heavenly Venerable. Tang Senzong sighed. "Friend, you are being too courteous. I am fine." The Golden Peng nodded, glad to hear that. Wukong whispered, "Second brother, our senior brother, and third brother waiting for me ahead." The Golden Peng's lips curled slightly. "What do you think?" "Oomph." Wukong huffed proudly. "If you don't say, then I won't ask." The Golden Peng smiled and ruffled his hair. Indeed, elder brother was ahead, but it was not one of the challenges. As for the third junior brother, just wait and see. "Master, let's go." Wukong glanced at the Golden Peng and walked towards the cave exit. The Dragon Head Immortal and Spirit Tooth Immortal hurriedly instructed the little demons to lift the reclining chair, ready to carry them out of Shizhuo Ridge. Little junior nephew, rest assured we definitely won't deceive you this time. The Golden Peng smiled slightly. Go ahead. Watching the four of them depart, his expression turned serious. Let's go, we shall return to the Shangxing Tiamalu Palace. This disciple pays homage to master and senior brother, and also greets this venerable elder. Jin Peng, accompanied by Qiushou Xian and Ling Yixian, performed a formal bow. Though he did not know the identity of the elderly man clad in green Taoist robes, the fact that the elder stood shoulder to shoulder with his master left no doubt. He must be a sage. You seem rather entertained, Guangchengzi remarked coolly. Jin Peng stared at the water mirror before him, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He had suspected his master was observing the Western journey, but how could he possibly know his actions? It turned out master had been watching younger brother all along. This disciple admits his fault. Jin Peng lowered his head dejectedly. Guangchengzi spoke calmly, whereas Kong Xian, elder brother, is monitoring the Western religion. This disciple discovered only half its disciples remain upon Mount Sumeru. Fearing instability, elder brother has taken vigil there. Jin Peng answered truthfully. Is that so? Guangchengzi paused thoughtfully, a flash of ruthless resolve flickering in his eyes. Then they have indeed made their decision. Jin Peng lifted his gaze. Has master devised a strategy? Remain within the Sanqing heaven. Guangchengzi murmured, eyelids half-lowered, a subtle curve lifting the corner of his lips. The time for your intervention will come. Yes, this disciple accepts the command. Jin Peng's spirits rose. Battle awaited once more. Qiushou Xian and Ling Yixian exchanged glances, then bowed deeply. Dare we ask, senior brother, where is master? The three pure ones are all in seclusion. All affairs of the Sanqing realm fall under this Taoist stewardship. Is there any objection? Guangchengzi replied with serene composure. None at all. We obey senior brother's decree without question. The two hastily wiped cold sweat from their brows and nodded in solemn assent. Does the venerable elder have any instruction for us? Guangchengzi turned toward his side. Yang Mei shook his head. Not even mastery of spatial law. What counsel could I possibly offer? I shall wait until I meet your disciple Kong Xian, then offer guidance in person. Guangchengzi nodded. Then we are deeply grateful, elder. Jin Peng, realizing this elder intended to instruct elder brother, also bowed respectfully toward Yang Mei. A crimson figure strode into Luo Palace and paid reverent homage. Her expression tinged with quiet bewilderment. Why were several uncles gathered here? From Guangchengzi's sleeve shot forth a streak of scarlet light, settling before Hualing. Before departing, Duo Bao entrusted certain spirit materials from the Duo Bao pagoda to this Taoist, requesting I forge for you a spirit treasure. Hualing examined the feather fan before her. A lifelike vermilion bird phantom shimmered above it, radiating immense, awe-inspiring pressure. This is named the Vermilion Bird World-Burning Fan, ranked among the supreme primordial spirit treasures. Take it for your protection. Many thanks, elder uncle. Hualing grasped the fan, instantly sensing profound resonance with her innate constitution. Her eyes grew misty. Her master had truly arranged everything for her. Guangchengzi dismissed the others and resumed observing Sun Wukong. Master, the king of Yuhua Prefecture proves remarkably perceptive. Upon learning you are a golden immortal Dao Lord, he immediately invited you to the honored seat to expound the Dao. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. On this long western journey, he had never encountered such fervent hospitality from a realm. Yang Jian smiled faintly. Brother, it seems you're delighted by the prince's adulation. Najia sat beside Sun Wukong. Indeed, they even wish to become your disciples. Wukong, have you decided whether to accept them? Tang Sanzang's lips curved gently. His mood was clearly uplifted. Taking disciples? No thank you. Sun Wukong shook his head firmly. This old monkey holds no interest in such matters. Observe, my three elder brothers have each refrained from taking disciples. Yang Jian and Najia laughed. Senior brother is unaware. Elder brother Kong Xian has taken a disciple. Great you, sovereign of the human realm. Though you does not rank among the 5 emperors, his status remains peerless. In ancient times, he and elder brother had split mountains to rescue their father using the Yuwang axe. Thus he knew this, well, though most beings of the Honghuang world remained ignorant of it. That is akin to how master accepted Xuanyuan brother. Sun Wukong scratched his cheek. But no celestial cultivation methods were transmitted. Then what is senior brother's intention? Yang Jian looked curious. Sun Wukong had earlier instructed them only to await further orders without outright refusal. We'll simply impart martial arts. There are precisely 3 princes. Each of us brothers shall train one. Sun Wukong grinned proudly. An excellent plan. Najia clapped gleefully. Teaching disciples. I've never tried that before. Our preferred weapons differ, so each brother teaches one prince. As for cultivation methods, Yang Jian hesitated briefly, then added, a certain lineage within the Taoist sect is indeed suitable for ordinary humans. Could it be the martial Dao? Tang Sanzong exclaimed, startled. As a Golden Immortal Tao Lord, he possessed broad knowledge of Taoist lineages, and the human immortal martial Tao was renowned even into Tang, epitomized by Emperor Tang's younger brother Li Yuanba. Yang Jian smiled. Master is truly erudite. What is the martial Tao? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. He had never heard of it. Knowing Sun Wukong's late emergence and lack of Taoist cultivation, Yang Jian spoke with reverent admiration. Within the celestial Tao exist 5 great lineages: the heaven, earth, human spirit, and ghost paths. The human and ghost paths were both founded by Elder Uncle. In ancient times, before the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors attained Tao, humanity cultivated solely the human immortal martial Tao. Sun Wukong gasped in awe. How extraordinary Father's age truly is. This Western land, cultivated for ages by the Western religion, has likely forgotten all other Taoist lineages. Tang Sanzong gave a cold, disdainful laugh. Yang Jian, you who understand the martial Tao, teach it to them. Ne Zha whispered cautiously, Master, do you fear the martial Tao may flourish excessively in the West? You came here precisely to propagate the golden, immortal Tao. Tang Sanzong unhesitatingly delivered a sharp rap to Ne Zha's skull. Ne Zha swiftly suppressed his divine powers, lest they shatter his own bones. Do you take me for a follower of the Western religion? Tang Sanzang's smile was icy. I am here to spread the golden immortal Tao and foster its flourishing, not to monopolize the West for it alone. The 3 Pure Ones and Lord Yaoshi are ancestral patriarchs of the celestial immortal path. Though the Eastern celestial Tao has thrived for millennia, it has never suppressed other lineages. We ourselves passed through Wu Zhuangguan. Lord Xuanyuan's earth immortal path continues to prosper undiminished. I am Lord of the Golden Immortal Tao, yet this path remains but one branch of the greater Taoist tradition. Were I narrow-minded enough to exalt only the Golden Immortal Tao, while forbidding others' growth, would I not merely be another Western religion? Sun Wukong and the others listened in solemn silence, then bowed deeply. This disciple has learned well. Be seated. Tang Sanzang's eyes were clear as ocean depths, brimming with wisdom. Though your origins are extraordinary, Lord Yao, she sent you to safeguard me, not merely to elevate your own cultivation. The celestial Tao emphasizes saving sentient beings and aiding the world. Most of this Honghuang world consists of ordinary mortals. If you attend solely to your own advancement, while neglecting all others, you have already strayed onto a demonic path. The Tang Emperor declared water bears the boat, yet water can also capsize it. Disciples, hold these words close to your hearts. We humbly accept Master's teaching. Within me, Luo Palace, Guangchengzi smiled, faintly satisfied as he watched the Master and 3 disciples reflected in the water mirror. Yang Mei sighed in admiration. No wonder you chose this one to transmit the Tao. Among Hongjun Lao Ye's disciples, truly outstanding talents abound. Having perceived the vastness of heaven and earth, one still cherishes the tender green of grass and trees. Guangchengzi's brow relaxed. Brother Duo Bao, having undergone rebirth, now comprehends this profound meaning as well. With this experience, transcending his current realm after the Western journey will be effortless, and the sagehood threshold shall soon lie within reach. These 3 princes are quite promising, Neza said with a cheerful smile, watching them practice martial arts. We each wield unique divine weapons, yet all are innate spiritual treasures unsuitable for them. Yang Jian sighed in mild frustration. Sun Wukong also exhaled deeply. This old monkey knows nothing of artifact forging. Then let them craft replicas from mortal armaments. We shall ritually refine them ourselves, transforming them into cultivated spiritual treasures. Yang Jian flushed faintly, shamed that as a disciple of the Chanjiao sect he lacked mastery in spiritual treasure refinement. Wukong nodded firmly. So be it. The 3 princes had not even attained the immortal realm. Granting them formidable spiritual treasures would be futile. Replicating their native weapons, however, would better serve their instruction. After summoning the princes, Wukong entrusted them with the Rui Jingu Bang, the 3-pointed 2-edged blade, and the Qingquan ring, tasking the royal artisans to forge exact replicas overnight. Several days later, the 3rd prince reported in alarm. Radiant auroras emanating from the 3 treasures had drawn the attention of the yellow lion spirit of Zhujia Mountain, who had stolen them outright. Enraged, Wukong stormed forth with Yang Jian and Neza in tow. 70 li northwest of Yuhua Prefecture, the mountain range unfurled like a celestial dragon's vein, peaks piercing the heavens, deep gorges echoing with solemn waters. Its cavern entrance bore twin doors of mottled stone crowned by a tablet inscribed in regular script, Wanling Zhuji, Mountain 9 Bend Panhuan Cave. Peaks rose jagged and abrupt, ridges twisted steep and wild. Clear streams murmured through shadowed ravines, fragrant blossoms bloomed upon sheer cliffs. Looped ridges overlapped like ancient scrolls, winding paths traced serpentine curves. a realm where cranes alighted beside pines and tranquil companionship and clouds drifted freely unanchored to stone. What a peerless immortal peak! Wukong exclaimed. They had dwelled in Yuhua Prefecture for over half a month. Yet no stir had ever issued from these mountains, nor had any local ever spoken of great demons dwelling in Juja Mountain. Neza flung his Hun Tian Ling, shattering the cavern gates. From within emerged lion spirits one after another. Roche Xuanyuan and many others of the lion lineage, leaving the three princes utterly astounded. No karmic burden, well and good. Yet each brims with Dao Qi truly exceptional prospects for spirit cultivation. Yang Jian opened his celestial eye, murmuring softly. Wukong's brows relaxed. No wonder their misdeeds have never reached our ears. Their training must stem from a venerable Taoist master. Senior Uncle Chiu Shou has long ascended to the supreme clarity heaven. Oh, it cannot be him. Neza's brow furrowed, his eyes shimmering with divine light. Why not simply ask? Wukong drew forth a long staff radiating the aura of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the parting gift bestowed upon him long ago by senior brother Kong Xian. Though these lion spirits teemed with Dao Qi, their highest cultivation barely reached the golden immortal realm. Wukong spared their lives, merely felling them to the ground and demanding the whereabouts of the Rui Jingu Bang. Great sage, your sacred treasure was not taken by us, pleaded the yellow lion spirit leader among them. Wukong snorted wryly. This old monkey knows full well. You lack the power to steal the Rui Jingu Bang. Speak plainly, who is your master? Who instructed you? The yellow lion spirit's gaze flickered uneasily. They were common Yao. Only after their patriarch arrived had they received true transmission. How could they betray their revered ancestor? This humble Taoist knows nothing. Truly, I know nothing at all, he cried, begging desperately, yet refusing to reveal the truth. Wukong bared his fangs and raised his fist to strike the yellow lion spirit's head. Enough! A thunderous voice erupted from within the cave. A towering Taoist emerged, his countenance radiating boundless compassion, yet his aura pressed down like an avalanche. Wukong instinctively recoiled. A quasi-sage. Yang Jian's expression hardened. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, each now gripping a different spiritual treasure. Could such a mighty cultivator truly exist within the three realms? Yang Jian frowned, puzzled. He had never heard of this being. Neza's lips tightened, the aura stirred faint familiarity. Yet this figure possessed the primordial Dao body, and his visage was utterly unknown. Come at me together, the Taoist declared indifferently. Without hesitation the trio surged forward, while the robed master countered with myriad orthodox Taoist techniques. Soon astonishment flickered across his eyes. The great sage has broken through, yet little Neza remains unchanged. Wukong grunted coldly, his flame-scorching staff descending in relentless torrents. Though outnumbered, the three fought him to a standstill. Truly the younger generation inspires awe, he sighed, and then fixing his gaze unleashed a roar. A wave of crushing pressure surged forth with sonic force, drawing glances from distant cultivators, before they calmly looked away as if nothing had occurred. His voice shook heaven and earth, resonating through the netherworld itself. For a moment Wukong, Yang Jian, and Neza felt their souls tremble and their ears ring violently. As a nine-headed lion's silhouette manifested behind him, Neza cried out in shock, Jiu Ling Yuanxing, it is truly you. Brother 3, do you know him? Wukong rubbed his ear, finally recovering his senses. This demon possesses terrifying might. This old monkey's ears nearly burst. Fortunately, the lion spirits had refrained from striking again during that moment of stupefaction. Had they done so, the trio would have perished or suffered grievous injury. Naturally, I know him. Neza gritted his teeth, voice thick with resentment. He is my master's mount, though not in the formal sense. They call each other Taoist friends, jointly alleviating suffering throughout the realms. His name is Jiu Ling Yuanxing. Oh, you've recognized me. Jiu Ling Yuanxing laughed heartily. Your master still thinks of you fondly. Neza's face darkened, he snorted bitterly. Thinking of him, yet releasing him to torment me. Will you go? Wukong nudged Neza. Since recognition had been established, surely Neza's master should reclaim him. Better that elder brother goes. He moves swiftly. My master resides in the true sovereign pure land of the netherworld. Neza hesitated, but then shook his head. Very well. Wukong grinned and vanished in a flash. Neza crossed his arms, waiting for Tai Juku Tianzuan's arrival. Before long Wukong returned, accompanied by an elder sage whose bearing exuded transcendent grace. Halos of golden light circled his head, from which arose reverent chants. Countless beings crying out the name of Juku Tianzuan. Yuanxing, return with me. Juku Tianzuan smiled gently. Jiu Ling Yuanxing rolled once upon the ground, and transformed into a nine-headed lion, its snout adorned with a gleaming ring, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Old man, why send him here to vex me? Neza seized Tai's beard, and gave it a sharp tug, huffing indignantly. Let go, let go. Tai grumbled twice and tapped Neza lightly on the head. No respect for elders. He paused, then added, this lion once quarreled fiercely with me over you, then descended to the mortal realm without permission. Tai stroked his beard thoughtfully. You are my sole disciple. I could never bear to see you suffer. Neza cast a proud sidelong glance at Zhu Ling Yuansheng and curled his lip dismissively. Where is your nine-dragon divine fire cauldron? Tai asked. When Neza produced it, Tai extended a finger, infusing it with pure azure light. Should peril arise, unleash it immediately. Do you understand? Tai spoke with grave solemnity. Neza blinked, puzzled, but obediently nodded. This was his master's ultimate safeguard, a trump card he had yet to deploy throughout the entire western journey. Tai sighed inwardly. Elder brother had already issued a decree. Preparations for the coming conflagration must begin. By the way, master. Neza suddenly recalled something. Do you know of the bloodthirsty black mosquito? Elder brother and second brother have acquired the many-eyed golden centipede and the nine-headed worm. Sister Yangchan now commands the nine-tailed earth scorpion. Disciple wishes also to obtain one of the 5 insects, to refine a spiritual treasure. Tai paused, startled. That matter may prove exceedingly difficult. Wukong and Yang Jian, overhearing, exchanged puzzled glances. Uncle Master, has the bloodthirsty black mosquito already been captured? Tai shook his head. I cannot say whether any remain. This insect once originated in the Sea of Blood, but after Elder Brother forged the Netherworld, that sea vanished entirely. None have seen the bloodthirsty black mosquito in the vast Honghuang since. Neza's face fell. Tai gently reassured him. Elder Minter Mingi was born from the Sea of Blood itself. Upon my return to the Netherworld, I shall inquire. Perhaps I can secure one for you. Neza's expression brightened instantly. Thank you, Master. I knew you cherished your disciple above all. The Taoist laughed heartily, saying, as you are my only disciple, who else should I be good to? Rest assured, I will inquire with the River of Souls, and if necessary, I will humble myself and seek a spiritual treasure from my elder brother for you. Neza looked at his master with a hint of embarrassment. The Taoist chuckled and shook his head at Neza's expression, saying nothing more. Little Neza, those juniors have not committed any evil deeds and are wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao, so let them stay here. The 9 spirits Yuan Saint glanced at Bamboo Segment Mountain and spoke to the 3. Rest assured, we are not bloodthirsty individuals, Neza replied with a smile, expressing his agreement. The Taoist nodded at Sun Wukong, saying, Infinite Heavenly Venerable. He then turned to leave with the 9 spirits Yuan Saint, but a voice echoed in Neza's ear. Remember what I said, protect yourself with the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. Sun Wukong nudged him, saying, third brother. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Neza jolted awake from his trance, noticing that Sun Wukong had already retrieved his weapon, his expression turning serious. Neza took a deep breath as he approached a valley. The Qian Kuan circle and the merging heaven silk flew out, and he took out a spiritual treasure, instantly capturing the attention of the 2. It was small and delicate, resembling a ringing bell, entirely gilded, covered in mysterious dragon patterns, radiating the aura of an exquisite, innate spiritual treasure. As Neza activated it, it transformed into an ancient bell-shaped giant shield, shining brilliantly, with golden light dragon patterns swirling and 9 phantoms of fire dragons coiling around the shield, exuding an intimidating aura. Watching the 9 dragons encircle the area, Wukong and Yang Jian were still puzzled. This is my master's personal spiritual treasure, the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. Neza explained, it was bestowed upon my master by the primordial ancestor, and after the conclusion of the Fengshen battle, my master gave it to me to protect myself. Wukong listened patiently, and then, it was merely an exquisite, innate spiritual treasure. Throughout this journey, I have refrained from using it, in order to keep it as a trump card. Neza felt a bit embarrassed for having held back his power. What's the big deal, eh? Wukong waved his hand dismissively, as if it were no issue. Neza smiled, then became serious, saying, my master mentioned twice that I should protect myself with the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, and to be cautious. Upon hearing this, Wukong exchanged a glance with Yang Jian, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Did Taoist Tai leave something behind? Yang Jian pointed at the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. Things are more serious than we thought. Wukong's playful demeanor vanished, realizing that having a Quasi-Saint-level expert come specifically to protect them was no small matter. He touched the causality ring around his neck and looked at Yang Jian, asking, do you have one? Yang Jian replied honestly, no, master has been in seclusion, likely aiming for a breakthrough. Even my elder brother hasn't appeared in years. Yang Jian said sincerely. Then if any trouble arises, don't rush forward. Wukong patted his chest, assuring him, I will protect you as long as my master remains in seclusion. Yang Jian smiled lightly, saying, thank you, elder brother. After the 3 discussed, they removed the barrier. Wukong glared down at the lion spirit below, releasing his aura to make them tremble in fear. Just stay here at Bamboo Segment Mountain and cultivate. If you dare to cause trouble, don't blame me for not showing mercy to the 9 spirits Yuan Saint. We will obey the great sage's orders. The lion spirits led by the yellow lion spirit all knelt down, and as they looked up found that Wukong and the others had already disappeared without a trace. Don't tell Master about this for now. Wukong returned to Yuhua Prefecture knowing that he was merely a mortal and couldn't help much by knowing these matters. Alright, Yang Jian and Nezar agreed and continued to teach the 3 princes. After some time the human race in Yuhua Prefecture had fully embraced the concept of the Golden Immortal. In the Miluo Palace an elder with white hair and a protruding forehead bowed and greeted, I pay my respects to the elder brother. What's this? Are you going to send a treasure to your disciple, as well? Guangchengzi smiled. Xiangzi sighed, elder brother has keen insight. It's not that serious, Guangchengzi said with a wry smile noting that Tai had already gone once, and now Xiangzi was here. I only have these 2 disciples and Jiao is still in seclusion. Since elder brother has allowed us to emerge it shows that the situation is serious. Xiangzi paused before continuing. Let's say I'm seeking peace of mind. Alright then. Guangchengzi chuckled. I remember you are not one for violence. When I forged spiritual treasures for you, you chose the Longevity Treasure Book and the Jade Ruler of the Divine Clouds, both of which assist in understanding the Tao. How about I lend you 2 items? Xiangzi paused. Thank you for your kindness, elder brother. I have a spiritual treasure to give to Yang Jian for protection. Guangchengzi was taken aback. Could it be? Do you know what you were saying? Xiangzi chuckled lightly. Elder brother has already helped us a lot. This item has been in my possession for many years. It doesn't matter if I part with it temporarily. With that a golden dragon head cane appeared in his hand, making Guangchengzi's eyes narrow slightly. The cane was 9 feet and 9 inches long, reflecting the number of pure yang. It was forged from the innate purple gold mixed with the divine wood of the Fusang, with no trace of mortal essence. The head of the cane featured a 5-clawed golden dragon with its head raised towards the sun, its horns embedded with mysterious crystals, and its eyes made of fiery red jade radiating pure golden light. As it opened and closed, the dragon's body coiled around the cane 3 times with scales engraved with ancient inscriptions. This was the dragon head golden cane once bestowed by the primordial ancestor Honghuang to the Eastern King for leading the male immortals, which later fell into the hands of Master Tai Ching. When he and the 3 clear ancestors decided to let Xiangzi lead the celestial lineage, Master Tai Ching granted this item to suppress the luck of the celestial lineage. This was crafted by Honghuang, so it was certainly no ordinary item. Elder brother, rest assured the dragon head cane has only been away from the South Polar Emperor's palace for a few years. It will not affect the celestial lineage's luck. Xiangzi's gaze was resolute as Guangchengzi fiddled with a small bell in his sleeve, remaining silent for a moment before saying, do as you wish. Thank you, elder brother. Xiangzi bowed quickly, understanding the importance of this item. If elder brother had disagreed, he would have had to give it up. In the water mirror, Tang Xinzong and others had already arrived at the Biqiu Kingdom. After killing the white-faced fox, Yang Jian stopped Sun Wukong from taking further action, as the white deer was evidently the mount of his master. You may go. Guangchengzi sighed, waving his hand to open a spatial passage. His junior brothers had all grown up and had their own ideas. He has already reached the peak of Kwasa Saint, you should let go now. As the spatial fluctuations settled, he looked at Xiangzi's departing figure and said lightly. Guangchengzi felt somewhat melancholic. Xiangzi and Duobao are taught by me personally, so I must take extra care. Watching Xiangzi leave, a golden light flew from the Yaoqi, and he raised an eyebrow, saying, your family is quite protective. Guangchengzi smiled without a word, pointing to the golden light that landed in Xiangzi's embrace. Meanwhile, above the Biqiu Kingdom, a portal opened in space, and the South Polar Emperor of Longevity stepped out. Nephew, spare the person under your cane. Sun Wukong squinted his eyes, recognizing yet another elder, and sheathed his golden cudgel. Yang Jian was taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, Master, you have emerged from seclusion. This Taoist has just emerged from seclusion, and only now learns that this wretched beast dared descend to the mortal realm without permission, Xiangzi chuckled. Fortunately, he has committed no bloodshed. Otherwise I would have flayed him alive and torn out his sinews this very day. Bailu's legs trembled slightly as he stood beside Xiangzi. Who did this one look down upon? He was Bailu the water spirit. No ordinary divine beast. Though some demonic clans practiced cultivation using human essence and hearts, such substances were considered foul and defiling to beings like him, spirits born of heaven and earth. For years he had stood guard awaiting Yang Jian's arrival, holding vigil against that pale-faced fox. Though himself a Tai Golden Immortal unskilled in warfare, subduing a mere Golden Immortal fox posed no challenge. Master has arrived. Has elder brother broken his seclusion? Yang Jin asked. Sun Wukong glanced over, as well. He still remembered Yang Jin's elder brother. Though not as formidable in combat, he remained an immensely powerful Deluo immortal. Zhao remains in deep cultivation, Xuanyuan sighed. Do you think such rare opportunities fall to everyone? When our senior brother bestows blessings, nothing he offers is ever mundane. You must escort Tang Sanzang westward. I cannot tarry long. These two treasures shall serve you as protective talismans. Yang Jin stared startled at the two objects hovering before him, the Haotian pagoda. I intended to gift you this dragon-head golden cane for protection, but prior to my arrival the celestial emperor sent it forth. Clearly it too was meant for you, Xuanyuan smiled. Yang Jin accepted the two artifacts, his eyes glistening faintly. His master and uncle both labored tirelessly for his sake. Take them, Xuanyuan said softly, then turned to Tang Sanzang. Dao Lord, this Taoist takes his leave. Disciple Duo Bao, may we meet again when your cultivation bears fruit. We respectfully bid farewell to the celestial sovereign master senior uncle. After bowing, Wukong clapped Yang Jin on the shoulder. Even your master uncle bestowed sacred treasures upon you. Surely you need fear nothing now. The Haotian pagoda remained a sacred artifact carried by a sage, a boon that greatly strengthened their resolve. This is but a desolate mountain. Tang Sanzang wiped the sweat from his brow. Let us search for a dwelling where we might seek shelter for the night, or else find a temporary resting place. This old monkey will scout ahead first. Wukong nodded and shot skyward. Soon he located a humble abode, but as he prepared to return, he chanced upon a band of brigands conspiring to rob others. Enraged, he nearly slaughtered them all, yet paused when an elderly man addressed one among them as his son. Master, Master, Wukong called out. Have you found a household willing to grant us lodging? I have, but... He hesitated. Master, perhaps we should seek another place to rest. Yang Jin and Neza exchanged glances. Senior brother, Yang Jin said, the hour grows late. We may endure, but our master possesses only a mortal frame. How could he possibly press on? Wukong sighed deeply and recounted what he'd witnessed. As the saying goes, even an upright magistrate cannot fairly adjudicate family affairs. This old monkey intended to punish them, but that elder possessed only this one son. Were I to slay him, how could I face them again as a guest? Then do you propose we forego lodging, and wait until tomorrow to execute the bandits? Tang Sanzang asked. Precisely so, Wukong replied. Wukong scratched his cheek, somewhat embarrassed. Wu Liang Tianzun. Tang Sanzang intoned the Taoist invocation. Wukong, taking life can also be saving life. Since they are brigands, they have already forfeited their humanity. How can you be certain they will not commit further evil tonight? Wukong recoiled in shock. Does master mean he would raise his hand against his own father? Such a creature was less than beast, utterly monstrous. Let us go. Pray we arrive in time. Tang Sanzang flicked the reins. Bai Long Ma surged forward and Wukong and the others hastened to follow. Indeed, the dilapidated courtyard lay in utter ruin. Blood stained the threshold, and the interior had been ransacked chaotically. Wukong's heart clenched, yet after swift inspection he exhaled in relief. He still lives. Producing a pill retrieved from the ground of the Do Lu Palace, though refined by Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, it suited mortals perfectly. Aside from the ninefold golden elixir, most other elixirs, forged by Lord Laozi, would burst a mortal's body with overwhelming qi. As the elder groaned awake, sorrow and compassion filled their faces. Patricide violated the very order of heaven and earth. Many thanks, venerable Taoist, for saving this humble elder's life. Tears streamed down the elder's weathered cheeks, his clouded eyes brimming with remorse. I failed utterly as a father. I raised him poorly. Neza watched silently, then gave a soft snort, and whispered to Wukong and Yang Jin, my father once blamed me alone, never once admitted his own fault. After offering gentle words of solace, Tang Sanzang spoke solemnly. Elder Knight, falls swiftly. Travel is perilous. Tomorrow my disciple shall purge these evildoers. We shall not let them escape justice. The elder fell silent for a long while, then two clear tears traced his sunken cheeks. So be it. So long as he lives, he will only sow more wickedness. I entrust them to your compassionate hands, venerable Taoists. Watching his stooped figure shrink further, Wukong felt a pang of sorrow. His own father saint treated him with boundless kindness, and this elder clearly loved his son dearly. Yet he could not fathom how such a bandit could turn so cruelly upon his own father. Had they not arrived today, the elder would surely have perished. In the Miluo Palace, Guangchengzi's eyes gleamed with inscrutable intent. If his memory served, this was the place. Venerable one, let us depart together. I sense something stirring. Pray intervene at the crucial moment. Yang Mei blinked in surprise. Why do I feel nothing? Perhaps because I oversee the human Tao, the primordial chaos itself responds instinctively. Guangchengzi smiled faintly, then dissolved into the void, vanishing from the Miluo Palace. Yang Mei shook his head and followed suit. At dawn the next day the group sat upright and still. Wukong murmured quietly, "This old monkey departs now." The elder closed his eyes and nodded heavily. In a flash Wukong vanished, his divine arts allowing him to locate the bandits instantly. Across the void space shimmered faintly as if veiled by gossamer, then seamlessly reabsorbed as though nothing had occurred. A Taoist in violet robes and another in emerald stood grave-faced, gazing 10,000 li away, where space itself began to ripple. Indeed, demonic energy. Yang Mei's voice remained calm, yet beneath it stirred unmistakable excitement. Rahu is no weak. Guangchengzi sighed. That aura surpassed even mine by a full rank. It seems the primordial chaos's essence has strengthened, and the demon realm has reaped substantial benefit. Yang Mei smiled faintly. In his palm appeared a translucent, elongated casket, its interior a labyrinthine winding path. Even an ordinary Honghuang de Luo Golden Immortal would lose himself within its depths for eons. As the spatial rift slowly peeled open, a razor-sharp aura bled forth, only to vanish just as swiftly. From the aperture emerged a peculiar entity, but Guangchengzi's gaze did not linger upon it. "Now, strike," he commanded sharply. "Stasis." Yang Mei's fingertip brushed the air, the spatial corridor hurled forth like a thrown discus. Guangchengzi's chaos pearl drifted outward and settled upon the rift. The agitated space froze instantly, the demonic energy there quivered as if seized by sudden terror. "At last, I have you." A cruel smile twisted Guangchengzi's lips. "Senior Rahu, after all the vexations you inflicted upon this Taoist, your end is nigh." As Guangchengzi's words fell, the demonic energy began to swell, instantly threatening to explode. Yang Mei coldly snorted, and the space in this area began to solidify. The demonic energy was also immobilized, held tightly, in Yang Mei's palm, utterly motionless. A cold voice echoed, "Yang Mei, you actually returned." Dark auras started to emerge in the space, and the malevolent energy began to rise from the earth within a radius of thousands of miles. Guangchengzi scoffed lightly, and with the light shining down, the emerging demonic energy was purified, causing the malevolent energy rising from the ground to dissipate entirely under the power of light. "Not a weak ability," Guangchengzi murmured. Luo Hua was separated from them by an entire world, yet a single word could provoke the malevolent energy from the primal chaos. If he were to appear here, tribulation energy would surely manifest in an instant. It seems that although Luo Hua was seriously injured from the self-detonation of the Western Earth veins, he gained some insights, otherwise he wouldn't provoke malevolent energy with a single utterance. This fellow has not wasted time during the several Yuan meetings in the demon realm. Naturally I have come for you. Yang Mei chuckled lightly, recalling the hardships he endured with the Exterminate Immortals sword formation. He gave Guangchengzi a glance, asking whether to strike now. Guangchengzi focused, looking down at the being below, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head. "I still have matters to attend to. Let Senior Luo Hua live a few more years. Kid, the one thing I regret the most is not using all my power to kill you back then." Luo Hua's voice was particularly cruel, as if it carried the weight of countless corpses emanating an endless killing intent. If it weren't for this kid, Mount Buzhou would have long since collapsed, and the primal chaos would have suffered immeasurable harm. The tribulation energy would have surged, and the demon realm would have grown even stronger than now, while his cultivation would have advanced rather than remaining in this awkward state. Later, in order to interrupt this kid's path to enlightenment, all the subordinates he sent were easily slain by him. What a pity, truly a pity. Anyone can talk big. Guangchengzi's gaze was sharp. "You only dare to send some trash over. Do you really dare to step into the primal chaos?" Guangchengzi sneered contemptuously. "If you dared, you wouldn't be here, spouting bravado. If you were to appear, Master Hongjun and the three pure ones would directly expel you. Old senior, just wait with a clean neck." Guangchengzi said with a low laugh. "Once you fall, the laws of slaughter of this poor Taoist will also be able to lead to enlightenment." Yang Mei observed him. Although he smiled, the killing intent radiated from him. If this place were not concealed by his spatial corridor, even the sun and moon would be stained blood-red by this killing aura. Although Luo Hua was in charge of slaughter, the three clans were instigated by him in secret. Guangchengzi truly killed tens of thousands with his own hands. He had learned about this after arriving in the primal chaos. Within the spatial rift, Luo Hua remained silent. Guangchengzi curved his lips, thinking to himself, "You can talk big, but you'd better train for a few more Yuan meetings. After all, I can truly turn threats into reality. Senior, is it time?" Guangchengzi turned to the side. Yang Mei composed himself, nodded approvingly, and said, "You can make your move, rest assured." "That's good." Guangchengzi's smile was bright, like the radiance of the heavens. The chaos pearl flew back from the spatial void to his forehead, disappearing. As he observed the spatial rift repairing itself, Yang Mei examined the black orb in his hand. This was indeed the key to opening the demon realm. As long as this object is present, he can locate the demon realm. After the troubles and the primal chaos settle, he can finally meet his old friend Luohua. Should you hold it, or should this poor Taoist keep it? Guangchengzi shook his head. I naturally trust the senior. Yang Mei smiled, and looked down at the being below. Shall we kill him directly? No need. Guangchengzi shook his head. Let it be a challenge for Wukong and the others. He reached out, and an invisible hand lifted it up. Looking at the monkey that resembled Wukong, but with 6 ears on either side of its face, Guangchengzi chuckled coldly. 6-eared macaque, you're quite adept at hiding. Please spare me, senior. Please spare me. The 6-eared macaque felt breathless, managing to utter these few words. Tell me, how did you end up in the demon realm? I dare not deceive you, senior. This little monkey once eavesdropped on the Tao ancestor's teachings, but was later rendered incapable of following the path by a word from the Tao ancestor. I could only wander in the primal chaos until I accidentally encountered a subordinate of the demon ancestor who brought me back to the demon realm. The 6-eared macaque trembled, not daring to hide anything. So what command did Luohua give you upon your arrival in the primal chaos? Yang Mei asked curiously. To be personally sent by Luohua, it must be a significant scheme. The 6-eared macaque's forehead broke out in cold sweat. This. Guangchengzi shot a sidelong glance. A massive pressure enveloped him, and the 6-eared macaque instantly spewed out a mouthful of blood, despair visible in his eyes, and no matter how he chose it was a dead end. I will speak, I will speak. He coughed repeatedly, his expression desolate. Damn Luohua, he ordered this little demon to destroy Sun Wukong. At this moment he could care less about respect. While his life was still intact, he might as well curse a few more times. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Guangchengzi, causing the space in this area to start cracking. Yang Mei couldn't help but swallow hard. When this kid got angry, he was indeed quite fearsome. How specifically should it be done? Guangchengzi's gaze was like a knife, fixing intently on the 6-eared macaque. He felt as if his heart was gripped tightly by a massive hand, leaving him breathless. Cough. Yang Mei sensed the situation was dire and hurriedly interrupted Guangchengzi's actions. If you don't retract your pressure, this little monkey will drop dead before finishing his explanation. Speak. This poor Taoist also wishes to hear about Luohua's revenge. Yang Mei pondered. This 6-eared macaque appeared to have just barely attained the quasi-saint level of enlightenment and seemed not to be of sufficient strength to destroy Sun Wukong. The 6-eared macaque shook his head bitterly, pointing to his chest. Here resides the essence of this little demon. The essence of the 4 monkeys that stir up chaos attracts each other naturally, allowing us to devour one another. If I win, I can enhance my cultivation. If Sun Wukong wins, he will devour the essence of this little demon. Guangchengzi's gaze sharpened as he pointed directly at the heart of the 6-eared macaque, watching as layers of flesh opened up on its chest. His expression remained unchanged as he grasped the heart, which still pulsated. Carefully examining it, the 6-eared macaque collapsed, unable to rise. Yang Mei clicked his tongue. This person is ruthless and speaks little. Watching Guangchengzi's eyes flickering with golden light, strands of the law of light continuously baptized the still beating heart, yet he found no issues. Purification seal. Guangchengzi's expression grew serious as a milky, white divine light injected into the luminous seal. A blue lotus appeared in his hand, sweeping directly towards the depths of the heart. A sharp cry suddenly rang out as a drop of pitch-black liquid fell, exuding a ferocious aura containing all negative energies, enveloping the area, causing flowers and trees to wither and lose vitality. Such a ruthless method. Guangchengzi murmured. Luohua truly a hero. Yang Mei also appeared solemn. It seems he is indeed afraid of you, willing to inject the essence of the demon realm just to make you hesitant. If it weren't for Guangchengzi bringing him here today, they wouldn't have captured him just as the 6-eared macaque appeared. In the future, even if Guangchengzi wanted to give his origin to Sun Wukong, it wouldn't be as meticulous as it is today. Looking at him wielding the power of the laws and the purifying seal specifically designed to counteract malevolent energy, as well as using the supreme treasure, the green lotus, to force out the source of the demon realm, one can see how deeply Rahu was hiding. If it weren't for Guangchengzi bringing him here today, they wouldn't have captured him just as the 6-eared macaque appeared. In the future, even if Guangchengzi revealed a hint of a cold smile, saying, he once transformed into the demon realm, and to completely kill him the demon realm must be destroyed. Raising his eyebrows thoughtfully, he said, so he uses Sun Wukong as a hostage. As long as your child absorbs this source, he will be bound to the demon realm. If you destroy the demon realm, Sun Wukong will also fall. You show mercy, and he will leave himself a slim chance of survival. Truly he is the former demon ancestor. Guangchengzi looked at the droplet of liquid, a shadow flickering in his eyes. He discards the source of the demon realm just like that. This guy is decisive enough. In the future, one must be fully prepared and never give him a chance to escape. Since there are precautions, one must be careful in the future. Feeling the cold aura radiating from Guangchengzi, he cautiously offered a word of advice. This guy is really angry this time. Guangchengzi took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and with a sweep of the green lotus in his hand, he absorbed the droplet of the source of the demon realm. Perhaps this will become a means of counteraction for the poor Taoist in the future. A smile appeared on his face as he gently pressed the heart back in place. The six-eared macaque's eyes were filled with terror, unable to utter a sound, even amidst such soul-touching pain. As a Kwasa saint with great abilities, losing a heart wouldn't lead to his demise. However, this individual before him was entirely different from Rahu. Rahu's rage has its prelude. Among the myriad beings of the demon realm, he would only directly reduce them to ashes. Yet the person before him is exceptionally indifferent, showing no concern for his life or death. Why are you trembling? Is the poor Taoist that terrifying? Guangchengzi smiled with a friendly demeanor, but his words were hard to accept. I won't kill you right now. The six-eared macaque couldn't help but glance sideways, thinking that it might be better to give him a quick end instead, or look at how scared this monkey has become. How do you plan to deal with Wukong? With your combat power, you can at most achieve a stalemate, right? Guangchengzi regarded him playfully, glancing at him, for after all, the current son Wukong has undergone comprehensive enhancement, with his cultivation and spiritual treasures at their peak. The six-eared macaque stiffened, saying, the little demon does not have complete confidence. Rahu sent me. No matter who wins or loses, it is beneficial for him. In the end, he was merely a pawn who had no control over his own fate. In the past, he did not understand and eavesdropped on the Tao ancestors' teachings. Since his emergence, his life has seen only that one moment of brilliance, and his experiences have been nothing but ups and downs. So there is nothing interesting left. Guangchengzi narrowed his eyes, chuckling softly. Such a fine toy cannot be wasted. He glanced at Yang Mei, saying, do you have a new idea again? Guangchengzi smiled without speaking. Golden light surged in his palm, gradually emitting a transformative aura enveloping the six-eared macaque. Manipulating creation, you seem to know quite a lot. Yang Mei felt a bit envious. How can this kid comprehend so many laws? I once observed Senior Nuwa creating humans, and she has taught me several times so naturally. I have some understanding of the laws of creation. Guangchengzi smiled. Manipulating creation is the foremost of the 36 heavenly transformations. When cultivated to perfection, a single technique can create an entire world. Watching the six-eared macaque gradually change form, its armor and crown shining with innate divine light, even the fallen staff beside it was coated with a layer of golden light. A high-grade innate spirit treasure, the heart's desire. Iron Rod Rahu is indeed willing to invest capital. Yang Mei smiled. After all, to face Wukong, a subpar weapon won't last long. Guangchengzi was taken aback and chuckled. I was mistaken. Wukong only recently broke through, otherwise this monkey might really have a chance to win against him. Yang Mei's gaze shifted slightly. He had forgotten about this matter. Although Rahu understands the situation of the primordial chaos, he wouldn't know about Sun Wukong's breakthrough unless it became widely known. Are you planning to stage a fake Sun Wukong? Yang Mei looked at the six-eared macaque, which had already transformed significantly, then laughed. Guangchengzi nodded. Create a challenge for Wukong, allowing him to learn a lesson. Wukong is simple-minded. If he sees a monkey that looks just like him befriending him, he might really let go of his grudges. Moreover, if he speaks of the 4 mischievous monkeys, that guy might even feel pity. Yang Mei paused and couldn't help but say, your son walks out of Kunlun and finds that the outside world is filled with storms. As for where the storms come from, don't worry about that. Guangchengzi stared at the six-eared macaque, gently grasping it with his fingertips, as if lifting a layer of transparent gauze, which was filled with the aura of the demon realm. Yang Mei paused and said, the source of the demon realm is quite astonishing. Ooh, I almost forgot about. Their initial plan was to obtain the aura of the demon realm from the six-eared macaque as a guide. Fortunately, Guangchengzi remembered, otherwise after a while these auras would dissipate. You will impersonate Wukong. Before he returns, go find Tang San and the others. Remember, if you dare to leak even a word. Guangchengzi collected those auras and chuckled, causing the six-eared macaque to tremble instantly. After completing this task, the little demon is willing to offer the source to the great sage equal to heaven. I wonder if the celestial master could spare the little demon's life. Seeing his humble request, Guangchengzi looked surprised, as if he had heard something amusing. Are you not being foolishly struck dumb by Rahu? How could the poor Taoist possibly spare your life? Despair flickered in the eyes of the six-eared macaque as he struggled, saying, the little demon was also coerced and did not harm the great sage. Moreover, even when the Tao ancestor discarded the little demon's path, he still did not take the little demon's life. Guangchengzi's expression turned indifferent as he chuckled lightly, saying, what does it have to do with me? What are you? Do you deserve me to understand your past? If not for the need to temper Wukong, I could have extracted your origin and turned you to dust right now. Remember my words, otherwise the poor Taoist will make you suffer 1,000,000 times worse than just being alive. Guangchengzi revealed a cold smile. You need not feel lonely in the future. I will send Rahu down to accompany you. Not a bad deal, right? The little demon obeys. The six-eared macaque's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. If I can't survive, so be it. Having the lofty demon ancestor as company for burial won't be so unjustified. Killing people and striking at their hearts, you are quite ruthless. Yang Mei remarked as he watched him leave, unable to help but say a word. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. If the elder were in my position, wouldn't you do the same? I would, Yang Mei replied without hesitation. The two exchanged glances, both revealing the same smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, a monkey flew excitedly towards a household. Master, I'm back. Wukong. Tang Sanzang, seeing him return, hurried forward to greet him. The elderly man's face flickered with a trace of sorrow, swiftly concealed. Senior brother is back remarkably early. Neza glanced into the room and exchanged a meaningful look with Yang Jian. This matter was best left unspoken. Master, now that senior brother has returned, should we not resume our western journey? Yang Jian urged. After all, they had already slain the bandits. Lingering in the elder's home felt increasingly awkward. Very well. Tang Sanzang understood their unspoken intent and offered a formal salute to the elder. Infinite heaven's virtue. I now take my leave. May the Tao Lord depart in peace. The elder rose, and as he opened his mouth to speak further, his expression contorted in sudden profound terror, as if witnessing something unspeakably dreadful. What demon are you daring to impersonate this old monkey king? In an instant, a monkey leapt into the courtyard, brandishing the Rui Jingu Bang and pointing it fiercely at the six-eared macaque, roaring in fury. Wukong, senior brother, Tang Sanzang, Yang Jian, and Neza all recoiled in shock. How could another appear so suddenly? Demon. A faint, imperceptible smile curled the six-eared macaque's lips as he turned the accusation upon his accuser. Daring fiend. You dare impersonate the great sage equal to heaven. Wukong's eyes blazed with golden light. The eyes of truth perceiving swept relentlessly, yet failed to pierce the six-eared macaque's true form. Master, this old monkey king is the great sage equal to heaven. Wukong laughed, a laugh sharp with rage, as he turned to Tang Sanzang. The six-eared macaque retorted without hesitation, Master, I am the true one. Do not forget I arrived first. This. Tang Sanzang's expression shifted rapidly. Mortal-eyed and flesh-bound, he beheld two monkeys identical in every feature, utterly indistinguishable. He turned helplessly to the side. Yang Jian activated his celestial. Ineza gripped the universe-ruling bracelet, the heaven-confounding silk, swirling protectively. First, safeguard the master. Master, your disciple cannot discern either. Yang Jian's voice carried quiet disappointment. The six-eared macaque sneered coldly, truth or falsehood. Only battle can reveal it. Wukong raised the Rui Jingu Bang horizontally, his gaze flashing with icy light. Outside, we fight outside. Let us not destroy the elder's courtyard. Tang Sanzang and the others exchanged a single glance, and instantly recognized the true Wukong. Yet before they could utter a word, both monkeys vanished, clashing violently in the heavens above. Yang Jian shrugged. Now even that is impossible to tell. Above, clouds churned violently in the void. The Rui Jingu Bang descended like a mountain of 10,000 jin. Wind shrieked, thunder roared, golden light pierced the sun itself, and the aura of battle shattered the surrounding cloud seas. Wukong's face bore no trace of jest. His eyes burned with ferocity, his jaw clenched tight. Now deep within the savage wrath of the chaos-defying macaque surged forth. Every muscle coiled, taut, resolved to settle truth from falsehood in a single decisive strike. The six-eared macaque remained impassive, but a fleeting glimmer of envy shimmered in his eyes. So this is the child sheltered by that heavenly venerable, truly unlike this Taoist. He barked low. Excellent, come. He raised the will-obedient iron staff to meet the blow. At impact, golden light erupted violently. The shockwave scattered clouds across the sky. Agile and fluid, the six-eared macaque matched Wukong move for move. Yet his staff techniques were treacherous and vicious, each strike aimed unerringly at vital points, unlike Wukong's bold sweeping style. In the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges flashed between them. The six-eared macaque's eyes brimmed with mockery, as if openly deriding son Wukong. Fiend, cease your arrogance. This old monkey king is the enlightened stone monkey. How dare you, a rootless phantom, presume to imitate me? Wukong roared, golden light blazing across his form, the Rui Jingu Bang growing ever more devastating. The six-eared macaque laughed sharply, his movements lightning swift as the will-obedient iron staff locked once more with Wukong's, his tone dripping with contempt. I am the enlightened stone monkey too. You demons speak with staggering audacity. Their forms blurred like lightning, the clash of staffs echoed through the heavens. one radiating righteous fury, the other oozing sinister malice. Their stances, motions, weapons, all identical. Only the light in their eyes betrayed absolute division, righteousness, and evil stark and unblended. Wukong bellowed, sweeping the Rui Jingu Bang in a wide arc, unleashing overwhelming might. Nonsense. Today you shall learn truth is truth, falsehood is falsehood. No matter how many forms you assume, you cannot escape this old monkey king's discernment. Unflinching, the six-eared macaque met the blow with a laugh like shattering glass. Then let us test it. See which of us truly bears the title Great Sage, equal to heaven. Amidst churning cloud waves, the two figures locked in desperate combat, staffs weaving lethal patterns, killing intent thick and palpable. One embodied celestial justice, the other infernal deceit, neither yielding an inch. Below, Yang Jian and Neza watched breathless, and relayed updates to Tang Sanzang in real time, still evenly matched. What then shall we do? Tang Sanzang sighed deeply. Whence comes this demon bold enough to impersonate senior brother himself? Yang Jian sighed in kind. If only my uncle had granted us the heaven-reflecting mirror. It perceives all realms of heaven, earth, and the underworld, and would surely reveal truth from illusion. Neza's eyes sparkled. Right. Besides staff mastery, senior brother possesses countless divine treasures. Let them produce them side by side for comparison. Yang Jian's face lit up. Indeed, senior brother owned countless divine artifacts, including the Patriarch's diamond bracelet. He refused to believe any demon could possess them all. Senior brother, please descend for a moment. We have found a way. Yang Jian transmitted his voice upward. Moments later, two figures descended, each hovering just above the ground, gripping the Rui Jingu Bang identically. Neza blinked. This demon possessed uncanny skill, even mimicking senior brother's very monkey-like mannerisms. Quick, tell us. What is the method? Wukong pressed impatiently. Hurry, speak. The six-eared macaque followed suit. Yes, what is it? Wukong bared his teeth. Don't mimic this old monkey king's speech. You're the one mimicking me. Enough. Yang Jian, head throbbing, quickly explained. Beyond his martial prowess, senior brother wields numerous divine treasures, known well to master myself and Neza. If he produces them, we shall know the truth at once. Brilliant. Brother too, brilliant indeed. Wukong danced with delight, then shot a murderous glare toward his counterpart. Wretched demon, you are finished. The six-eared macaque scoffed coldly. Who fears whom? Wukong immediately produced the tenfold flame feather immortal subduing fan, and the six-eared macaque, without hesitation, drew forth an identical fan. Wukong froze. Yang Jian and Neza stared dumbfounded. How does he possess this treasure too? Could elder brother have forged another? Refusing to yield, Wukong summoned the void-reflecting mirror, the diamond bracelet, the Nuwa stone, one divine artifact after another. And each time the six-eared macaque produced an exact replica. Even sacred fruits, ginseng fruit, peaches of immortality, yellow center plums, were laid bare. Yang Jian and Neza watched their expressions shifting gradually, from suspicion to open envy. What began as a test of authenticity had devolved into a divine treasure exhibition. Ugh, you vile demon. Wukong gnashed his teeth. The wheel of rebirth, purple lotus rooted deep in his spiritual sea, remained inaccessible, so his hand drifted instead toward the causal ring around his neck. Yet the six-eared macaque mirrored the gesture, unflinching, unyielding. You possess this too? Son, Wukong gasped in disbelief. This was a primordial supreme treasure, bestowed personally by his divine father. He refused to accept that any demon could hold it. It is mine. Why shouldn't I have it? The six-eared macaque shot him a taunting glance. Fine, fine. Wukong panted, incensed. Since both possess it, let us test it, and see once and for all, whose claim is true. As Sun Wukong was about to remove the causality ring from his neck, the six-eared macaque thought to himself that something was amiss. These spiritual treasures were crafted from the primordial energy by that revered celestial being, and although their authenticity could not be seen, a direct clash would reveal the truth. He looked at Sun Wukong with righteous indignation. How can you be so selfish? Do you not understand the immense power of this spiritual treasure? With a single strike, lands would sink and rivers would sever. This would bring about countless calamities. Wukong was taken aback, feeling a twinge of shame. Indeed, how could he, old son, harm the innocent? Observing his expression, the six-eared macaque felt relieved. It was clear he had been overly protected and had no guard against deceit. Wukong looked at the smug expression of the six-eared macaque and suddenly realized that it was he who was impersonating old son. Why was he blaming himself? After understanding this connection, Wukong lifted his golden staff to strike, but the six-eared macaque swiftly dodged to the side, evading the attack, and stuck out his tongue at him. You vile creature. Wukong turned around with a furious expression, looking at Tang Sanzang and the others. Second brother, third brother, do you have any ideas? Tang Sanzang found himself in a dilemma, as he truly could not discern the truth. Yang Jian coughed lightly. At this point, the eldest senior brother can only seek help from others. Uncle Yanzongzi possesses a mirror of revealing which can unveil the roots of living beings. My uncle has a spiritual treasure called the Haotian mirror, which with his cultivation can also discern who the true eldest senior brother is. Uncle Yanzongzi is not familiar to me, so let's go to the Lingxiao Palace to find the Jade Emperor. Wukong nodded and provocatively challenged the six-eared macaque. Monster, do you dare to go? The six-eared macaque's heart skipped a beat. That heavenly emperor had already attained the status of a saint. A voice whispered in his ear, do not worry. All right, once we go we will know who is real and who is fake, said the six-eared macaque calmly. Second brother, third brother, protect master well. I will return shortly. After Wukong finished speaking, he transformed into golden light and flew towards the heavenly court, with the six-eared macaque closely following behind. Yang Jian frowned and exchanged glances with Neza. That monster dares to even go to the heavenly court. Indeed, the heavenly emperor has long since attained sainthood. Could it be that the monster has a saint behind it? Neza questioned, perplexed, looking at Yang Jian. In the void, observing the two figures, leaving a brow was raised and a voice softly said, you really treat your son like Luo. The purple-robed Taoist smiled but did not respond. Let's go, they will soon head to the Mi Luo Palace. In the Lingxiao Palace, the heavenly emperor and empress sat upon their thrones surrounded by countless celestial beings watching as two identical monkeys burst through the southern heavenly gate. Old Jade Emperor, please have a look. Who among us is real and who is fake? The two argued back and forth, leaving the celestial beings in the hall dumbfounded. From golden immortals to great Luo true saints, they all opened their divine eyes to observe the two, wondering how they could be identical. Could it be that the Yao Shi heavenly lord had given birth to another son? Hao Ian looked on with a strange expression, addressing the hall. Is the mirror of revealing responding at all? This item was hung at the southern heavenly gate. Any being entering would be thoroughly examined. The four heavenly kings stepped forward, reporting to your majesty the mirror of revealing shows no signs of disturbance. The celestial beings were in an uproar, with the heavenly emperor presiding over the heavenly court. Even the great Luo golden immortals could not deceive the mirror of revealing. Yao Qi looked at Hao Yin with a puzzled expression, as even her latest perfected saint cultivation could not discern the truth. Hao Yin also subtly shook his head, unable to see through it. Yao Qi was alarmed, and the couple exchanged glances, confirming that it was indeed the doing of Taoist Guangcheng. Heavenly Emperor, where is your Haotian mirror? Quickly bring it out. The six-eared macaque was the first to shout, emboldened by the assurance. Wukong snorted coldly. You vile creature, you certainly have some guts. Haotian, somewhat helpless, raised his hand, and a mirror descended from the clouds. The mirror measured 12 inches in diameter, corresponding to the 12 positions of the zodiac. The frame was crafted from primordial purple gold entwined with azure dragon patterns inlaid with the mysterious Een crystals shaped like the Big Dipper, and the back was embossed with ancient inscriptions stating, Haotian sovereign, all realms gaze upon it, along with designs of clouds, thunder, sun, moon, and dragon and phoenix. It felt warm to the touch, yet was indestructible. The mirror's surface was neither bronze nor jade, appearing a tranquil blue like autumn waters, but when activated it shimmered with golden light, illuminating thousands of miles. Haotian chuckled lightly. This mirror contains the light of Haotian. Under its illumination, demons, spirits, and possessing entities will immediately reveal their true forms, while evil arts, illusions, and formations will collapse in an instant. Quick, take a look. Wukong urged impatiently. You monkey, your nature is still so hasty. Haotian chuckled again and activated the Haotian mirror. A beam of divine light instantly appeared on its surface, penetrating through the 33 heavens and reaching the netherworld, encompassing all realms and directions within the mirror. Haotian pointed, and the mirror light focused on the two monkeys, immediately revealing their true identities within the Haotian mirror. The many celestial beings watched together, with the two monkeys holding their breath for 1, 2, 3 breaths. Whatever actions Sun Wukong and the six-eared macaque performed, the monkeys in the mirror mirrored them exactly, with no changes to their appearances or the spiritual treasures they wore. The gods gasped in shock. This was a supreme primordial spiritual treasure activated by a saint, yet it could not discern their roots. Haotian's expression grew serious. That being's powers were indeed formidable. He had not held back at all, yet could still not discern the truth. He cast a doubtful glance at the two monkeys, wondering if that friend had truly set up a formation. Alas, even the Jade Emperor cannot discern the truth, Wukong said, somewhat dejected. The six-eared macaque was greatly alarmed. That celestial being's powers are truly terrifying. I truly cannot see through it, Haotian replied, lightly observing the disappointed Sun Wukong. He chuckled softly. Since you have come to the heavenly court, we are not far from the upper clear heaven. Your father the saint is surely in the Mi Luo Palace and will definitely recognize you. Wukong perked up and gave the six-eared macaque a heavy snort. Monster, prepare to meet your end. However, letting this monster impersonate Old Sun before the Father Saint was rather uncomfortable. It was also my fault for being too weak to directly kill him. Let's go. Wukong placed the golden staff on his shoulder, looking at the six-eared macaque with eyes that could kill, sneering continuously. The six-eared macaque sighed inwardly. The fate of this poor Taoist was about to end. By the way, old Jade Emperor, prepare a yellow turban warrior for me. It would be useful when I descend to the mortal realm. Wukong suddenly turned back and said. Hao Ian was both amused and speechless, waving his hand. All right, you may go. This monkey, what does he not have from friend Guangcheng, yet he still wants to ask me for it. Show some respect to Old Sun. If you dare to act recklessly in the upper clear heaven, I'll have Father Saint kill you immediately. Wukong threatened. The six-eared macaque, feeling desperate, retorted stubbornly. Who is afraid of whom? Wukong chuckled. Up by this point he was no longer nervous. Then just wait and see. The two beams of golden light surged into the upper clear heaven, catching the attention of many celestial beings. Am I seeing things? Two little disciples. How can there be two Chi Tian Deshangs? The celestial beings discussed among themselves as Wukong and the six-eared macaque entered the Mi Luo Palace. Upon seeing the two figures on the cloud bed, Wukong did not bow, but flew straight up, grabbing Guangchengzi's sleeve, and plaintively said, Father Saint, this monster is impersonating your child. The six-eared macaque fell silent, ultimately not daring to call out Father Saint after son Wukong. He raised his head and saw a Taoist in purple sitting on a cloud bed, appearing just like an ordinary person devoid of any aura. But with a blink the scene in the palace began to change. The cloud bed was made of glazed golden light, and the Taoist donned flowing golden purple robes, his entire being radiating a holy and pure light untouched by dust. Around him circles of luminous treasure wheels unfolded with sunlight, blazing moonlight gently flowing, and starlight twinkling as the clear sounds of the Tao resonated throughout the Mi Luo Palace. The six-eared macaque couldn't help but close his eyes. As the treasure wheels scattered countless pure lights upon him, he felt as if he had been cleansed from within. Even his heart felt much lighter. Gazing at the glazed sea of clouds in the Tao Palace with innumerable divine beasts and luminous birds soaring and singing, listening to the melodies of all sentient beings, the six-eared macaque respectfully knelt, not daring to make a single sound. Wukong looked down in astonishment, noticing that the demon had transformed in appearance, still somewhat resembling him, but no longer wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, and the golden armor on his body had turned black, while the causal ring around his neck had completely vanished. What kind of demon are you? Wukong's eyes glittered with golden light, feeling a strange sense of closeness. Guangchengzi chuckled. Wukong, look at his ears. Wukong directly approached him and examined closely. You actually have 6 ears. As he spoke, he reached out to touch, causing the six-eared macaque to retreat continuously. Father Saint, why do I feel such a strong urge to be close to him? My heart races so fast. Wukong looked up somewhat confused. Wukong nodded, eagerly looking at Guangchengzi obediently. So adorable. Guangchengzi smiled. Among the heavens and earth, there are 4 chaotic monkeys. Wukong nodded, eagerly looking at Guangchengzi obediently. So adorable. Guangchengzi smiled. Among the heavens and earth, there are 4 chaotic monkeys formed from a drop of essence left by the Chaos Demon Ape. They are the Lingming Stone Monkey, who understands transformation, knows the timing of heaven and earth, and can move stars and change constellations. The Chanjiao Ma Monkey, who understands yin and yang, knows human affairs, adept at entering and exiting, evading death, and extending life. And the Tong Bai Yuan Monkey, who can control the sun and moon, compress mountains, discern fortune and misfortune, and manipulate the universe. The last one is the six-eared macaque, who is skilled in listening, perceiving principles, understanding the past and future, and comprehending all things. The sense of familiarity that the child feels is Guangchengzi nodded. Indeed, that is the mutual attraction of the essence of the 4 chaotic monkeys. Though you were born at different times, as long as you gather all 4 essences, you'll definitely not be inferior to the top innate deities and demons. After achieving the Tao and becoming a sage, you will transcend the form of the Chaos Demon Ape, a being capable of contending with the Panga great deity. Wukong was captivated by the grand vision painted by Guangchengzi, while Yang Mei couldn't help but chuckle nearby. Indeed, being able to contend with Pangu, having received 3 blows from him, directly obliterating his soul. Only a drop of essence remained, and even the laws of battle were silenced, with no new battle deities being born to this day. That child wants his essence. Wukong, startled by the laughter, pointed directly at the six-eared macaque without hesitation. Guangchengzi clapped his hands and laughed. Countless wonders descended from the upper Qing heaven, and all the gods understood that the celestial master was in a good mood. No wonder he is your son. Yang Mei exclaimed again. Guangchengzi smiled proudly, and Wukong scratched his cheek. Father Saint, where are the Chi Jiao Ma monkey and the Tong Bai Yuan monkey? I also want to increase my strength so I can no longer be as I am today, finding it so difficult to fight even those of the same level struggling in battle. Their essences have long been within you. Guangchengzi said lightly. Wukong's eyes lit up, hugging Guangchengzi's arm, and starting to act cute. I knew Father Saint treats me the... He paused, looking at the six-eared macaque. But wait, I have 3 essences, why is he still on par with me? Guangchengzi glanced over, and the layer of golden light around the six-eared macaque vanished, revealing his true realm. Wukong scoffed, so you are a quasi-saint. The six-eared macaque smiled bitterly. Indeed, the earlier battle was genuine, and he had shown no mercy, yet he still couldn't defeat this one waiting for his essence all along. I hope you can achieve the Tao, and become a saint in the future. The six-eared macaque looked up at Sun Wukong. Change our curse, let the world know that the 4 chaotic monkeys are born extraordinary. I was born the earliest, yet I took a wrong step, and every step after that was wrong. The Chanjiao Ma monkey and the Tong Bai Yuan monkey must have already fallen. You are our hope. He recounted his story, and Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow, wondering if he was trying to invoke Wukong's sympathy. It truly is your fault. Wukong said sternly. You relied on your divine abilities to eavesdrop on the sage's teachings, and receiving punishment was due to your insufficient strength. At that time you should have begged the sage for forgiveness. With the Tao ancestor's vast powers, he would have known you were eavesdropping, and if you apologized he would have understood. As long as you are sincere, truly repentant, I, old son, believe the Tao ancestor will not hold it against you. The six-eared macaque was taken aback, tears of regret streaming down his face. Indeed, at that time, he only felt the heavenly path was unfair, forgetting that he had greatly offended the sage's dignity due to his reliance on divine powers. That was a sage who could represent the heavenly path. Not taking his life directly was already the Tao ancestor's mercy. You truly deserve to be the luckiest among us. The six-eared macaque's eyes turned red, choking out, I, old son, was taught by Father Saint. Wukong said without modesty. Guangchengzi laughed heartily. Our Wukong is indeed righteous, always having reasoning behind his words. He truly is my child. Yang Mei shot a sidelong glance, scoffing. Praising this monkey was one thing, but also bringing himself into it. Father Saint is old by one of the 4 chaotic monkeys. Wukong approached him and asked softly. You figured it out? Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. He is also a Deluo Jinxian. What ordinary monkey possesses such abilities? Wukong's eyes turned, and he smiled. Indeed, he is the Tong Bai Yuan monkey, and his essence was extracted by me before you were born. Rest assured, I will not treat him unfairly. All of you, the 4 chaotic monkeys, can comprehend laws closely related to your essences. For instance, the 6-eared macaque embodies the law of wind. Yuan Hong truly is remarkable, having comprehended the law of immense strength after losing his essence, which was the reason I initially left him in Flower Fruit Mountain to take care of you. Guangchengzi preemptively interjected as he saw Wukong about to speak again. As for the Chanjiao Ma monkey, you need not think about him. He is full of karma, and has long since disappeared without a trace. Wukong fell silent, and Guangchengzi pointed below. The 6-eared macaque fell directly to the ground, making not even a sound of pain as his essence had completely vanished. Senior, lend a hand. Guangchengzi looked at Yang Mei, suggesting they check once more. Yang Mei nodded. After all, he had come from the demon realm, and needed to be cautious. Hot, unbearably hot. Wukong's body flushed crimson, as if he might burst into flame. A savage, violent aura began to issue from him, fierce and unrestrained. Hues of yellow, black, red, and green. The earthly, watery, fiery, and airy elemental forces of the Hunshur Sihu rose into being. Wukong felt himself cast into a crucible, his comprehension of the battle loss steadily deepening. In his mind there loomed a titanic ape striding through the chaos, its coat a dark black, threaded with dull gold eyes like twin eclipsed suns, fangs savage. Its hands and feet could rend the void, its body wreathed in chaotic vapor and the luminous sigils of the battle law. Wukong looked upon it with a defiant glint. Its presence was overwhelmingly dominant. When still it resembled a fathomless calm, when it moved heaven and earth trembled. A single stroke of its staff could cleave countless worlds into being and oblivion. An explosive aura began to emanate from him as well, martial ardor surged, and deathly chi churned about his form. A smile flickered in Lure Miha's eyes. This is how the Hunshur Sihu ought to be. In the next instant, a golden black, divine radiance cloaked Wukong. Under that power, the primordial essences of the Hunshur Sihu began to fuse. Wukong's agony eased into serenity, and his aura climbed ever higher. This bloodline power of yours. Yang Mei arched his brow, silver light flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong. You have in essence suppressed the bloodline of the Hunshur Mayuan. Guangchengzi curved the corner of his mouth. I am also a scion of Pangu, and have walked my own path. Though my realm has not yet fully ripened, the Hunshur Mayuan is dead, and this humble Taoist has been reborn as a chaos demon god. Yang Mei drew a deep breath. Indeed, I did not choose wrongly. Light and shadow both bear witness. The potential is so vast. When someday we face the dark demon god, there will be quite the spectacle. He is about to break through. Luer Mihu stared at Sun Wukong without blinking. Guangchengzi shook his head, no need to hurry. The golden black divine light on Wukong condensed into a small seal and sank into the depths of his heart, suppressing the restless essence of the Huncher Moyuan. His breath stilled, all sharp edges drawn, and yet a tremendous power pulsed within him. Even the slightest motion would thunder through heaven and earth. Child, thanks, venerable father. Wukong awoke and bowed to Guangchengzi. You need not be so formal with Father Sage, Guangchengzi replied. Guangchengzi patted the monkey's head and nodded with a smile. You stand at the pinnacle of Deluo, one step from passing into quasi-sainthood. This Daoic primordial essence was not wasted, but the breakthrough should not be rushed. Let it settle a while. Yes, I will heed Father Sage. Wukong answered with an obedient smile, which softened Guangchengzi's heart. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, Luer Mihu said with burning eyes. The primordial essences of the Huncher Sihu had converged, an old wish was fulfilled. Luo Ho, this humble Taoist will be waiting for you. Guangchengzi cast him a cool glance. I will accept him on Wukong's behalf. Child, how do you wish to deal with him? Wukong did not hesitate. Of course, kill him. To dare impersonate old Sun and now stripped of his source, leaving him alive would only leave an enemy behind. Decisive in slaughter. Guangchengzi nodded again, and again admiration growing in his eyes. Truly worthy to be this humble Taoist child. Wukong smiled and hefted the Rui Jingu Bang, standing before Luer Mihu. Rest assured, I, old Sun, shall not sully the renown of the Huncher Sihu. Thank you for your primordial essence. With that, the Rui Jingu Bang came down. His mastery of the laws was no slight thing now. A single blow turned Luer Mihu to dust. Watching the departing spiritual core, Wukong chuckled. Venerable father, in the end, he did contribute his source to the child. Let his spirit be sent to reincarnation. Guangchengzi regarded him deeply. Wukong's gaze was stubborn. Guangchengzi could only sigh, and having lost his primordial essence and burdened by accumulated karma, the Luer Mihu would need to reach the Deluo Golden Immortal once more after reincarnation, before he could recall his previous life. When that would be, none could say. Thank you, venerable father. Seeing Guangchengzi raise no objection, Wukong brightened. On the westward road, Neza had already explained reincarnation. Even reborn Luer Mihu was not to be feared. Luer Mihu's departing spirit looked at Sun Wukong with a tangle of emotions he had not expected. Guangchengzi snorted softly. In Wukong's sea of consciousness, the purple lotus of reincarnation began to turn to a black gate suffused with nether chi rose up. Wukong smiled. Go. Thank you, fellow Taoist, thank you for the heavenly venerable's mercy, Luer Mihu said, solemnly bowed, and stepped into the nether gate. From that moment his past was no longer his concern. Wukong stretched and glanced about. Venerable father, I will return now. Oh, why are you not feigning reluctance today? Guangchengzi asked with a teasing smile. Guangchengzi smiled. Usually when Wukong saw him at Miluogong, he was most unwilling to set out west. Today, he was so unusually eager. Wukong scratched his cheek sheepishly. If I descend sooner to help Master complete the westward journey, then I can come back sooner. Go then. Guangchengzi watched Sun Wukong depart, a smile at his lips. Wukong's boisterous voice rang out. Master, second brother, third brother, old Sun returns. Laughter echoed as Tang Sanzang and the others hurried from the house. The old man's spirits had improved markedly. Senior brother, what about that fake monkey? Neza asked impatiently. Yang Jian's heavenly eye twitched, but could still not discern clearly, only the aura had grown much stronger. Wukong recounted everything in full. Hearing that Wukong had broken through again, Yang Jian and Neza could not help but feel envious. After the westward journey, Inzu too will break through, Wukong said with a smile. He turned to the old man. Old sir, your son has committed many evils. If he repeats them, I, old son, will kill him. Wukong. Tang Sanzang chided him, urging him not to speak so bluntly. The old man's body had already begun to tremble. Wukong waved his hand. I may have killed him, but you live here alone, and our age it would be cruel to leave you unaided. Old son cannot abandon you. Of course your son might never have cared for you. Had we not arrived in time, you would surely have perished. He spread his hands, and a golden effigy appeared. Wukong blew gently. The figure fell and transformed into a plain, honest-looking middle-aged man. This is the Huangjin Leisure I obtained from the Jade Emperor. I will bind him to you. He will help you with anything. Think of him as your unworthy son. The old man shivered and wept freely as he looked at Sun Wukong. Thank you, great sage, thank you, great sage. Had it not been for them, he would have been beaten to death by that unfilial son. Now with this so-called Huangjin Leisure, he could live out his remaining years in peace. Wukong supported him gently, so he would not become overly excited. Now that this is settled, old sir, live well. We must continue our westward journey. Tang Sanzang bowed. Woyang, Tianzuan benefactor, we take our leave. Safe travels, Tao Lord. The The old man replied, watching them depart. The Huangjin Lishur stood silently guard over him until the 4 disciples' figures had vanished from sight. Wukong suddenly shouted, "Master, second brother, third brother, come quickly." Hearing son Wukong's shout, Tang Sanzang did not dare to delay, and Yang Jian quickly advanced with the white dragon horse. Upon seeing the scene before them, the 4 of them stood frozen in place. White cranes perched on pines, green phoenixes stood by pavilions, and colorful phoenixes sang towards the sun. Mysterious monkeys held immortal fruits, while the longevity deer offered purple blossoms. The sounds of distant birds were like whispers. Occasionally the distant sound of bells resonated, the scriptures echoing through the air. Clouds often covered the sky, divine light shone everywhere, flowers fell from the heavens, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. The waters of the 8 virtues flowed, the 7 treasures lotus pond exuded auspiciousness, and the Bodhi tree stood tall, its fragrance lingering. "Is this Mount Sumeru?" Tang Sanzang murmured, somewhat incredulous that they had actually arrived. Wukong and Yang Jian scanned with their divine eyes, but could not discern any clues. Everything before them was real. So many Bodhi trees. Neza looked around and said, "Second brother, this must be what Mount Sumeru looks like, right?" "Indeed." Yang Jian affirmed, stating that the master had once said that Mount Sumeru was filled with gold and stones everywhere adorned with agate and glass. The group was excited but remained exceptionally cautious. There was not a single cultivator at the foot of the mountain. They stepped forward slowly, passing the Medicine Master Hall, Methria Pavilion, Scripture Repository, 8 Treasures, Virtuous Water Pavilion, Bodhi Tree Courtyard, and the Spirit Mountain Wish Tower Group. They finally stopped in front of a grand treasure hall with the words, "Thunder Sound," inscribed above. "Let's go in and take a look." Wukong nervously gripped his golden cudgel, leading the way as he pushed open the hall's door. Boundless golden light poured forth, and the deities seated on lotus platforms appeared among them, 2 beings devoid of any aura. They all bore bitter expressions, emanating compassion. In an instant, heavenly music resounded within the hall, echoing throughout Mount Sumeru. "Tang Sanzang, now that you see me, why do you not bow?" The figure on the left stood upon a golden lotus, his expression indifferent, yet his voice resonated throughout the grand hall, penetrating the minds of the 4. Tang Sanzang, neither humble nor haughty, softly inquired, "May I ask your honorable name?" "Ha, Tang Sanzang, now that you have arrived at Mount Sumeru, how can you still ask who I am?" The figure laughed heartily, saying, "I am the master of the Western religion, the guiding Taoist. I am the preaching Taoist, Tang Sanzang, now that you see a saint, why do you not bow?" The other Taoist spoke with a smile, yet his gaze was fixed on the 4. "I am the Golden Immortal Tao Master. I have come to sever the fortunes of the Western religion. There is no need for me to bow to you." Tang Sanzang stood tall, his gaze sweeping across the many deities in the hall. "I have arrived at Mount Sumeru. I ask the 2 masters to take a seat." "You are bold." A Taoist with a round belly and a cheerful demeanor spoke up. "My master is a saint of the heavenly Tao. How dare you behave so rudely?" Tang Sanzang replied calmly, "Not so, I see the master of the Western religion, not the saint of the heavenly Tao." At this moment, in a palace in the upper clear heaven, the purple-clad Taoist scratched his head nonchalantly, thinking that he had said something similar before. "Methria, do not act disrespectfully." The guiding Taoist interrupted this person, looking at Tang Sanzang. "Since you have come for the Golden Immortal Tao, stay here to teach the Dharma to my disciples." Wukong was momentarily stunned, while Yang Jian and Neza protected Tang Sanzang, sensing something was off. "I naturally intend to stay here, but I asked the master to give way." Tang Sanzang lowered his gaze, his 9-ringed staff clinking. "You do not drink the toast, but instead seek." The guiding Taoist snorted coldly, directly pulling out a gray bag and throwing it toward the 4. In an instant, the scene in the hall began to change, and the many deities transformed. The leading, guiding, and preaching turned into Methria's appearance, and another Taoist filled with malevolent energy. The original Methria transformed into a yellow-browed boy, while the compassionate expressions on the faces of the other deities turned fierce, glaring aggressively at the 4. "Master, retreat from this place." Wukong shouted angrily, swinging his golden cudgel. Yang Jian's third eye opened on his forehead, and Neza wrapped the chaos silk, constantly retreating to protect Tang Sanzang as they left. Ding! It was as if the sound of a bell rang out, and a delicate treasure banner appeared where Methria stood with more than 12 layers. The banner was cast like glass and gold, divided into 4 sections, the banner top, pole, drapery, and base. The top was inlaid with a mani jewel shining day and night, emitting radiance. Each layer suspended 12 relic bells adorned with 7 treasures and colorful drapery. Wukong and the others changed their expressions, looking at the spiritual treasure Methria produced, unable to help but stomp their feet. In their eyes, that treasure banner radiated golden divine power, directly solidifying the space around them. "The guiding treasure banner," Yang Jian exclaimed in surprise, reminding eldest brother, be careful. This is the proof of the Tao of the guiding saint. Neza touched the nine-dragon divine fire cover, his expression solemn. Wukong exchanged glances, and Yang Jian instantly understood. Suddenly a fired feather fan appeared in Sun Wukong's hand, and with a mighty flap the entire hall transformed into a fiery realm. Seeing this, Neza also infused his power into the nine-dragon divine fire cover, unleashing it, as 9 fire dragons danced and charged toward the deities on both sides. The many disciples of the Western religion were startled by the 10-directional flame feather fan, their momentum weakened by a third. Mithriya sneered as the guiding treasure banner emitted brilliant light, dissipating all of Wukong's attacks. At that moment, the diamond bracelet on Wukong's wrist flew out, crashing heavily against the defensive golden light. As the bracelet fell, Wukong took off the causal ring and threw it out. A dense causal web rushed toward the deities in the hall, causing Mithriya to gasp in shock. A congenital supreme treasure. He poured all his energy into the guiding treasure banner. Although that monkey was using a congenital supreme treasure, he was indeed a great Luo golden immortal, and he, being a Quasi saint with great abilities, had a proof of the saint's spiritual treasure that was equally formidable. Second brother. Hearing Wukong's loud shout, Mithriya hurriedly looked toward the 4, but in the next moment his eyes widened in shock as Yang Jian directly threw a small pagoda upon which various phenomena of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning appeared. Even the illusion of the 33 heavens floated behind it. The Haotian Pagoda. Mithriya exclaimed, unable to believe that Yang Jian carried a saint's spiritual treasure with him. This item had once repaired the 33 heavens. He could hardly imagine that these 4 had prepared so thoroughly. Watching the golden light shatter, 2 extreme majestic auras clashed and canceled each other out. Wukong and the others seized the opportunity and charged out of the hall. The scene before them began to change. All that remained was the Western religion deities standing in the clouds, coldly watching them. Mithriya sighed inwardly. They had failed. Clearly they had brought the saints proof of the Tao. As long as they could imprison the 4 of them here, they would be unable to escape or call for help, and others would not come to their rescue either. This was the normal difficulty. They could have slowly conversed with Tang Sanzang, allowing some disciples of the Western religion to enter the golden immortal Tao, thus allowing the Western religion to survive. Who would have thought that these few possessed both saints' spiritual treasures and congenital supreme treasures, thwarting their efforts? Infinite heavenly venerable, this trial counts as past for you. Mithriya retracted his smile, a chill on his chubby face, and coldly said, Tang Sanzang, we shall meet again atop Mount Sungul. Wukong stood still, having already sensed that this being's strength far surpassed his own, and that there were quasi-saint level deities in the hall. He could not act recklessly. As they were about to leave Wukong's side, it was already too late to seek help now. But from afar came a call, and Wukong was instantly overjoyed. Stop, where do you think you are going? The voice, filled with mirth, echoed through the heavens and earth. Multicolored divine light filled the air as a grand formation rose from the ground, blocking the path of Mithriya and the others. A piercing cry echoed through the heavens and the earth as a divine beast dominated this realm, drawing every gaze to it. With a crown like crimson fire and eyes resembling golden wheels, it bore a regal aura, its neck adorned with feathers that shimmered like clouds draped in a resplendent array of colors, walking with grace and poise, embodying the noble solitude and innate sanctity of the phoenix, its call clear and resonant, reverberating through the skies. It was none other than the first peacock divine beast in the world, the direct descendant of the primordial phoenix, Kongxian. Following this, 5 colors of divine light, blue, red, yellow, white, and black, swirled and instantly landed behind Mithriya and the others, where 5 small flags flickered into view, and a grand formation rose from the ground, chaotic elemental energies swirling around the heavens and earth, changing color as a tremendous pressure bore down upon the crowd. Kongxian. Mithriya's eyes widened in shock. They were blocked just a step away from escaping. Looking at him holding the treasure banner high, Kongxian smirked dismissively, his wings fluttering lightly as he descended upon the grand formation, the 5 colors of divine light converging into a figure clad in a blue robe. Though he appeared as a mortal, the nobility and aloofness of a peacock lingered in his brow, his eyes sharp and piercing, calm like autumn waters reflecting light, yet swirling with colors when angered, a faint halo of 5 colors always surrounding him, exuding an extraordinary elegance befitting a being of divine heritage. Sensing the aura emanating from him, Mithriya was taken aback. Peak of Quasi-saint. Have you slain the incarnation of your obsession? Not quite. Kongxian coldly glanced at him, sweeping his gaze over the treasure banner. Since you all have come today, there's no turning back. What does it matter if a saint proves their Tao with a spiritual treasure? Why not witness how my innate 5-element grand formation operates? Mithriya's expression turned grim. Indeed, it was this formation. It is said that the sword array of the Immortals is the most lethal formation of the primordial age, and this innate five-element grand formation is the foremost defensive array, especially set up by Kongxian, a master of the five-element principle at the peak of Croissant. Even wielding a spiritual treasure from his master may not suffice to break through. Moreover, who knows if Kongxian has any hidden cards? After all, he is the eldest disciple of that figure. Even Sun Wukong possesses a primordial treasure. He cannot believe Kongxian is without other means. Elder brother, you're here. Wukong joyfully greeted Kongxian, eagerly rushing up to him. At the peak of Daluo, this journey to the west has not been in vain. Kongxian nodded with a smile. Go find some people. Wukong paused, glancing at the gathered members of the western sect. There were several Quasi-Saints present, and if a battle ignited, it would truly be a grand conflict. Kongxian chuckled. Go to the three pure ones to the east, see to the underworld, bring anyone you can find. Alright, I'll go right away. Wukong responded with excitement, instructing Yang Jian and Neza to guard Tang Sanzong. Before observing Mithria and the others bracing themselves, Kongxian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems the two leaders have paid quite a price. Even you have reached the late stage of Croissant, while the treasure banner Pure Wuliang Sheng and King Longzuan have all broken into the Croissant realm. Mithria's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Now only the treasure banner could provide him with a semblance of security. Our western sect has its own marvelous methods. Kongxian saw through his bravado, shaking his head. It was unclear what methods the two leaders employed. Here there were only half of the disciples from the western sect, and neither the medicine master nor Daji had arrived. They surely wouldn't be inferior to Mithria. It seems my junior brothers have yet to face a battle at Mount Shumi. Elder brother, what shall we do? The elephant immortal asked, nervously gazing at Mithria. The diamond immortal was also flustered. Elder brother, that Sun Wukong has already gone to find people. Huiguang Daoist looked at Mithria with anticipation, hoping he would come up with a plan. Mithria felt bitter, a strong sense of foreboding swelling within him. Their mission was to trap Tang Sanzong and his disciples, yet unexpectedly after their failure, they had drawn Kongxian's attention. It's nothing. They likely only brought along the disciples from the Chan and Jie sects. At worst, they will just receive a beating. With our master here, we will be safe. The others behind him, having heard this, felt a pang of sympathy. Oh, how could the disciples of the western sect be in such dire straits? Luckily, they had two saints backing them. Mount Shumi. Two Taoists fidgeted restlessly. The medicine master's injuries had completely healed his cultivation, now on par with Mithria's, both at the late stage of Croissant, while Daji appeared tense, his cultivation also matching that of Mithria and the medicine master. They gazed at the tightly closed palace doors, filled with confusion. Mithria was trapped with their master inside the hall. The one who received the teachings also appeared pale. Mithria was his eldest disciple, while the other Kunti paced back and forth, anxious. Elder brother, what shall we do? The one who received the teachings shook his head bitterly. I didn't expect Kongxian to act so suddenly. Indeed, a few years ago he was still watching over our sect. We thought he was waiting for Sun Wukong to ascend Mount Shumi before aiding us, but unexpectedly he aimed for Mithria and the others. Kunti's expression was filled with rage, having been schemed against by Guangchengzi. He has already reached the peak of Croissant. The speed he displayed earlier is beyond what he is capable of. In the blink of an eye, he has moved from Mount Shumi to Mithria's side. His mastery of spatial laws must be nearing perfection. The one who received the teaching sighed, while feeling envious. Guangchengzi is not only powerful himself, but his disciples have also caught up. How are we to resolve this predicament? Elder brother, should we directly bring Mithria back? The one who received the teachings shook his head. It's difficult. At present the journey to the west revolves around Tang Sanzong. If we intervene, Guangchengzi will have his reason to act as well. Then are we to abandon Mithria? Kunti roared angrily. He is not only your eldest disciple, but also the eldest disciple of our western sect, inheriting the teachings of both of us. Are we to simply abandon him? The one who received the teachings, holding his prayer beads, looked sorrowful. This is his fate. We are the holy sages of the heavenly Tao. Kunti wept. Can we not even protect our own disciples? I fear that we may not even be able to protect ourselves, the one who received the teachings murmured. Kunti immediately shivered. The two brothers exchanged glances, both seeing the unease in each other's eyes. They understood the reason behind the rapid enhancement of their disciples' cultivation. If Mithria could return, there might be hope, but now that Mithria was trapped, they feared they would have to bear the inevitable consequences. In the upper pure heaven, dark clouds loomed ominously and numerous celestial beings trembled. They never expected that while Sun Wukong sought reinforcements, the elder brother would suddenly burst into anger. In the Moreau Palace, Huang Long Yuding and other disciples of the Chan sect bowed respectfully, while Wu Dang, Zhao Gongming, and others followed suit, their expressions filled with terror, not daring to raise their heads. Elder brother, please quell your anger. Quell my anger. Guangchengzi laughed heartily. How can I quell my anger? To play such tricks under my very eyes, Jane and Kunti, you are truly remarkable. We humbly request the elder brother's decree. We humbly request the elder brother's decree. The voices echoed, bowing towards the cloud bed above. Guangchengzi's eyes shimmered with cold light, reflecting the dwindling luck of the Western sect. That golden dragon was now listless, barely stronger than the Jie sect. What a fine tactic, he sighed. Even the lowly can strive for salvation. You should act quickly. Indeed, a fine tactic. I shall completely eradicate them, returning the luck to let them understand what it means to weave their own demise. Watching the confrontation between Kong Xian and Mithria through the water mirror, Guangchengzi narrowed his eyes. With so many quasi-saints, it was difficult for Jane and Kunti to expend so much effort forcibly consuming luck to aid their breakthroughs. After all, once the Western sect is vanquished, they will lack the support of luck. They may take a long time to reach the late stage of quasi-saint, and it is better to sacrifice luck for a double advantage. You are to listen to my orders. Summon the teachings of the Xian Du, invoke the teachings of Qi Jingzi, Huang Long Yuding, Dao Xing Qing Su, and Yun Zhongzi. Let the Jiao members, Zhao Gongming, the 3 Shao, the 10 heavenly lords, and the 28 constellations descend at once. The cold voice of Guangchengzi resonated throughout the Mi Luo Palace, causing those who heard it to tremble instantly. Dare I ask, senior brother, to what extent must we go? Qi Jingzi cautiously raised his head. Kill. A chilling, murderous intent flickered in Guangchengzi's eyes. There is no need for Yun Shao to follow the arrangements made by me earlier. Take this object to her, and she will understand my intention. Qi Jingzi's heart trembled, cold sweat pouring down. Looking at the picture depicting the winding yellow river, he knew that this was serious. A piece of auspicious cloud unfolded and golden light directly fell into Qi Jingzi's sea of consciousness. This object will protect you. If those two make a move, summon it directly. Thank you, senior brother. Feeling the endless radiance emanating from the spiritual treasure, Qi Jingzi felt as if he had consumed a calming elixir without a hint of hesitation left. Senior brother, I will first go to the starry sky to summon the 28 constellations. Zhao Gongming swallowed hard and spoke cautiously. Go and let them bring the Zhou Tian star chart. Guangchengzi replied. If anyone dares to escape, I will hold you responsible. We follow the senior brother's decree. Looking at the departing crowd, Guangchengzi's expression eased slightly. He turned to Sun Wukong. You can go as well. After they resolve the matter, you may continue your journey westward. Wukong blinked, looking at Guangchengzi with some concern. Please don't be angry, Father Saint. All right, Father Saint isn't angry as long as they are completely dead. I won't be angry. Guangchengzi patted his head, speaking warmly. MMHM Wukong will help Father Saint too. No, Guangchengzi directly refused. After this you will guard Tang San's burial with Yang Jian and others. You are not allowed to enter the battlefield. Off. Wukong despaired, responding with a sigh, as golden for dimming, thinking he could have a great battle. Listen to Father Saint. This formation is perilous. Just observe how the elders act. If you dare to intervene, I will suppress you for 10,000 years without motion. Seeing Guangchengzi's serious face, Sun Wukong drooped his head in agreement. You may go. Guangchengzi waved his hand, relieved that nothing happened to Wukong this time, or he would have stormed Mount Shumi directly. Watching as the Mi Luo Palace became empty, he sighed. It seems all 3 teachings have taken action this time. The 4 imperial lords hold great power and should not act lightly. I can only arrange for my junior brothers and sisters to take action. A glimmer of shadow flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. I have not acted for many years. It seems those 2 have forgotten the pain after healing their wounds. Why have the cultivation levels of Mithria and the others improved so quickly? Why have so many quasi-saints and great powers appeared in the Western teachings? This was all due to the plan set forth by Jane and Junie. Guangchengzi arranged for Duo Bao to head west precisely to fully devour the fortunes of the Western teachings, directly elevating the Golden Immortal Path to a colossal entity comparable to the 3 teachings of the Tao. However, those 2 must have already sensed the impending doom. Thus they consumed their fortunes in advance, directly enhancing the cultivation levels of their disciples. After all, the Western teachings would lose their fortunes to the Golden Immortal Path anyway. They might as well let Mithria and the others break through. Even if the Western teachings cease to exist, the cultivation levels of their disciples will remain. They can establish sects like Zihong and others. Though not comparable to the major teachings, the Western teachings can still survive in another way. They are disciples of Jane and Juanti, and these 2 can also enjoy the offerings of fortune. However, all of this was beyond Guangchengzi's calculations. He did not expect Jane and Juanti to resort to such a desperate measure. However, those fortunes are what he values. The Golden Immortal Path does not solely belong to Duo Bao. Tongtian also needs this fortune to compensate for the loss of the Jiao support. If they dare to play tricks against him, they must be prepared to face his wrath. Guangchengzi took a deep breath, forcibly calming his emotions, coldly watching Mithria and others blocked by Kong Xian in the water mirror. Since they have used fortunes to break through, if they fall, the fortunes will naturally return. If they do not want a glimmer of survival, then let their souls be extinguished. His gaze was obscure, filled with gloom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light continuously flew out from the Zhou-Tian starry sky, the three purities, heaven, the underworld, and the East Sea, with the weakest being at the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, and those with deeper cultivation already at the late Croissant stage. Their expressions were hurried, faces cold as they flew together toward the western lands. Radiant divine lights stood in the void, waiting for others to arrive. A cultivator clad in the 8 trigrams purple robes stood atop the clouds, looking at Tang San's burial, guarded by Sun Wukong, and the others slightly nodding. Then, looking at the approaching immortals, he raised his voice. Disciples of the 3 teachings, heed my command. Following the senior brother's order, the Chanjiao disciples will set up the formation, and the remaining disciples will take action directly, sparing not a single person. The human teachings of Xian Du receive the decree. The teaching of Honghuang Long Yu Ding receive the decree. The Jiao of Zhao Gongming Wu Dingyun shall receive the decree. Qi Jingzi nodded, looking at the 28 cultivators clad in star robes, coldly saying, You all shall use the Zhou-Tian star chart to seal the star power, ensuring they do not break through. Wu Dang and Huang Long will lead the formation. The 10 heavenly lords will set up the 10 absolute, sealing heaven formations, sealing the spiritual energy. Zhao Gongming, Ling Bao, and Dao Xing will lead the formation. Sister San Shao, the senior brother, commands you 3 sisters to set up the 9 curves Yellow River formation without mistake. Hearing Qi Jingzi's arrangements, everyone took their orders and went to work. Yun Shao stepped forward and said, Reporting to senior brother, this place is not above the Yellow River. The 9 curves Yellow River formation does not possess such great power. Moreover, the Western teachings have many quasi-saints, and with the saintly treasures the formation may not be able to suppress them. The senior brother has made arrangements for this matter already. Qi Jingzi glanced at Mithria and others, and from his sleeve flew out a yellowish scroll, exuding the aura of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. This object is what the senior brother instructed me to hand over to you. The senior brother said there is no need to follow his previous arrangements. Oh, just by seeing this chart you will understand his intention. Yun Shao frowned. The senior brother had previously stated that when they encountered disciples of the Western teachings, they should cut off their 3 flowers and 5 energies, leaving the soul to reincarnate as a mortal. Why now does he say to not follow the previous arrangements? She reached out to take the scroll, which depicted a surging river emanating yellow light, countless muddy waters emerging. Yun Shao felt her cultivation continuously rising. This chart represented the entire Yellow River. The picture showed the 9 curves interwoven, looping back and forth with golden Tao patterns floating on the surface of the river, subtly aligning with the arrangements of the 8 trigrams. Among the mist of water, countless water deities' phantoms could be seen standing in the formation's center, the stench mixed with the Yellow River's muddy waters. A common person would be dazed at a glance, their spiritual clarity muddled. Looking at the floating image of the primordial golden dipper, the golden light, swirling, it was precisely the core of the formation. Qiong Shao and Bai Shao stood by, carefully observing their expressions, excited as they looked at Yun Shao. This chart perfectly filled the gaps in their formation, even incorporating the shapes of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Using this chart to set up the formation would enhance its power beyond that of being above the Yellow River. Yun Shao's expression was complex, gathering in one place. The senior brother's mastery of formation paths was far beyond her own. Qi Jingzi, I understand the senior brother's intention now. Yun Shao bowed towards the 33 heavens, then looked at Mithria and others with a gaze filled with killing intent, her voice icy. Sister, San, set up the formation. Form the formation. Form the formation. Roars echoed across the western realm, drawing the astonished gazes of numerous mighty cultivators. The 28 lunar mansions moved first. A celestial scroll unfurled from their hands and soared into the heavens. Though it was broad daylight, the stars of the firmament descended streams of stellar energy. 28 radiant pillars of light blazed forth, each anchored at one of the 4 cardinal directions. The Star Lords stood upon the scroll in midair, clad in armor forged from starlight and gripping miniature banners. Mithria and his companions recoiled in shock as the grand formation coalesced, while the Golden Lotus Treasure Pagoda radiated boundless golden light, tightening its defensive aura. Above them, the sky transformed into a boundless ocean of stars. The azure dragon of the east surged through clouds, exhaling emerald mist. The white tiger of the west howled at the moon, freezing the air with frost. The vermilion bird of the south incinerated the heavens, setting the plains ablaze. The black tortoise of the north stilled the seas and sank into the abyssal depths. The four celestial emblems soared high into the clouds above and rooted deep into the earth's veins below. Within the swirling star mist, billions of stellar Tao patterns shimmered into view, spiritual energy throughout heaven and earth condensed into luminous stellar currents. The sun and moon dimmed, and the entire firmament resonated in unison. The 10 ultimate formations, activate. 10 voices rang out as one. Qinhuan, Zhao Jiang, Bai Li and others raised their divine treasures, which blazed with sacred radiance. They were no longer the cultivators of the Fengshen era. The three leading figures had attained the early stage of quasi-sagehood, while the rest had reached the great Luo realm. 10 colossal formations erupted from the ground, encircling Mithriya and his companions. As the 10 heavenly lords altered their hand seals, the 10 ultimate formations began to constrict, crushing the Western sect disciples' space for survival. An oppressive force spread outward, accompanied by swirling gray chi that sent Mithriya reeling in alarm. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Mithriya whirled around, only to witness a Western sect disciple at the perfected immortal realm dissolve instantly under that gray current. His voice trembled, chaotic chi. The 10 heavenly lords gazed coldly upon them, silent and unmoving. Meanwhile, the Yuqing sect disciples holding the formation's anchor revealed their divine treasures, poised and waiting for the decisive moment. Neither heaven nor earth shall offer you escape. Kong Xian sneered faintly. His 5-colored divine light retracted, and the 5 primordial banners floated serenely behind him. With Mithriya and his followers fully ensnared, further resistance from Kong Xian was no longer necessary. I beg Senior Aunt Yunxiao to intervene. Kong Xian bowed deeply. These 3 had been deliberately held in reserve, surely Master's own arrangement, and thus he needed only to await the perfect opening. He cast forth the 5 banners. Behind him, a 5-element world manifested, a realm suffused with silvery luminescence stabilized by the law of emptiness. Each banner settled into its ordained position, and the 5-colored divine light swept downward, leaving not a trace of spiritual energy in the void. Wood entwines, fire consumes, earth anchors, metal severs, water seals. 5 elements cycling endlessly, generating life without cessation. Kong Xian glanced back in quiet astonishment. No wonder Master had hailed Senior Aunt Yunxiao as the preeminent formation master of the Jie sect. She had perceived the profound essence of his 5-element world at a single glance. Yet after integrating the law of space, this 5-element realm had become utterly distinct from ordinary 5-element formations. Yunxiao's expression hardened as she watched Mithriya and his companions raise the Golden Lotus Treasure Pagoda in desperate resistance. She drew a slow, deep breath. Truly a Taotainment treasure of a sage imbued with sacred power itself. Even 2 such overwhelming formations could not breach its defense. Senior Nephew Kong Xian, create our opportunity, Yunxiao declared. Kong Xian nodded, then hurled forth the 9-bend Yellow River formation. A streak of golden radiance descended from her auspicious cloud. Mithriya and his companions vanished instantly into the array. Yellow mist roiled across the heavens like primordial chaos at creation's dawn. Turbid waves of primal essence surged skyward, their thunderous roar reverberating through the 9 heavens. A vast meandering river of turbid yellow stretched across the void, its 9 bends forming an endless interlocking loop, its head and tail lost beyond sight, as if the Milky Way itself had inverted and poured downward. The 8 trigrams and 9 palaces manifested simultaneously. The golden serpent scissors concealed themselves among 9 yellow dragons, their sword light flashed forth, but all were blocked by Mithriya. The Western sect disciples joined forces, channeling their full cultivation power into the Golden Lotus Treasure Pagoda for defense. Even with 3 grand formations converging their might, they still failed to shatter its invincible barrier. Chisangzi watched grimly. Indeed, beneath the sages all were but insignificant insects. Their assembly represented the absolute pinnacle of non-Zij cultivators. Yet even this gathering could not overcome a single sacred treasure. Far away, a master and his 4 disciples watched with lingering dread. Not a single cultivator present was inferior to them in cultivation. Yang Jian sighed. Had my uncle not bestowed the Haoyan Pagoda upon us, we too would have been trapped within that formation. Wukong's eyes flickered thoughtfully. He remained silent. Though his causal ring proved insufficient against the Golden Lotus Treasure Pagoda, the cycle lotus of the Father Sage still rested within his sea of consciousness. In direst need it would ensure their escape. Yet he now grasped truly the magnitude of a sage's power. Not even their sacred artifacts could be subdued by these senior uncles. Senior Nephew Kong Xian, intervene now. A flash of icy light flared in Yunxiao's eyes as she urgently commanded. Kong Xian inclined his head. His 5-element realm contracted steadily, shrinking into a sphere no larger than a clenched fist, within which the 5 elemental energies pulsed eternally. Verdant crimson, saffron white, and obsidian lights rotated ceaselessly, while arcs of five-colored lightning danced across its surface, radiating crushing pressure that split the void itself into jagged fissures. Five-element rotation, heaven and earth annihilated. Go! Kongxian hurled the five-hued orb forward. Along its path the void blackened, a trail where space itself was being devoured. Infuse chaotic chi. Infuse stellar energy of the firmament. Seizing the moment, the 10 heavenly lords and the 28 lunar mansions channeled their formation's power into the orb. Tao patterns interwove across its surface, spiritual energy across heaven and earth was drained utterly. A weighty, transcendent pressure emanated, utterly unlike that of any quasi-sage. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted. Five-colored light burst wildly within the formation, but the stellar constellation formation and the 10 ultimate formations suppressed every ripple, containing all energy inward. Mithriya and his companions, bearing the full impact of the five-element realm, spat blood in unison. The Golden Lotus Treasure Pagoda clattered helplessly to the ground, and they collapsed motionless. Ha 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 ha! I have succeeded. Kongxian threw back his head in wild, triumphant laughter. A profound Tao resonance shimmered about him, though his face was ashen and his cultivation energy utterly spent. So much so that he could barely remain upright. No one in the Honghuang world dared underestimate him. That was the Golden Lotus Treasure Pagoda, the Tao attainment artifact of a sage, nearly equivalent to half a sage's own being. Beneath the sages, all were insects. Since the lectures at Xixiao Palace, this immutable law had never been broken. Yet today Kongxian had shattered it. Though aided by formations and supported by two other supreme arrays, the ancient taboo of the sage's invincibility had finally fallen. On Mount Sumeru, a sudden surge of sacred energy rose. Everyone knew the sage Jane had manifested. Scree! A piercing cry rent the heavens. A golden streak blazed across the sky. The golden-armored, golden-haired man appeared instantly beside Kongxian. True to his title as the swiftest being in the Honghuang, he swept his heaven-defying halberd toward Mount Sumeru, his gaze fierce and defiant. Kongxian closed his eyes. Five-elemental energy coursed through his body. Suddenly something descended from his spiritual core. His kindness and malevolence avatars emerged. The Golden Peng's eyes gleamed with delight as Kongxian's aura surged violently. Silence fell over the entire Honghuang. Was he about to sever an avatar? Space rippled soundlessly, then swallowed Kongxian whole. When onlookers blinked, he had vanished without a trace. All understood a sage had intervened. The Golden Peng gazed coldly toward the west, then turned and bowed respectfully. The sacred treasure is broken. Please, Senior Aunt, step forward. Yinxiao nodded. Icy light flared in her eyes as she infused her cultivation energy into the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. 10,000 golden rays erupted, auspicious clouds billowed in thousands of layers, while the golden serpent scissors coiled above and below their twin serpents entwined, cleaving the void with razor-sharp radiance. The entire formation flowed, eternally cycling without end, like the yellow river in full flood, surging without pause. 9 colossal dragons formed from turbid river waters and thick with silt lunged forward with terrifying ferocity toward Mithriya and his companions. Rays of divine light crisscrossed as 9 golden dragons of the Yellow River roared down upon the disciples of the Western sect, carrying the mystic pills, the closing mist, the enchanting wind, and the sealing technique. Within the great formation, chilling winds howled, and black mist enveloped the area, rendering everyone speechless. All the disciples of the Western sect had been buried beneath the yellow sand. Xiao watched the clouds with uncertainty in her eyes. They were just a step away, but these were, after all, the disciples of saints. Yinxiao lowered her phoenix eyes and commanded, "You all step back." "Sister." Xiao and Bai Xiao shook their heads resolutely. They understood that their eldest sister intended to act alone, but they were 3 sisters, and they must bear their burdens together. Yinxiao spoke in a deep voice, "Step back. The senior brother has given his orders. This matter will be handled by me. Do you dare disobey?" Upon hearing this, even with all her thoughts, Xiao could not voice them. Yinxiao took a deep breath and bowed towards Mount Shumi. "Two uncles, I am not here today for personal revenge. The journey west is fraught with 81 trials, which is decreed by heaven, and you too have already acknowledged it. The matter concerning Tang San's journey west is of great importance. It is a task for our sect's disciples to handle. Whatever I do today, I will bear it alone, and it has nothing to do with my brothers and my 2 sisters. I ask all fellow Taoists to witness this." The void fell into silence, and the expressions of Jane and Junti were inscrutable. The other great beings did not dare to respond except for Jingzi, who frowned and said, "Junior sister, this is a matter of our 3 sects, and naturally we share it together." Xiao's brows were soft, but she shook her head. Standing tall, she declared with pride, "I am troubling you all, brothers. I will take full responsibility for this matter as a way to repay the kindness of my senior brother from years past. Do you insist on this? A voice came from Mount Shumi. You have already won, why must you strike so harshly? Yun Xiao seemed not to hear as a ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. She changed her hand seal and commanded go. Countless rays of divine light erupted accompanied by cries of despair. The yellow sand scattered, and those within the formation, including Mithriya, were painfully awakened, rolling about and wailing, my cultivation. Why have I lost my powers? What about the laws? The disciples of the three sects were horrified, looking in disbelief at Yun Xiao, while Qi Jingzi and the others of the Chan sect closed their eyes. The Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Losing the essence of immortals, dissipating the souls of immortals, trapping the forms of immortals, diminishing the vitality of immortals, losing the original state of the gods and immortals, and damaging their bodies. Initially, the senior brother had brought them into this formation. They had only heard the last trump card mentioned by their senior brother, but had never felt it themselves. Today, however, they witnessed it firsthand. Over 100 disciples of the Western sect had all their cultivation turned to ash, directly becoming mortals. Except for the previous battle of sealing the gods, today was even more tragic. Boom! Two beams of light shot up from Mount Shumi, and the pressure of the saints spread forth. The expressions of the crowd began to change. Could it be that the saints were about to take action? Good. Jane Furious laughed, instead his gaze fixed on Yun Xiao, making her shudder. To raise the cultivation of these disciples, they had nearly drained the fortune of the Western sect, even sacrificing the 12-grade merit Golden Lotus to create a false appearance of prosperity. But now all of it was in vain. Jane could sense that the fortune of the Western sect was beginning to dissipate, and even the cultivation of the likes of the Medicine Master and Deshir Ji was starting to falter. More importantly, Mithriya, their eldest disciple of the Western sect, had become immortal without an ounce of cultivation. The Western sect did not possess the 9 transformations golden core, meaning Mithriya and the others would have to start cultivating from scratch. No, even when Mithriya transformed, it was not beneath the realm of immortals. Yun Xiao raised her head, her eyes devoid of fear. She calmly stated, the 2 uncles are for the Western sect, and I am for the GS sect, and my senior brother. Zunti's eyes showed sorrow and rage. The entire Western land began to stir with spiritual energy, a terrifying pressure enveloping everyone's hearts. He looked at Yun Xiao as if seeing a dead person and was about to step out of Mount Shumi, but Jane blocked him. Senior brother. Zunti roared. Hold on. Jane spat out a word with red eyes. He looked at Yun Xiao, his expression calming. This trial has passed. You all may leave. In the future, let Mithriya come and seek your guidance. Yun Xiao found it somewhat amusing, for she actually laughed out loud. Never before had she so vividly felt the disparity between the saints, even though she had yet to attain the Tao. The senior brother had calculated everything so clearly. Did these two really think it would end here? With all the named disciples from the 3 sects present, what did this count as? A display of the 3 sects' strength to the people of the wilderness. Jane frowned. Nephew, you have reason and evidence in line with the heavenly principles. I will not pursue this, but at this moment are you mocking us, the heavenly saints? Then I have just reason to invite you to Mount Shumi for a seat. Yun Xiao stopped her laughter and composed herself. I only find it laughable. Do you two really believe that simply diminishing Mithriya's cultivation would allow me to bear this matter alone? Jia Yun's brow twitched violently, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. You dare? Yun Xiao nodded firmly. I dare. Stop! Zhuanti roared, stepping out of Mount Shumi. The disciples of the 3 sects moved forward in unison. The formation began to rotate again, as Yun Xiao had already taken on this matter, and what they needed to do was buy her time. Moreover, they were all core disciples of the Tao sect, and the 2 of them did not dare to directly slaughter them. We respectfully invite the senior brother to descend. Qi Jingzi shook his head, bowing deeply. A ray of light emerged from him, and a seal slowly floated out from his sea of consciousness. The small seal was a clear, glazed golden color, radiant and transparent, resembling the first ray of light when the heavens and earth opened. It was inscribed with complex, innate, brilliant runes, and as the runes flowed, rays of primordial brilliance emerged. Yet the bottom of the seal was pitch black, light and darkness, rotating the cycle of day and night in the Western land, continuously transformed. The radiant seal. Zhuanti finally halted, looking at the seal with a reluctant expression. This was the proof of Guangchengzi's Tao attainment, and just under the pressure of the treasure, he could not take a step forward, even straightening his waist. Had the gap between them grown so vast? As they saw the radiant seal appear, all the disciples collectively sighed in relief. It turned out that the senior brother had been watching over them all along. Buzz! The radiant seal gently trembled, and a slender golden dragon of fortune rose from Mount Shumi. Everyone was astonished. How could the fortune of a great sect with 2 saints be so weak? As they watched the threads of fortune drifting from Mithriya and the others the celestial beings' gazes flickered. So that was it. The radiant seal floated in the void watching as the fortune returned. It gently landed upon the golden dragon of fortune, sealing it. Jane and Zundi's expressions changed drastically. They had lost contact with the fortune of the Western sect and could no longer manipulate it. On Mount Shumi, the radiant seal suppressed everything. Yun Xiao bowed to it, and the golden flood dragon flew out from her sleeve, transforming into two dragons that charged towards Mithria and the others. Wait! A familiar voice rang out as a golden staff flew straight and embedding itself into the great. Brother Cultivator, have you forgotten Master's injunction? Jin Peng frowned as the golden hooped staff hurtled toward him, raising his heaven-defying halberd across Sun Wukong's path to bar his entry into the formation. He stood as the vanguard for the celestial immortals. Besides Kong Xian, who had mastered the spatial Dao, none possessed greater speed to render timely it, and moreover he bore upon his person a supreme treasure. This tribulation nears its end once elder sister Yun Xiao slays them, the calamity shall be deemed surmounted. Master, moved by compassion for his youngest disciple, forbade him from involvement. Surely because those two are celestial Dao saints, so long as the celestial Dao endures they cannot perish. Today elder sister Yun Xiao takes action, and thus their gaze falls solely upon her. She discerned this truth clearly and therefore shouldered the burden alone, and besides having already stripped Mithria and the others of their cultivation, she had already incurred their bitter enmity. Should Sun Wukong intervene now, that hatred will inevitably shift onto him. Jin Peng well understood how precious the youngest disciple was to Master, and should any misfortune befall him, tranquility would vanish from the entire Honghuang realm. Senior brother, I understand. Wukong gazed calmly into the void where the celestial immortals hovered. His elder uncles all gathered for this tribulation. He knew this crisis bore Father Saint's subtle orchestration, yet it was unjust to demand others pay the price for his sake. Father Saint, might this child resolve the matter himself? Sun Wukong bowed deeply before the radiant seal. The immortals watched in inscrutable silence. Yun Xiao pressed her lips together. Having received the 9-bend Yellow River chart, she had already grasped elder brother's intent. Yet this young junior nephew stepped forward voluntarily to assume responsibility. Within the Milky Palace, Guangchengzi lowered his eyes in silence. He wished not for Wukong to entangle himself in such affairs. His son ought to cultivate peacefully under his protection, ascending steadily to sagehood. Why does senior not counsel this humble Taoist? Guangchengzi turned his gaze toward Yang Mei, who sat with eyes closed in tranquil repose, his voice calm. Yang Mei opened his eyes. This old Taoist could indeed advise you to let Sun Wukong test his resolve, but he is also your own son. Between his Dao path and his safety, the choice rests solely with you. Only when your heart is resolved may you shape his destiny. Guangchengzi gave a faint wry smile. Throughout my life I have wielded decisive sword and axe. Yet before Wukong, hesitation has visited me time and again. I wished only to shield him from suffering. Yet the child has grown. Has my overprotection itself become a burden to him? I beg Father Saint's permission. This child is the guardian of the Western journey, the great sage equal to heaven. No one else need shoulder guilt in his stead. Sun Wukong remained deeply bowed. So many demons perished along this Western path. What difference do these few make? Even if they are disciples of saints, must they not die? Wukong lifted his head, his gaze cold upon the fallen Mithria and his companions. Riguang and Yueguang are already dead. Since Mithria dared obstruct this sacred path, he must bear the consequences. His words stirred turbulent emotions among Qi Jingzi and the others, who gazed upon this junior nephew with complex expressions, still so young. His pure, unblemished heart had been sheltered too thoroughly by elder brother. Such is the injustice of the Honghuang realm. Disciples of saints are simply forbidden to die. Save for elder brother, none dare slay a saint's disciple. Now, would they witness another? Elder uncle, this disciple requests to accompany elder brother. Yang Jian stepped away from Tang Sanzang and stood shoulder to shoulder with Sun Wukong. This disciple likewise pledges allegiance. Nez's heaven-confounding silk ribbon fluttered as he advanced one step. Tang Sanzang raised his voice. Boundless heaven venerable, I humbly request your venerable permission. I offer my cultivation as a golden immortal sovereign to aid these three disciples. Clutching his 9-earing monk's staff, its rhythmic clatter resonated deep within the hearts of all Honghuang immortals. Senior brother Duobao, Xiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao whispered softly, yet their eyes lingered on Tang Sanzang. Yun Xiao's own eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Zhao Gongming approached the three sisters of the clouds, holding aloft his void wind banner, his voice gentle. Sisters, fear not. I shall protect you. Qi Jingzi sighed deeply and bowed toward the radiant seal. Elder brother, this younger brother wishes to join the endeavor. What is the Western teaching but another sect? To offend it is no great peril. All are disciples of saints. Why should we tremble? Why must elder sister Yunxiao stand alone at the forefront contending with our junior nephew for this burden? The other golden immortals of the Chan sect and disciples of the Jie sect likewise bowed. This humble Taoist pledges to join the endeavor. Xian Du chuckled softly. For the sake of humanity, this younger brother too must act. After a long, profound silence, the radiant seal trembled faintly, and Guangchengzi's resigned laughter echoed forth. Enough, enough. This is precisely how the disciples of our three sects ought to be. However, Wukong, you erred in one statement. I beg Father Saint's guidance. It is not that disciples of saints may not die. It is that disciples of our three sects must not die. Guangchengzi's voice carried icy severity. Within the Honghuang realm, none who dares raise a hand against our three sects' disciples without my explicit consent shall escape, regretting their very birth. His voice emanating from the radiant seal reverberated across the Honghuang realm. Countless cultivators bowed their heads, uttering not a single word in defiance. Yet all oppressive force converged upon Mount Sumeru, where Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti paled, their faces twisted in terror as they stared at the radiant seal. No, you cannot. Mithriya and the others have already lost their cultivation. Zhuan Ti trembled violently. He had divined what this madman intended. Was it not forced upon us by elder sisters? Guangchengzi's voice was glacial. Originally I intended merely to grant them rebirth, but the two elder sisters schemed covertly behind my back. That truly displeased me. Zhuan Ti's lips quivered, his voice seething with resentment. Shall we then surrender helplessly? You may resist, Guangchengzi replied, smiling faintly in surprise. But should resistance fail, you must pay the price. Wukong, you may proceed. We obey the command of Father Saint, elder brother, elder uncle, heaven venerable. Voices rang out in unison. Sun Wukong raised the golden hooped staff high, then brought it down toward the utterly powerless Mithriya. Sun Wukong, think carefully. He is the chief disciple of our Western teaching. Zhuan Ti's voice pierced the air, shrill, desperate. Esteemed saint, I am certain I require no counsel, no instruction, no reprimand. As Wukong spoke, a flash of ruthless ferocity flared in his eyes, and the golden hooped staff descended with absolute, unwavering finality. Boom! Powerless Mithriya exploded instantly, flesh and blood scattering across the ground. The other immortals struck without delay. Once the initial chaos subsided, only trembling nascent souls floated within the formation, paralyzed by terror. Enough! Enough! Zhuan Ti collapsed, inwardly staring at the radiant seal in utter despair. Grant them rebirth. Kill, Guangchengzi uttered, just one word. Without hesitation, the celestial immortals unleashed their might. The void Bishi wind surged. 10,000 sword-light beams slashed downward. Stellar energy descended like colossal pillars. Red sand swirled fiercely. After several devastating strikes, the formation lay utterly desolate. Only a few primordial spirit treasures remained, glowing with divine radiance. Tang Sanzang gazed upon his nine-ring monk's staff, unsullied by blood, and smiled gently as he bowed. Many thanks to all the Tao lords for your timely aid. Wukong, accompanied by Yang Jian and Neza, likewise bowed deeply. Indeed, it was these elder uncles who had rescued them. Yunxiao and the others offered slight respectful bows, not daring to accept Tang Sanzang's full salutation. This artifact. Qi Jingzi pointed hesitantly toward the venerable Jie Yin's treasure pagoda, now stained with Mithriya's blood, and Flesh's expression torn as to how best to proceed. Junior brother, use your causal ring. Jin Peng had intended to produce another supreme treasure, but his ears twitched slightly as he turned his gaze toward Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Wukong tore the causal ring from his neck and hurled it toward the treasure pagoda. A cascade of causal nets descended, wrapping it layer upon layer in inescapable binding. A golden ray shot forth from the radiant seal, sealing the artifact instantly. Jie Yin choked forth a mouthful of blood. He could no longer sense his own treasure pagoda. Zhuan Ti wore an expression of profound sorrow. Both brothers had lost their Dao-attaining spirit treasures. Yet he failed to notice the fleeting, barely perceptible glint of satisfaction that flickered across Jie Yin's eyes. The radiant seal flashed once, and all immortals vanished. Tang Sanzang and his 4 disciples resumed their western journey, while the Honghuang realm erupted into turmoil. In the Mi Luo Palace. Please forgive me, senior brother. Yun Xiao bowed, as this matter was originally supposed to be resolved by her alone, yet Wukong the disciple ultimately intervened. No matter how the process unfolded, the outcome was ultimately less than perfect. Senior brother, we are willing to share the responsibility together. Qi Jingzi also bowed, acknowledging that since the deed was done, there was no need for Sister Yun Xiao to bear the burden alone. The other disciples were also unworthy of bowing. Guangchengzi's expression was complex. He had not expected the situation to turn out this way. Even if Yun Xiao had single-handedly slain Mi Lu and the others, he could have protected her. As for Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, he had his own ways to deal with them. However, he did not expect that a single battle would unite the disciples of the three teachings in such a manner, a sight that had not been seen even during their cultivation in Kunlun. This matter ends here. You have all done well. Guangchengzi said, emotions swirling in his eyes, but his face bore a smile. You all care for your fellow disciples. Oh, what reason do I have to blame you? Even if the three masters were to learn of this, they would commend you. As disciples of the Tao sect, this is how it should be. Since Mi Lu and the others have perished, this matter concludes here. You only need to wait until the journey to the west is finished, accumulate merit, and break through your realms. As for Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti, you need not worry about their actions. I will handle everything. Yun Xiao let out a long breath, with her senior brother saying, so she felt much more at ease. She was certain that the two people she hated the most were her senior brother first, and Wukong second, while she herself ranked third. Thank you for your protection, senior brother. The other immortals bowed. Guangchengzi smiled. You may go now. Watching everyone leave, Jin Peng raised a purple golden measuring rod high, and asked, Master, why did you not allow your disciple to retrieve the Jieyin treasure, while letting the junior disciple handle it? After the great battle, he had intended to reclaim it, but when Master suddenly transmitted a message, he let Wukong use the causality ring to collect it. After all, that was a divine treasure of a saint, and leaving it with the junior disciple was far too dangerous. Guangchengzi chuckled. Wukong's collection serves its purpose. Do you think I wouldn't see Jieyin attempting a covert strike? The gap between us is beyond his imagination. Looking at the pair of master and disciple in silence, he said, You truly strike at the heart of the matter. Who told them to make their little moves first? Guangchengzi's expression turned cold. I previously advised Yun Xiao to let them reincarnate. After all, they were once benefactors of humanity. However, they must not touch the fortunes of the Western teachings. Sighing, Yang Mei remarked, It's a pity for Jieyin's earnest efforts. He could see through the items within the Jieyin treasure. Previously, Zhuan-Ti had been aggressive on Shumi Mountain, while Jieyin remained silent, but was also scheming. Guangchengzi smiled slightly, and listened as Yang Mei continued. After all, those two are saints of the heavenly Tao. You wouldn't truly want to kill them, would you? Looking at the green light appearing in his palm, the fragrance of the blue lotus filled the entire Mi Luo palace. Jin Peng stared, in awe, feeling his cultivation increasing. Yang Mei glanced sideways. That divine light of yours can indeed sever that connection, but the current heavenly Tao will not agree unless Hongjun Master helps suppress them. Guangchengzi cheerfully replied. Indeed, I can also lend a hand, but the consequence will be being expelled from the Honghuang realm by the heavenly Tao. Yang Mei laughed, nodding. Guangchengzi acknowledged that Yang Mei indeed possessed this ability. If he truly acted, it would undoubtedly provoke the heavenly Tao. As the master of space, he could naturally escape, but he would likely never step foot in the Honghuang realm again. Thus I will handle this matter, Guangchengzi said calmly. I will not allow them the opportunity to threaten my Tao sect disciples, moreover Zhuan-Ti. He smiled, but did not elaborate, prompting Yang Mei to roll his eyes. Guangchengzi chuckled. That guy had always been restless, deliberately provoking him. He had guessed some of his intentions, but he was not so easily used. They would just have to taste the consequences when the time came. Master, my brother. Jin Peng handed over the Hongmeng measuring rod, but Yang Mei intercepted it to play with it. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze and sighed. No need to worry, Kong Xian is currently breaking through, and once he emerges it will be the three-corpse Zhuansheng. Jin Peng's face lit up with joy. It seemed true. He raised his head, puzzled. The disciple has already slain the evil corpse. Although my cultivation may not be on par with my brother, who is at the peak of Zhuansheng, I am also at a later stage. Yet I have no sense of my obsessions. How could my brother break through after such a fierce battle? Looking at the eagerness in his eyes, Guangchengzi took a deep breath. This guy was definitely thinking of battles, and believed that if Kong Xian could slay the corpse through combat, he could too. Speaking of which, I also experienced a fierce battle on the Wuyao battlefield when I severed the evil corpse. It won't help even if you think about it. Guangchengzi glared at Jin Peng and explained, Kong Xian's breakthrough was due to his understanding of his own obsession. If you do not comprehend your obsession, it won't matter how many battles you engage in. Jin Peng let out a disappointed ah. What exactly was his obsession? After all these years, he had no clue and truly wished he could sever it immediately and give that guy a beating. Then what is my brother's obsession? Jin Peng forced himself to perk up and asked. Yang Mei, who was examining the Hongmeng measuring rod, turned to Guangchengzi and sighed. Blue emerges from blue. Guangchengzi smiled and looked at Jin Peng. Why did you and Kong Xian choose to be my disciples back then? Jin Peng answered without hesitation. The first person we saw after coming into the world was Master. Moreover, before we emerged, Master took care of us, providing us with everything from the 5 elemental energies to the yin-yang energies. In our eyes, Master is the closest and the strongest. Guangchengzi stroked his chin, but at that time your 3 masters had a higher realm than I did. It was Jin Peng shook his head. We heard about our master's achievements, but Master grew step by step, and both my brother and I witnessed it. We all hope to achieve the same as Master, attaining the Tao of the primordial chaos and becoming a golden immortal of the great Luo. Guangchengzi chuckled. This is the reason Kong Xian can understand his obsession. He wants to surpass his master. Jin Peng was taken aback, his expression full of disbelief. Surpassing Master? That seemed too difficult. After all, this Master had created countless miracles since they became his disciples, helping the Earth Mother ancestor, which opened up the underworld, allowing the Earth Path to emerge, stopping the demon realm from destroying the Buzhou Mountain and annihilating the demon clan, establishing humanity, teaching Xuanyuan to attain sagehood, and awakening the human way, erasing the dimensions of Honghuang, and founding the Tao sect. Wait, it seems something strange has crept in there. Every single feat, if accomplished, would be enough to achieve extraordinary accomplishments, yet Master completed them all. How could such a monstrous Master have a brother who thinks of surpassing him? Truly worthy of being his brother. Guangchengzi looked at Jin Peng with a smile that was not quite a smile. This guy had been thinking about matters regarding him after not being beaten for 3 days. What are you thinking about? Jin Peng came back to his senses, cleared his throat, and said, Disciple thinks that surpassing Master would never be my obsession. Haha, my friend, your disciple is truly interesting. Yang Mei laughed heartily. Guangchengzi shot Jin Peng a disapproving glance. You have some potential, right? Jin Peng nodded obediently, not daring to raise his head, realizing he could no longer indulge in fanciful thoughts in front of his master. Guangchengzi let out a light snort, and Jin Peng immediately reined in his thoughts, beginning to meditate in silence. This matter is not as difficult as you think. Kong Xian does not aim to completely surpass me. In your eyes I am a peak. Does Kong Xian only gaze at the mountaintop? Now he is on the verge of breaking through to the 9th layer of Hunyuan. If Kong Xian only focuses on this point, he will never cut through his obsessions. Jin Peng seemed to understand vaguely, and Guangchengzi continued to explain, there are some things I've never done, but in the eyes of the beings of the primordial chaos, it is possible that even I could not achieve it, and Kong Xian would think the same. But he has directly accomplished it, thus his mind can relax, and the obsessions will naturally dissipate. Does Master mean to resist the saints? Jin Peng murmured. Guangchengzi nodded. Indeed, the treasure of guidance for the saints is a spiritual treasure for proving the Tao. One could say it is invincible beneath the saints. Kong Xian broke through its defenses with the realm of the 5 elements. Even if there are 2 great formations enhancing it, that is still a testament to his skill. This is something I have not accomplished, but in Kong Xian's heart his realm of the 5 elements represents the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Jin Peng silently pondered. The saints are the apex recognized by the creatures of primordial chaos, and all beneath them are like ants. Only a saint can contend with another saint, yet his elder brother has shattered the saint's spiritual treasure with the body of a quasi-saint. In today's primordial chaos, his elder brother is indeed the foremost among the quasi-saints. Master, at the time when you were at my elder brother's level, were you confident in breaking the treasure of guidance? Jin Peng raised his head, somewhat curious. Yang Mei also looked over, intrigued. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment and replied, difficult. Difficult? Yang Mei frowned, saying, can it or not? Guangchengzi turned his head. Kong Xian can break the treasure of guidance relying on the realm of the 5 elements. You should understand what this means. Yang Mei paused, his lips trembling slightly. Indeed, I neglected this point. That little girl Yunxiao has a too shallow understanding of the realm of the 5 elements. Kong Xian has integrated the spatial laws into it, creating a self-contained realm. If it entraps someone, it leads to temporal chaos, with each step a tribulation. Senior, you have keen insight. Guangchengzi smiled. With my guidance, Kong Xian early on combined the spatial laws with the laws of the 5 elements, forming the realm of the 5 elements. Furthermore, he pursues the ultimate lethality. With one strike, its power should not be underestimated. While I had comprehended the laws of darkness and combined them with light, I was more focused on the path of evolution. Later, with the guidance of my seniors, I proved the Tao of space, which led to the formation of the true realm of light and darkness, and I imparted this concept to Kong Xian. Yang Mei looked up at the layer of the world on the membrane of heaven and earth, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, the paths you two master and disciple walk are indeed different. I am the one who creates through evolution and then proceeds to destruction. The world turns within light and darkness. Guangchengzi's body shimmered with intertwining gold and black, allowing Jin Peng to see more clearly, but Kong Xian now seeks ultimate destruction, aiming to surpass his master. Disciple understands. Jin Peng's expression was excited. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Guangchengzi nodded. As long as you understand, it is worth my teaching. The yin and yang energies flowed around Jin Peng, and the laws of gold manifested, surging upwards with powerful destructive force. Indeed, this journey to the west has concluded, and you will be able to break through smoothly. Thank you, Master. Jin Peng smiled. If it weren't for Master, I would probably have to follow my elder brother's footsteps, wandering into the wrong path. He is most aware of Kong Xian's strength. His elder brother has always been the towering mountain over him. He never thought about competing with him, but with Kong Xian cutting through his obsessions, Jin Peng would start to wonder whether his own obsessions had anything to do with his elder brother, which undoubtedly would lead to a lower level of understanding. Now he has gained some insight. His path is different from his elder brother's. He does not need to combine the power of the laws, such as he has never comprehended the spatial laws. After the journey to the west, it will be the time for him to break through to the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm. His obsessions have begun taking shape. He is himself not the second Kong Xian. Once my elder brother proves the Tao, I will be the first among the Quasi-Saints. Jin Peng raised his head, filled with ambition. Guangchengzi smiled, truly worthy of being my disciple. Yang Mai's eyes sparkled with interest. Your choice of disciples is truly commendable. Senior is too kind. Guangchengzi humbly smiled. I merely teach them about the corpse of obsession. Ultimately, they must rely on their own enlightenment. Yang Mei sighed, deeply smiling wryly. That old fellow Hongjun indeed makes me envious. The power of the method of cutting the three corpses had astonished him back then, but the corpse of obsession made him hesitant. He initially thought of proving the Tao through strength, however, finding it difficult to cut the obsessions, he ultimately abandoned that method. Unexpectedly, several of Hongjun's direct disciples have cut through the three corpses, and Guangchengzi, a disciple of the next generation, has also cut through his obsessions. Now yet another generation is beginning to cut through their obsessions, and some have gained insight into their obsessions. Is this the protection of Pangu's legacy, or is it that the immortal path should flourish in this way? Next time you should take these two to Xixiao Palace. Old Hongjun will surely be willing to part with some treasures. Yang Mei gritted his teeth, finding it enviable, and thinking then you should bleed a bit more. Guangchengzi was amused, intending to agree, but shook his head. There should be no spiritual treasures left with my master ancestor, let alone the treasures of Yin and Yang and the five elements. What they lack now are suitable innate treasures, but the primordial chaos probably has none. There should be innate treasures, but he cannot expect to be idle. Yang Mei glared fiercely at Guangchengzi. Lend me the green lotus for a while. What does Senior want to do? Guangchengzi asked, puzzled, but still handed over the green lotus. Yang Mei grinned maliciously, waving his hand to open a spatial passage directly to Xixiao Palace. Old Hongjun, since Kong Xian and Jin Peng have both gained insight into their obsessions, you, the Grandmaster Ancestor, should also give some gifts. Take it and refine it well. Guangchengzi stared blankly at all this, dazedly asking, Senior, is this appropriate? Yang Mei responded cheerfully, haha, this is absolutely appropriate. Jin Peng looked at Guangchengzi. For help, Master, this Senior seems a bit mad. Enough. Guangchengzi smiled and shook his head. If you can cut through the three corpses, it would not be excessive for Hongjun to provide innate treasures. Compared to other beings of the immortal path, disciples who have cut through the three corpses are direct inheritors of Hongjun's Tao. Having successors, even if it is hard work, Hongjun would feel sweet in his heart. Indeed, the green lotus did not return, suggesting that Xixiao Palace has begun to act. Yang Mei let out a light snort. This green lotus is extraordinary, but you hold several innate treasures. Breaking through the treasure of guidance at the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm shouldn't be too difficult. Guangchengzi glared at Yang Mei with annoyance. I have not tried it, but if the Chaos Pearl is enhanced along with the God-slaying spear and the primordial measuring scale, it should be able to contend. Senior, do not forget the current Jian and Zhuanti are in a wounded state. These two had been injured by Xuanyuan and Chang'an, and he had also given a strike. A few years ago, Xuanyuan went to Shumi Mountain to slay the Void Store and gave them each a sword, and neither of them is at their peak condition. But that is still a saint. Yang Mei muttered. Jin Peng's face was filled with admiration. Both his master and elder brother are formidable. By the way, Master, Jin Peng suddenly spoke, you just said that elder brother pursues the ultimate destructive power. Will this cause imbalance and affect his future breakthroughs? Seeing the worried expression on Jin Peng's face, Guangchengzi shook his head and said, rest assured, if anything were to happen, I would have acted by now. Kong Xian specializes in the five elements laws. They can create and destroy. Once he attains enlightenment, he will understand what it means to be one with chaos and creation, which is the advantage of the five elements laws. Jin Peng let out a long breath, saying, it was my mistake to lose my composure. He had thought that his elder brother was pursuing ultimate destruction and would abandon the five elements laws. Guangchengzi smiled. Oh, concern often leads to confusion. The bond between these two brothers was always strong. Then I shall serve my master here. Jin Peng considered, looking into the water mirror. If little junior brother encounters any trouble, I can rush over immediately. Elder brother is in seclusion. For now, I am the fastest. Both master and this elder expert are well versed in spatial laws and can swiftly send me to help little junior brother. That works. Guangchengzi nodded. Although the western sect had quieted down, he still needed to keep an eye on Wukong. He glanced at the sun star and thought, never mind, Wukong's temperament is not stable enough. I'll let him off this time. In the water mirror Tang Shenzong and the four had already arrived at a new location. Master, there are quite a few cultivators here. Wukong looked at the bustling crowd, including Golden Immortal Dao cultivators among them, and couldn't help but exclaim, "We are truly getting closer to Mount Shumi." Tang Shenzong recited a mantra, his face also showing joy. Indeed, ever since we came from that fake Western heaven, we have encountered more and more Golden Immortal Dao cultivators. The four Golden Immortal sects are near Mount Shumi, but they have been suppressed by the Western sect, making it difficult to spread their teachings across the Western continent. Now that there are more like-minded individuals here, it clearly indicates that they are approaching the Western heaven. Let's go take a look. Yang Jian held the reins, saying, "The people here seem very happy. Could there be some..." Thunder rumbled. A loud clap of thunder echoed as rain poured down in a downpour. The four of them quickly sought shelter. Countless people emerged with pots and bowls to catch the rainwater. Wukong and the others exchanged glances, and soon a Golden Immortal Dao cultivator fell from a high platform, quickly caught by someone below. The heavy rain lasted for an hour before gradually stopping. A golden light appeared, and the rain did not touch Wukong's skin as he clasped his hands towards Tang Shenzong, saying, "Master, I have found out everything clearly." Tang Shenzong nodded. Yang Jian pushed a cup of tea towards him, and Wukong looked at him in confusion. "Why are you looking at me like that, senior brother?" Yang Jian looked puzzled. "This matter does indeed relate to you." Wukong drank the tea and signaled Yang Jian to refill it. "Moi." Neza jumped to the side, saying, "This is our first time here. How does it relate to second brother?" Wukong sighed and looked at Tang Shenzong. "Master, this place is called Fengxian County, and the deities and dragon clan here have been ordered to ignore the rainwater." "What?" Tang Shenzong was shocked, standing up. Humans can naturally rely on heaven for sustenance, but when the human emperor unified the tribes, the dragon clan had already submitted, and the rivers and lakes of the wild were managed by the dragon clan. The matter of rain for humans was also entrusted to the dragon clan. Moreover, the heavenly court has many deities who oversee the climate of the wild. If Wukong says that the deities and dragon clan have been ordered not to bring rain, isn't that forsaking the human clan here? Is it true that Huayun Cave has not responded? Tang Shenzong frowned, and suddenly realized that this is the Western lands where the Western sect had previously enforced strict control. Perhaps Huayun Cave was powerless to intervene. Yang Jian had a bad premonition. The only ones who could command the deities and dragon kings were the Western sect. Wukong scratched his cheek and continued, "Speaking of which, this is all a scheme of the Western sect. Previously the Western sect preached here, demanding everyone to adhere to the Western sect, but later the four Golden Immortal sects were established and reclaimed some nations from the Western sect. However, when the Western sect's disciples withdrew, they angered the county governor, causing him to smash the Jade Emperor's offering table, even destroying the Dragon King's temple, leading all the deities here to leave. Only the Golden Immortal Dao cultivators remained to make up for it, and that heavy rain was their request. However, the most powerful among them is only at the celestial immortal level, and after one heavy rain, they exhausted all their magical energy." Wuliang Tianzuan. Tang Shenzong's expression was filled with compassion, not knowing who to blame at that. The Heavenly Emperor governs the three realms, and is a respected sage. Smashing the sage's offering table is equivalent to smashing his face. However, punishing the withdrawal of the deities is a matter that Huayun Cave cannot speak much about. Yang Jian felt a bit awkward. After all, the Heavenly Emperor is his uncle. What about those Western sect disciples? Neza asked, his eyes darting. Although the actions were done by the county governor, it was still instigated by the Western sect. Wukong chuckled. After the county governor overturned the offering table, those few departing Western sect disciples were struck dead by a few bolts of lightning. Well done. Yang Jian praised, knowing it was certainly the work of his uncle. So this place can only rely on the Golden Immortal Dao cultivators to summon rain. Tang Shenzong frowned. No wonder the human clan here was so close to those like-minded individuals, and was so excited when the rain fell. It seems that the timing of the rain here is strictly controlled. Does the county governor have no actions? Yang Jian asked. Since he offended his uncle, he should set up a sacrificial altar to make amends. With his uncle's character, he probably wouldn't quibble with the human clan here. The county governor is unwilling. Wukong shrugged. He believes that the human clan is paramount, and Golden Immortal Dao cultivators are also part of the human clan. Since the human clan can solve it themselves, why worship the heavens? Tang Shenzong sighed. Since the rise of the human clan during the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human clan only worships their ancestors, and has a cooperative relationship with other deities, even placing themselves above them, treating the paths of heaven and humanity as equals. The scheme of the Western sect is indeed vile. Yang Jian's expression was inscrutable as he coldly said, "They have planted a seed in the county governor's heart. As long as worshipping the Heavenly Emperor is involved, it means acknowledging that humans are inferior to the heavens." The county governor must have been prompted, oh, as long as the human clan can be self-sufficient, deities need not interfere. Foolish. Tang Sanzong snorted coldly. Our human clan enjoys the protection of the deities, but has also given them incense and wishes, and they have gained merit. This is a mutually beneficial relationship, not one of subjugation. So what does Master intend to do? Yang Jin asked. I will go meet the county governor and reason with him. Humans and deities coexist. How can it be so black and white? Tang Sanzang's expression was dissatisfied. I will persuade him to set up a sacrificial altar to admit the error of overturning the offering table to the heavenly emperor. What Master says is true. Yang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the heavenly emperor is also a revered sage. There is probably some mediation from Honghuang Cave in this matter, otherwise the county governor would have likely faced punishment. To humiliate the face of a sage, even the three sovereigns would have no effect. They are all sages representing not only themselves, but also the paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Shall I go to the heavenly court? Tang Sanzong nodded. Wukong smiled and said, It is indeed suitable for you to go. After all, he is your uncle, while I will stay here to protect Master. The Taiyin Jade Toad. Yang Jian exclaimed in surprise, What is your relationship with the Taiyin Star Lord? No wonder you can evoke the power of the Taiyin Star. Neza sighed, so you are from the Guanghan Palace. Wukong scratched his cheek awkwardly. Is the Taiyin Star Lord powerful? Very powerful. Yang Jian nodded gravely. The Taiyin Star is one of the three noble stars of the celestial heavens. The reincarnation of the purple micro-emperor, she is the foremost of the stars in the celestial heavens, and the Taiyin Star Lord is at the pinnacle of quasi-saint existence. Wukong gasped. Does that mean she is on par with Senior Kong Xian? He gazed at the suspended formation solemnly, saying, What do you call yourself? Even if the Taiyin Star Lord is behind you, I, old son, am not afraid. Great sage, do not be angry if this matter has nothing to do with my aunt. A woman's voice emerged as the formation began to dissipate. We sisters only wish to display our abilities. Wukong scratched his head, voicing his confusion. What does this have to do with me? 12 women, graceful and elegant, bowed to Wukong, saying, Great sage, that Princess Su is indeed a maid from the Guanghan Palace. We only wish to help her return to the heavens swiftly. As for us, we are indeed related to the Taiyin Star Lord. She spoke calmly. We were merely former princesses. Princess. Wukong was astonished. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances, looking at the gradually fading shadow of the Taiyin Star, and inquired, Demon Tribe. Indeed, my name is Yuhua, and they are my sisters. We are the former princesses of the Demon Tribe. The leading woman replied, We have come to meet the great sage today for a request. Speak your mind. We wish to see our brothers. Yuhua looked at son Wukong with anticipation. Wukong thought, I don't even know you, let alone your brothers. Fortunately, she did not keep him waiting long as Princess Yuhua began to explain. The three you must have seen are the 10 golden crows pulling the chariot of the radiant dawn deity. Wukong was startled. He had seen those 10 golden crows, unaware that they had sisters. Princess Yuhua sighed with a bitter smile. In ancient times, before the human race emerged, 2 golden crows were born on the sun, star known as Emperor Jun and Tai, later referred to as the Demon Emperor and Eastern Sovereign. They founded the Demon Tribe and established the Demon Court, which is the predecessor of the Heavenly Court. Our brothers are the princes of the Demon Tribe, born of the Demon Queen Shiha, while we sisters were born of the Demon Khan. Later the Demon Tribe was annihilated by the Radiant Dawn deity, and our brothers have been by the deity's side ever since, while we sisters have remained in the underworld, rarely appearing in the world. Neza gasped, No wonder you have merit, you are operating the Nethermoon. The third prince has a keen eye. Princess Yuhua smiled, looking at son Wukong. The Radiant Dawn deity holds such esteemed status. We sisters do not dare to disturb her, but we can only request the great sage to allow us to see our brothers, as we have not seen them for nearly an entire yuan hui. You refer to the Taiyin Star Lord as your aunt. Yang Jin pondered. Indeed, our mother is the sister of our aunt. Our opportunity to operate the Nether Moon is also thanks to our aunt's intercession with the deity. Very well, I will let you meet them. Wukong looked sympathetically at the 12 princesses, thinking how long it had been since they had seen each other, and he had even played with the 10 little golden crows. Thank you, great sage. The 12 princesses bowed in unison. Wukong waved his hand and looked at them. Then why did you set up such a formation to showcase your strength? We were also forced into this. The Demon Tribe is a thing of the past. Princess Yuhua said hesitantly. Wukong snorted lightly. Wait here, I will return shortly. With that he transformed into golden light and flew into the sky. In no time a rainbow light swept across the void, igniting the true fire of the sun, here driving away all the cold brought by the Taiyin's chill. Brother bourgeois. Princess Yuhua's expression brightened as she transformed into her true form, the Jade Toad, and began to leap. The radiant dawn chariot descended, and the 10 golden crows cried out continuously. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged serious glances. The last time they saw those 10 golden crows, their realm was still that of great Luo Golden Immortals. Now 6 of them had achieved quasi-saint status, truly worthy of being the mounts of their grandmaster. Father Sage has long been prepared. Wukong smiled. As soon as I entered the upper clear heaven, I received a transmission from Father Sage, and the radiant dawn chariot flew out directly. Suddenly a wave of disturbance rippled through the void, and Wukong's expression hardened as he shouted, "Who goes there?" His golden cudgel struck down instantly, yet nothing happened, and no figure appeared. "Baize, you are quite bold." A woman's furious voice echoed through the void as moonlight fell like a curtain beside Wukong. A woman in moon-white palace attire struck down at that spot, causing a white-clad Taoist to stumble out. "Who are you?" Wukong asked in confusion. Yang Jian and Neza dared not be disrespectful, saying, "We meet the Star Lord." The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, with brows like distant mountains shrouded in mist, eyes like autumn ponds reflecting the moon, her every glance causing moonlight to ebb and flow, her nose like exquisite jade, lips like cold moons, condensed fat naturally red, without need of rouge, her skin fair and translucent, exuding a faint silver sheen. "I am the Taiyin Star Lord Wang Shu." The woman gently parted her lips, her voice melodious. "Please forgive me, great sage. Yuhua and the others are naive and have troubled you." "It's no trouble, no trouble. I simply wish to see my kin." Wukong smiled. "Aunt." The 12 jade toads approached, and the 10 golden crows called out to her as well. Wang Shu nodded, her expression warm, then turned to the fallen white-clad Taoist, her voice freezing like the cold of the Taiyin. "Baize, do you wish to die?" "Star Lord, forgive me." The man called Baize responded in a low voice. "The demon tribe is a thing of the past. If you dare to incite Yuhua again, I will destroy your Baize clan." Wang Shu scoffed coldly. Yang Jian's brow twitched slightly, remembering that his older brother also had a Baize divine beast by his side. Baize remained silent, scrutinizing son Wukong, thinking if this would be the master he would assist in the future. "What are you staring at me for?" Wukong snorted. "So it was you who acted from behind. Just wait for me." Baize smiled bitterly, realizing that being clever had backfired. "Be careful, great sage." Wang Shu transmitted this person was the leader of the top 10 demon generals of the past demon court, extremely astute. Even the broad accomplishment deity has not acted against him for a reason. Wukong nodded. "Thank you, Star Lord." "You have met brother bourgeois. Hurry back to the underworld. As for Su, she still needs to undergo tribulations in the mortal realm. It is not your concern." Wang Shu watched the 10 golden crows return to the radiant dawn chariot, speaking gently. She did not want her niece to be associated with the demon tribe again. The 12 jade toads bowed to the group, saying, "Thank you, great sage, for today. We sisters will take our leave." Wukong nodded, and they transformed into moonlight to depart. The radiant dawn chariot flew back to the heavens, but as Baize was about to say something, a rift in space opened, swallowing him whole. Wang Shu was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "It seems the deity has acted. Great sage, I shall take my leave as well. The journey to the west is drawing to a close, and I wish to congratulate you in advance." Wukong clasped his hands, watching Wang Shu leave. The three then took Princess Su back to the Tianzhu kingdom, exchanged the travel documents, and continued their journey westward, finally arriving at the foot of Mount Shumi. Mi Luo Palace. Baize was covered in wounds, lying on the ground, his breath weak, unable to move even a finger. Jin Peng stood beneath the cloud bed, his expression indifferent, as if he had seen nothing at all. The pressure emanating from Guangchengzi surged towards Baize like a tidal wave. Baize spat blood in large gulps, yet he still did not cease his actions. "Saint, spare me." Baize's voice was intermittent, barely audible to anyone but the few extraordinary beings in the hall. Guangchengzi scoffed. "Spare you? I let you descend to the mortal realm because I thought you were clever, but I didn't expect your loyalty to the demon race to be unwavering. What a faithful demon leader, Baize, you are. How about I send you to meet Emperor Xuanyuan?" "Saint's vision is clear. I did not mean that." Baize gasped, coughing up blood. "Didn't mean it. Then why did you have the 12 jade toads set up a grand formation? Isn't it to showcase their strength before the child Wukong, making future actions easier?" "Baize, once is enough. If there's another, I will make you regret having this thought." Guangchengzi's demeanor returned to calm, causing Baize's heart to race. "Rest assured I won't do anything to you." Guangchengzi looked deeply at him, smiling. "As the chaos rises, it will be much easier for the demon race to be born, but passing the transformation lightning tribulation is not easy. The demons are also beings of chaos. If they transform into ferocious beasts, they will likely not receive the protection of heaven and earth." Baize's expression changed drastically as he looked up in disbelief, only to see no trace of jest on Guangchengzi's face. He said hoarsely, "Baize will obey, and will no longer defy the will of the saint. I will surely assist the young master well." Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, and a black gourd fell from the clouds. "You won't have forgotten what this is, right? I don't want to use it, but if you dare to play both ends against the middle again, I will let you taste its power." "Yes, I know my crime," Baize said, a pained expression appearing on his face. The summoning banner had not been seen for a long time. He never expected it to appear in this manner. You'd best forget about the demon race. Even Fushi has forgotten the past, and I haven't seen Sister Nuwa say much either, Guangchengzi said cryptically. I left bloodlines for Emperor Xuanyuan. If he were to come back to life, he would have to thank me. Baize's expression became calm, but his heart was filled with regret. He only wanted the former princess to showcase her strength, so she could appear before Sun Wukong and secure the position of the moon god, thus repaying the former demon emperor's kindness. He never expected that those few would be unwilling to intervene, not wanting to get involved with the demon race, thus rendering him a schemer. In the future under Sun Wukong, his days would likely be difficult. Jin Peng cast a sideways glance at him, snorting. It was only because the little junior brother indeed needed people who otherwise he would have been cast into reincarnation long ago. Master, the little junior brother has reached Mount Xiumi. Should we take action? No need. It's merely making Mount Xiumi as solid as steel. We have already prepared for this. Jin Peng lowered his gaze. Since the master said we, that means others will also take action. Be careful, Master, Neza exclaimed. It's very slippery here. We cannot proceed. Wukong and Yang Jian supported Tang Sanzong on either side, staring solemnly at the surging river before them with Mount Xiumi just across. Infinite heavens respect. Tang Sanzang's expression was stern. We must cross this river to qualify to step onto Mount Xiumi and seize the fortune. There isn't even a bridge here. Wukong looked around, blinking. The stone tablet in the distance was inscribed with the words Lingyun Crossing. Let's think of a way to cross the river. Tang Sanzong said softly. Wukong and Yang Jian exchanged glances, silently sensing. From a distance it appeared like a jade structure crossing the sky. Up close it resembled a withered log. A myriad of rainbows lay flat in shadow, while 1,000 white ribbons connected to the horizon, remarkably smooth, yet impossible to cross unless one was a celestial being stepping on colorful clouds. After a moment both of them had troubled expressions. Master, there is holy power here. Even if we are great Luo Golden Immortals, we cannot cross alone, let alone take you. Moreover, not a single disciple of the Western Church has appeared. We cannot exhaust our strength, or we would lose our power even if we reached Mount Xiumi. Neza kicked off, and the wind fire will transformed into a single log bridge. Just as the few showed joy, within 3 breaths the bridge collapsed, turning back into the wind fire wheel. The spirit light dimmed and significantly damaged. Not good. Neza shook his head. With the invasion of holy power, even we cannot cross in 3 breaths, let alone master. Wukong nodded, extinguishing the idea of building a bridge with the golden cudgel. I'll go find someone. Tang Sanzong stopped him. Wait. Wukong and the others looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he wanted to stop them. You just said there is holy power in this river. Tang Sanzong smiled slightly. Since it is the power of a saint, then let's use the same force to counter it. Yang Jian was startled, then laughed loudly. Indeed, the disciple has been muddled. As he spoke, he was about to take out the Haoyan Tower. Tang Sanzong reached out to stop him, looking at Sun Wukong. Didn't you collect the Jane treasure banner at that time? Wukong immediately laughed, as expected of Master. This place is Mount Xiumi. Using the Western Church's Saint's Spirit treasure to cross the river is indeed wonderful. After he finished speaking, everyone laughed. No wonder the Heavenly Lord Master Uncle asked Sun Wukong to collect this item. It turns out it was all planned ahead. Wukong tapped the causal loop twice, and a Jane treasure banner, emitting golden holy power, appeared, illuminating the place like a paradise. The sounds of Tao resonating incessantly, and a magnificent aura rose from Mount Xiumi in response. Go! Wukong called out, and the Jane treasure banner fell, transforming into a small boat, 3 zhang long, just enough to accommodate the master and disciples. Neza was about to lead the white dragon horse onto it, when he exclaimed, this boat has no bottom. No bottom boat. Tang Sanzong was taken aback, while Sun Wukong pondered, is it bottomless because it is meant to let go? Tang Sanzong coldly laughed as he looked across, his voice light, yet echoing throughout Mount Xiumi. Bottomless also means to let go of obsession and break free from my attachment, but I have come for the golden immortal path. Why should I let go? Today I shall cross this river with dignity. Wukong's eyes sparkled, and he clapped and laughed. Indeed, we came for the golden immortal path. Why should we let go? With an obsession we can prioritize the golden immortal path and save all beings. I, old son, have thought too much. A master is the master of the golden immortal path, not of other immortal veins. Why should he sever his obsession? Yang Jian and Neza finally understood the sinister intentions of the Western Church. Letting go of obsession was equivalent to abandoning the golden immortal path and returning to the heavenly immortal path. What was the purpose of this journey to the West? What need is there to sever the obsession on the golden immortal path? The path of severing the 3 corpses is certainly not the mainstream of the golden immortal lineage. In Mi Luo Palace, Guangchengzi laughed heartily, raising his eyebrows and sighing, what a fine Tang Sanzong. No wonder you all chose him as the master of the Golden Immortal Path. He truly has insight. Jin Peng also wore a smile. Master Duobao has truly understood the essence of the Golden Immortal concept, breaking free from the lineage of the Heavenly Immortal. Guangchengzi nodded repeatedly. Junior brother, you are finally about to achieve success. He released 2 items from his sleeve, tearing through the space and flying towards Lingyun Crossing, while Tang Sanzang's splendid robe fell spreading over the bottomless boat, and the 9-looped silver staff also flew over. On Shumi Mountain, Jane and Zhuan Ti sat upon a bed of clouds while the medicine master de Shurji and other disciples stood arrayed outside the hall in stern formation. Zhuan Ti furrowed his brow, gazing toward Ling Yundu. The movements of the 4 disciples were reflected in his pupils. He sighed with wistful regret. What a pity, what a pity. Those 2 words of pity carried a trace of envy. The Jie sect's senior disciple, even in reincarnation, remained so clever and resolute in Daohart. Though it had been merely a casual stratagem, he had not been taken in at all. Senior brother, be ready, Zhuan Ti said with anxious concern. Jane nodded, his hands never ceasing their motions, eyes fixed on the abyssal boat that the Jane precious banner had become. Shumi Mountain had been tended by the 2 brothers for several yuan cycles, performing their divine arts here. He felt supremely confident. But in the next instant his face drained of color. A fist-sized golden orb flew from the abyssal boat. He could already sense its fluctuations. Just as he moved to sink it to the riverbed, 2 beams of light descended from the void, and in an instant sealed off Ling Yundu. Tang Sanzang's brocade celestial robe fluttered up and fell across the abyssal boat, filling it whole. A phantom of a golden cicada appeared, crying out mournfully toward Shumi Mountain. The golden orb, as if summoned, drifted up from the river and settled into Sun Wukong's palm. Mile! Zhuan Ti cried with overwhelming joy, turning to Jane in surprise. Senior brother, it is Mile's true spirit. He had wondered why his senior brother remained so composed after the false Western Heaven affair concluded. It turned out he had secretly left behind Mile's true spirit. Indeed, with the Jane precious banner beside Mile, then his senior brother could easily have sheltered him. Jia Yin's expression darkened, his gaze went blank as he stared toward Ling Yundu, as if he could see Guangchengzi's smiling face in the void. He said in anguish, it's useless. Guangchengzi discovered it long ago. Zhuan Ti withdrew the smile from his face as he watched Mile's true spirit drawn into the ring of karma by Sun Wukong. He ground his teeth. Do they intend to exterminate him completely? The 4 disciples preparing to cross the river were startled by the sudden change. They saw a 9-ring staff planted at the prow, seeming to lock the river in place, yet the boat remained unmoving upon the water. Wukong lowered his head and looked at the thing just taken into the ring of karma. He hesitated. That aura. So familiar. Neza said in a low voice, it is Mile's true spirit. In the netherworld, true spirits often enter reincarnation. This differs from the primordial soul. If no one awakens them, they become utterly severed from their former life. He watched the Jane precious banner transformed into the abyssal boat, and sighed. No wonder he is a sage. Silently, he found a way of life for his disciples. Yet when 2 sages contend, it seems our grand uncle has the upper hand once more. Never mind, Wukong said with glee. In any case, the Father Venerable prevailed. Master, let us board. Yang Jian and Neza led the horse and bore the luggage, while Wukong stepped forward to support Tang Sanzang. Many thanks to the Heavenly Venerable for his aid. Tang Sanzang bowed toward the heavens, and with Wukong and the others stepped onto the small boat. The river began to flow again with a rushing sound. Without any visible effort from them, the boat seemed guided by an unseen hand. It was not swept away by the current, but drifted straight toward the opposite Shumi Mountain. Midstream, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted above the river. The 3 did not dare be lax. They drew their weapons and took up stern formation. Tang Sanzang, however, wore a puzzled expression. Somehow he sensed a familiar aura. What a powerful presence. Yang Jian's countenance stiffened as his heavenly eye opened, only to be staggered into a muffled groan by the radiant light. Tang Sanzang walked to the prow, solemn of face. For reasons he could not explain, he uttered a single word, come. With a thunderous boom, 10,000 shafts of golden light shot skyward, and the items concealed within manifested their true forms. It was a plump golden-furred spirit mouse, its hair like molten red gold, paws treading upon pale golden cloud key, ear tips gleaming, as if glazed, its eyes clear golden jewels. Lacking any ordinary rodent's furtiveness, its demeanor lively, yet dignified. Its form shifted in size, and an aura arose from Tang Sanzang, resonating with it. Sustained by that aura, the spirit mouse's golden patterns flowed, its back bore cloud-like auspicious light, its fangs and claws were like forged precious metal. Its long tail, when swept, could whirl up vortices of treasure recce. Auspicious flames leapt about its body, sharing a common source with the golden radiance upon its back. That is a supreme innate spirit treasure. Yang Jian murmured as he gazed at the small pagoda on the spirit mouse's back, his face grave. The object resembled his uncle's Haotian pagoda, though the Haotian pagoda carried a noble air and resonated with the 33 heavens. This pagoda rose into the clouds, 8 sides adorned with 8 treasure necklaces. Each eave was set with sea-stabilizing pearls, dust-warding pearls, and luminous pearls. Golden mists burned day and night. Spiritual energy flowed like a river. Treasure-reki congealed into clouds, and countless phantom treasures drifted about. Blade spears, seals, lotus charms, and bottles, all exuding immense auras. Neza and Yang Jian exchanged a glance and intoned in low tones, Duo Bao Pagoda. It was puzzling why it had manifested as a supreme innate spirit treasure. No doubt Grand Uncle had a hand in it. The three showed no haste, watching as the spirit mouse bearing the Duo Bao Pagoda drifted with the current and settled upon Tang Sanzang. A tremendous aura surged skyward from Tang Sanzang, forcing the three to retreat. Such formidable momentum. Tang Sanzang felt strength flood his body, an unbearable inner heat. He seemed reborn, his heart pounding, as if something continually nourished his entire divine form. The three looked to his brow, where a phantasmal small pagoda emitted a mighty cutting aura that seemed capable of subduing them with ease. Master, Wukong called hesitantly. With their sight, it was plain to see that their master had just returned to his origin. The spirit mouse must surely have been Tang Sanzang's previous corporeal form. Yet whether he retained memories of being Tang Sanzang remained uncertain. After all, compared to the senior uncle, who had lived for several Yuan cycles, Tang Sanzang's mere decades of memory amounted to little. Tang Sanzang smiled gently and regarded them as before. Why do you look at me so? It must be the heavenly venerable's hand that allowed me such a chance. I feel I can now stand against foes of the celestial immortal realm. He has not recovered his memories. Yang Jian transmitted quietly to the other two. Wukong's eyes flicked. He replied calmly. We worry unnecessarily. The 81 trials are not yet over. The Father Venerable would not so easily let Master reclaim his past life memories. Yang Jian and Neza nodded. Wukong continued at their ears. I, old son, truly did not expect that senior uncle Duobao's original form would be a spirit mouse. Yang Jian shot him a look and coughed, signaling him not to speak recklessly before their master. Still on their westward journey, they had indeed encountered many spirit mice and strange beasts. Wukong composed his expression, golden light flashing in his eyes. He said without revealing much, Master's body is transforming as if having consumed some mighty tonic. Can reclaiming a past life's flesh truly have such an effect? When he once absorbed the essence of the six-eared macaque, it had been much the same. The primordial source advancing and transforming, this moment mirrored that experience almost exactly. Yang Jian and Neza shook their heads, and neither of them had ever witnessed anything like it. Senior brother, did you notice? Xuan Ti asked with a grave expression as he watched the fairyland. After the master and his 4 disciples set foot on Shumi Mountain, the small boat disintegrated and reformed into 3 spirit treasures. Duobao's primordial essence is undergoing a transformation. What occurs to you? Jiayin kept fingering his prayer beads, a trace of deep thought crossing his eyes. Xuan Ti's gaze turned profound, and he slowly breathed 2 words, Jingwei. Indeed. Jingwei perished long ago, becoming a divine bird at best made it an ordinary divine beast. How could it assume an innate god-demon body? Jiayin's features were serene as he brooded. It must be that the Sanqing employed some method. Though Duobao's talent is exceptional, even the first innate treasure-seeking rat can only be called an innate being. Xuan Ti clenched his fists, astonished. The primordial core is mutating. Could Duobao be on the verge of achieving an innate god-demon form? Jiayin nodded solemnly. It must be so, otherwise Guangchengzi would not have chosen this moment to let him return to his primal origin. What an audacious gambit. Do they truly intend for Duobao to attain sagehood in one stroke? Xuan Ti's eyes flashed coldly. To trample the corpses of the entire Western sect in order to certify a path. Surely they hold no regard for the two of us. Jiayin looked dazed. And what can we do? Miles' true spirit remains in their hands, which already gives them pause. Moreover, they dare not strike Duobao directly. At this point, they are utterly powerless to turn the tide. It all depends on whether Yaoshi and the others can hold them off, Xuan Ti said, drawing a deep breath and forcing a smile. After all, this is Shumi Mountain. If they do not intervene, Guangchengzi will not act, and they must rely on their disciples. At the Sage's Deifield, Yaoshi has endured their tutelage for years. Kongxian remains in seclusion. The 6, you cannot move freely, and the 3 teachings at best can only force a stalemate. Besides, Tang Sanzang is still on Shumi Mountain. This may yet be their opportunity. Let us hope so, Jiayin said, brow furrowed, an uneasy premonition thickening within him. Xuan Ti hesitated briefly and murmured, this humble Taoist has an idea. Senior brother, what do you think? Jie Yin's face shifted, lingering fear in his glance as he turned, but he found Zhuan Ti resolute. He sighed, keep it as a last resort. If all else fails, then use that desperate stratagem. Until then, do not further provoke Guangchengzi. Zhuan Ti's mouth twitched, yet under Jie Yin's stern gaze he could only nod. Miluogong. Master, shall this disciple descend to the mortal realm? Jin Peng rose, but kept his eyes fixed on the scene in the water mirror. Even if you go, it will avail little, Guangchengzi said calmly. All the Western sect disciples have gathered, their formation is formidable. You are no match. Jin Peng drew a deep breath, wishing his elder brother were present. Could we summon Senior Uncle Yunxiao and the others to make a journey? Guangchengzi shook his head. Unless Wukong personally requests it, stepping onto the sage's Dao field without cause would give Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti a pretext to act. Jin Peng grew anxious. That is Shumi Mountain. How could our junior disciple leave? The sacred power on Jie Yin's banner has already dissipated. Our junior may not be able to cross Lingyun Crossing. So your worry is of no use, Guangchengzi said lightly. Even if you go, this humble Taoist would need to act. Mustering forces may still fail to break the Western sect's great formation. Must I simply watch then? Jin Peng paced heedlessly within Miluogong. Even if the junior breaks through, he would not be a match for Yaoshi and the others, unless Master restores Duo Bao Senior Uncle's memory. Restoring his memory would leave the westward voyage far from complete. It is truly a dilemma. Guangchengzi sighed, for such temperament still needs tempering. He looked at Jin Peng and patiently asked, is Tang Sanzang the only one in the Jinxian Dao? Jin Peng halted, a strange glint passing his eyes. Indeed, the senior uncles of the four Jinxian sects have not yet acted. He hesitated. Master, although Senior Uncle Zihong and the others possess fine cultivation and numerous spirit treasures, and could hold their own in single combat against Yaoshi Shumi Mountain, is the Western sect's ancestral court. Under their grand formation, they may not prevail, right? Guangchengzi scoffed. Duo Bao comes from the Jie sect. Have you forgotten his means of securing an entrance? Jin Peng started incredulous and looked up. Guangchengzi half smiled. If Tontian Shizhuan valued Duo Bao so highly, would he truly make no preparations before entering seclusion? Since the four sages tested their Dao hearts, have you seen Zihong and the others appear? The Western sect has formations. How do they compare to the Jie sect? I have endured the three great murderous formations of the Great Wilds. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti once led their disciples in a tactical retreat. Today they shall taste the consequence. Jin Peng drew a cold breath. Has the Tontian Patriarch truly passed down that supreme treasure? No wonder he could enter seclusion untroubled as Duo Bao neared his accomplishment. Little did Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti expect that the object was not in the hands of Jie sect disciples at all, but had long been in the western lands. Shumi Mountain. A metallic chime rang out. Numerous stern Taoists opened their eyes in unison, watching as the four and a horse walked along the path to stand before the main hall. Lane Temple. Tang Sanzang looked up, squinted as he appraised the place, and laughed aloud. This time it's for real, isn't it? Wukong chuckled. Even if it's a sham, that matters little. Smash it and move on. The master and disciple sang in teasing harmony, drawing irked expressions from the Western sect disciples opposite, who knew full well the provocation was deliberate. Tang Sanzang smiled narrowly at Yaoshi and the others, his gaze pausing on the plaque. That name is poor. Once this humble Taoist takes charge of Shumi, I shall rename it the Great Lane Institute. What audacity! A Deluo Golden Immortal roared, about to rise and retort, but the leading quasi-saint who exuded a medicinal fragrance pressed his hand, and the man sat down in anger. This humble Taoist Yaoshi greets you, fellow Taoists. De Shiji greets you, fellow Taoists. The four master and disciples regarded the two with effortless composure. Yaoshi wore azure dharma robes that shimmered with glazed golden light. Seated upon a 1,000-petaled jeweled lotus, his hands formed seals, while countless spectral medicinal herbs swirled about him, radiating the aura of a late-stage quasi-saint. Beside him, De Shiji was no less imposing. Purple golden radiance flowed from his form, beads hung from his crown, vow power coiled around him. He held a verdant lotus, donned jeweled ornaments, and beneath him a subdued divine beast crouched. This creature had itself broken through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Diding. Yang Jian's face grew solemn. His elder brother has a base at his side, and thus knows much of the primordial beast: tiger, head solitary, horn dog-like, ears dragon, body lion, tail Qilin hooves. Its divine might austere and awe-inspiring. Neza glanced sideways. It seemed De Shizi's renown was understated. He was far from ordinary, able even to subdue such a divine beast. Wukong blinked, unfamiliar with De Shiji. He cast a glance at the other, and smiling teased, has Senior Yaoshi's wound healed? Uncle Yuding left a sword scar. Senior brother Jin Peng must have shown mercy. As he spoke, a 70-year lamp tower appeared in his hand. Yaoshi's face darkened instantly. This was the spirit treasure Jin Peng had seized. Fellow Taoists, since you have come, then break the formation. Yaoshe forced himself calm, knowing words were useless now. His aura surged and linked with the other disciples. Formation runes unfurled, and a vast array rose from the ground, entrapping Tang Sanzang and his companions. If you can break this formation, you may enter Lane Temple and have a look. Tang Sanzang's face remained impassive, but Wukong grew serious. In his perception, the array had already fused with Shumi Mountain. The Western sect disciples had prepared to ensnare them. Open an exit first, then fetch reinforcements, Wukong said in a deep voice. Yang Jian was about to respond when divine light rose beyond Shumi Mountain. If the formation is to be broken naturally, the Jin Xian Dao must act. Sounds echoed from 4 directions of Mount Shumi, and everyone looked up. The gazes of countless powerful beings in the primordial world converged here, only to realize that Tang San and his 3 disciples had already arrived at Mount Shumi. At this moment, divine light soared from Mount Shumi, with the disciples of the Western sect positioned accordingly from celestial immortals to Quasi saints, all their auras interconnected. Patterns emerged on Mount Shumi, and waves of thought power rose from the Western continent, converging towards the center. The Medicine Master and Great Prosperity exchanged a glance, their expressions grave. As the focal points of the formation, how could they not be aware of the might of this great formation? This place was the ancestral ground of the Western sect. Even if the few from Yunshao returned, they could not break through without Kong Xian's assistance. However, the 4 Taoists approaching on lotus flowers from around Mount Shumi compelled them to act cautiously. These 4 were the culprits who initiated the loss of fortune for the Western sect and established the 4 Golden Immortals sect, leading to the current situation. Yet the 2 did not act recklessly. The Lingyun Fairy surrounded the entire Mount Shumi. Without the protection of a saint, no disciples of the Western sect could enter. But in the next moment, the 2 gazed in astonishment, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The 4 from Zihong stood on their respective lotus platforms, each radiating divine light, as the blue, red, black, and white lotus platforms suddenly expanded, extending a pathway of light directly connecting to the 12-grade merit golden lotus at the center of the formation. How can you draw upon the fortunes of our sect? The Medicine Master pointed at Zihong with a trembling hand. They had yet to fall, so why could the people of the 4 Golden Immortals sect utilize the fortunes of the Western sect and receive protection to cross the Lingyun Ferry? Selwyn Shupushin Julius, we greet our 2 masters and fellow Taoists. A woman and 3 men bowed toward the Lei temple, and then provocatively gazed at the Medicine Master and others. However, Jane and Zunti said nothing, their eyes fixed intently on the lotus platforms beneath the 4, their gaze strained. Zihong, dressed in white, wore a compassionate expression. Infinite, heavenly, venerable, the fortune of the Western sect has long been sealed by Senior Brother. Naturally, I cannot invoke it. However, as the 12-grade merit golden lotus is a tool for suppressing fortunes, we still possess some means. Wen Shu smiled, gently clarifying for the Medicine Master. Fellow Taoist, there is no need for concern. We naturally cannot invoke the fortunes of the Western sect now, but the lotus platform beneath us was crafted from the seeds of the merit golden lotus, thus, it is merely related. Puxian chuckled lightly. The Golden Immortal Tao is connected to the fortunes of the Western sect. How can you fellow Taoists be so obstinate? Infinite, heavenly, venerable. Julius was entwined by immortal ropes faintly restraining the space. Surrender now, and you can still enter reincarnation. The 4 took their respective positions above everyone, their expressions filled with pity, as if they could directly penetrate the formation and see Tang San and his 3 disciples. You must be dreaming. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of the Medicine Master's mouth. He quickly wiped it clean, glaring fiercely at Zihong and the others. Do not think that just because of your 4 you can break the formation. Tang San is already within, or if you have the capability, come save them out. Zihong sighed, casting a compassionate glance at him. There is a difference even among those personally taught by saints. By now the Medicine Master and others still did not realize what their trump cards were. Did they truly think that relying on the 4 lotus platforms they would dare to breach Mount Shumi? The Medicine Master was on the verge of madness. He pressed his hands to the ground, his entire body surged with spiritual power, and other disciples of the Western sect followed his lead. The 12-grade merit golden lotus floated out in an instant, enveloping Mount Shumi. The expressions of the 4 from Zihong gradually turned grave. In their perception, Mount Shumi seemed to come alive as the disciples of the Western sect appeared to be breathing in place of him. Golden light rose from them, gradually merging with Mount Shumi. The 10,000 Immortals Formation. Wen Shu looked at the great formation, suspiciously recalling how they had broken this formation during the Function Calamity. Zihong concentrated her spiritual eye scanning. She shook her head. It is not the 10,000 Immortals Formation, however one must concede to a saint's wisdom it is indeed formidable. This formation was clearly inspired by the 10,000 Immortals Formation of Master Tongtian, using Mount Shumi as a base gathering all powers towards it. This is the foremost immortal mountain of the western continent, akin to the status of Eastern Kunlun. Sihong cast a knowing glance at the Lei Temple. In fact, this formation had an ultimate killing move akin to Master Xuanyuan's moral coercion formation. If it could once again gather the western meridians, then even the four of them would directly abandon, breaking the formation. Unfortunately, the two masters dared not do so, otherwise the moment they acted they feared that the purple cloud divine thunder would strike down. It is about to emerge. Julius' gaze fixed intently, watching the 12-grade merit golden lotus. He who was usually taciturn felt the heavy atmosphere at this moment. Boom! The merit golden lotus radiated brilliant light, its golden glow covering the entire western world. The sound of Tao reverberated throughout Mount Shumi, countless celestial and divine shadows suspended in the air as the golden lotus spread across the ground like a net, the golden light coalescing into a glaze. A towering Bodhi tree rose gently from the heart of the lotus, gathering the power of metal unparalleled in slaughter. Within the formation it formed a pure land as the Bodhi leaves fell shimmering with golden light, reflecting infinite illusions. Sihong, come and try the Bodhi annihilation formation of our western sect. The medicine master's voice echoed, carrying waves of illusions swirling towards Sihong and the others. The void shattered, millions of golden lights descended from the nine heavens. The disciples of the western sect sat cross-legged on lotus platforms. The sound of Tao surged like a tide, shaking all the stars. The innate Bodhi tree rose from the center of the formation, its precious leaves shading the sky, its roots entwined with time and space. The phantom of the seven treasures wonderful tree hung atop the tree, disrupting the laws of the universe with its swaying. Sihong could not help but close her eyes, exclaiming, "Fortunately, the seven treasures wonderful tree is not here, otherwise with its enhancement the power of this formation would increase even more." Inside the Lei Temple, Zunti's expression darkened as she coldly gazed at the nine-ring staff held by the trapped Tang San. That was his proof of enlightenment, the seven treasures wonderful tree. Hearing this, the medicine master was filled with rage. How could you not know where the seven treasures wonderful tree is? Sihong, do you simply know how to boast? He was infuriated, looking at the four with hatred. Wenshu coughed lightly, senior sister. At this moment, there was no need to say such things, especially with Master Zuni still present. Sihong smiled, awkwardly looking at the medicine master and sighing. The Bodhi annihilation formation was adept at trapping, and within the Bodhi forest illusions ran rampant, capable of drawing upon the inner demons and obsessions of cultivators. However, the innate Bodhi tree was simultaneously a root of metal representing slaughter. This juxtaposition of hardness and softness made the Bodhi annihilation formation by no means to be underestimated. However, they were disciples of the three teachings, what they lacked the least was innate treasures. The four exchanged glances and bowed together towards the Lei Temple. Masters, forgive us. Today it was the medicine master and others who struck first. We were merely forced to retaliate. The disciples had absolutely no intention of insulting Mount Shumi. Jane and Zunti exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what they were doing. Now that the great formation was already laid out with the strength of the four from Sihong, it was absolutely impossible to break it. Sihong lowered her gaze, looking eastward, while Wenshu, Puxian, and Julius also faced the Taoist grounds, softly shouting, "The sword comes." For strands of murderous chi surged into the sky, stunning countless powerful beings in the primordial world as ancient songs began to resound through the void. Neither bronze, nor iron, nor steel once hidden beneath Mount Shumi. Jane and Zuni Dam. In all directions of Mount Shumi, purple light rose from Yaohua Mountain in the east, black light ascended from Yinhua Mountain in the south, red light emerged from Zhuanzhenchen Mountain in the west, and white light erupted from Jimmy Mountain in the north. For swords of slaughter materialized, carrying a fierce aura, and flew towards Mount Shumi, landing in the hands of the four from Sihong. The extermination sword array. The four extermination swords are now revealed. Mount Shumi. Countless powerful beings changed their expressions, dramatically staring blankly in the direction the four swords flew. The four swords of extermination were headed for Mount Shumi. Heavenly Tao above, what a joke from hell. Every cultivator who has been to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao knows that the extermination sword array was first established in the western lands, where the demon ancestor Luo, who used it to destroy the western meridians, which have yet to be restored to this day. Neither copper nor iron nor steel once hidden beneath Mount Shumi. No need for yin and yang to be reversed in refining. Is there not water and fire to temper the edge? Extermination sharp, slaying immortals, dead. The four swords of extermination unleash red light all around. The transformation of immortals is infinitely wonderful. The blood of great Luo immortals stains the garments. As the sound of the Tao gradually faded in the void, countless powerful beings gazed at the 4 extermination swords standing atop Mount Shumi, unsure of what expression to wear. In the Thundersound Temple, the figures of Jijin and Zhuandi were horrified. How could the 4 extermination swords appear? Was Tong Tian not in seclusion? He actually handed the 4 extermination swords to these 4. No, they do not have the formation diagram. Jijin forced himself to calm down, squeezing out each word through gritted teeth. The extermination sword array has not been successfully set up, there is still a chance. Zhuandi also forced himself to muster his spirit, glaring fiercely at the 4 from Xihong. These 4 extermination swords are the culprits that destroyed the Western Meridians, yet now they stand brazenly atop Mount Shumi, and they are utterly helpless against it. Within the Bodhi Silence Array, many disciples of the Western Church felt unsettled upon seeing the appearance of the 4 extermination swords. This was the infamous extermination sword array, who among the primal beings could not fear it. The medicine master shouted, "Focus. They do not have the formation diagram, and cannot set up the extermination sword array." Only then did the disciples of the Western Church regain their composure, as the 4 from Xihong indeed made no other moves, merely holding their slaughter swords to confront them. Is it really necessary? Wenshu's expression was grave. Wukong's disciple is still inside the array, though once the array is established we will not be able to control the murderous aura. Zhu Lushun also appeared hesitant. Yes, if we accidentally harm those 4, how will we explain it to Senior? Puxian looked at Xihong. At that time Uncle Master directly transmitted the 4 extermination swords, only saying that they could set up the array in a crisis, yet Wukong and the others are still trapped. Xihong steadied himself. Senior brother has yet to speak, everything must be within his expectations. With Senior brothers means he will surely protect them. The 4 gritted their teeth. Now, aside from using the extermination sword array to resist, they simply could not match the strength of the Bodhi Silence Array connected to Mount Shumi. Extermination Sword Array, arise. The 4 shouted in unison as the celestial swords in their hands began to change. Xihong stood in the east with the extermination sword radiating purple light, its purple sword aura intertwining. Wenshu stood in the southern void, the Levection sword emanating black light, swirling with dark energy, its black sword aura rampaging. In the north, Puxian held the Xian sword, its blade flashing red light, sweeping with crimson sword aura. Zhou Lushun gripped the Juetian sword in the north, a boundless white light radiating the white sword aura, shifting each strike more tyrannical than the last. Purple, black, red, and white light surged into the sky surrounding the Bodhi Silence Array. The medicine master sensed this, and confirmed in his heart that they indeed did not have the formation diagram. But in the next moment the array erupted. In the center of the array the Taba Tower floated above Tang San's brow, a formation diagram, filled with murderous energy, drifted out, on which stood the phantoms of the 4 swords. The celestial swords in the hands of the 4 from Xihong seemed to be summoned, each shooting out a beam of light connecting. Sword energies crisscrossed the heavens and the earth. The murderous aura engulfed the entire Mount Shumi, overshadowing the sun and moon, turning this place into a gathering of murderous energy. Beneath the great Luo the disciples were dazed. The Bodhi Silence Array shattered, and countless disciples screamed in agony. Tears of blood flowed from the medicine master's eyes as he howled in pain. These were his fellow disciples he had spent every day with. Why was Tang San carrying the extermination array diagram, working from within to break their array? At this moment within the array, severed arms and legs littered the ground. The disciples of the Western Church were all on the brink of collapse. If the 4 from Xihong attacked from outside, they might still hold on for a while, but having been breached from the inside, those still standing were fewer than a handful. As the eyes of the array, the medicine master and Daji were continuously spitting blood. With the array broken, they were the first to bear the brunt. If they were not at the peak of the Croissant level, they would have perished on the spot. Jigen's heart ached. They had never expected such an outcome. Guangchengzi had plotted deeply, sending the extermination array diagram in advance, waiting for Tang San and the others to be trapped within, and then attacking from the inside. There was no need for a hard-fought battle. The Western Church was directly defeated. The medicine master continued to cough blood, his voice intermittent. He glared fiercely at the 4 from Xihong. Do not get cocky. Tang San and the others are at the center of the array. With the array ruptured, the murderous energy of the extermination sword array is surging. With their great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, how can they protect themselves? In this battle it is still our Western Church that wins. Xihong, holding the extermination sword, coldly looked at him. If thinking so makes it easier for you, then so be it. Although the situation in the array was still unclear and Wukong's disciple had not appeared, Xihong was certain that Sun Wukong and the others had absolutely not met with any mishap, who otherwise senior brother would not be so calm. Jigen's gaze was icy, his voice carrying a hint of frost. Can the array be dispelled now? Xihong bowed respectfully. Uncle Master, please forgive me. Ooh, I must wait for Senior Brother's decree. Zunti's eyes flashed with anger. What a presumptuous junior. But the extermination sword array had not been lifted, and he did not dare to act rashly, for that would provoke Guangchengzi directly. Buzz! A purple-black divine light suddenly surged, breaking out of the extermination sword array. A massive purple lotus floated out, shimmering with divine light, and scathed. The 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus. Jigen's expression was grave. This was yet another innate supreme treasure. The purple lotus slowly retracted, shrinking to the size of a palm, floating in the void. Tang San and the other four appeared in scathe, and the purple lotus directly drilled into Sun Wukong's forehead, returning to his sea of consciousness. Wukong, Yangjian, and Neza looked towards Tang San, as a formation diagram floated out from the treasure tower on his brow. The reincarnation purple lotus appeared, instantly shielding them. Upon reappearing, it was the sight before them. Looking at the brutal scene within the array, the four master and disciple gasped in unison. Ooh, what tremendous power. The four from Zihong exchanged glances. Oh, why had Senior Brother not transmitted a message yet? The four lightly shook the four extermination swords, releasing streams of sword energy that shot towards the array, producing cries of agony as countless disciples fell. Murderous energy permeated Mount Shumi. Sword energy danced, countless spiritual roots broke, and agate and glass shattered. This once renowned blessed land of the primal world had become a scene of ruin, reduced to broken walls and shattered remnants. Enough! Zhuanti roared, furiously pointing at the extermination sword array. The four from Zihong felt a tremendous force rushing at them, their slaughter swords slipping from their hands as the extermination sword array was directly shattered. The four stood together, their hearts still shaken as they looked at Zhuanti. With a single finger he could destroy the extermination sword array set up by four quasi-saints. Was this the power of a saint? And he was still the weakest among the saints of all heaven, someone they could not contend with. Above the 33 heavens a bright light suddenly surged, and a pressure enveloped the entire primal world. Tang San stepped forward and declared loudly, "The Western Church has been defeated. I ask the two leaders to step down. I implore both leaders to step down." Tang Sanzang's voice resounded with authority, seemingly merging with the laws of the universe, echoing throughout the primordial world. Those powerful beings who had been focused on this place, due to the matter of the sword array of the immortals, became even more exhilarated upon hearing this, not expecting the Western sect to be defeated so soon. However, due to Mount Shumi being a sacred ground of the saints, they did not dare to probe with their divine sense, and could only stare intently at the scene. Zhuanti glared fiercely at Tang Sanzang, filled with hatred to the point of bloodshot eyes. Mount Shumi was the final challenge, and now that the Western sect had been defeated, he could already sense their fortune draining away like a burst dam, surging towards the golden immortal path. Yet at this moment Tang Sanzang still required him to personally announce their abdication and to surrender the entirety of the Western sect's fortune. Jian's expression was sorrowful as he looked at the fallen Yaoshi and others. The disciples of the Western sect numbered 900 in total, and the foe Western heaven had already lost hundreds. With the formation broken, all disciples below the Tai Golden Immortal had perished. Now the vast Western sect had fewer than 20 disciples left, and with Yaoshi and Dashi, she lying unconscious, breathing shallowly, even for a being of quasi-saint status, it would take a long time to recover. Very well. Zhuanti scanned Mount Shumi, a frenzied look emerging in his eyes. This humble monk can announce abdication. Phew. Several members of Zihong collectively exhaled. Jane smiled grimly, but Zhuanti did not look at him, instead focusing directly on Sun Wukong, hand over the true spirit of Mithriya. Wukong narrowed his eyes, feeling as if he were unarmed, his entire power stagnated, being stared at by a ferocious beast. No way. Wukong stepped back, his expression resolute. Your abdication means the Western sect has been defeated. You have no right to demand I hand over any true spirit. Tang Sanzang forcefully slammed down his 9-section staff, the sound of metal striking metal ringing out across Mount Shumi. What do you two leaders intend to do? Do you wish to go back on your word? The true spirit of Mithriya is our spoils of war. The leader has no reason or right to demand it. Furthermore, now that our golden immortal path has triumphed, I must trouble the leader to extract the fortune within Yaoshi and the others for the benefit of our golden immortal path. Zunti's teeth ground together, watching the interplay between the master and disciple, feeling an overwhelming urge to spit blood. He exuded an aura, the pressure of a saint, causing the surrounding void to begin cracking. Zihong and the others turned pale. They felt it difficult to breathe as the spiritual energy in this place repelled them. Were these two masters about to strike? Hand it over. Zunti's voice was chillingly cold, filled with malice as he pointed at Sun Wukong, his appearance resembling a ferocious demon risen from the depths of hell. Wukong swallowed hard, tightly gripping his golden staff, stating firmly, "I won't hand it over." "Son Wukong, to disrespect a saint, what punishment should you face?" Xuanti stared at him with grim intent. "How have I disrespected the saint?" Wukong scoffed. "The saint uses their cultivation to seize a true spirit. Am I not allowed to refuse?" Xuanti closed his eyes briefly. This monkey was as stubborn as a mule, but should he take action? The pressure from the upper clear heaven had already been transmitted. He could sense Guangchengzi was watching this place, and likely before he could even engage with son Wukong, Guangchengzi would appear. "Senior brother, what do you think?" He transmitted a voice quietly. Jane sighed, looking at Tang Sanzang. "Dao Master Yaoshi is gravely wounded. Without fortune to sustain him, he may perish in an instant. I wonder if you could relinquish a portion of fortune. Mithriya is my greatest disciple. As long as you persuade son Wukong to hand over the true spirit, we will abdicate immediately." Sihong lowered his gaze, secretly anxious. They must not agree. If they did not completely devour the Western sect this time, it would mean leaving them an opportunity for resurgence, and when the embers rekindle, it would be troublesome. For this was the legacy of two saints. Tang Sanzang slightly bowed his tone, leaving no room for dispute. "Whether Yaoshi falls or not has nothing to do with me. Since he has come to face tribulation, he must be prepared for his demise. As for the true spirit of Mithriya, I still say it is our spoils of war. The leader has no reason or qualification to demand Wukong hand it over." "You." Jia Yin's finger trembled. He was a saint, yet Tang Sanzang dared to speak to him like this. "I ask again, do both leaders intend to abdicate voluntarily?" Tang Sanzang narrowed his eyes, his tone ambiguous. "Do not force me to report to the heavenly Tao. Do not forget, during this journey westward the heavens are all witnesses." Jane and Zunti's expressions changed. They were now clearly playing dirty, for the Western sect had genuinely suffered defeat, but with the heavy losses among their disciples they could only resist to the end. Xuanti took a deep breath, looking up at the upper clear heaven with a pleading expression. "Guangchengzi, as long as you return the true spirit of Mithriya and preserve the lives of Yaoshi, Dashi Ji, and the others, we will abdicate immediately. How about that?" In an instant, everyone turned their gaze towards the 33 heavens, awaiting Guangchengzi's response. But to their disappointment, the void was silent, with no sound emerging. Zunti's eyes filled with despair. He knew this was Guangchengzi's silent rejection. "Senior nephew, please leave us some disciples of inheritance." Zunti's face turned pale. "They are personally taught by me. Grant them a way out." His voice was filled with sorrow, each word dripping with blood. The intent of the saint spread outwards, causing those who heard it to turn red with emotion. Yet laughter echoed through the void, laced with confusion. "Uncle Master, isn't this what you brought upon yourself? I had mentioned the tribulation of the faux Western heaven before. I originally intended to spare them, but it was you who struck first in the shadows. I have already shown mercy by not allowing them to be completely annihilated." Jane trembled all over, and Zunti's face bore a look of sorrow. Back then they had only intended to go all in. Who would have known Guangchengzi's arrangements were so tight and his actions so severe? They were not without regret, but at this point they could only continue forward. "Then I shall take a step back. You must allow Mithriya to reincarnate, and Yaoshi and Dashi Ji must at least have their souls enter the cycle of reincarnation." Xuanti gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, flames of madness igniting in his eyes. Guangchengzi snorted coldly, and the space above Mount Shumi seemed to solidify. "As for Mithriya's reincarnation, you can go and enlighten him. For Yaoshi and Dashi Ji to enter reincarnation, they can return quickly through their merits. What do you want me to do about these matters?" "Uncles, please abdicate quickly." Guangchengzi's voice turned gentle, but devoid of any emotion. "Do not further challenge my patience, otherwise when I lose my temper, I truly do not know what I might do." The great powers of the primordial world trembled at these words, seemingly recalling the scene of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood from before. Jane and Xuanti lowered their gazes, supporting each other. "Does senior nephew truly insist on this? Do you think I am joking?" The two exchanged glances, their eyes reddened with pain, sweeping one last gaze over Mount Shumi, before reluctantly closing their eyes, tears of blood streaming down. In the primordial world, flowers wilted, countless spiritual roots withered. All beings were alarmed. When a saint merges with the Tao, even saints can weep. In an instant, all the immortals looked at Mount Shumi with complex expressions, and two grand voices rose, proclaiming the heavenly Tao is above. The Tao of heaven is supreme. I, as the successor of the Hongjun Tao ancestor from the Zixiao Palace, stand to enlighten the sentient beings of the Western teachings. However, the sentient beings remain unliberated. The Pure Land is yet to be established, and my grand aspirations are incomplete, making it difficult to attain the Tao fruit. Today I abdicate the position of the sect leader and dissolve the Western teachings, entrusting the fortune of Mount Sumeru to the Golden Immortal Tao Master, hoping for the prosperity of the Immortal Tao. As the pressure emanated from the figure of Jin and Juanti, each word carried a heartfelt sorrow, their voices reaching beyond the heavens. A grand and vast aura descended upon Mount Sumeru, and everyone knew this was the manifestation of the Tao of Heaven. The two figures radiated waves of sorrow, as if Mount Sumeru itself was weeping. Throughout the Western lands, all the temples of the Tao lineage passed down by the disciples of the Western teachings crumbled. Puff! Even in their slumber, Yaoshi and Dashi could not help but spurt out several mouthfuls of blood. Their divine bodies shattered inch by inch, their breaths growing weaker, until finally their physical forms dissipated. Jane and Juanti gazed at their floating primordial spirits, seemingly in a daze. Yet at this moment no one paid them any mind as the entire primordial world began to undergo earth-shattering changes. The mountains and rivers echoed in harmony, and spiritual roots sprang forth. From the land of the 9 provinces to Mount Sumeru, every footprint left by Tang Sung turned into gold, a golden light stretching from Chang'an of the Great Tang to the western continent. Boom! A vast ocean of gold appeared with countless golden dragons and azure dragons swimming. All who witnessed this scene understood. It was the Sea of Fortunes of the Tao. The golden dragon representing the fortune of the Western teachings was languid, while the golden dragon of the golden immortal Tao shone like the rising sun illuminating the heavens. Roar! With a mighty shout, the golden dragon of the Western teachings burst apart, its scales flying in all directions, transforming into wisps of floating fortune. The golden dragon's fortune surged over the sea like a dragon drinking water, devouring all the fortune of the Western teachings. Go! The 4 of Zihong exchanged glances and tossed their lotus platforms, stabilizing the fortune of the golden immortal Tao. In the next moment, the 12-petal merit golden lotus flew from Mount Sumeru, landing steadily within the golden dragon's fortune, 4 lotus platforms, encircling it, firmly suppressing it. Jane let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The mark within the merit golden lotus was erased. This was the Tao of Heaven. No matter how powerful a sage, they ultimately could not withstand the Tao of Heaven. A majestic sound of heavenly music resonated from the 9 heavens as the 2 energies of Xian and Huang rolled in from beyond the 33 heavens like the Milky Way hanging upside down, transforming into countless brilliant golden rays that crashed down. In the primordial lands, astonished gasps erupted from many. They were all quiescent, great powers having never witnessed so much merit golden clouds. Even Nuwa's creation of humanity did not yield such an abundance of merit. The merit golden clouds, nearly obscuring the sky, continued to shatter, splitting into hundreds of fragments of various sizes. All the cultivators who participated in the Golden Immortals' westward journey and survived received blessings of merit. As the merit continuously fell, Tang San's group received the most. Their momentum surged, and the laws around Yang Jian and Neza swirled, instantly elevating them to the pinnacle of Deluo. 2 divine lights descended from the void, pushing back their elevated momentum. Relying on merit to enhance their realms provided little increase in combat power. It was still better to break through in laws or comprehend the 3 corpses. A surge of battle intent rose from Sun Wukong as his battle laws swept through the spiritual energy of the area. The aura of the quiescent great powers emanated their foundation solid, leaving others in awe. But this was not the end. With a low shout of cut, a golden-armored monkey and a silver-armored monkey leaped from the clouds, laughter echoing through the void, as even the heavens resonated with heavenly music. Father Sage, I have broken through, Wukong exclaimed, lifting his head high, his eyes shimmering with golden light, as if he could pierce through the void and reach the palace of Miluo. Indeed, Guangchengzi replied with a smile in his voice. I would not deceive you, for you have traversed the westward journey and reaped ample rewards. Wukong nodded, obediently guarding Tang San's tomb alongside Yang Jian and Neza, who had not yet awakened. In the next moment, Tang San's eyes suddenly opened wide, his aura erupting like a volcano, causing the void to creak. Behind him, a shadow of a spiritual mouse materialized, appearing as if it could support the heavens, exuding immense divine might. However, Wukong, Yang Jian, and the others exchanged glances and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look further. Zihong lightly coughed, startling Tang San, who finally became fully aware. A look of vicissitude flashed in his eyes. His form began to transform, his appearance majestic, resembling a Tao lord in the immortal Tao. The spiritual mouse behind him also ceased its action of devouring the spiritual treasure's projection. Acting as if nothing were amiss, he calmly smiled and said, What a grand dream! I am Duobao. Greetings to all fellow Taoists. Duobao Shirshu. Wukong tilted his head. You may continue to call me master if you wish. Duobao observed his 3 disciples, noticing Ao Lai, who had returned to his dragon form, spiraling in the skies above Mount Sumeru. His aura had reached the peak of Tai, needing only a brief retreat to break through. Wukong breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at Duobao's expression unchanged. He had thought that all of Tang San's memories had disappeared. After all, the westward journey had taught him much. Duo Bao smiled, fully aware of Wukong's thoughts. Tang San's life was also a part of his experiences. How could he let it completely vanish? Yet it was regrettable that even so he had not managed to sever his obsession's corpse. As he observed the four of Zihong who had broken through to the late Croissant stage approaching to pay their respects, Duo Bao slightly nodded, his gaze sweeping over Mount Sumeru, which had become vastly different from before. Yaoshi and Dashi, along with several disciples of the Western teachings, also shone with merit golden light. The merit acquired by Jane and Juni was not less than that of others. Moreover, these two were considered among the founders of the Golden Immortal Tao. Now that the Golden Immortal Tao was flourishing, they could also enjoy some fortune offerings. Peak Croissant origin transformation laws accompanying you. What a primordial divine devil, Jane stated calmly, without a hint of emotion. Duo Bao bowed. Thank you for the compliment, Shirshu. Of course I understand the reasons behind this. Transforming into a primordial divine devil's body, you must have consumed a heaven-defying pill provided by your senior brother. I just wonder if it was sponsored by him, or the one left by our master. You are now the rightful Tao master of the Golden Immortal Tao. I wish to make a deal with you, Jane said, looking intently at Duo Bao, his voice filled with sorrow. I can also relinquish the fortunes of the Golden Immortal, thus separating the Golden Immortal Tao from me. Seeing Duo Bao remain silent, Jane continued, speaking to himself. Hand over the true spirit of Mithra, send him to be reincarnated with Yaoshi and the others, and from then on I shall have nothing to do with the Golden Immortal Tao. Disciple dares to ask Shirshu, what about Jane? Shirshu. Zihong stepped forward and asked softly. Jane, however, scoffed. Your appetite seems a bit too big, nephew. Duo Bao stopped Zihong from speaking again, calmly stating, this matter cannot be decided by me alone, for although I am the Tao master of the Golden Immortal Tao, there are still my master senior uncles and senior brothers above me. How could I act unilaterally? Furthermore, the westward journey has yet to be fully resolved. The matter is not yet resolved. Although Duo Bao spoke lightly, the others felt a tightening in their hearts and simultaneously turned their gaze towards Jia and Juanti. Duo Bao looked up at the sky. Even with the merits descending from the westward journey, the golden clouds of merit still obscured the sun. At this moment, the primordial world was still enveloped in gold. As for the two uncles Jia and Juanti, he believed that his senior brother would handle it well. Duo Bao closed his eyes, gradually exuding a sense of reincarnation. Behind him, 5 phantom wheels of reincarnation appeared, and the entire Mount Shumi displayed a state of withering and flourishing remarkably wondrous. Jiayin hurriedly acted to protect the primordial spirits of the medicine master and others. A single misstep and their disciples would be disintegrated into fragments of soul, and even with the means of a saint it would be impossible to restore them. The underground path. Zhuan Ti smiled self-deprecatingly and looked towards the western land. So that's how it is. I found it strange back then that such a trivial westward journey would garner such attention from Guangchengzi, even involving the Mother Earth. The human race is putting all their effort into this. It turns out it is for the West. Jiayin lowered his gaze, his expression calm, but his hands were clenched tightly. They had lost again. Please, Empress Pingxin, senior brother, lend your hand. Duo Bao flew out of Mount Shumi and bowed towards the east. This time, thank you for your hard work. A gentle female voice emerged from the underworld, and a primordial, which with a human body and serpent tail, appeared. With 2 hands in front and 7 hands behind, she bore a loving expression, gazing towards the west without making a move. Roar! 9 golden dragons coiled in the land of the 9 provinces. The 9 tripod cauldrons appeared, and the barrier of the 9 provinces expanded continuously. The 9 dragons flew with the Kongtong Seal, while the Emperor of Humanity ascended the altar, leading the people in a sacrifice to humanity. I implore the ancestor to assist. Guangchengzi's voice echoed faintly as a beam of light descended, revealing the creation jade disc. No aura was emitted, yet it felt like a mountain weighing upon everyone's hearts. Jiayin and Zhuan Ti's expressions tightened as they watched the creation jade disc continuously swallow saliva. Would their master also intervene? Or was it for the western land? The incarnation of Mother Earth hung in the void, a hint of bitterness flashing in her eyes. Truly she is the Tao ancestor. I cannot fathom her current realm. However, she could sense that if they were to fight, she would likely not withstand a single strike, even with the underground path's assistance. Let's begin. As Guangchengzi's voice fell, Duo Bao immediately began to act. He shouted, Golden Immortal Path, come. Upon finishing his words, golden footprints appeared along the westward journey, blossoming into golden lotuses. Following him were the 4 from Zihong, each stepping on a lotus flower, and the 12-petal merit golden lotus quietly emerged, bearing Duo Bao's form. Jiayin and Zhuan Ti were shaken, staring in astonishment at the 5 standing in the void. The 12-petal merit golden lotus was connected to the 4 lotus flowers, and the luck of the golden immortal path surged forth from the sea of luck, directly plunging into the golden lotus, instantly spreading a wave of pressure. Primordial treasure. Waves of astonished voices resounded in the void. Jie and Xuanti were both greatly surprised. It was clearly not a primordial treasure, yet it emitted the pressure of a supreme treasure. At this moment, the luck of the golden immortal path was thoroughly stabilized. Even if there were those attempting division, it would not be like the Western teachings of old. Jie and Xuanti could sense that the luck of the golden immortal path was catching up to the earth immortal lineage. It wouldn't be long before another saint would emerge in this world. As they watched the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity simultaneously manifest, they exchanged a glance and made their decision. I Duo Bao am honored to be the master of the golden immortal path. Receiving the fortune of the Tao sect, I have traversed the roads of the primordial world. Today I will use the luck of the golden immortal path as a guide to restore the West. After Duo Bao finished speaking, the golden lotus beneath him landed on the ground. His surrounding magical power continuously infused while the 4 from Xihong encircled him. A golden beam of light surged into the sky as if piercing into the earth, spreading outwards. Heaven sets rules, governs, order weaves karma. The earth's veins shall be restored today. Guangchengzi's voice bore no joy or sorrow as it echoed throughout the primordial world. The creation jade disc rested in his palm, countless laws materializing. The cultivators witnessing this felt their realms rising exponentially. The causal ring around Wukong's neck fell, merging into the sea of laws. Numerous causal nets appeared, falling towards the western land, all embodying a single, well, the earth's veins must be restored. The earth is the foundation, bearing all things, nurturing all beings, and embodying great virtue. A voice echoed above the underworld as the seal in Mother Earth's hand transformed. The wheel of reincarnation floated over Honghuang from Honghuang. Guan rose the earth books, and yellow seals empowered it, and in the Yaoqi a mirror of light descended, merging into the western land. Humanity changes gathering while all spirits endure, striving unceasingly. The Kongtong Seal was surrounded by the 9 dragons as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors along with Yingzheng appeared. The Emperor of Humanity in the 9 provinces held a sacrifice, and myriad spirit phantoms surged towards the western land. 3 immense powers surged into the west simultaneously, causing the beings of the primordial world to feel a jolt in their souls, their memories blanking for a moment before they gazed in astonishment towards the west. They beheld the golden clouds of merit that obscured the sky directly descend and merge into the earth. Golden veins appeared, connecting like meridians, and everyone understood that this was the earth's veins of the west. The primordial earth trembled continuously. Mother Earth's eyes brimmed with tears as she knew that the earth was merely awakening. The once barren desert, cracked for millions of years, transformed into fertile soil under the golden light of merit. Spiritual herbs and celestial grasses broke through the earth, and 7-colored miraculous flowers bloomed everywhere. The fractured earth veins reconnected, the dried-up spiritual springs erupted once more, and clear spiritual liquid flowed into rivers winding like ribbons around the mountains. The once barren peaks now covered in lush pine and cypress, the broken cliffs and remnants of cliffs merged back together, and miraculous peaks and towering mountains rose from the ground, with spiritual energy steaming like clouds and mist. Feeling the rising spiritual energy, even Jie and Xuanti revealed smiles. Ultimately, they were also beings of the West. With a wave of spiritual rain falling, the changes in the western continent gradually came to a halt. Everyone surveyed the western land. In the past, Luo Ho had exploded the earth veins, leaving the west desolate with treacherous mountains and waters and malevolent energy soaring to the sky, until Guangchengzi awakened the underground path, mitigating some of the malevolent energy. Later, Xuanyuan attained the Tao, and the earth veins were partially restored. Now that the westward journey has concluded, the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity acted together. Using the golden immortal path as a guide, they finally reconnected the fractured earth veins. From now on, all malevolence shall dissolve, all evils shall turn to good, and all spirits shall be reborn. Upon the earth, no more malevolent and turbid energy exists, only peace and purity. Between the mountains and rivers, there is no longer desolation and barrenness, but rather vibrant life. The western continent, once recognized as the barren edge of the primordial world, has overnight transformed into a supreme fairyland rivaling the eastern regions. Mount Shumi also continuously rose higher. As the foremost fairy mountain of the western continent, it instantly began to gather the surrounding spiritual energy, aiming to align with Kunlun. Jie and Xuanti sighed softly, their eyes complex as they gazed at Duo Bao. With this restoration of the western earth veins, the golden immortal path would rapidly develop and gain the favor of heaven and earth. As saints of the heavenly Tao, they could sense that the Western land was also beginning to give birth to blessed lands and caves. This was the manifestation of the restoration of the earth veins and the completeness of the West. The entire primordial world displayed a burgeoning vitality, as if it were the beginning of creation. The laws revealed themselves, and the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity scattered their essence throughout the primordial world, causing everyone's cultivation to continuously rise. The air shimmered with the aura of merit. Although it was not as abundant as before when restoring the earth veins, it was not to be underestimated. However, at this moment no one paid attention to these. Across the primordial world a momentum surged, exerting pressure on heaven and earth. Above the netherworld, the essence of reincarnation continuously radiated from Hutu, while the surrounding flowers, stones, and trees revolved and transformed, resembling a cycle of reincarnation. Meanwhile, the netherworld began to expand, and the abundant spiritual energy surged rapidly. At Honghuang Temple, a beam of yellow light soared into the sky, solidifying the earth under the laws of soil, where numerous earth immortals resided in their blessed lands, their auras interconnected. Within the fire cloud cave, the auras of the three emperors and Yingzheng soared the human path, returning directly entering Ye's body as a pressure began to manifest around him. Inside Fengqi Mountain, the laws of creation surrounded Nuwa, and in an instant numerous spiritual beasts and spiritual roots appeared within the mountain. In the Yaoqi, the divine light of Haotian connected with the 33 heavens, and countless immortals bowed in reverence. The most striking sight was the transformation of the primordial chaos, light and darkness, alternating the abundant power of the laws, scattering a powerful pressure, enveloping the entire primordial realm, while the membranes of heaven and earth thickened, and the space became more stable. Within the Sanqing heaven, 3 strands of ancestral qi spanned the primordial world, gradually imprinting deeper into the heavens and earth. Within the ancestral qi, various extraordinary phenomena emerged, conveying a sense of transcendence as countless laws such as yin and yang and the 4 symbols surged forth, yet ultimately, they slowly dissipated just shy of a breakthrough. A cry resembling a phoenix's call echoed as a colorful peacock spread its wings, suspended in the sky alongside a golden-winged rock, both radiating an aura of peak quasi-saintship, yet the former uniquely exuded a pressure that surpassed even that. Sensi quasi-saint. Duobao suddenly opened his eyes wide, exclaiming in shock. The 4 of Zihong also finished their meditation, and while they did not pay much attention to the descending merit, they had already broken through to the late quasi-saint realm. As everyone collected their merits, some wore expressions of joy, while others were indifferent. At this time, there were simply too many cultivators among the beings of the primordial realm breaking through their realms, and as the heavens and earth reached completeness, the laws seemed to overflow, allowing anyone with a divine sense to comprehend and break through. Even Yang Jian and Neza were no exceptions, as the little white dragon Ao Lai let out a dragon roar, certifying the Tao as a great Luo golden immortal. This was the revelry of the beings of the primordial realm, a divine gift from the heavens, a rise in the source. Duobao bowed deeply towards the 33 heavens and said loudly, "Woyang Tianzuan, thank you, senior brother. Woyang Tianzuan, praise to Yaoshi Tianzuan. Woyang Tianzuan, thanks to Saint Guangcheng." Voices echoed throughout the primordial world as countless powerful beings bowed in gratitude. After the western earth veins were restored, it was unknown how many cultivators had broken through their realms. There were simply too many great Luo golden immortals to count, and in the blink of an eye the primordial realm gained dozens of quasi-saint powerhouses. If it were not for the rise of the primordial source, with the external chaos demons transforming chaotic energy, and the internal Zhoutian star array converting spiritual energy, even at this time the primordial realm would struggle to support so many cultivators breaking through. Especially in the western lands, countless beings transformed a scene that had never occurred before. The quality of the cultivators at this moment surpassed that of the previous Chanjiao, as Guangchengzi in the Moreau Palace smiled wryly, sensing the aura of peak quasi-saint rising from the western Kunlun. The calamity energy spread and his eyes flickered as he looked towards Mount Shumi. "I shall pressure you a bit." As the golden lotus floated by, carrying Duobao back to Mount Shumi, the 4 of Zihong closely followed, while Wukong and the others along with Ao Lai bowed in respect. They looked at Jane and Juanti with curiosity, as the number of cultivators breaking through in the primordial world was truly countless. The saints from the various heavens had all displayed signs of breakthrough, and even in the fire cloud cave new saintly pressures had emerged. Under the power of the laws, everyone understood that the former King Yu had also certified the Tao and become a saint. However, Jane and Juanti were surrounded by the power of merit, yet their auras showed no change, and their cultivation had not improved in the slightest. The gathered crowd exchanged glances, and everything was unspoken. Jane and Zunti's expressions were complex as the jade dish of creation had already vanished from the void, yet the heavy burden in their hearts remained. Duobao's lips curled slightly. Excellent. The current state of these two uncles is truly reassuring. Even without merits this time, both the heavens and the human paths were continuously strengthening, and along with that the cultivation of the three saints was also rising, yet these two showed no change at all. They were, after all, the saints of the heavenly path. This was enough to indicate that they had been abandoned by the heavenly path. Since that is the case, I shall not be so. He chuckled lightly, carefully observing Mount Shumi. Indeed, it was worthy of being the ancestral courtyard of the Western sect. Although it had been severely damaged by the sword array of the immortals, the spiritual roots here had revived after the restoration of the Western Earth veins. Looking at the grand hall, standing tall, Duobao slightly bowed towards Jane, waving his hand as the words De Lei In Yuan reappeared on the plaque. Zunti's temples throbbed, and he looked deeply at Duobao, exhaling a breath of turbid air, yet said nothing. Two uncles, are you not planning to stay as guest elders at my Mount Shumi? Duobao smiled gently, yet his words were provocative. Logically speaking, even if the Western sect was destroyed, Mount Shumi should still be the dojo of Jane and Zunti, yet now the reason was in Duobao's hands, or rather in the hands of the Taoist school. A cold light flashed in Jiayan's eyes. This kid was too reckless, while Zunti could not hold back. Duobao, do not be impudent. They let go of Mount Shumi because Guangchengzi was up there, but they could not simply be driven away by Duobao. What is wrong with my disciple being a bit impudent? A light laugh echoed, and the swords of Sahang's four people resonated in unison as the sword array of the immortals emerged. The four swords arrayed, emitting no aura, yet instilling a sense of dread in those who witnessed it. The sound of dragon roars resounded as three uniquely styled 9 dragons Agarwood palanquins flew out from the Sanqing heaven, with the Chenghuang Yuming palanquin closely following. Heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses surged from the earth, and purple chi rose from the east for 30,000 miles, allowing countless beings to shed their ailments, and flowers and spiritual beasts transformed one after another. This was undeniably the manifestation of a saint's journey. Voices of worship echoed in the primordial realm as the 4 palanquins flew directly towards Mount Shumi. Disciple Duobao, congratulations to master and uncle for exiting seclusion. I bow to senior brother. Xiangwen Shupushin Juliu, the son, pay respects to master, uncle, and senior brother. Wukong pays respects to Father Saint and the 3 grandfathers. Yang Jianneza pay respects to the 3 ancestral masters and senior uncle. Ao Lai pays respects to the saint. In an instant, aside from Jane and Zunti, everyone on Mount Shumi bowed in respect. The two exchanged glances and chuckled bitterly. We have met the 3 senior brothers. Congratulations on your exit from seclusion. Spare me. Tongshan's voice accompanied the ringing of swords, causing Zunti to tremble. If I do not exit seclusion, soon will you really act against Duobao? Zunti stammered and quickly denied. No, senior brother is joking. I do not think so. As the curtain before Tongtian slowly opened, revealing his handsome face, his eyes seemed to penetrate Zunti's thoughts. While I was in seclusion, you all made quite a few moves. Laozi Yuanshi maintained a calm demeanor, remaining silent, yet exerting great pressure on Jane and Zunti, while the Chenghuang Yuming palanquin stood silently to the side. Not a sound emitted, not even the 10 little golden crows dared to chirp. Senior brother, you worry too much. Neither of us harbors such intent. Jieyin steadied Zunti with an earnest tone, adding, Shumi Mountain is after all our sanctuary. Duobao's disciple nephew speaking so is somewhat improper. Tongtian sneered coldly. Shumi Mountain, the ancestral seat of the Shifang sect. Where is the Shifang sect now? Jieyin and Zunti's faces faltered. You truly know how to drive a knife into a poor Taoist's heart. Zunti took a deep breath and looked toward the last chariot. Guangchengzi had not spoken since arriving, but Zunti understood that the final decision would rest with Guangchengzi alone. My junior nephew, the 2 of us are willing to withdraw from Shumi Mountain and hand over the boundary steel and the formations to Duobao. Will you deign to show mercy and spare Mile and the others a way to live? He bowed slightly toward the Chenghuang Yuming chariot, his voice hoarse, as if making one last desperate plea. The golden crow spread its wings, and the chariot shifted aside, avoiding that obeisance. Within the Chenghuang Yuming chariot, Guangchengzi's face remained calm. No matter the circumstance, these 2 and the Sanqing were peers. He could not accept such a bow. I did not slay them. I only intended their true spirits to be reborn. Would that not suffice? Zunti gave a bitter laugh. For him and his senior brother, what difference did it make from killing them? Guangchengzi's meaning was plain. He would not allow them to interfere in the awakening. Those disciples, once reborn, would be entirely new beings unless they could attain sainthood, and even then Fushi would not regain his memories. To accomplish that, Guangchengzi and the others had ample means. The Shifang sect has perished, yet the 2 junior brothers' great aspirations remain unfulfilled. Would it not be better to quiet the heart, cultivate and save others. Laozi sighed and looked at Jie Yin and Xuanti. Guangchengzi would not relent, and he would not allow his disciples to be left behind. Strictly speaking, ever since the Sanqing and Guangchengzi arrived on Shumi Mountain, neither exotic spirit roots nor nascent souls could permit Jie Yin and Xuanti to decide matters any longer. Xuanti suddenly laughed aloud, tears rolled down his cheeks, as a strange portent bloomed in the sky. Countless great cultivators turned their gaze again toward Shumi Mountain. Golden light paved the way as Xuanyuan raised his sword. The wheel of reincarnation spread as Hutu walked, lotus blossoms appearing with each step. Are you all come to witness this Taoist humiliation? Xuanti swept his gaze around and broke into bitter sobs. Jie Yin's eyes stung. His junior brother, the one he had lived beside for countless years, had been driven to this. Guangchengzi said nothing further, looking upon him as one would watch a jester. The last spark in Xuanti's eyes slowly died out, his gaze grew vacant and still. The Sanqing straightened imperceptibly, their expressions unreadable. Xuanti appeared as if his heart had turned to ash. He seemed uncertain of what to do. The void rippled faintly. Huda seemed to sense something, but chose to behave as if nothing had occurred. I cannot fathom it. Why do you desire Yaoshi and the others' true spirits? To reincarnate them and teach them arts to use against us. Xuanti sounded almost relieved, his suppressed fury like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He said coldly, whatever you intend to do, you will not have the chance. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. You imagine too much. This Taoist had no such notion. Destroy. The word was small, yet it fell clear into every ear. A ripple surged from the nascent souls of Yaoshi and the others, the sacred force that Xuanti had earlier used to steady their spirits. Like the cracking of glass, the nascent soul of Yaoshi Deshizi suddenly fractured, shards of light falling upon Shumi Mountain. Only motes of radiance drifted out. Those were their true spirits. Shatter. Xuanti spat the word. The Bodhi tree upon Shumi Mountain unleashed streaks of divine light that struck toward the 17 true spirits. He had taken the form of the Bodhi tree, an ultimate innate spirit root. Commanding, it was effortless. Ding! Sword lights flashed in all directions with a singularly clear ring dispersing the Bodhi tree's radiance. Guangchengzi's fingertip shimmered with a gleam that enveloped the true spirits of Yaoshi and the others. The light burned so brightly that none present could keep their eyes open. Even Hutu and the Sanqing squinted. Have you realized the Tao? Yuanqi's eyes widened in surprise. Both he and Guangchengzi shared the 9th level of Xuanyuan, yet Guangchengzi seemed to radiate unmatched power. Not yet, Guangchengzi replied, shaking his head lightly, his gaze coldly fixed on Xuanti. Tongtian sighed long and low. You are indeed cruel. You can even bring yourself to act against your own. Xuanti, seeing his plan thwarted, flashed a momentary disappointment. Hearing Tongshan's words, he smiled wryly. Tongtian's senior brother, why reproach the younger man? Did you not once do the same? Silence fell. Shumi Mountain grew utterly still. All who had endured that cataclysm held their breath in mute dread. Tongtian glanced at Guangchengzi, and finding his expression unchanged, allowed himself a small relief. His look toward Xuanti held the chill of ice, yet the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Xuanti, this Taoist gave you face, did he not? Xuanti lifted his head and jeered, how quaint. Dare to act, but not to own it. At least I acted with a plan for my Tao. What of you? Tongtian fell silent for a long time, his gaze pausing on Duobao. He spoke in a grave tone. You have a point, after all, I personally send away my own Chanjiao. Third brother. Yuanqi's low exclamation carried a warning. Laozi turned his head as well. Only Guangchengzi remained wordless. Tongtian waved a hand. Brothers, I know what I say. He looked toward the Chengwang Yumming chariot with a gentleness in his eyes. Were it to happen again, I would do the same. Guangchengzi is not merely my disciple, he embodies the continuation of my life. Even now I say it, all the disciples of Chanjiao combined are not as vital as he. Xuanti laughed aloud, tears in the corners of his eyes. Tongtian, you are indeed the most upright among us, he said, then cast his gaze at Duobao, who remained composed. That had become the consensus among the disciples of the 3 teachings. Nothing more need be said. Xuanti grew dispirited, despair written in his eyes. I truly admire the 4 of you, master and disciples, able to drive me to such a state. High cultivation, talented disciples, and an unassailable Tao heart, utterly flawless. He stared at Shumi Mountain, his expression obscure. Saints from heaven, earth, and man had come. Were they here to witness how utterly the Taoist had been shamed? Saints have no mercy, saints have no mercy. Xuanti roared, his palm like an eagle's claw snatching at Sun Wukong. More precisely, it seized toward the true spirit of Miles standing before him. You dare! Stop! Before the Sanqing could move, Hutu and Xuanyuan struck in unison, a fist and a sword meeting his chest. Xuanti was hurled backward at a speed even the golden rock could not match, blood scattered across the void. Jie let out a low, mirthless laugh, his voice harsh and hoarse, sending a chill through those beneath the saints. They stared at him in horror. "Brother, leave it be," he said softly. Xuanyuan coughed without cease, vomited great lungfuls of blood, and glared at the Honghuang yumming chariot with hatred. Up to now Guangchengzi had still not shown himself. "Why should I let it go? Guangchengzi, you are a scoundrel. This Taoist will not submit. You are the calamity of Honghuang, the variable of the primal age. You are the calamity of Honghuang, the variable of the primal age." He spat those words with ragged breath, blood still staining his lips, his hatred focused on the Honghuang yumming chariot as the assembled saints looked on. Xuanyuan's voice trembled with fury and despair, the air around him taut with the sense that the world itself might crack under his rage. After Xuanyuan's furious roar, Duo Bao and Ci Heng were left in shock, while Wukong tightly gripped his golden staff, daring to insult my father in such a manner. Before they could react, a jade-like, coiling dragon-shaped cane flew out of the void, striking Xuanyuan directly in the face, causing him to groan in pain as several teeth flew out. Immediately the sound of a sword ringing echoed, scattering azure lotus petals imbued with sharp sword energy, and Xuanyuan let out a horrific scream as his limbs were all severed. Suddenly the starry sky of the universe appeared, and the sun, moon, and stars shone down their celestial power, landing upon an extraordinarily precious three treasures, Jade Rui. With a single strike, Xuanyuan's divine form vanished, dispersing into streams of vital energy, while golden holy power floated, gathering all the vital energy, and his primordial spirit began to lose its form. Seeing the pain in Jie's eyes, he was about to make a move when a beam of golden sword light flew in, directly cleaving him in two. Xuanyuan, holding the emperor's sword, spoke coldly, "Do you dare insult my master? Are you seeking death?" In an instant, Ho Tu had no opportunity to act, and Jie and Xuanyuan were already lying on the ground. All eyes were fixed on Xuanyuan, watching the floating three treasures Jade Rui, as they all gasped in spiritual energy. Heaven has three treasures, sun, moon, and stars. Earth has three treasures, water, fire, and wind. Humanity has three treasures, essence, energy, and spirit. This was the philosophy behind the creation of the three treasures Jade Rui by Yuan Shi Tianzun. They had only thought that it could draw upon the powers of heaven, earth, and humanity, but did not expect such formidable might. Xuanyuan, being a dignified heavenly Tao saint, did not suffer greatly from such severing injuries unless it affected his source. However, the three treasures Jade Rui could directly decompose his divine form, truly reducing him to the state of essence, energy, and spirit. Yuan Shi frowned slightly. After all, he is a heavenly Tao saint protected by the power of the heavenly Tao. Despite the attack, he has not perished. The several saints could naturally see that Xuanyuan was relying on the power of the heavenly Tao to sustain himself. If it were any other Hunyuan Daoyuo Jinshin, he would have disintegrated into vital energy, merging into the primordial world. Guangchengzi coughed lightly, and a glow appeared, restoring Xuanyuan to his physical form. He had a pale face, trembling all over, cursing inwardly, "These three protective fools. I merely insulted once, and you all directly intervened. If I were not a heavenly Tao saint, I would have perished right then. If a saint falls, the heavenly Tao will also be wounded," Guangchengzi said softly. Everyone understood his meaning. It's permissible to strike, but do not kill. Otherwise, if a saint revives, it will harm the source of the heavenly Tao. Xuanyuan coughed a few times, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the power of the heavenly Tao allowed him to recover quickly. Jie rose, and the two supported each other. "I merely said a word. Oh, what can you do about it?" Xuanyuan sneered coldly. "If it were not for Guangchengzi, would I have fallen to such a state? You only rely on your good background. If not for Guangchengzi, I do not believe you would tolerate the expansion of Tongtian's Chanjiao. At that time you three brothers would quarrel. How could my Western teaching decline? I am not inferior to any of you. I am also a primordial divine demon. Just because I hail from the West, I am subjected to your exclusion. I am also a heavenly Tao saint." Xuanyuan's eyes were filled with sorrow as he spoke, becoming increasingly heartbroken, gradually breaking into tears. However, Yuan Shi's brows furrowed, his eyes revealing a fierce light, while Tong Tian trembled with rage. Waves of pressure spread in the void, making everyone start to gasp for breath. Lao Zi's eyes sharpened, losing the previous calm demeanor. They knew that Xuanyuan spoke the truth. If not for Guangchengzi, none of this would have happened. Oh, perhaps they would have acted against Chanjiao. But all of this was due to Guangchengzi's absence. Without Guangchengzi, just the thought of this possibility caused them profound pain. Yuan Shi felt as if his heart was being sliced. He had always had a vague premonition that one day their master-disciple bond would be severed. He always thought it would be the three Qing that would fall, but today Xuanyuan had pointed out that if anyone were to leave, it would be Guangchengzi. The three treasures Jade Rui quietly vanished, and the Panga banner appeared, and the heaven-opening axe gradually floated out, causing the space to begin to shatter. Ho Tu's expression changed dramatically. "Dao, brother, calm down. This is Mount Shumi. If Yuan sure strikes down with one axe, the power of Honghuang Jiucheng will likely break the recently repaired earth veins again. Zhuan Ti's form trembled for a moment, his gaze tense, looking towards the Cheng Guang Yuming Niao, crying out emotionally, "It's all your fault. This Mount Shumi belongs to me, and the Western teaching belongs to me. If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to kill, then kill. You are nothing but a sycophant and a fawning disciple. What else can you do?" The curtains finally slowly pulled back, revealing Guangchengzi's face. The three Qing stopped their movements, quietly watching him, as if wanting to etch his image deep into their memories. Although the corners of Guangchengzi's lips were turned up, his smile was like it was covered by a layer of frost, cold and devoid of warmth. His tone was calm. "I can also hit people, directly smashing you to the bottom of Mount Shumi, where you cannot escape. Out of respect, I will ask, can I hit you?" Zhuan Ti roared, "Of course not." The light seal shot out, directly crashing on his Zhuan Ti's crown, creating a large hole in Mount Shumi, and in the blink of an eye Zhuan Ti had disappeared. "I merely asked casually. What you said does not count." Guangchengzi sneered, watching as Zhuan Ti crawled up covered in blood. "Junior brother." Jie Yin's eyes were filled with pain as he tightly squeezed his arm. "Should we just let it go?" Zhuan Ti, however, did not respond. "If we let it go now, would not all the suffering I endured be in vain?" Ho Tu's eyes moved slightly, sensing something was off. She quietly transmitted her voice. "Zhuan Ti seems to be doing this on purpose. He appears to be deliberately provoking you all." The three Qing were taken aback. They had been too concerned about Guangchengzi and had not observed the situation from an outsider's perspective. Now that they thought about it, how could Zhuan Ti have such audacity to repeatedly provoke us? Their gazes shifted, recalling that since arriving at Mount Shumi, Guangchengzi had remained calm, seemingly having foreseen what was about to happen. Indeed, Zhuan Ti did not disappoint, frantically outputting towards Guangchengzi. "What kind of praise, Yaoshi Tianzun, the holy light saint? If it were truly so, would you be able to comprehend darkness? It's merely a filthy heart concealed beneath a facade of light. My Western teaching is a major sect of saints, yet has been directly plotted against to the point of annihilation. Chanjiao was once the foremost sect of the primordial world, yet you have destroyed it to the point of being at the end of the three teachings. Those are all your close disciples and juniors, and you could actually act against them. I am a heavenly Tao saint. I should exist in harmony with the Tao, yet I am being forced to this extent. Even the heavenly Tao has become a plaything in your hands." Zhuan Ti continued, initially seeming to vent his dissatisfaction, but the more he spoke, the more genuine emotion he expressed, embracing Jie Yin and weeping bitterly. "Why should this be? I, a dignified heavenly Tao saint, have ended up in such a plight." Duo Bao and others stared blankly at him. "Uncle Master, do you plan to survive today, only to die later? These words you dare to say, we do not even dare to hear." Finally Guangchengzi chuckled. "Uncle Master, have you taken this opportunity to speak your true feelings?" As Guangchengzi's voice faded, Zhuan Ti's crying paused momentarily, but soon resumed, as if he did not understand what was being said. "What you said seems to imply that everything is my fault. I find it strange, for I am merely a Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal, while you master boast of being a saint of the Tao. Why then do the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity draw so close to me?" He scanned the surroundings, and countless great beings bowed upon meeting his gaze. Guangchengzi smiled, and continued, "Since you are a saint of the Tao, why did you receive the primal purple qi in the first place?" Zhuan Ti's crying faltered, his expression changing drastically. Yet Guangchengzi paid no heed and directly tore into their wounds, saying, "The western earth veins are shattered, and this matter is linked to the karmic cause of our ancestor Honghuang. He will grant the primal purple qi not to you, but to the beings of the western realms you represent. The ancestor, and even the Tao, hope that you can repair the western earth veins, bringing life to the beings of the west, making the primordial world more complete. But have you achieved that?" Guangchengzi's voice resonated like a great bell, causing Jin and Zhuan Ti's faces to flush red. He continued, "You have not, then what are you doing? Stop." Zhuan Ti's eyes showed a plea, but Guangchengzi sneered, "Why should I shield you? The beings of the primordial world are unaware of your schemes. I, as a saint of the Tao, initially intended to spare you some face, but what are you doing?" His voice echoed throughout the primordial world, reaching every living being's ears. "Fellow Taoists, you should also know why I instructed my junior sister Cihong and the others to establish the 4 Golden Immortal sects, causing the Western teaching's fortune to plummet. This is not merely due to their lack of innate treasures to suppress the fortune." "Do not say any more," Zhuan Ti shouted in despair. "Why not? Did you not speak freely before?" Guangchengzi glanced at him with disdain, saying, "Because the predecessor of the Golden Immortal Tao was called Buddha, established by these two, intending to rebel against the Immortal Tao and create their own Buddhist sect." As his words settled, the primordial world fell silent, and then an uproar began. The immortals looked disdainfully at Jin and Zhuan Ti. Even though the two were saints, they could not stop the thoughts of the beings. In the realm of the underworld, the river of the underworld showed a look of disdain. Back in the Purple Cloud Palace, these two did not rely on true skill to sit on their positions. Now that Guangchengzi explained the reasons, they realized these two even had plans to betray their sect. This was an extremely shameless act for ordinary practitioners in the primordial world, and these two were actually esteemed saints. In the Fire Cloud Cave, a practitioner stepped forward, and a Taoist in a yellow robe from Honghuang Temple also arrived, while a 9-colored divine light rose from Fantian Mountain. Fellow Taoists, is what Guangchengzi said true? Shenong, holding a ochre whip, asked angrily. Jane and Xuanyuan were left speechless, too afraid to meet his gaze. Nonsense. Shenong lashed out with his whip, leaving a red mark on the faces of the two, saying, I willingly relinquished my seat, because I saw that you came for the beings of the West. You ignored my being besieged by Emperor Xuanyuan and others, which I can understand, as the karma of the saint's position is hard to repay. He surveyed the primordial world with pride, saying, I am willing to sacrifice my life for the beings of the primordial world, hoping you can practice your ideals. You fear the karma of the saints. Did I ever threaten you with that after my reincarnation? Jane and Xuanyuan's faces turned crimson. Indeed, Red Cloud had never mentioned this matter. Otherwise, based on the karma of the saints' position, their connection with the three pure ones, and Guangchengzi would lead them to obediently hand over the Western teachings without needing later golden immortals to venture westward. You are simply despicable. Shenong's fingers trembled with anger. The Tao ancestor bestowed the primal purple chi, allowing you to seek life for the beings of the West, yet you too are plotting to betray the immortal Tao and break free from the mystical gate. You are unworthy of being saints of the Tao. Xuanyuan watched his old friend's excited expression and hurriedly supported him, fearing he would faint from anger, as he had known about this matter for a long time. Nua sighed. Guangchengzi secretly chuckled. Red Cloud is indeed a clever speaker, as expected from an honest person losing their temper. He looked indifferently at Jane and Xuanyuan, saying, Now do you understand why I have the favor of the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity? I assisted in opening the underworld, I have the bloodline of humanity, and I awakened humanity. As for the Tao, I operate the great formation of the stars, transforming chaotic energy, reinforcing the membranes of heaven and earth, repairing the western earth veins, enhancing primordial spiritual energy, replenishing the primordial origins, letting the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity reach completion, and elevating the primordial world. Every single achievement is done by me. My contributions are inscribed in this world, and the beings of the primordial world naturally understand. How could your two words tarnish that? We thank the celestial venerable saint. The voices resounded towards Mount Shumi as the beings bowed down in reverence. Guangchengzi smiled, lightly raising Jane and Red Cloud, his gaze softening. Did you hear that? This is the evaluation of me by the beings. As for the matter of killing the disciples of the Jie sect, his brow revealed a murderous intent, sneering. You are right, I will strike against those vile creatures. If it happens again, I will still act the same way. Even so, what does it represent? The Tao values me because I am useful. Whoever benefits the development of the Tao will be valued. One day the Tao will abandon you. Do not think you can turn the primordial world into your personal will. These words are both sharp and sarcastic, and the gazes of the immortals glanced over. Even the thick-skinned duo could barely hold on. In the current primordial world, besides the newly ordained, do you know other saints possess a lower cultivation than you two? Everyone else is advancing while you remain stagnant. All these years, what realm were you in when you attained Tao? And what realm are you in now? Xuanyuan raised his head stubbornly, saying, Are you so smug? Now the Tao values you merely because you are useful. One day the Tao will abandon you. Do not think you can make the primordial world your own. Guangchengzi, half smiling, said, I no longer even care about the Tao, let alone in the future, but anything belonging to me. If anyone dares to touch it, I will cut off their fingers. As for the Tao, if it dares to betray me, I will ensure it does not have it easy. Xuanyuan was taken aback. How could he dare to speak such rebellious words? Yet there was no response in the void, as if the Tao had not heard at all. Yuan coughed lightly, glancing at Guangchengzi, urging him to be more careful with his words. Watch your words. I am also a saint of the Tao. You are indeed extreme. Jane pulled Xuanyuan, speaking solemnly. In this primordial world, there is nothing you dare not do. You will destroy the primordial world. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow, wondering what this was about. Did they intend to incite others to oppose him? Unfortunately, he would not regard them highly, and forget it, I have no patience to continue playing with you. Guangchengzi sighed, looking at the two with pity. You have done all this just to deliberately provoke me, to break away from the position of the saints of the Tao. What? Nua exclaimed in astonishment, while Honghuang turned to look at Guangchengzi in shock. Xuanyuan asked on behalf of Hongyun, his gaze sweeping across the faces of Jane and Junti, questioning why they would abandon the position of a saint when they had schemed against Hongyun's old friend before. The three pure ones furrowed their brows, their confused gazes darting back and forth. Zunti's cries ceased, and he looked expressionlessly at Guangchengzi, while the beings of the primordial chaos and Daobao seemed stunned by the news, mouths agape and minds blank, thoughts coming to a standstill. Disciple Yuan Shi's voice was low and solemn, even the surrounding spiritual energy fell silent. Please clarify your words. He narrowed his eyes slightly, deeply gazing at Jane and Junti, his tone calm, but everyone knew he was truly angry. As a saint of the heavenly Tao and a disciple of the Tao ancestor, Jane and Junti had failed to complete their mission and now intended to abandon their position as saints, which made Yuan Shi feel his dignity was insulted. Guangchengzi smiled slightly, observing the tension in Zunti's pupils, as if he were sentencing him to a reprieve. Sister, do you remember what you said back in the 9 provinces? Ho-Tu was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Xuanyuan, recalling that when they first set out westward it was the two of them who had dealt with Junti. I didn't say anything, did I? Ho-Tu displayed a reminiscing expression. I only remember telling him to manage his own hands and feet, not to think he could be arrogant just because he was a saint of the heavenly Tao. The reincarnation disc appeared in her palm, her gaze fixed on Junti. Even if he is a saint of the heavenly Tao, I still have ways to deal with him. Junti shivered upon hearing this, knowing that Ho-Tu could truly accomplish such a thing. Guangchengzi clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Indeed, after Sister finished speaking, Junti actually did not immediately beg for mercy. At that moment, I found it strange, as someone like him who has no face or skin would not take the dignity of a saint to heart, and only after careful thought did I understand. Nuwa bit her lip tightly. Her disciple's words were rather harsh, yet they were also the truth. Zunti's expression remained unchanged. Such words were of no harm to him, while Jane clearly had not trained his thick skin enough, already lowering his head. Oh, so Jane, the master knows shame. Guangchengzi sneered, as it has always been Junti charging into battle, while Jane laid the groundwork behind him. Today as he does this, don't say you're unaware of it. Before Jane could refute, Guangchengzi continued, how did you both become saints of the heavenly Tao? The beings of the primordial chaos all know that none of the 48 great vows have been fulfilled, yet you think of creating new laws. It seems that indeed Master Ancestor had foresight. You have neither the merits of creating beings, nor the merits of the three pure ones' creation, and the merits of proving the Tao into a saint were meant to constrain the two of you. However, you have been suppressed by the 3 teachings over the years, and surely have lost that ambition. The Western teachings have developed steadily, yet not a single grand aspiration has been fulfilled, and the Western veins have not been repaired. Am I wrong in saying this? Jane and Junti wore troubled expressions, yet had no words to refute. Guangchengzi steadied his mind, and said seriously, your realms were fixed at the time of proving the Tao. Unless you fulfill your great vows, and repair the Western veins, you will remain shackled, and unable to improve your cultivation. But when I sent Daobao westward to replace the Western teachings with the Golden Immortal Path, you must have known there was no opportunity left. As long as the Western teachings exist, you cannot complete your tasks. Even more so, when the Western teachings are completely destroyed, you will have even less opportunity. Junti raised his head, stammering as he watched the 3 saints of heaven, earth, and humanity rushing over. Other quasi-saints and great powers were also appearing in the void. His bad premonition grew stronger today. Perhaps it would not end well. Master, do you still remember what he said after we arrived? Guangchengzi looked calmly at the 3 pure ones. He has mentioned more than once that he is a saint of the heavenly Tao. Yuan Shi's gaze fixed. Indeed, if it weren't for Junti being a saint of the heavenly Tao, protected by the power of the heavenly Tao, he could have fallen with just a single thought. If he struck hard, it would also harm the heavenly Tao. He is specifically emphasizing his identity. Tongtian laughed meaningfully. Laozi's expression was cold, and he smiled without emotion. Well played, both of you. Streams of light rushed in, and Hao Yin and Xuanyuan stood together, while Fuxi Yingzheng and Dayu stood beside Xuanyuan. All the saints of the primordial chaos had arrived. Even the 12 ancestral witches came to watch the commotion, pointing at Jane and Junti. Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with surprise. This time the primordial chaos was complete, and the 12 ancestral witches had gained quite a bit. Since the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, both the earthly Tao and human Tao, have saints proving the Tao, and back in the 9 provinces Xuanyuan's sword had defeated you too. By then you should have had some ideas. Sister Ho-Tu's words also served as a reminder. Since being unable to improve one's cultivation as a saint of the heavenly Tao, but what if this identity is lost? Nuwa frowned. If they are not saints of the heavenly Tao, their realm must drop. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. Could it be that the laws of creation that Master Uncle wields are still beneath the saints? Primordial Supreme Golden Immortal. Xuanyuanzi exclaimed in surprise, looking at Hongyun. I admire you, old friend, truly deserving of being the two saints from the west who managed to scheme against you. Hongyun closed his eyes and sighed. Even now, though they were at odds, he couldn't help but admire the meticulous thoughts of these two. It is said that the three saints can only dominate the primordial chaos, but after all, it is a saint's position which can borrow the strength of the three paths to enhance cultivation. Guangchengzi surveyed the crowd present. The three paths indeed restrict the saints from leaving the primordial chaos, yet, without the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, the cultivation of all saints would not rise so rapidly. Just after proving the Tao, perhaps it was still through the strength of the three paths that they could exert the power of a saint, but by now the comprehension of their own laws had long been realized. Even if they lost the Honghuang purple qi and other items, the understanding of the laws would not disappear. Guangchengzi's gaze was sharp as a blade, his voice, I see two master uncles, I have not spoken incorrectly, have I? Jane and Xuanyuan sighed, closing their eyes. Such a gesture already indicated their tacit acceptance. Deliberately provoking me, knowing that the three pure ones will not let you go for insulting me, and are aware that Sister Ho too has a good relationship with me, continuously emphasizing your identity as saints of the heavenly Tao is to remind us that you are saints of the heavenly Tao, hence your unbridled behavior. If you push me too hard, we will join forces to make you lose this most cherished thing, casting you down from your saintly position. At that time, without the Honghuang purple qi and the saintly position, the 48 great vows would vanish, yet the laws you have comprehended still remain. As long as you do not close yourself off for less than 10,000 years, you can directly prove the primordial supreme golden immortal. This is certainly better than being unable to improve your current realm, while having to watch one after another of your juniors prove the Tao and become saints surpassing you. Everyone looked at Jane and Xuanyuan in shock. The two exchanged glances, not denying anything, knowing that Guangchengzi spoke the truth. Upon hearing what Guangchengzi had said, Yuanshi sighed. If what these two had said earlier was true, then Jane and Xuanyuan could indeed stand as rivals to the three pure ones. He gently caressed the three treasures, jade ruby on which the sun, moon, and stars glowed even brighter, and a murderous intent flickered in his lowered eyes. These two were too ruthless, they could not be let go easily. However, as a saint of the heavenly Tao, finding a solution to the power of the heavenly Tao was somewhat troublesome. After the restoration of the West, the creation jade plate had already been taken back by the master. Given the current situation, the master should be aware. Why had no decree been issued? Master, if that is the case, why don't they come to the Zixiao Palace in person? Xuanyuan bowed, slightly feeling somewhat confused. Guangchengzi shook his head. This disciple was strong in combat, but he knew too little about Jane and Xuanyuan. Their minds were filled with malice. How could they understand the grandeur of the Tao? Are they afraid? Huta chuckled softly, her gaze sweeping across the western continent. The earth veins have not yet been restored, and the great wish has not yet been fulfilled. How could they dare to approach the Zixiao Palace? Doesn't that mean the Tao ancestor misjudged them? Especially since they even contemplated betraying the sect and provoking the Tao ancestor. That would truly be courting death. Guangchengzi nodded with a smile. Sister is correct. If they approach the ancestor, it is very likely they would be struck by a divine thunder from the ancestor. Xuanyuan chuckled softly, but Niwa cast a deep glance at Jane and Xuanyuan. Fortunately, she had acted quickly in the past, and did not ally with these two, otherwise she would be sold, and still have to count the money for them. What does the disciple plan to do? Niwa furrowed her brow, scanning the faces of the three pure ones, ultimately focusing on Guangchengzi. After this disciple takes charge, the three pure brothers would surely not object, especially since today's matter was. Guangchengzi shook his head, looking compassionately at the two, who trembled with unease. They wore expressions of despair. Now everything was seen through, and their schemes had been exposed. They truly had no other trump cards. Xuanyuan took a deep breath and said, neither humble nor arrogant. Then how does the disciple intend to deal with me and my senior brother? They were still saints of the heavenly Tao, and directly exterminating them would damage the heavenly Tao. However, after extracting the Honghuang purple qi, these people would not let her go, especially since at that time, he and his senior brother hoped to attain the mixed Yuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. These people were fearless, but their disciples had to be afraid, as the mixed Yuan Dayuo Golden Immortal was not restricted by the primordial chaos, and could enter and exit the chaos at will. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow, unable to contain his curiosity. This isn't shameful. You truly regard the face of the saints as nothing. Xuanyuan pursed his lips, pretending not to hear. Guangchengzi spread his hands with dozens of light spots flickering. He praised, both of you seniors truly are saints. The saying saints are heartless fits you well. Unfortunately, I along with the three masters cannot achieve that. He gently waved his hand, and the true spirits of Yaoshi and others flew to Huda's side. Sister, keep them. I only forced them a bit earlier discussing conditions. I didn't expect they would act so ruthlessly themselves. Indeed, compared to the Tao disciples are nothing at all. Anyone can talk big, didn't you do the same? What's so great about Senior Tontian? Xuanti scoffed disdainfully. Since today there was no escape, it was better to vent his frustrations. You exert pressure over the primordial chaos, and even other saints do not dare to speak out loudly. Do you intend to control the positions of the saints forever? Why was it you who attained the Tao earlier rather than the other 5 emperors? Now heaven, earth, and humanity are all under your control. It seems to me you desire to be a dictator over the primordial chaos. Guangchengzi's expression remained calm, as if Xuanyi was not speaking about him at all. He let out a mocking laugh from his throat. Don't assume everyone is like you. Just because you're a beast doesn't mean everyone else is too. Since I dared to do what I did during the interception, I will acknowledge it. It was to resolve my inner turmoil. What's wrong with that? But Master Tontian has not wronged those disciples. On the contrary, he has shielded them for repeatedly breaking the precepts. The paths of Daobao, Jinling, and others are all arranged by us. My Kunlun affairs do not require your commentary. You slaughtered the disciples under your command due to your heartless nature and foolishly sought to represent the saints of the heavens. Truly you have the audacity to wash your face with a basin. Guangchengzi let out a short laugh, looking mockingly at Xuanyi. What if I am a dictator over the primordial chaos? This primordial chaos has achieved its current state thanks to my contributions. It is well known that the heavenly Tao favors me among the people of the primordial chaos. He casually glanced at the assembly of gods. Only they owe me, I owe them nothing. What use is it for you to sow discord here? Even if they believed you, so what? What I fear? You attained the Tao, and the 5 emperors did not. That is what I accomplished. Why don't you have them come after me? Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with sarcasm. Although Diyu is not among the 5 emperors, his achievements are enough to rival theirs. Moreover, he was taught by Kongxian. If there are benefits, would I not give them to my own people? Why give them to others? Who doesn't have their own selfish motives? Guangchengzi spat at Xuanti. You don't have any. Why did you scheme against Hongyuan back then? The position of a saint is not easy. Why didn't you stay content in the quasi-saint realm? You sought to attain the Tao and thought that becoming a mixed Yuan Deyuo Golden Immortal would bring you freedom. Greedily desiring more while being morally corrupt and blaming others. Xuanti could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood, looking at Guangchengzi with rage. Although what Guangchengzi said was all true, it was yet another humiliation tearing down his face and treading on it. Watching the beings of the primordial chaos bowing to Guangchengzi, he felt a sense of helplessness rise within him. Truly difficult to deal with. Jane chuckled softly, shaking his head, and looked at Xuanti gently. Brother, let it go. Xuanti's eyes turned red. Brother, I have brought you trouble. If it were not for his idea, the 2 brothers could have directly sought a celestial mountain to seclude themselves rather than offend all the saints of the heavens like they currently had. We have known each other for many years, there is no need to say such things. Jane maintained a calm expression. Now that their sect was destroyed, they only had each other for companionship. Guangchengzi, who had initially appeared indifferent, now looked deeply at Jane. The 3 pure ones also wore serious expressions, and the gazes of Nuwa and others gathered on Jane. Uncle, you truly deserve to be a saint capable of creating the dream Tao miraculous art. Your Tao heart is indeed terrifyingly stable. Guangchengzi lowered his eyelids. This fellow, if not restricted by the ancestor with such a Tao heart, would at least not fall short of Aunt Nuwa. Jane chuckled lightly. No matter what, I have still fallen into your hands, haven't I? He grasped Xuanti's hand and respectfully bowed toward the heavens. The matter of the new laws is my fault, wasting the efforts of the master. After today, I believe there will be no chance to see the master again. I bid farewell to the master here. Everyone lowered their eyes. Regardless of whether the 2 were acting or genuinely felt remorse towards the Tao ancestor, the void remained silent, and the Zixiao palace showed no response. You may act now. Jane rose, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xuanti, his brow relaxed, completely devoid of the dejection of a defeated party. Xuanti looked at Jane, smiling as well. Whether they succeeded or failed, at least he had his brother accompanying him on this journey, so it wasn't lonely. I only wish that in the next life I will not attain the position of a saint. Guangchengzi looked at Xuanti in shock. He was already prepared to face death, and yet he still wanted to embellish himself. Ha ha! The laughter of Guangchengzi filled the void, causing everyone to double over with laughter as the atmosphere created by Xuanti was abruptly shattered. Yuan Shi coughed lightly to remind Guangchengzi to maintain his image. After all, he was in front of the myriad beings of the Honghuang. Wiping away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, Guangchengzi looked at the crowd with indifference and cast a disdainful glance at Xuanti, saying, Today, I finally understand what it means that a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. This crude remark made everyone frown involuntarily. Those present were either saints or quasi-saints. Although it was coarse, it was undeniably true, but this was taking it too far. Especially Nuwa, who looked at Zhuan Ti with disgust before she couldn't help but turn her gaze away, as if she had seen something filthy. With a hint of amusement in his voice, Guangchengzi said, "I had just begun to think better of you, believing you were someone who dared to take responsibility. However, you still exhibit this nature. Without the guidance of your senior uncle, even without the limitations of the 48 great vows, you would not have broken through to the mid-stage of the Honghuang." Zhuan Ti's complexion turned ashen. Guangchengzi's words undoubtedly denied his great Tao. He had already failed, and how could it come to this? Guangchengzi watched as his expression changed, extending his hand to point towards the Honghuang, and those who met his gaze bowed in respect. He spoke earnestly, "The myriad beings of the Honghuang are countless. Compared to the ordinary human race, only 1 in 100 can embark on the immortal path. Moving beyond that is the realm above the immortal path, where one comprehends the laws to attain the great Tao, quasi-saints, and Honghuang de Luo Golden Immortals. Since the beginning of Pangu opening the heavens, until now, how many cultivators have been filtered out by each level? To this day, there are only a handful of Honghuang de Luo Golden Immortals in the Honghuang. Yet the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity provide conveniences for the beings. The primordial purple energy, the jade talisman of the earth path, and the human path puppets. If one has enough fortune, they can attain the position of a saint. You were able to receive the primordial purple energy, whether it was Hongjun ancestor returning a favor or your own scheming against Hongyun. Compared to the countless beings of the Honghuang, even the former Diju and Kuanping and the likes of the Queen Mother of the West and the River of Oblivion have been far more fortunate. Since you received the primordial purple energy, you have had the opportunity to strive for the position of a supreme saint over millions. Do you acknowledge this? Guangchengzi shouted fiercely, and many powerful figures nodded in agreement. His words were undeniably true. If there were sufficient primordial purple energy, the current saints of the Honghuang would not be just these few. Jane and Zhuan Ti stammered, but could not utter a word. Guangchengzi sneered, "You have attained the position of a saint and stood at the pinnacle of the Honghuang. Yet if you had done something beneficial for the Honghuang, such as fulfilling some grand vows, or personally seeking out Jin Yuanzi to apologize and requesting him to help you repair the western veins of the earth, would you have ended up in such a situation? You are now in this state because of your own inaction, arrogance, and greed. You have perished because of your own ambitions. What does that have to do with the position of a saint? Only those who have failed and are weak, the losers of their sects." Guangchengzi raised his eyebrows, his tone stern. "What are you looking at? I am talking about you 2 wretches." Everyone lowered their heads. Jane and Zhuan Ti's faces turned pale and white, speechless. Guangchengzi stood up from the carriage, glaring at the 2 with great fury. "You sob and wail, saying you wish in your next life not to attain the position of a saint. This is nothing but the lament of a defeated dog. This statement is merely to find excuses for yourselves, to make yourselves appear more resolute. Do you both think that not being delighted by material gains or saddened by personal losses makes you paragons among saints? Ha ha ha, what a grand joke." Guangchengzi, furious, yet chuckling, pointed at the people around him, asked them, "They are all 3 paths saints, masters of the laws of heaven and earth, rulers of the destinies of countless lives. Which of them does not wish to attain the position of a saint in their next life?" Nuajin, Yuanzi, and Fushi exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. This was indeed the case. Although saints are immortal, who wouldn't desire to attain the Tao again in a future life? What is a saint? To regulate the laws of the Honghuang, to coexist with the Tao, to establish rules. You 2 merely failed and wanted to push the blame onto the position of a saint. Is that how you feel? Exceptionally proud? Trash. Guangchengzi's eyes were filled with disdain as he delivered his final verdict. Jane and Zhuan Ti trembled with emotion, nearly unable to stand. They scanned their surroundings, and everyone looked at them coldly, with not a single person showing sympathy. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Nothing could hurt their Tao heart more than this. The 3 purities silently glanced at Guangchengzi, wondering why he was so agitated today. Then they cast unfriendly gazes at Jane and Zhuan Ti, and the other saints felt the same. "You say I wish not to attain the position of a saint in my next life. You think you are unwavering, but what about us, the saints? Are we not as noble as you? Even at death you want to trample on us. Do you think you are worthy? Your disciple is correct, you 2 are indeed." Nuwa huffed lightly. "This is just the stubbornness of a dying man. You have never obtained benefits, but still slander what you once scrambled for." The River of Oblivion, holding 2 swords, stood beside the Queen Mother of the West and the Candle Dragon, nodding in agreement. They were now at the pinnacle of quasi-saints. Without the 3 tokens of the paths, they were likely to remain trapped in this realm forever. As for comprehending the laws to attain the Tao, they feared they had no such fortune. At their level, they found it nearly impossible to progress further. Zhuan Ti spoke lightly, but many sought the position of a saint in the Honghuang. The corners of the River of Oblivion's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Although he was at the pinnacle of quasi-saints, it did not prevent him from looking down on Jane and Xuanti, who had benefited here, yet acted aggrieved. Do you know how envious the beings of the Honghuang are of the primordial purple energy? That represents the supreme position of a saint, signifying immortality and coexistence with the Tao. If he could obtain it and attain the Tao, he would be willing to let Hongyun beat him every day. Xuanti was utterly ashamed. He had not expected that a casual remark would provoke such a huge outcry. No, this was not a dispute, but a one-sided scolding. It is my fault, Jane pulled Xuanti, raising his head to scan the crowd, his voice filled with sorrow. It was our misunderstanding. I ask all fellow Taoists for forgiveness. Senior brother Xuanti's eyes reddened as he looked at Jane, who slightly shook his head. He took a deep breath. I know my mistake. I asked for my junior nephew to handle it. At this moment, they already understood that there was no way to turn back. Today marked the end for the two brothers. Even if they were deprived of the primordial purple energy, Guangchengzi would not kill them, but other powerful beings would not allow them to live. After all those people had witnessed their humiliation, and should they regain the Tao, they would certainly settle the score. No one dared to take that gamble. You handle it. Yuan Shi steadied himself and threw out the Panga banner, followed by the Taiji diagram and the Chaos Bell landing before them. Still within the Honghuang, the three of them could not reveal their trump cards. With the Pangu Axe's assistance and their master still not showing up, it was sufficient for Guangchengzi to sever Jane and Xuanti's connection to the heavenly Tao and retrieve the primordial purple energy. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered, but the corners of his mouth revealed a gentle smile. In that case, would it not benefit them? They had mocked my disciple for so long, I will not let this go easily. He pushed aside the three treasures of creation and looked at Xuanti with ill intent. Senior uncle, I will find a good place for you. Looking for a good place. Guangchengzi spoke lightly, but Xuanti trembled nervously, watching Guangchengzi, unsure of his intentions. The others focused their attention on Ho2. The implication revealed by Guangchengzi clearly indicated that he did not intend to directly slay Xuanti. What they could think of was making him continually reincarnate, experiencing a fate worse than death. Ho2 also looked at Guangchengzi, and to be honest, she felt that Guangchengzi would not easily let Xuanti go after his earlier arrogance. But does this require me to take action? Ho2 cast a cold glance at Xuanti, while Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches stood by her side, looking at Guangchengzi, and urgently said, we are also willing to help. Xuanti's face turned pale. Could he have so many enemies? Guangchengzi smiled at Xuanti, but reprimanded, how can the ancestral witch Di Jiang speak so? Master Xuanti is a revered sage and an innate deity. We should be more courteous. His words seemed light, but Xuanti's heart trembled. If he were to be directly slain, he would not fear, but Guangchengzi clearly would not do so now. I am also a revered sage. It is often said that a Taoist can be killed, but not humiliated. If you want to kill me, just do it. Oh, why must you insult me so? Xuanti gritted his teeth, displaying an unyielding demeanor. Guangchengzi blinked in confusion and said, I think a sage has no right to say such things, right? You. Xuanti was momentarily speechless. What exactly do you want to do? Jia stepped forward, blocking Xuanti. Such a touching brotherly bond. Even I am somewhat moved. Guangchengzi gently rubbed his palms, appearing to be either moved or mocking. Oh. Guangchengzi suddenly came to his senses. Why do I seem like a villain? Tong Tian sneered, watching Xuanti tremble. Hurry up, he's about to faint. Guangchengzi stroked his chin, speaking calmly, since Master Xuanti. Tong Tian sneered, watching Xuanti tremble. Hurry up, he's about to faint. Guangchengzi stroked his chin, speaking calmly, since Master Xuanti does not wish to attain the position of sage, return the primordial purple aura. Everyone was unresponsive. This was expected. However, why was Jia not mentioned? Ho2's reincarnation plate shimmered with divine light, as she softly asked, do you need me to take action? Guangchengzi shook his head, looking towards the heavens, and shouted, return green lotus. Buzz. The void trembled as if a passage was opened from the heavens. A vibrant green light appeared, and Nuwa felt a slight stirring in her heart. This aura of creation rivaled her own. Guangchengzi extended his hand to receive it. The green lotus swayed, scattering points of green light, and everyone felt a pressure, staring intently, as this aura surpassed that of ordinary, innate treasures. This is, Jia murmured. Even in this moment of crisis, his mind was captivated by this object. Indeed, the three corpses attaining the Tao, merging the three corpses, is equivalent to a Tao spirit treasure. Guangchengzi chuckled, lightly pinching a petal of the green lotus. A refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils, making one feel invigorated. Looking at the two spirit treasures floating within, each emanating the essence of the five elements, and yin-yang, while the flame of the heavenly Tao continuously refined below, Guangchengzi's eyes flickered as he glanced at Kong Xian the Golden Peng, realizing it would take some time to succeed. This special green lotus divine light is perfect for sending someone on their way. He chuckled lightly, gazing intently at Xuan Ti. Master Xuan Ti, do not be afraid. Xuan Ti forced himself to remain calm. Even if they wanted to escape, now they could not. All around were sages and Sun Wukong, and the others were far away. There was no opportunity to capture a hostage. Guangchengzi shouted, freeze. In an instant, space solidified and Jie Yin and Xuan Ti stood motionless, their eyes darting around as they were trapped by the space. Heavenly Tao. Guangchengzi looked up and softly uttered these two words. An overwhelming aura emerged, causing everyone's expressions to shift slightly. This aura was the manifestation of the Heavenly Tao, but this time, there was no creation jade disc as a vessel. Moreover, Guangchengzi could summon the Heavenly Tao with just a gentle call. Nuwa gazed compassionately at Jie Yin and Xuan Ti. This was the favor of the Heavenly Tao. In the current wasteland, Guangchengzi could definitely be considered a child of the wasteland. Perhaps even the favor of the three pure ones did not equal his. Guangchengzi scanned the crowd, observing the respectful expressions of the celestial beings, and smiled nonchalantly. This was the effect he desired. Oh, as long as their decorum was appropriately displayed, it was enough. Most of my favor from the Heavenly Tao comes from the realm of light and darkness. Guangchengzi sighed. The membranes of heaven and earth suddenly glowed with golden and black hues, enveloping the wasteland, leaving everyone dumbfounded, as they did not know when Guangchengzi had done this. Deprivation. A soft shout echoed, and the realm of light and darkness descended directly, enveloping Xuan Ti, whose face turned pale and beads of sweat dripped continuously. As a sage of the Heavenly Tao, his greatest trump card, Heavenly Tao power, was something he could no longer feel. This so-called realm of light and darkness isolated him from the entire wasteland, as if existing in another space, where he could not even control his own laws. Guangchengzi waved the green lotus. The divine light swept across, and with the utterance of Cut Xuan, his forehead throbbed, with veins clearly suffering immensely. Some turned their heads quietly, unable to bear to witness the scene. The other sages, however, gaped with wide mouths and narrowed pupils, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The green lotus divine light directly reached the origin, shattering and reorganizing Xuan Ti's essence under this divine light. They could hardly imagine the pain Xuan Ti was enduring at this moment. If they were to receive a blow, they would not fare much better than the current Xuan Ti. Nuwa uncontrollably shivered, thankful that her foresight was correct, using the laws of space to restrain these two early on. Otherwise, Xuan Ti would have been writhing in pain by now. Letting the creatures of the wasteland see the sages would lose face once more. Jie Yin's gaze trembled slightly, looking at Xuan Ti with unspoken sorrow. Guangchengzi truly would not let them go easily. Though he shed blood and tears at this moment, the Heavenly Tao was in Guangchengzi's hands. Even though he was still a sage of the Heavenly Tao, no phenomena manifested. Return primordial purple aura. As Guangchengzi shouted, all eyes turned to him, their gazes eager and filled with longing. This was the primordial purple aura, the foundation of the great Tao. A vast and grand force hovered in the air. Everyone could see a sea of laws above Xuan Ti. They understood this was the essence of the Heavenly Tao, with countless laws intertwining, the very foundation of the wasteland. An extremely noble purple hue floated from Xuan Ti's head, and he appeared almost numb, seemingly in so much pain that he had lost all sensation. The Heavenly Tao gently moved, absorbing all the aura. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered slightly as he exchanged glances with the other sages, all showing expressions of surprise. The Heavenly Tao absorbed the power of the laws understood by Xuan Ti. This was a complete sage's law, and after absorption, it had even grown stronger. The three pure ones lowered their eyelids. Was this also a use of the primordial purple aura? If the Heavenly Tao of the wasteland were supreme, without the balance of the earth and humanity paths, what would be the role of these Heavenly Tao sages? Guangchengzi looked meaningfully at the sated Tao of heaven. This trip was not in vain. A sage acts as the spokesperson for the Tao of heaven, vital to its essence. If he were to violently slay Xuan Ti, it would undoubtedly damage the laws, causing injury even to the Tao of heaven. The sages occupy a portion of the Tao's origin akin to essential meridians within the body. If severed, the Tao of heaven would surely suffer severe damage. Currently, it is a crucial moment for the development of the primordial chaos. With the enhancement of the origin and the completion of the three paths, if the Tao of heaven were to be injured, it might lead to unnecessary troubles. Moreover, he still needs to find trouble in the demon realm. He hopes that the Tao of heaven has gained a benefit now, and will be quieter later, not dragging him down. What he did not expect was that the Tao of heaven directly absorbed the laws comprehended by Xuan Ti after he extracted the primordial purple qi, enhancing the origin. The power of a law growing to the realm of the Honghuang Doujin Xian is undoubtedly a considerable supplement for the Tao of heaven. If all 3,000 laws of the primordial chaos were at the Honghuang realm, the power of the entire primordial chaos would surely not be inferior to that of Pangu. Guangchengzi remained silent for a long while, his gaze sweeping over the various sages. In a sense, they could be considered as backup energy sources for the three paths. Everyone understood his meaning and nodded slightly, as long as they did not fall to the level of Xuanyuan. Being a sage would be beneficial, without any harm. Rest assured, the three of us are fine. Yuan Shi's voice reached Guangchengzi's ears. He smiled. Indeed, the three masters are now at the 9th level of Huanyuan, and with their identities as descendants of Pangu, the Tao of Heaven wouldn't dare to be so bold. He was overthinking. Looking at the severely weakened Xuanyuan, Jiain's eyes were about to burst. He glared resentfully at Guangchengzi, who had been his close companion for countless years. The power of the Tao of Heaven lightly swept over him, seemingly indicating something to Guangchengzi. The other sages looked at each other strangely. After all, Jiain is also a sage of the Tao of Heaven. Why does it seem that the Tao of Heaven is a bit impatient? Guangchengzi's gaze was profound. Was the Tao of Heaven keeping an eye on Jiain's laws, or was it merely showing him favor? No need. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. Having one Xuanyuan as the chicken to warn the monkeys is already sufficient. Since Jiain prefers to hide behind, he should prepare to accept his future. The Tao of Heaven fell silent, and the others looked at Guangchengzi in surprise, thinking he would extract both of their primordial purple qi before slaying them. But now it was clear that Jiain had already developed a grudge against Guangchengzi. Keeping him alive would only bring disaster. Tong Tian frowned. Guangchengzi was not the type to abandon his course due to fear of the Tao of Heaven's growth, so there must be other arrangements. The Tao of Heaven sensed Guangchengzi's intentions, and a vast power emanated, the primordial purple qi gently descending before him. For a moment, aside from the three pure ones, and Ho-Tu, the primordial purple qi firmly captivated everyone's attention. This was the primordial purple qi capable of creating a sage. Nuwa's gaze swept across the Tao of Heaven, unable to help but tilt her head, just like that the primordial purple qi was given to Guangchengzi. Tao of Heaven, don't be too greedy. Seeing Guangchengzi make no other moves, Jiain couldn't help but show a glimmer of joy in his eyes. He was not happy for himself, but because Guangchengzi seemed unprepared to deal with Xuanyuan. The current Xuanyuan had already fallen from the position of sage, merely a quasi-sage with great powers, and seriously injured Ming He and the others could easily slay him. However, Ming He and the others did not pay attention to Jiain's inner thoughts. They eagerly gazed at the primordial purple qi, not daring to make a single move. After all, a sage had fallen. Who would dare to provoke a tiger by pulling its whiskers? Presumably this item is also to be given to the disciples under someone, right? What do you plan to do? Yuan Shi transmitted his voice. Laozi and Tong Tian also looked over. Guangchengzi held one token each for the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Keeping this primordial purple qi would be a waste. Guangchengzi's gaze paused slightly. This primordial purple qi was unexpected. Originally, he did not intend to be ruthless towards Xuanyuan, but now it seems to have found a good use. He tilted his head and saw that the Tao of Heaven had not yet left. Glancing around, he smiled and said, "Friends, may I trouble you with a task? Please, Tao Fantian Seal, instruct us." Guangchengzi reached out and grasped the Tao of Heaven, and Ho-Tu understood the 6 paths of reincarnation. Plate appeared, the earth path emerged, and Jin Yuanzi Haoyan stood behind them, while the 3 sovereigns and Ing Zhengde Yu held the Kongtong Seal, waiting for Guangchengzi's instructions. "Jiain, today, I will not kill you." Guangchengzi smiled, but Jiain did not feel much relief. The 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity had all appeared, indicating it was not an ordinary matter. The Tao of Heaven is vast with rules like a net. Guangchengzi lightly waved. The laws of the Tao of Heaven enveloped him like a divine net, with various runes branded upon his origin, tightening the connection with the Tao of Heaven. Ho-Tu and the others closely followed, continuously setting up restrictions according to Guangchengzi's movements. After a long while, everyone gradually withdrew their hands. Jiain gave a wry smile. At this moment, he seemed no different from before, but he knew that he had been completely restrained from the origin of the laws to his primordial spirit and physical body. Guangchengzi had thoroughly trapped him using the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. It was difficult for him to even move against others, let alone leave the primordial chaos. This was also intentional on Guangchengzi's part. After all this time, they had dealt with Jiain and Xuanyuan quite harshly. If a chaotic demon were to come, this guy might directly surrender due to a collapse of his Tao heart, and that would certainly cause trouble. With the 3 paths working together along with the restrictions he had set, Jiain's current situation could be summarized in one sentence: even to commit suicide would be difficult. The 3 pure ones shook their heads. This could be considered a punishment for Jiain as well. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, gazing at Jiain, his expression calm, as if he had accepted this fate. "Master Uncle doesn't think this can end here, does he?" Jiain remained unfazed while the others felt somewhat weary. "You really are full of tricks. Just say it to make us happy." Their relationship with Jiain and Xuanyuan was already not very good. You two made great vows. Now that the Western continent has recovered, it has little to do with you. However, since you made a great vow, you must fulfill it. Guangchengzi snorted coldly. If you wish to fall directly, wouldn't that be a bargain for you? You should honestly stay in the primordial chaos, guiding others towards goodness. As a sage, you have not opened a world to repay the primordial chaos, not even accomplishing the most basic tasks. Upon hearing this, Nuwa lowered her head, and the other sages dared not speak. They had not done this either. Guangchengzi snorted lightly. You have not made great vows, so there is no need to be like this. He spoke casually, yet the other sages felt a jolt in their hearts, resolutely deciding to venture into the chaos after this matter concluded to create worlds and replenish the origin of the primordial chaos. Seeing Jia Yin's indifferent expression, Guangchengzi lightly pointed twice, smirking, "Don't think of playing dead. Ooh, I will find a way to make you take this seriously. After all, sages do not die or perish. You should honestly guide others." He glanced at the unconscious other person. A beam of divine light shot through, and Xuanti awakened leisurely. Guangchengzi smiled brightly at him. I Kunlun still lack a top-grade innate spiritual root Bodhi tree, so I will trouble Master Uncle Xuanti. Kunlun lacks spiritual roots. When Guangchengzi uttered these words, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads. You are the richest in the wilderness, perhaps even surpassing the Tao ancestor in treasures, and your disciples possess all kinds of spiritual roots, leaving them envious beyond measure. Xuanti's expression was one of deep sorrow, as if he had suffered a great humiliation, yet Guangchengzi chuckled. In Kunlun, we only have the yellow Zhongli among the supreme five-element spiritual roots, and the Fusang tree must suppress the sun star. The Pan Tao grows in the Yaoqi, and the ginseng fruit tree has gained intelligence, yet only you, Master Uncle, have the idle golden Bodhi. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for disciples to seek a few Bodhi seeds from you in the past. If they were planted in Kunlun, it would be truly convenient. Xuanti couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Convenient for what? For you to harvest them. The first time I sought Bodhi seeds, I was injured by the three purities. The second time, for the sake of the human race, I contributed Bodhi seeds containing the essence of saints. Now you truly want to drain me dry. What use are my Bodhi seeds to your current realm? Even if I refine them into my own essence, they might not help you. Guangchengzi looked at his resentful gaze and smiled. This guy must be cursing me in his heart. I still have quite a few disciples of the three teachings. After all, Master Uncle was once a respected saint with a source that surpasses other supreme, innate spiritual roots. I won't make it difficult for you. How about 30 Bodhi seeds in 10,000 years? You beast. Xuanti couldn't find the words, but his eyes expressed the sentiment. The ginseng fruit tree can only yield 36 ginseng fruits without damaging its source. As a Bodhi tree, I can only produce 12 Bodhi seeds in 10,000 years. Do you want me to cough up blood? Guangchengzi turned a blind eye to Xuanti's thoughts, which were of no importance to him. Here I have the 3 light divine water, and the 9 heaven soil, which are sufficient for you to thrive. Guangchengzi said indifferently as he looked at Xuanti. The green lotus again cast down divine light, showering Xuanti, and his figure gradually vanished, replaced by a towering divine tree. The tree reached a height of 10,000 zhang, its trunk forged like dark iron, with intricate patterns resembling ancient golden inscriptions. Its branches twisted like a soaring dragon, supporting a canopy that covered hundreds of miles, with heart-shaped leaves shimmering with a golden luster. As the breeze passed, the leaves rustled, emitting waves of Tao sound, and its roots connected deep into the earth's veins, exuding a sharp aura with golden divine light swirling amidst its breaths, naturally generating the essence of the Tao. Everyone couldn't help but glance, and Xuanyuan's side, the source indeed surpasses the ginseng fruit tree. After all, it was once at the saint level, and one could say that the current Bodhi tree is the foremost among the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Feeling the Tao rhythm emitted by the Bodhi tree, the cultivators below the saint level fixed their gaze on its heart, as it held value for them all. Guangchengzi raised his finger, and the Bodhi tree appeared before Wukong. Take it back to Kunlun and plant it. You can share the first batch of Bodhi seeds with Yinjiao and Yangjian. Thank you, Father Saint. Wukong smiled as he accepted it. Indeed, many demons encountered on the journey west had transformed into their original forms, just like this scene. Jia Yin sighed softly. His younger brother still had his intelligence. Guangchengzi directly suppressed him. In the future, his younger brother would probably only be able to manifest as the Bodhi tree. He himself was now a prisoner. What could he do? Is there anything else to handle? Yuan Shi retracted his gaze, his tone gentle. Since matters were settled, they should return to Kunlun. It had been many years since they had reminisced. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered with warmth, and he relaxed, shedding the earlier oppressive aura. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It must be the 3 purities, as my little sister was a bit nervous just now, Nuwa teased. Laozi shook his head and said no more. Guangchengzi smiled naturally. There is still one matter. The crowd immediately perked up, having relaxed too early. Today it is rare for all of you friends to gather. I might as well clarify to avoid complaints after the deed is done. Guangchengzi scanned the crowd, and the cultivators below the saint level all bowed their heads. We dare not. Since the Jia sect was destroyed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has risen. This time as the western earth vein is restored, the original source of the wilderness has been elevated again, and countless beings gain opportunities. One day heaven and earth will also be unable to supply. Therefore I have decided to establish a heavenly tribulation to differentiate cultivators based on their merits and karma. In the future, those who do good will receive fortune, which can weaken the heavenly tribulation, while those entangled in karma will face heavier tribulations. Those who cannot transcend will perish, and their spiritual energy will return to heaven and earth. The crowd's expression turned serious. Nowadays, cultivators only face tribulations when attaining the Deluo. The Deluo realm is special as it can escape the river of fate, making it a top expert in the wilderness. Moreover, there are the demon clans transforming, but such tribulations are merely symbolic as few fail to transcend. What Guangchengzi mentioned was clearly not that simple, and everyone bowed. We humbly await the decree of the heavenly sovereign. Western Queen Mother, my friend. Guangchengzi turned his head to look at a dignified and graceful woman. Yes, please give your command, heavenly sovereign. The Western Queen Mother nodded with a smile. This was something they had already discussed beforehand, and it would provide her with an opportunity. With the merit of establishing the heavenly tribulation aside from this person and the three purities, other saints would not harm her. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow, not yet realizing, or perhaps not daring to imagine. He pushed forth the Honghuang purple chi, and everyone's gaze fixed upon it. Even the saints like Nuwa couldn't help but glance sideways. The Western Queen Mother was taken aback, her face revealing a look of excitement. She had not expected to receive such an opportunity. The Honghuang purple chi. Like everyone else, she believed Guangchengzi would reserve this foundation of the Tao for his disciples. Since you wish to establish a heavenly tribulation, you cannot be stingy. A smile flickered in Guangchengzi's eyes. Now that the original source of the wilderness is strong, the heavenly tribulation must cover all beings in the wilderness. Without the strength of a saint, it would be difficult to establish. The Western Queen Mother respectfully accepted, holding the Honghuang purple chi tightly, with both hands bowing to Guangchengzi. Rest assured, Saint, I will surely follow Kunlun as my guide. This is the grace of attaining the Tao. Once she becomes a saint of the heavenly tribulation, she will receive an endless stream of merit far surpassing the previous Jie'in and Zhuanti, and as the original source of the wilderness rises, her cultivation will also grow. Guangchengzi shook his head. To him, now an ordinary saint meant nothing, not to mention that Kong Xian had also severed his three corpses and would soon attain the Tao of the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. With the three corpses united and coupled with the laws of the Tao, his realm would surely surpass that of the Western Queen Mother. The crowd looked at the Western Queen Mother with envy, wondering why they didn't have such good fortune. There is no need for you to be so modest. We are all neighbors in Kunlun. Yuan Shi nodded, supporting his disciple. You have comprehended the 5 remnants of heaven and are the most suitable. Laozi and Tantian also showed expressions of approval. After Guangchengzi's space attained the Tao, she immediately heeded advice and turned towards the foundational laws, and so quickly broke through to the peak of Quasi-Saint. If it weren't for this, even this opportunity would have been beyond her reach. The Queen Mother of the West gazed at the primordial purple energy in her palm, a look of infatuation flashing in her eyes. Could it be that this poor Taoist would one day attain the status of a saint? Guangchengzi nodded with a smile, his gaze briefly sweeping across the Jane. Did you think this poor Taoist's revenge ended here? You insulted me before, this time I will make you pay. Then I shall begin. The Queen Mother of the West surveyed the crowd, and many fellow Taoists looked at her with envy, yet without any trace of greed. They all knew that this primordial purple energy was bestowed by Guangchengzi, and they dared not reveal any greed. Realizing this, the Queen Mother felt a tremor in her heart. This fellow Taoist's current prestige was hard-earned. Only a moment ago hadn't a saint fallen before their eyes. Thankfully, this poor Taoist has always maintained a good relationship with Kunlun. She stood in the void, the heavenly Tao in Guangchengzi's hands, about to speak, when a sudden shout interrupted. Hold on. Who dares to be so bold? The crowd turned in shock to the source of the voice, astonished that someone would dare to interrupt, as this was an affront to the Tao. Not to mention the Queen Mother of the West's attainment of the Tao was permitted by Guangchengzi, making this a slap in the face to Kunlun. To their disappointment, the speaker was also a cultivator they could not offend. The Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brow. Does the great heavenly sovereign have business? Her gaze fell upon the Yaoqi, and for a moment the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. In terms of status, she was the foremost female immortal sanctioned by the Tao ancestor, while Yaoqi was the Queen of Heaven. Especially after Hao Yan attained the Tao, Yaoqi essentially managed all affairs of the heavenly court, making their relationship rather delicate. However, in the primordial world, there were only 2 female saints, Nuwa and Huda, both of whom aimed to restrain each other, thus no incidents occurred. But now if Hao Yin spoke to stop her from attaining the Tao, could it be an attempt to seize opportunities? Hao Yin was also a heavenly sovereign of the Tao, and Yao Qi was a Tao ancestor's disciple, making their relationship even closer than hers. The Queen Mother of the West couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, her gaze turning to Guangchengzi, waiting for a definite answer. My fellow Taoist, please forgive me, this poor Taoist does not intend to stop your attainment of the Tao, but I have some thoughts regarding the heavenly tribulation. Hao Yin nodded apologetically to the Queen Mother of the West, exchanged a glance with Yao Qi, discerned the determination in her eyes, paused for a moment on the three sovereigns, and quietly transmitted a message to Guangchengzi. You? Guangchengzi was taken aback. After hearing Haoshan's words, he couldn't help but close his eyes, his fingers constantly calculating as he gazed at the primordial land. His divine sense surged, and the heavenly Tao was set in motion. Soon his expression turned as dark as water. All right, this matter can be done, Guangchengzi said in a deep voice. Hao Yin maintained his usual demeanor and looked at the three sovereigns. This matter also relates to the human race, and I will take charge of it. Xuanyuan was confused and turned to Guangchengzi. Master, what has happened with the human race? If Hao Yin didn't mention this matter, I would have overlooked it as well. Guangchengzi sighed, glancing at the powerful figures standing around. The heavenly court oversees the affairs of the primordial world. I do not care how you think, but from now on the love between immortals and mortals must be regulated by law. The Yongjin siblings are born of the union of Yuding and Yaoji, which made me forget this aspect, but it also reveals the potential of the next generation of immortals. Even though their backgrounds are profound, the fact that they can attain the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal so quickly shows their extraordinary talent. Over the years, Guangchengzi had been focused on Sun Wukong and had not paid much attention to the affairs of the primordial world. In just 1,000 years, the number of human divine offspring has increased significantly, each possessing extraordinary talent. If female immortals descended, it would be fine, but in the primordial world there are many male immortals who have taken numerous concubines, many of whom are humans. They do not dare to seize freely, but the identity of an immortal and a divine being is still quite advantageous over ordinary humans. The human race has a strong reproductive capability, and many human divine offspring appeared in the primordial world while he was unaware. However, there has never been a clear set of regulations regarding this matter, and Hao Yin found it difficult to punish. Moreover, he had 8 daughters with Yao Qi, so he was even more worried. This was also the reason they had been reluctant to let the princesses descend. In the future, the love between immortals and mortals must be written into the heavenly code. The Queen Mother of the West must also ensure this, and immortals must not use their powers to prolong the lives of mortals privately. As for the human divine offspring, there must also be restrictions. When offspring are born, the heavenly tribulation will descend, sealing their root bones. If you are willing to offset this with merit, it can be lifted. Aunt Nuwa controls the red satin ball, a divine artifact of marriage, so I will trouble you with this matter too. Nuwa listened and twirled a red satin ball, with her fingertip casting a fiery red hue over Mount Shumi. Some great Luo Golden Immortals and quasi-saint powerful beings trembled in fear as they had engaged in similar acts, having numerous offspring. If this were to be pursued, they would likely. Guangchengzi glanced around coldly. Let today be the boundary. You should all pay attention in the future. The law does not apply retroactively. There is no need to be so strict. Xuanyuan sighed, realizing that they had overlooked this matter in the Fire Cloud Cave. After all, the human race has several saints, and no one dared to target the human race, especially since the human divine offspring also carried half-human blood, influencing the fate of the human race. Hao Yin raised this matter out of concern for chaos in the world, as the potential of human divine offspring was too great, and behind them were also some powerful beings, making it difficult for the heavenly court to handle. It would be better to take this opportunity to resolve it thoroughly. Nuwa pondered for a moment and looked at the Queen Mother of the West. The heavenly Tao is present. I will assist you with the red satin ball when you set the tribulation. In the future, the births of human divine offspring will be determined by heaven. They will come into being if there are opportunities. What do you all think? We will obey the command of the Empress. The gods bowed and several saints agreed, leaving no room. Hao Yin let out a sigh of relief. This could also slightly curb the desire for mortals. Yao Qi also relaxed. Her daughters were indeed worrisome, and they could only find ways to limit them. Otherwise, if they accidentally produced a few grandsons, just thinking about it made them feel overwhelmed. Is there nothing else? Guangchengzi surveyed the crowd, seeing everyone bowing their heads. He looked at the Queen Mother of the West. Fellow Taoist, you may begin. If anyone dared to interrupt again, the Queen Mother of the West might very well go mad. She stood adorned in splendid palace attire, her phoenix hairpin held high, her countenance imposing as she stood in the void, surrounded by laws with the 5 remnants of the heavens particularly striking, and phenomena of warfare and punishment manifested. The heavenly Tao trembled in Guangchengzi's hands, as if sensing the Queen Mother of the West's movements. A grand voice echoed across the primordial world. With the rise of the heavenly Tao, this poor Taoist is the true immortal Queen Mother of the West, who once listened to the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace, receiving the Tao ancestors' great favor and being appointed as the foremost female immortal. Today, with the guidance of the Radiant Dawn Sovereign, I shall establish the heavenly tribulation. Any cultivator breaking through must invoke this tribulation. A cultivator must endure 3 disasters and 9 tribulations to attain the great Luo Tao. Those who defy this will have their foundations destroyed, never to be reborn. Yet beneath the heavenly Tao there is always a glimmer of hope. Those with deep merits will have their tribulations weakened, while those entangled in karma will face violent tribulations and inner demons. A voice echoed through the primeval chaos, accompanied by the power of the heavenly Tao. A formidable gaze descended from the void, and every cultivator felt as if they were being scrutinized. The red embroidered ball seals fate, while mortal and immortal matters are left to chance. Nuwa seized the opportunity, throwing the red embroidered ball into the eye of the heavenly Tao, intricately weaving the rules of love between mortals and immortals into the fabric of the heavenly Tao. The reincarnation disc in Huda's palm also emanated a breath. Regardless, the true spirits that birth offspring must undergo reincarnation, and she decided to intervene for added security. The eye of the heavenly Tao, someone murmured, invoking the eye of the heavenly Tao. They could sense that every word spoken by the Queen Mother of the West was inscribed into the heavenly Tao, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Thunder roared across the primordial lands, and those cultivating were met with tribulations as they broke through their realms. Some passed safely, enhancing their cultivation, while others could not withstand it and fell into reincarnation. Boom! The profound merits of the void surged, descending as a vast cloud of merit gold flying towards the Queen Mother of the West, while some scattered among those present of figures like Guangchengzi and Nuwa benefited. Seeing the merits descend, the crowd realized that establishing tribulations indeed benefited the development of the primordial world. Nuwa and others couldn't help but glance at Jane, as this merit surpassed what Jane had initially received. Heavenly flowers fell like rain, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and purple gas rose from the east. Countless miraculous phenomena appeared, and a powerful pressure engulfed the primordial world, making all beings aware that yet another sage had attained enlightenment. We bow to the Sage of Tribulation. May the sage's blessings endure forever. May their lifespan be boundless. Congratulations echoed from all corners of the primordial world, and the Queen Mother of the West slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of excitement flashing within. This was the power of a sage. With just a gentle breath, she could crush her former self before enlightenment. Scanning the crowd with her divine sense, she found that except for Diu, whose cultivation was lower than hers, and Jane, whose realm matched hers, all other sages were of a higher cultivation level. However, the cultivators below the sage level were like candles in the dark, exceptionally bright. Nothing could escape the attention of someone who had already become a sage of the heavenly Tao. Thank you, fellow Taoists, the Queen Mother of the West gently spoke, raising her delicate hand, causing many great powers to involuntarily rise. She looked up at the 3 purities and Guangchengzi, cupping her hands. Thank you, fellow Taoists. No need for such courtesy, fellow Taoist. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, finding it quite agreeable. The heavenly Tao was indeed generous, not starting the Queen Mother of the West off from the first level of the sage realm. Guangchengzi gazed at the still-present eye of the heavenly Tao and commanded sharply, gather. The eye of the heavenly Tao immediately gathered at his fingertips, directly pointing towards Jane, the heavenly Tao obediently lying in his palm, allowing him to manipulate it. Descend. A force of rules enveloped Jane, causing his expression to change instantly. The crowd gasped in shock, looking at Jane with pity, while Guangchengzi sneered, "Did you think I was just speaking idly before?" He utilized the rules of the heavenly Tao to weave a command. Jane must guide 1,000 souls over 100 years, or else a thunder tribulation would descend. The power of the heavenly Tao spread, and Nuwa and others couldn't help but click their tongues. It truly left no face for Jane. After enjoying the glory of being a sage for so many years, you wouldn't think you could simply coast through this, would you? Guangchengzi's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Jane, who seemed to be trapped within a restriction, his deep gaze appearing to smile, yet not. I will retain your position as a sage, but you must fulfill the grand wish you made back then. Thinking you could pretend nothing happened. Dream on. If I don't set this restriction, who knows where you might go to slack. Master, please try to be a bit more open-minded. Though your life has been filled with ups and downs, the Bodhi tree still has room to descend. Guangchengzi glanced at the Bodhi spiritual root in front of Wukong. The implication of his threat was clear. These two were as good as sharing the same pants. With Zunti's wisdom still intact, he didn't believe Jane would allow Zunti to act so freely. Jia Yin's face turned pale, severely injured. Now having lost both his junior brother and his dojo, he could only resign to the arrangements. Fine, I will do my best to guide others. Jane had a look of utter despair with only a hint of pleading in his eyes. Junior brother Zunti, I hope the sage won't be too harsh. Guangchengzi nodded in satisfaction. As long as you can work, that's good. Rest assured, master, I will merely use him as a primordial spiritual root. Then thank you, fellow Taoists. Jane cupped his hands, taking one last glance at the Bodhi tree before rushing into the primordial land without looking back. Watching the once exalted sages meet such a fate, many Quasi saints and great powers couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation, yet none of the sages felt sympathy for them. It was all self-inflicted. Ever since these two initiated a new method in their intentions to betray the Xianmin immortal path were exposed, they knew Jane and Zunti's fate wouldn't end well. Otherwise, how would the dignity of the Dao ancestor of the Zixiao Palace be preserved? Junior brother, Guangchengzi looked at Duobao, who appeared particularly spirited and full of vigor. Of course, Jane and Zunti were completely resolved, and with the West restored, even Mount Xiumi was entirely under his control. How could he not be happy? Duobao only needed to develop the lineage of the Golden Immortals step by step. With the accumulation of fortune, he would naturally attain enlightenment. This was the path to enlightenment unique to the Golden Immortal lineage. However, how to proceed after attaining enlightenment would depend on him. Please give your orders, master brother. Duobao bowed. Now that the lineage of the Golden Immortals has flourished in the West, this Mount Xiumi is rather desolate. You should develop it well. There are many disciples under the 4 compassionate navigators, and you can also summon Taoist disciples to cooperate with Huiyun Cave to educate the people of the West. Yes, I will strictly follow Master Brother's decree, Duobao respectfully replied. Xuanyuan smiled and said, Rest assured, Master, I will send the sages of Huiyun Cave down to spread the teachings of the various schools and work alongside Duobao. You handle things well, I have faith in you, Guangchengzi nodded. However, Xuanyuan's expression seemed hesitant, making him suspicious. A glance around indicated that perhaps it was inconvenient to speak here. Today's matters regarding the West are thoroughly understood. Fellow Taoists may return to your respective places, Guangchengzi said softly, and many great powers immediately bowed and withdrew. Meanwhile, the celestial sages remained waiting for his instructions. Guangchengzi furrowed his brow, looking at the Queen Mother of the West. Fellow Taoist, during this time, you must pay attention to the tribulation. I will have great use for it in the future. Rest assured, I will handle it well, the Queen Mother of the West replied with a smile. The 3 purities couldn't help but glance at one another. Guangchengzi didn't explain. After all, he would be taking action against the demon realm in the future. Once those calamities merged into the primordial world, he would send them a complete set of tribulation baptism gift packages. Now that the origin of the primordial world has risen, it is indeed a perfect opportunity for enlightenment. Guangchengzi sighed, and the saints understood he was urging them to leave. They all bowed and took their leave. Fuxi and the others departed, but Niuhua and Xuanyuan did not leave. Guangchengzi felt puzzled in his heart, waving his sleeve to envelop Sun Wukong and Kong Xian. Let's go, it's been a while since we returned to Kunlun. The mist disperses in vibrant colors as the sun and moon sway with light. Thousands of ancient cypress trees and myriad bamboo stalks stand tall. Rare flowers and exotic herbs scatter across the ground, while flying birds and mystical beasts cry out, a purple aura rising from the east for 30,000 miles, with wonders blooming all around. The 9 dragons' fragrant carriage sped past, a flash of brilliance disappearing in an instant. The golden phoenix flapped its wings, and the yellow dragon roared. The master of Kunlun Mountain had returned once more. Everyone took their seats at the peak of Kunlun as Kong Xian, the Golden Rock, respectfully served tea and spiritual fruits while standing aside. Guangchengzi looked to one side and said, Wukong, go plant the Bodhi tree in front of the Mi Luo Palace. Alright, I'll go right now, Wukong replied with a bounce in his step. He could see that these people had matters to discuss, but it seemed unrelated to him. Master, I will go help my junior brother, as well. Kong Xian bowed to the others and flew towards Kongtong Mountain. Guangchengzi nodded, sipping his tea, and smiled at the few who followed, saying, who will speak first? Hutu and Niuhua along with Xuanyuan exchanged glances and spoke up. First, I'll go first. Guangchengzi nodded, gesturing to the 12 ancestral witches standing in a line, and slightly inclined his head, saying, Sister, you may begin. Hutu sighed, glancing at her brothers, and said seriously, do my brothers have a chance to attain enlightenment? Niuhua paused with her hand on the teacup, a look of shock flashing in her eyes, while Xuanyuan slightly frowned, astonished by her boldness. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, their eyes surveying the 12 ancestral witches, feeling a bit tense under the gaze of several saints. Guangchengzi smiled helplessly and said, I had a feeling my sister would ask this. With the restoration of the western continent's buried land, the primal chaos of heaven and earth became complete. The 12 ancestral witches as deities of the laws experienced a continuous rise in cultivation with the elevation of heaven and earth. When they were resurrected, their cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint, and now they had taken another step forward, which could be considered half-saint level. Perhaps they could also be referred to as sub-saints, second only to saints. In the primal chaos, there was likely only Kong Xian who could contend with them. I knew I couldn't hide this from you. Huta forced a smile. Now that the Earth's pathways were complete, her cultivation had rapidly increased, reaching the same level as the 3 pure ones at the 9th layer of chaos, and the next realm was not too far away. Her only concern was for her brothers. Guangchengzi set down his teacup and looked at the 12 ancestral witches, asking, "What do you all think?" Di Jiang clasped his hands in salute and said, "In the primal chaos, no one does not wish to attain enlightenment. If so, would that bind them completely to the primal chaos?" Guangchengzi said seriously. "What?" Di Jiang was taken aback, and the others also turned to look. Huta asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "They are no longer merely ancestral witches. They are also deities of the laws of the primal chaos, essentially becoming one with it, representing the laws themselves." Guangchengzi remained calm and composed. "Even we need to break through again to reach this level. Of course, at that time, they would represent the laws in the midst of chaos, while the 12 ancestral witches would merely be the support of the laws within the primal chaos." Guangchengzi looked at Hutu and patiently said back, "Then in order to allow them to be resurrected, we had to let them manifest as the gods of the laws. At that time I certainly had my calculations, but it was for the good of the primal chaos. Sister, now they do not amount to much in the primal chaos world. My realm of light and dark, as you witnessed, possesses power. Once I break through again, I can easily separate them from the primal chaos. At that time, they would be true ancestral witches, descendants of Pangu." Guangchengzi spoke earnestly. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong exchanged glances, both recognizing the other's interest. Huda frowned and calmly looked up. "Younger brother, tell me the truth. Why not directly say they can allow our brothers to attain enlightenment?" The 3 pure ones sighed, all looking up at Hudu. "Why bring this up?" Niwa and Xuanyuan were stunned. They sensed that this trip might not be in vain. "Why must we ask?" Guangchengzi murmured, looking earnestly at Hutu. "Is it not sufficient to just listen to me?" Huda's eyes suddenly turned red as she looked towards the primal chaos. "Have you made a plan?" "Indeed." Guangchengzi sighed lightly, his gaze shifting to the 12 ancestral witches. "As long as they maintain this state, once the primal chaos elevates again, they can simultaneously attain enlightenment. At that time, they will be the guardians of the primal chaos world. Even if I break through, I will have no way to separate them from the primal chaos." "Isn't this wonderful?" Zhu Rong exclaimed excitedly, and Gong Gong also wore a joyful expression. He too could attain enlightenment. Everyone exchanged glances silently, averting their eyes. These two fools. If this truly is a great opportunity, why is Guangchengzi being so evasive and not directly responding to Hudu? Huta closed her eyes briefly, and the sorrowful atmosphere was instantly dispelled. Well, it was over, and they had endured it for so many years. Guangchengzi smiled silently. The primal chaos had been opened for billions of years, yet the image of the ancestral witches still stood firm. Previously, when I extracted the primordial purple energy of the Zhuan tea, all the saints should have sensed it. If they attain enlightenment, they will be 12 pillars of laws at the chaos level. In the current primal chaos world, how many laws of this level exist? Even if I intervene, the primal chaos world will likely resist. He was referring to the primal chaos world, not the heavenly Tao, and everyone understood the underlying meaning. Guangchengzi continued, "Moreover, we all know that if the primal chaos world does not grow to the level of the great Tao, the entire world will ultimately face an immeasurable calamity. At that time, all living beings will perish, and the first to suffer will be the human realm. The heavenly Tao is the collection of laws, and the primal chaos world will absorb all energy for self-preservation." Niwa's expression changed. "What about us 3 saints?" Guangchengzi shook his head. "It's not that serious. Perhaps by then the 3 saints will serve as the pillars of the 3 paths. However, if the deities of the laws fail, they will naturally perish one by one. The law of Zhuan Ti greatly complements the heavenly Tao, let alone their 12 laws." Guangchengzi pointed to the 12 ancestral witches. "When the primal chaos seeks to save itself, those 12 chaos-level laws are like a sumptuous feast, a great nourishment." Huda's expression was torn, glancing at the 12 ancestral witches again, and again finally looking at Guangchengzi, with hope the primal chaos world. Seeing her hesitant expression, Guangchengzi felt a bit speechless. "Sister, I am currently just a small cultivator at the 9th layer of chaos." Niwa immediately pouted. "If a 9th layer chaos cultivator is considered small, then what am I as a 6th layer cultivator?" Guangchengzi, however, had no time to attend to her feelings, looking at Hutu with annoyance. Even the great deity Pangu does not know whether he has attained the great Tao. I do not possess the ability to elevate the primal chaos world. Hutu sighed, realizing that her thoughts were fanciful. She glanced at the 12 ancestral witches and softly said, in that case, once you attain the Tao. Dijiang stepped forward, interrupting her words, while the other ancestral witches followed suit and bowed deeply to Guangchengzi. Dijiang smiled at his younger siblings behind him and solemnly said, 13th brother. Guangchengzi was taken aback. This title was long forgotten. A piece of ancestral witch token in Qingyun stirred slightly. He raised his head to look at Dijiang. It seems your thoughts differ from those of Sister Hutu. Eldest brother. Hutu's expression began to change. She did not believe that her brothers would fail to understand. If they continued to pursue the Tao, they would fall alongside the Honghuang world. However, once Guangchengzi broke through, he could separate them from the Honghuang world. When the great calamity arrives, even if the Honghuang world is destroyed, she could still protect her brothers. Little sister, eldest brother understands your thoughts. Dijiang comforted her softly, then raised his head with a proud expression, turning to face the vast land of Honghuang, declaring emphatically, but we are ancestral witches, descendants of the Father God. We were born to uphold the Father God's majesty and maintain the safety of Honghuang. This is what we, the ancestral witches, must do. If in the future we can contribute to Honghuang, perhaps this is our destiny as witches. His expression was impassioned, radiating confidence, as the 12 ancestral witches stood together, the laws of heaven and earth in turmoil, their auras continuously rising. Hutu's expression changed, and she stood up directly, her gaze icy as she coldly said, Heavenly Tao. Nuwa was also filled with trepidation. The Heavenly Tao had indeed grown far too powerful. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered with cold light. He had not set up a barrier earlier because he was unafraid of the Heavenly Tao, knowing he was confident he had the means to resist the Heavenly Tao after attaining the Tao, but he did not expect Dijiang and the others to be so in tune with the laws of Honghuang. A passionate and stirring discourse drew the attention of the Heavenly Tao, eager to elevate Dijiang and the others' realms. His sleeves lightly waved, a flash of golden black appeared, transforming into a realm of light and darkness that isolated Dijiang and the others. Only then did the aura of the Heavenly Tao gradually dissipate, and Hutu let out a sigh of relief, casting a displeased glare at Dijiang and the others. Guangchengzi shook his head and sneered, humans know to fatten the pig before slaughtering it, yet you have caught the Heavenly Tao's attention before even attaining the Tao. Dijiang smiled awkwardly. What he had just said was sincere, but he did not expect it to directly attract the attention of the Heavenly Tao. Not changing your mind. Hearing Guangchengzi's question, Dijiang understood this was the final choice. He glanced at Hutu and solemnly said, Thank you, 13th brother. We have made our decision. Looking at Hutu about to speak again, Dijiang raised his hand to stop her. Little sister, you are the master of the earth. Your significance to Honghuang far surpasses ours. As long as you are here, it signifies our presence as ancestral witches. If the great calamity arrives, your first duty is to protect Honghuang. If you can save even a few witches, that would be best. If not, remember to preserve yourself. Hutu's eyes turned red, staring fixedly at Dijiang. After a long time, her voice was hoarse. All right, Dijiang patted her shoulder and turned to the three pure ones. And Guangchengzi, we had our mistakes before, but we are also willing to give our lives for Honghuang. Everything will be entrusted to the 3 Tao brothers and 13th brother. Moreover, attaining the Tao is also an important means of protecting Honghuang. Looking at his confident smile, Nuwa suddenly realized, yes, the 12 ancestral witches' heavenly god-killing formation had not appeared for a long time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a deep breath of spiritual energy. A quasi-saint ancestral witch setting up a formation could match the strength of a saint. If the 12 ancestral witches attained the Tao together, they would likely be the strongest below the 3 pure ones. Guangchengzi looked at them deeply and said wistfully, in that case, do as you wish. However, the matter of attaining the Tao must wait a while longer. What you need to do is to become the gods of the laws of Honghuang, not directly subordinate to the heavenly Tao. I still have things to do, and when the time comes you will also attain the Tao. The strength of the heavenly Tao cannot continue to grow for now. He hinted at something, but everyone understood his meaning. The heavenly Tao was becoming increasingly powerful, almost maturing like a living being. Though the earthly Tao was restrained by Hutu, it was not as lively. Master Honghuang Nuwa hesitated. Would the master really allow the heavenly Tao to grow this powerful? The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, saying nothing. In the current situation, that person clearly wanted to leave, merely waiting for the right moment. I have enveloped you with the realm of light and darkness. As long as you do not act first, you can isolate the heavenly Tao. Dijiang nodded firmly. Thank you, 13th brother, we understand. After all, this person was always resourceful. The evolution of Honghuang to its current state was all due to his efforts. The ancestral witches were not good at strategy, they only needed to obediently follow orders. Guangchengzi looked at Nuwa. Is there anything you wish to discuss, Master Ant? I have nothing in particular, but your disciple needs me to witness something. Nuwa chuckled and shook her head. With his current cultivation, he was the strongest among the three pure ones, and Guangchengzi a dignified 6th level of Honghuang. What troubles could he have? Xuanyuan respectfully presented the Kongtong Seal, surrounded by the shadows of myriad spirits. He took a deep breath. Master should know that with the restoration of the Western Earth vein, the human race's fortune, aided by the treasure, has already covered the West. The Western human race has also been baptized by the fortune of humanity reaching its peak. Guangchengzi nodded. Oh, otherwise that you would not have attained the Tao and become a saint earlier. The disciple requests the Holy Mother to come, as I intend to scatter the last saint's position of humanity into Honghuang. Nuwa was taken aback, and the 12 ancestral witches also looked over. However, Xuanyuan's expression remained unchanged. This was indeed a position of a saint. Guangchengzi laughed, exchanging glances with Laozi, both praising. Indeed, too much is as bad as too little. Your leadership of the human race reassures the Master. Humanity can hold 7 saints. Currently there are 5 among the human race, and Guangchengzi possesses 1. If another is to attain the Tao and become a saint, even if humanity dominates Honghuang, it will provoke hostility from other races. After all, humanity only occupies 80% of the fortune of humanity. If all were to attain the Tao, other races would truly have no way to survive. I agree to this matter. What does Master Ant think? Guangchengzi looked at Nuwa. Eldest brother has said when the moon is full it wanes, when the water is full it overflows. Is this not a long-term path as well? Guangchengzi nodded. The other one shall be sent into Honghuang. Let's see the fate of the beings. Fortunately, this matter was discussed privately. If Xuanyuan... Guangchengzi nodded. The other one shall be sent into Honghuang. Let's see the fate of the beings. Fortunately, this matter was discussed privately. If Xuanyuan had mentioned it atop Mount Shumi earlier, many formidable beings would have lost their minds. Xuanyuan filled the cup with tea for Guangchengzi, glanced at me, Luo Palace, and sighed. I initially thought that the position of the human Tao sage would be held by senior brother Kong Xian. After all, among the 9 provinces, Confucianism stands supreme among the 100 schools of thought, and Kongqiao is honored with the title of the greatest sage and teacher, possessing the esteemed name of a sage. This title is not merely a realm, but a tribute of admiration and respect for the virtuous. Guangchengzi shook his head. Kong Xian is determined to follow the path of severing the 3 corpses. He will achieve enlightenment through the laws. If he wished to attain the status of the 3 sages, he would have asked me for the tokens long ago. He possesses quite a number of tokens, especially regarding the Tao of Earth, with half of them in his hands. At this moment, Ho Tu also calmed her emotions and chuckled lightly. Indeed, that is the case. She blinked. What do you think of the Ming He? Guangchengzi was taken aback, and the others understood Ho Tu's meaning. Do you wish to give the last token to Ming He? Indeed, Ming He was involved in the creation of the underworld and has connections with it. Over the years he has diligently guarded the Ghost Gate, so he has certainly earned his merit. Ho Tu appeared somewhat helpless, mainly because she is the least among the 3 saints of heaven, earth, and humanity, and many powerful beings from the Honghuang era are not suitable candidates. As for this matter, Sister Yu and Zhen Yuanzi should discuss it with Hongyun. Guangchengzi glanced at Xuanyuan. After all, Ming He has ties to those 2. You can rest assured about that. Ho Tu nodded. She naturally would not directly hand the token to Ming He. You? Ho Tu looked at Guangchengzi, hesitating to speak. She wanted to ask Guangchengzi about the several tokens of the Tao of Earth he still held, but there had been no other candidates for enlightenment, which is not beneficial for the development of the Tao of Earth. However, with Nuwa present, she found it inappropriate to speak directly. Guangchengzi smiled indifferently, and at his level, there was nothing left to hide. Sensing the 4 tokens of the celebration cloud that could directly control the underworld, he intended to keep those, while the remaining 3 tokens belonged to the human Tao, beast Tao, and hungry ghost Tao. As the 3 tokens of the celebration cloud fell, Nuwa paused in her breath, and Xuanyuan fixed his gaze on one of them, which was the token of the human Tao. Who does Master intend to have merge with the human Tao? Xuanyuan's heart immediately tightened. There are indeed cultivators under the 3 teachings who can achieve enlightenment, but that is not too favorable for the human race. Their origins are not of the human race. Currently, most reincarnated beings of the human Tao belong to the human race. If the one who becomes the sage of this Tao is of another race, it would choke the throat of the human race. Guangchengzi shot Xuanyuan a glance. This poor Taoist is also a sage father of the human race. How could I not understand this matter? He looked at Laozi. Master, what about Xiandu? The only direct disciple of the human teaching, also of human origin, and still the original innate human, is indeed suitable for the human Tao. But Laozi shook his head. Xiandu is pursuing the Tao of immortality. We, the 3 pure ones, also have our own positions in the heavenly realm sufficient for the disciples to achieve enlightenment. Moreover, He spoke meaningfully, and Guangchengzi's expression changed, recalling the scenes when the previous 3 masters made breakthroughs. He exclaimed in surprise, "Then I congratulate Master in advance." Nuan narrowed her eyes, not understanding what riddle they were playing, but since Guangchengzi did not speak, they did not dare to inquire. Yuan sure smiled, nodding at Guangchengzi. A great event was about to be accomplished, and his disciple was the first to sense it, naturally making him happy. What about the 2 masters? Guangchengzi looked at Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, realizing that they could only choose from their disciples now. Yuan Shi hesitated for a moment, taking the yellow jade token of the beast Dao. Shou Yangzi walks the lineage of immortals, and achieving enlightenment is only a matter of time. The yellow dragon is of dragon lineage, suppressing the beast Dao is just right. As for the other disciples, having positions in the 3 pure ones is enough. If they cannot achieve enlightenment, it is their fate. Tong Tian's expression was hesitant. Duo Bao already had a future laid out, and Jin Ling would soon reach the peak of Kwasa Saint, but he still had 2 disciples, Wu Dang and Yun Xiao. Zhao Gongming, being the body of a void and a wind, does not require assistance. Yuan Shi glared at him. With so many disciples under him, he couldn't make a decision. Laozi simply closed his eyes, choosing to avoid the frustration. Nuwa cleared her throat twice, exchanged glances with Ho Tu, and both shook their heads. Guangchengzi did not urge them, resting his chin while waiting for Master Tong Tian's choice. However, Yuan Shi was not so patient, and directly grabbed the Hungry Ghost Dao token, placing it before Tong Tian, coldly saying, "Give it to Yun Xiao." Previously on the journey westward, it was indeed Yun Xiao who dared to act, so Guangchengzi entrusted her with an important task, which is why Yuan Shi holds her in high regard. Guangchengzi clicked his tongue, secretly laughing. Master Yuan Shi thinks well of Yun Xiao, which is somewhat ironic. However, Tong Tian still hesitated. While Yun Xiao indeed inherited his formation path, Wu Dang is currently the leader of the Jia sect. He quietly accepted the jade token. There were still outsiders present, and he did not dare to argue with his second brother. Let this one be given to Yin Jiao. Seeing that the distribution was completed, Laozi opened his eyes and looked at Guangchengzi. Your disciples have all found their futures. Yin Jiao's qualifications are lacking, and his opportunities insufficient. Taking charge of the human Dao is also a good path. He is of human origin, so the Fire Cloud Cave would surely feel more at ease. Once Laozi spoke, Xuanyuan naturally raised both hands in agreement. Yin Jiao is indeed his descendant, so it is acceptable. That works. Guangchengzi fell silent for a moment. Yin Jiao's emergence from the realm can also lead to enlightenment as a Kwasa Saint. After refining for a while, he can achieve enlightenment. However, he initially thought of using external objects to elevate him, allowing Yin Jiao to walk the path of the laws, but that would depend on whether there would be anything left of the source of the Dao after his breakthrough. Since the matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Ho Tu smiled, lightly, feeling relieved that these 4 had arranged for 3 positions of the sages with just a few words. Master, I shall also return to the Fire Cloud Cave. Xuanyuan bowed. Nuwa chuckled lightly. I should also take my leave. The 3 pure ones and Guangchengzi rose, watching everyone depart before exchanging smiles. At this moment, Kong Xian and the others returned, and Wukong eagerly jumped over to sit next to Guangchengzi, sharing amusing tales from their journey westward. Although Guangchengzi was already aware of these matters, Wukong's storytelling was entertaining, and a smile appeared on his face. The 3 pure ones noticed his abundant source and understood that the matter had been accomplished. Tong Tian suddenly paused. Senior Yin Mei. It seemed they had forgotten him in the upper Qing Tian. After they emerged from the realm, they headed straight to Mount Shumi. After resolving matters there, they returned to Kunlun without even greeting Yin Mei. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances. The 2 of them had also forgotten this matter. Guangchengzi smiled lightly. Master need not worry. I have entrusted Senior Yin Mei to go to the outer starry sky. Is it that urgent? Yuan Shi frowned, for he naturally knew what lay there. Guangchengzi revealed a hint of momentum, and the 3 pure ones' eyes sparkled. He smiled. I am about to break through. Heavenly Dao, we will help you hold it back. Yuan Shi nodded, reassuring him. Father Sage, what is the outer starry sky? Upon hearing their conversation, Wukong became curious. That's not something a little child like you should know. Guangchengzi flicked his forehead, ignoring his growing anger, and with a point of his fingertip, the cycle purple lotus floated out and landed in his palm. He looked at Kong Xian the Golden Pong with a calm gaze. Just now several sages were here, and we discussed the allocation of several sage positions. My master has decided to give them to Yin Jiao. Kong Xian and Jin Peng bowed to Guangchengzi after hearing his words. Disciple walks the path of supreme primordial immortality. Senior brother Yin Jiao's future remains uncertain. Master's arrangement is most fitting. Disciple holds no objection. I suspected you would speak thus, Guangchengzi said with a gentle smile. You have already severed all 3 corporeal spirits. Within 10,000 years you may well merge them into one. By then the divine treasure your great-grandmaster forged for you shall also be complete. Waving his blue lotus, Guangchengzi watched the flickering energies of the five elements and yin-yang. Within it, Kong Xian and Jin Peng solemnly paid homage toward the heavens beyond. Yet Jin Peng appeared somewhat dispirited. Though disciple has gained insight into his karmic attachment, he remains uncertain when he shall sever it. Yuanshi shook his head. In my own cultivation, it took several cosmic cycles to sever my karmic attachment. With our teachings guiding you, and Kong Xian as your living exemplar, several 10,000 years of serene seclusion should suffice. Many thanks, Venerable Grandmaster, for your reassurance. Jin Peng replied, pouring tea for each elder in turn. Disciple shall enter seclusion only after elder brother attains Tao. Otherwise his heart shall never rest easy. The three pure ones nodded in agreement. This was indeed wise. Sun Wukong walks the path of cosmic laws. When he attains enlightenment alongside the ninefold mystic art, his achievement shall rival even the three-spirit severance path. Guangchengzi spoke with tender admonishment. The child understands, Sun Wukong grinned playfully. He has already reached the mid-tier quasi-sage realm, surpassing third senior brother. Guangchengzi fell momentarily speechless. Third senior brother will feel no dismay. Given Yin Jiao's indolent nature, he certainly harbored no ambition to surpass Sun Wukong in cultivation. Rather, he saw the Monkey King as a new pillar of strength. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged knowing glances, clearly familiar with Yin Jiao's character. Yin Jiao shall attain quasi-sagehood upon emerging from seclusion, but your combat law demands battle, Guangchengzi observed, smiling at Sun Wukong's puzzled expression. Father has prepared an excellent destination for you. Sun Wukong's face instantly fell. He lifted his gaze with mournful reproach. Is Holy Father banishing this child? Not banishment, only a request for your aid. Hastily stroking the Monkey King's head in comfort, Guangchengzi continued, Senior Brother Duo Bao is preoccupied with matters of the Golden Immortal Path. The post of Emperor Xuanyuan remains vacant. Soon calamities shall arise across the hallowed chaos. Thus you shall lead celestial troops to quell them. Before Sun Wukong could protest further, Guangchengzi added, Rest assured, you need only fight. All else I have arranged. You've already met Shun Gongbao, and Bai Zhe on the western journey. With them by your side, I am wholly at ease. As Guangchengzi spoke rapidly, Sun Wukong pouted miserably, and realized one immutable truth: he must assume the throne of Emperor Xuanyuan. Yet Kong Xian and Jin Peng focused on another matter entirely. Seeing that the three pure ones showed no reaction, they understood. The elders were already aware. Master, what calamities do you refer to? Kong Xian asked hesitantly. Guangchengzi waved his hand dismissively. You shall learn in due time. Silence followed. Both disciples lowered their heads. Guangchengzi placed a jade talisman into Sun Wukong's palm and spoke gravely. Take this to the celestial court. Hao Tian will see all matters settled. Sun Wukong feigned a heavy sigh and bowed deeply to Guangchengzi. This child understands. Guangchengzi chuckled. Once you become Emperor Xuanyuan, you may summon Yang Jian and Neza. Your trio shall fight together once more. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and genuine delight bloomed across his face. Master, may disciple accompany junior brother to the celestial court. Kong Xian drained his cup and spoke calmly. Guangchengzi nodded. Watching Sun Wukong depart with reluctant steps, he finally sat down. At last, they're all gone. Finally, peace. Tantian grinned broadly, gazing warmly at Guangchengzi. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, venerable masters. Disciple offers this cup of tea in lieu of wine. Guangchengzi raised his cup with a light smile. It had not been easy. Immediately upon exiting seclusion, the three elders had rushed to Mount Shumi to handle matters concerning Jia Yin and Zhuan. Yuanshi sipped his tea and sighed. Indeed, we owe much to you for sharing the primordial essence of Tao. Without it, even bolstered by the Golden Immortal Path's celestial mandate, I would remain but at the 8th tier of supreme primordial immortality. Laozi too appeared lost in thought. You seem poised to break through now. Had you retained the entire primordial essence, you would surely stand beside Master in the same realm. Guangchengzi shook his head. If disciple consumed it all, what then of Master? That place, disciple must walk it with Master. I now stand at the 9th tier of supreme primordial immortality. Only one final step remains. Venerable Masters, recall the primordial essence of light bestowed by Grandmaster remains and used. Combined with the remaining fragments of Tao's primordial essence, it should suffice for that last half step. Then why venture to the demon realm? Yuanshi interjected urgently. First ascend, then seclude yourself for 10,000 years. Only then shall you strike the demon realm effortlessly. Laozi and Yuanshi nodded in unison. The demon realm would not flee. Disciple suspects Grandmaster and Elder Yang may soon depart. After a moment's contemplation, Guangchengzi spoke slowly. Before their departure, disciple must eradicate the demon realm's latent peril. The three pure ones exchanged glances. This too had crossed their minds. The recent upheaval involving Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti had been immense, yet Grandmaster never appeared. Even the heavenly Tao failed to manifest through the jade disk of creation. Clear evidence its dominion had waned. Very well. With us three here in the hallowed chaos, no catastrophe can arise, Yuanshu smiled. Now that your cultivation has ascended, decide matters as you see fit. We retain the capacity to manage any aftermath. Guangchengzi's laughter shone bright, but beneath it a flash of cold light flickered in his eyes, and the chaos pearl at his brow shimmered faintly. The three pure ones watched mystified. Guangchengzi felt a quiet helplessness. The heavenly Tao had regained autonomy. This truth was best concealed, for now. Only after the demon realm affair concluded would the three elders fully comprehend. When do you plan to depart? Tantian asked eagerly, his sword intent surging palpably. Guangchengzi stiffened. Then Yuanshu struck his shoulder, suppressing the torrent instantly. Brother too. Tantian grimaced pathetically. It's been so long since I last fought. I must unleash myself in the demon realm. Why must you hold me back? Yuanshu cast him a sidelong glance and snorted. Duo Bao remains the chief disciple of the Jie sect. This time he reversed his innate divine mortal form. Guangchengzi paused, glancing at Tantian with a knowing silent smile. Ah. Tantian faltered, then reluctantly withdrew a vial from his robes and pushed it forward with exaggerated magnanimity. Here, Duo Bao's heaven-defying pill. Return to you. Truly willing to return it, venerable master. Guangchengzi teased. What this master bestows he never reclaims. Tantian declared with wounded pride. Guangchengzi sighed deeply. Disciple had intended the heaven-defying pill as a gift for Duo Bao, who trained under my guidance. But such generosity from venerable master Tantian leaves disciple no choice but to accept. A swift bony hand darted forth, grasping the top of the jade vial to withdraw it. Yet another hand seized its base, lifting it gently with a serene smile. Master, what are you doing? Didn't you say it was a gift from you? Tantian clutched the jade bottle tightly, refusing to let go, forcing himself to say. Guangchengzi's eyes glinted with amusement as he imitated Tongshan's earlier gesture, saying, as a master, how could I take back something I have given? Tongshan's face gradually flushed red, his lips stammering, I. After a while he glared at Guangchengzi in anger and embarrassment. You rascal, I am your master, what's wrong with taking a pill from you? As he spoke he threatened with his gaze, still not letting go. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow and Tantian retrieved the jade bottle, snorting lightly as he turned away, while Laosi exchanged a helpless glance with him. Why does his third brother always act like a child? Are you really angry? Guangchengzi tilted his head, smiling as he stood up. Tantian felt somewhat awkward maintaining a straight face. What are you laughing at? Not laughing. JPG, enough. Laosi scolded and Tongshan's figure trembled. Guangchengzi was just teasing you. You should act a bit more like a senior. Second brother only knows how to favor him, Tantian muttered. Guangchengzi chuckled. I was just joking with my master. Now among us four only one of the heavenly reversal pills remains, and how could I possibly want it from my master? Tantian snorted softly, gripping the jade bottle tightly in his hand. Just as Laosi was about to speak he felt a tremor and turned to look towards the land of Jiuzhou. Guangchengzi also sensed the fluctuation of fortune, and a smile appeared on Tongshan's face as he stood up to watch the changes in Jiuzhou. Suddenly the barriers of Jiuzhou appeared together and the 9 cauldrons roared. Duo Bao stood in Chang'an manifesting to impart teachings, while the Tang Emperor Li Shimin suddenly passed away. The stars of the Zhou Tian moved in unison, each floating in the void, the vast starry sky, seemingly welcoming something. The Ziwei Emperor star shone with purple light, with the noble emperor's purple aura surrounding the starry sky. Every star that came into contact trembled gently, as if in submission. The Tian and Sun stars retreated further, not daring to compete for brilliance. As the purple light from the Ziwei star fell straight towards Chang'an, a divine soul manifested on the body of Tang Emperor Li Shimin, gradually solidifying into a form. His appearance constantly changed, transforming into that of a woman, yet her features bore a dignified expression, exuding an aura of slaughter, immensely noble. The Golden Spirit has returned, Guangchengzi said with a smile, watching the scene intently. Meanwhile, extraordinary phenomena occurred over Jiuzhou, drawing the attention of numerous powerful beings. The Golden Spirit felt a tremor in her spiritual platform as past memories flooded back like a heavenly river. Senior, brother, master, uncle, Kunlun Mountain, Chanjiao Island, the Zhoutian starry sky, the Fengshan calamity. Memories of senior companions related to great events of the primordial world continued to restore, and her attire constantly changed. As she felt the rejection of the Jiuzhou barrier, she could only sigh. I am the Ziwei Emperor of the northern polar sky. As the words fell, the Ziwei Emperor star appeared, The Golden Spirit was crowned by the majestic purple light of the Ziwei star, surrounded by countless stars, her dragon robe transforming into the Ziwei celestial robe, her dragon throne becoming a stellar seat. The southern heavenly gate opened wide, celestial music resounded, and the Zhoutian star monarch welcomed her. Ziwei Emperor, your tribulation is complete. We welcome your return. The Golden Spirit rose, stepping out of Chang'an and entering the Ziwei Palace, her mortal form dissipating as her divine essence reformed. The stars of the heavens radiated bright light as countless stars slowly turned in the direction of the Golden Spirit's gaze. A formation diagram gently floated in, featuring a towering starfruit tree. As she lightly pointed towards the formation diagram, the Big Dipper returned to its position. The 28 lunar mansions arranged in formation, and the stars of the Zhoutian resumed their heavenly orbits, stabilizing the three realms once more. One star after another moved along their trajectories, revealing a massive formation. A tremendous pressure enveloped the primordial world, as if the entire universe was prostrating under the great Zhoutian star formation. The momentum around the Golden Spirit continuously surged. She gazed at a small golden dragon in the palm of her hand, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. This was the imperial aura unique to Tang Emperor Li Shimin, the target of her descent and tribulation. Fortunately, with her senior brothers backing, the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of the Fire Cloud Cave allowed her to bring it back. This time her Ziwei Emperor path was finally complete. Go! She gently released her grip, and the imperial aura of the human emperor instantly merged into the Ziwei Emperor star. The momentum of the Ziwei star rapidly increased, and the entire star began to enlarge, positioned at the very center of the Zhoutian starry sky, forcing the Tian and Sun stars to retreat continuously. The Golden Spirit exuded an indescribable majesty, as if she held the fate of all beings in her gaze, capable of deciding even the human emperor's choices. At this moment, the Ziwei star had undergone a tremendous transformation, its entire being infused with noble purple energy interspersed with golden rays. A flicker of greed flashed in the Golden Spirit's eyes as she knew what this was: the imperial aura unique to the human emperor. By now her cultivation had risen to the peak of Croissant, with no further advancement possible. This human emperor aura could potentially allow her to develop and grow, enabling her to seize control of the human emperor's position. If she absorbed the human emperor's aura, she could gradually expand her power, and it could be said that future human emperors would descend from the Ziwei star controlled by the Ziwei emperor. But the human emperor is the leader of the human race, representing the way of humanity. How could he be beneath the Ziwei star? Doing so might allow her to seize the human emperor position and make another breakthrough, yet the balance between the heavenly and human paths might be shattered. How could humanity submit to the heavenly path? The Fire Cloud Cave would surely take action, and her master would protect her. The battle of saints is too brutal, and they were once companions. She could not do this. Shatter. The Golden Spirit suddenly opened her eyes wide, her thoughts shifting as she watched the human emperor aura completely shatter, merging into the Ziwei imperial aura, leaving only a scattering of golden light within the purple energy. She chose to give up, not wanting to leave a hidden danger for humanity. In the Fire Cloud Cave, Xuanyuan lowered his gaze. Still clever, otherwise today, he would have to ascend the Ziwei Emperor star wielding the Xuanyuan sword. Watching the stars of the Zhoutian operate, the formation continuously transformed spiritual energy. Even some debris in the starry sky began to shatter, and the essence of the stars was steadily increasing. Many powerful beings looked on with complex expressions. This formation had finally reached completion. At the center of the Ziwei Emperor star, guarded by the Tian and Sun, as the formation operated, a pressure spread across the primordial world, causing even Haotian in the Lingxiao Palace to let out a sigh. This formation has been fully realized. The Ziwei Emperor star leads and suppresses the starry sky. Now under the leadership of Golden Spirit and Wang Shu, both at the peak of Croissant, the Zhoutian star formation has finally restored its saintly power. Congratulations on the return of the Ziwei Emperor. Congratulations, junior sister Jinling. Congratulations, master nephew Taoist Wang Shu. Donghua Nanji and several emperors congratulated the starry sky, with cupped hands, all recognizing the completeness of the Zhoutian star formation. Although no one achieved saintly enlightenment in the starry sky, this formation alone was enough to contend with saints. The Zhoutian star monarch did not select a saint to test the formation, but directly allowed the star power of the formation to penetrate the heavens and transform the chaotic energy. A flash of purple light enveloped the Golden Spirit as her 3 corpses transformed into the main formation. Just as her true self was about to return to Kunlun, she saw 3 familiar figures arriving in the heavenly court. 3 disciples stood before the south heavenly gate, bathed in a purple light, as they looked at the arriving figures. Master Jinling, Kong Xian, and Jin Peng bowed respectfully, while Wukong clasped his fists in greeting. I have yet to congratulate Master on your breakthrough. The formation has reached completion. From now on you shall be the rightful master of the celestial starry sky. Kong Xian chuckled lightly, considering it an addition to their Kunlun's arsenal of saint-level power. Master Jinling nodded slightly. Thanks to Senior Brother's assistance with the 3 corpses forming the formation, I am about to return to Kunlun to pay respects to Senior Brother and Master. Kong Xian's eyes shifted. Master, since you are the Emperor of Ziwei, why not join us? I have come at the behest of Master to assist our junior brother. Master Jinling paused, her gaze moving towards Sun Wukong, who scratched his cheek and smiled at her. She thought to herself how rather adorable he was. What directive does Senior Brother have? She turned around, stepping through the South Heavenly Gate with Kong Xian and the others. The realm was stable and nothing seemed amiss. Kong Xian and Jin Peng were momentarily stunned. This master had just returned and was unaware of the events happening in the wilderness, unlike the 3 saints who could perceive everything with a sweep of their divine sense. Kong Xian touched his forehead, transmitting a memory. This recounts the events of these years. Take a look. But Master Jinling stiffened, staring in shock at Kong Xian. She had already noticed Jin Peng's peak quasi-saint level, given their exceptional talents, yet the pressure exerted by Kong Xian's actions astonished her. Disciple, what is this? Kong Xian smiled and nodded. Indeed, I have been fortunate to sever the corpse of my obsession. The younger generation is formidable. Master Jinling's gaze trembled, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes, but she quickly composed herself, smiling at Kong Xian. You are truly worthy of being the Senior Brother's first disciple. Kunlun has a promising future. Master Jinling felt a bit regretful. Having gone through reincarnation, she had no grasp of obsession, while this disciple had already taken a significant lead over the beings of the wilderness. However, she quickly adjusted her thoughts and felt somewhat comforted. After all, they were family. Thank you for the praise, Master, but I dare not compare myself to Ancestor and Master. Kong Xian paused, his expression a bit strange. Master should first see what has happened over the years. Master Jinling did not think too much about it, assuming it was just about Senior Brother Daebao's expansion of the Golden Immortal Path in the West. But soon her expression began to change. Even her peak quasi-saint cultivation could not hide her shock as she repeatedly exclaimed, "What? Senior Brother is indeed powerful. The Western Earth veins have been restored. Pristine treasures. A saint has fallen." Her exclamations stirred the surrounding spiritual energy, and had it not been for Kong Xian setting up a barrier, they would have attracted the attention of the entire heavenly court. When Master Jinling reopened her eyes, she wore a dazed expression, opening her mouth without knowing what to say. How could she have imagined that merely going through reincarnation would lead to such significant events in the wilderness, with even a saint perishing and becoming a Bodhi tree planted before the Moreau Palace? Disciple, this. Master Jinling smiled wryly, looking at Sun Wukong. We must hurry to the Lingxiao Palace. After resolving the matters concerning Junior Brother Wukong, I need to return to Kunlun promptly. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances. The Grand Master had not yet determined to whom the earthly saint would be given. Oh well, that was a matter for the elders to worry about. Then it falls to you, Master. I have already sent word to the Great Celestial Venerable. Currently, all the deities of the heavenly court are present just in time to convey Master's edict. Kong Xian patted Wukong's monkey head, prompting him to mumble a few words. Why haven't I sensed the presence of my second and third brothers? His eyes sparkled with golden light as he prepared to search. Kong Xian's fingertip glimmered with divine light, and he said earnestly, let's first attend to the important matters. Wukong shrugged his nose, sighed with a frown, and stepped into the Lingxiao Palace. I pay my respects to the Great Celestial Venerable. Hao Tian sat solemnly on his throne with Yao Qi by his side. The clouds of the 9 heavens parted, golden rays shining down, and the deities took their respective places, their expressions solemn. Upon seeing Kong Xian and the others enter and exchange glances, it became clear that they had called them all to court today for an important announcement. Hao Tian's expression was stern, his gaze lingering on Sun Wukong for a moment before he smiled. Emperor Ziwei is indeed quick. I had intended to host a banquet in Yaoqi to celebrate your return from your tribulations. Thank you for your consideration, Great Celestial Venerable. Master Jinling replied with a bow. I am accompanying a few disciples here to convey the edict of Senior Brother. Hao Tian chuckled lightly and turned to Kong Xian. So it was Brother Guangcheng with the edict. Please, Brother. Kong Xian read it aloud. Wukong sighed in resignation, realizing this was why he disliked visiting the heavenly court. A single sentence could clarify everything, yet they had to engage in so much small talk. Kong Xian bowed towards Kunlun and said in a deep voice, I respectfully request the edict of Master. Hao Tian and Yao Qi rose, and the other deities followed suit. A jade talisman floated from Wukong's body, and in an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged through the 33 heavens, enveloping the entire wilderness. Feeling this pressure, the cultivators immediately focused their attention on the heavenly court, on not daring to be negligent. Those who had underestimated this celestial venerable had all perished. The supreme infinite primordial leader of the Tao, the virtuous celestial venerable of Taiching, the original celestial venerable of Yuqing, and the spiritual treasure, celestial venerable, of Shangqing, decree glorious celestial venerable's descendant son Wukong, is of noble birth, exceptional talent, profound cultivation, and unparalleled divine abilities. In the past, he caused a stir in the Dragon Palace, broke into the underworld, and quelled the heavenly court. Though he was unruly and hard to tame, he was valiant among the three realms. Later, receiving guidance from the celestial venerable, he supported the golden immortal path in the west, vanquished demons, and underwent numerous tribulations, assisting in the restoration of the western earth veins with treasures, ultimately achieving great merit. Today I confer upon you the title of Emperor of the Upper Palace of Guangcheng, ranking among the 6 sovereigns, presiding over all spirits, commanding all demons, overseeing military might and thunder, and safeguarding the heavens. You shall govern the polar extremes of the south and north, oversee the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, adjudicate the affairs of the mortal realm, determine the merits and demerits of immortals and mortals, uphold the order of the 3 realms, and harmonize the yin and yang. May it be honored. As the decree fell, thunder lightly rumbled, and the 33 heaven stars shone brightly, and auspicious energy entwined around his golden form. Wukong donned a phoenix-winged golden crown, wore a golden armor, stepped into cloud shoes made of lotus silk, and wielded the Rui Jingu Bang. Radiant divine light soared around him, fierce majesty and imperial aura intertwined, as he looked down upon the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yet the Lingxiao Palace fell into silence. Even Hao Tian and Yao Qi wore blank expressions. Master Jinling appeared speechless. Senior brother, what are you doing? Don't take it too far. When my younger sister inherited the title of emperor alongside the 2 senior brothers, she did not receive such extravagant praises or responsibilities. She dared not raise her head. Hao Tian took a deep breath, forcing a laugh, contemplating whether brother Guangcheng should reevaluate the decree he had issued or simply allow this monkey to ascend to the throne of the heavenly emperor. With one decree, he had given all authority of the heavenly court to son Wukong. Although the emperor of Guangcheng had the duty of overseeing the conflicts of the heavenly court, he did not care. These were merely the facade of the heavenly court. As long as he was a saint, no one could replace his position as heavenly emperor. Hao Tian acknowledges the edict of the 3 clear brothers. The edict of the little celestial venerable. I pay my respects to the emperor of the upper palace of Guangcheng. The voices resonated throughout the Lingxiao Palace as the deities bowed to son Wukong. Seeing the gods accepting the decree favorably, Kong Xian and the Golden Peng exchanged glances, as they too were unaware that the decree was like this. A beam of flowing light shot forth, exuding waves of pressure, causing many celestial beings to gaze fervently, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. However, Kong Xian and the others remained calm. Although it was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, its aura was not formidable, lacking even 40 prohibitions, which truly made it seem insignificant. The black gourd trembled lightly, its lid falling gently as a divine banner slowly rose from the white light of the gourd, standing over 4 zhang tall. The banner pole was crafted from the main stem of the innate gourd vine, warm and smooth, like congealed fat, faintly shimmering with a green hue. The banner itself was dark, adorned with colorful flowing lights and ancient demonic scripts resembling green tadpoles fluttering freely, without wind, rustling gently. The summoning banner. Someone gritted their teeth and struggled to utter these 3 words. After all, the primal chaos still retained some remnants of the ancient demon race. At least the demons of Fengqi Mountain had no connection to the previous Great War, and they naturally recognized this as the spiritual treasure gifted by Nuwa when she departed from the demon clan, intended for the former demon emperor Dijuan to command all demons. As long as the demons placed their true spirits upon it, they would forever be under the control of the summoning. However, after the fall of the demon emperor, this item vanished from sight until now, when the summoning banner reappeared. Coupled with the previous decree from the celestial venerable commanding the emperor of Guangcheng to govern the myriad demons, it was meant to clarify things for the beings of the primal chaos and make the hidden demons understand that they must obediently report to the Guangcheng imperial palace to survive. Watching the summoning banner being retracted, the black gourd landing before Wukong, the flowing light entered Wukong's mind. He pressed his lips together, scanning the hall. Many celestial beings who met his gaze looked awkward and respectfully returned the greeting. Hao Yin took a deep breath, pondering how his friend Guangcheng had prepared everything for his son, yet why did he need to bring out the demon race? Yuhuang, where have Yang Jian and Neza gone? Wukong stored the summoning gourd away, his expression vacant. Once he spoke, the previously tense atmosphere instantly dissipated, and Hao Yin smiled helplessly, saying, "They have descended to the mortal realm." He paused, exchanging a glance with Yaoqi, realizing that appointing son Wukong as the Emperor of Guangcheng was certainly not merely about accumulating merit. He had even arranged for personnel. It seemed that a significant event was unfolding in the primal chaos. Issue the decree. Jiahui, the true monarch Yang Jian, achieving sanctification in physical form endowed with both wisdom and bravery, known for loyalty and valor, is hereby appointed as the judicial celestial god, overseeing celestial laws, supervising the three realms' deities, administering rewards and punishments, adjudicating lawsuits, and sentencing with authority to act first and report later. Grant him the judicial celestial seal and the demon-slashing divine sword, commanding the celestial soldiers and protectors, maintaining fairness and righteousness, upholding the heavenly principles, and responding to commands from the Guangcheng Imperial Palace to safeguard the three realms. The sound of the decree resonated through the primal chaos, reaching Yang Jian, who was currently wandering in the land of Jiuzhou, causing his expression to freeze in surprise, wondering why his uncle had also begun. Jinling sighed, silently feeling that his child was being appointed, and truly anything could be said. Wukong became cheerful. His second brother was to serve the Guangcheng Palace, and they could play together again. He looked at Hao Yan, inquiring about Neza. Hao Yan, feeling helpless, glanced at the Qinghua Imperial Palace, thinking that these few fellows were not taking action, forcing him to speak. He then appointed Neza as the central altar. Yuan Zun, a Grand Marshal of the Nine Heavens, elevated a rank from before, also serving the Guangcheng Imperial Palace. Only then did Wukong feel satisfied as two figures, one black and one white, entered the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. The discussions among the crowd came to an abrupt halt. How did this calamity star arrive? Subordinate Shen Gongbao pays respects to the great emperor, greetings to the Grand Celestial Venerable and the Guangcheng Emperor. The two bowed, making their positions clear with one phrase. Everyone understood that these were the two subordinates of the Emperor of Guangcheng. Though son Wukong may not comprehend the intricacies of power, these two were not simple. One was adept at reading people's hearts, while the other was the former prime minister of the demon clan. Wukong perked up to respond, knowing they were assistants arranged by his father. After delegating some matters, he and Kong Xian left the heavenly court without looking back, leaving a group of people with helpless expressions. He had just taken office, yet had not even set foot in the Guangcheng Imperial Palace, and he had already run away, leaving the internal affairs unclear with his subordinates and soldiers unaware. At least he could have left a three corpses avatar. Shen Gongbao and Beis exchanged bitter glances, bidding farewell to Hao Yan, and returned to the Guangcheng Imperial Palace to organize the military affairs. Disciple Jinling pays respects to master uncle and senior brother. Seeing Jinling bow, Tong Tian lightly raised his hand, causing Jinling to involuntarily rise. At the peak of Kwasa Saint, you truly have not wasted a cycle of reincarnation. Tong Tian looked at this disciple and smiled. Now the Ziwei star is the chief of the stars in the Zhou Tian, and the Zhou Tian star array has been completed. With the aid of the array, you can exert the power of a saint, and I can rest assured. Master's foresight, and I must also thank senior brother for his efforts. Jinling expressed gratitude, bowing deeply to Guangchengzi. There is no need for such formality, junior sister. Guangchengzi shook his head. This is your opportunity, oh, no one can take it away. Jinling nodded with a smile, and Guangchengzi helplessly looked at son Wukong, saying, why did you return directly? You should send a three corpses avatar to the heavenly court. Master's foresight, and I must also thank senior brother for his efforts. Jinling expressed gratitude, bowing deeply to Guangchengzi. There is no, you returned just in time. I wish to discuss the Tao and demonstrate the law with the three masters. The extent of your gains depends on you. Guangchengzi chuckled, and auspicious clouds immediately spread with light, flooding the peak of Kunlun in an instant. The three pure ones sat on their lotus seats with clear energy appearing behind their heads, and the rhythm of the Tao surged like a tide. The realms of heaven and earth merged, captivating Kong Xian and the others, as this was clearly the scene of the three pure ones' heaven. The energies of Ta Qing, Yu Qing, and Shang Qing intertwined, transforming into a mysterious yellow canopy. Yuan Shi Tianzun held the Jade Rui with the Panga banner standing beside him. The chaotic aura descended, and Lingbao Tianzun wielded the Qing Ping sword while the chaos bell rang. Dao De Tianzun had a coiled dragon crutch resting on his knees, holding the Taiji diagram with yin and yang flowing endlessly. All three closed their eyes, remaining silent as the great Tao manifested itself. Kong Xian and the others stood quietly below as the auspicious clouds unfolded, continuously absorbing the rhythm of the Tao for enhancement. Opposite the three pure ones, Guangchengzi stood proudly, surrounded by boundless light, erupting like the sun rising, illuminating the primal chaos. The light was pure and untainted, yet deep within it concealed a dark aura. Yet wherever the divine light reached, all laws returned to tranquility, and no evil could invade. Within the depths of the light-dark aura intertwined, existing alone in the void, evolving the realm of light and darkness. The four opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes pausing as the auspicious clouds began to change at the same time. Neither spoke, only using their Tao hearts to discuss the Tao. Guangchengzi felt a stirring in his heart, and the void produced countless light patterns representing the principles of light, creating the world, illuminating all things, breaking darkness to reveal truth. The thoughts of the three pure ones subtly moved, and the world began to depict yin and yang, the three talents, the four symbols, the five elements, and the natural laws, the chaos transforming into the three pure ones, the effortless doing of everything. Light and Tao met, not attacking nor defending, merely resonating with the great Tao. The light illuminated the mysterious yellow with the rhythm of the Tao, encompassing bright light, at times emanating boundless light, at times shrouded in chaos, at times revolving in the Taiji, and at times converging all light into one. A deep contemplation flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes as he raised his gaze, seemingly able to see the origins of heaven and earth. The three pure ones' celestial path encompasses all phenomena, can indeed represent the orthodox of heaven and earth. The three pure ones spoke simultaneously, their voices resonating with the great Tao. Light and darkness, purity arises from filth, brightness emerges from darkness, also a polar aspect of chaos. The four exchanged a knowing smile, and the aura around Kong Xian and the others gradually subsided as they reluctantly opened their eyes. Initially they could sense the rhythm of the Tao, but later it felt as if they were reading a heavenly scripture, completely incomprehensible. Guangchengzi chuckled softly. When he first visited the Zhixiao Palace, he felt the same way. Now among the heavenly saints, only Hutu and Nuwa could understand the discourse they had just shared. However, this discussion was far from what he had imagined. You have all gained something this time. Go to the Mi Luo Palace to enter seclusion first. I still have words to exchange with the three masters. Guangchengzi spoke calmly. Upon hearing his words, Kong Xian and the others dared not delay, performing a bow, before transforming into streaks of light, entering the Mi Luo Palace, while the three pure ones focused intently. What do you wish to ask? Yuanshi tightened his grip on the jade rui, sighing inwardly. Guangchengzi raised his brows and asked, Master, what are you so nervous about? Are you hiding something from your disciple? Haha, what could I possibly hide from you? You have already discerned the essence of the three pure ones' Tao. Tong Tian laughed nonchalantly. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze. He had intended to venture into the outer starry sky after this discourse, but the three masters' discussion required him to suppress his thoughts. Master, you are hiding too much. Guangchengzi exhaled softly and said solemnly, Is the fundamental Tao of the three masters truly the immortal Tao? Why did you only expound on the three pure ones' immortal Tao? What about your own Tao? He continued, and the Panga Tao. You three have shown none of it. Guangchengzi fixed his gaze on the opposite side, his tone calm. The three pure ones were momentarily speechless, not expecting their concealment to reveal flaws. You have perceived our concept of the immortal Tao, Yuanshi sighed and affirmed. We're on the verge of a breakthrough. I can sense it when Master emerges from seclusion, but it's just a little short. Tong Tian lowered his head, Laozi closed his eyes, and Yuanshi gritted his teeth in frustration. Big brother and third brother, not one of them is reliable. Since you have seen through it, I will not hide it from you any longer. Yuanshi glanced around and snorted lightly. I do intend to first perfect the three pure ones' immortal Tao. Looking at Guangchengzi about to speak, Yuanshi raised his hand to stop him, saying, I understand what you want to say. However, Master directly abandoned the Xuanyuan, entrusting the immortal Tao to us to establish the Tao sect. We monopolize the fortunes of the immortal Tao, which is also taught personally by Master. If we do not promote the immortal Tao, how can we justify it to Master? Looking at Guangchengzi about to speak, Yuanshi raised his hand to stop him, saying, I understand what you want to say. However, Master directly abandoned the Xuanyuan, entrusting the immortal Tao to us to establish the Tao sect. We monopolize the fortunes of the immortal Tao, which is also taught personally by Master. If we do not promote the immortal Tao, indeed that is the ultimate goal, Guangchengzi remarked, his eyes flickering. The final aim is to imprint it upon the great Tao, akin to the saints of the great Tao, never to fall. In the future, whenever anyone opens the heavens and creates the world, the three pure ones' immortal Tao will automatically manifest within that world, just like the heavenly Tao, becoming the true orthodoxy of chaos. That's right, it is indeed so, Yuanshi nodded. They previously only aimed to imprint it within the primordial chaos, but now that they have decided, they must strive to do even better to showcase the prestige of the three pure ones. The three masters have hidden it well. Perhaps even Hongjun did not anticipate that the immortal Tao would develop to such an extent. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. The three pure ones remained silent, and Guangchengzi suddenly raised his head. As a disciple of the immortal Tao, I can assist the three masters in this matter. What do you intend to do? Yuan Shi asked seriously while Laozi opened his eyes and Tong Tian raised his head, prompting Yuan Shi to shoot a glance at the two, indicating that they were no longer pretending to be dead. As the direct disciple of Master inheriting the lineage by merging light and darkness, it might not be too laborious, Guangchengzi proposed. Yuan Shi pondered for a moment. That is indeed possible, but it has never been tried before. Then let's give it a try. Tong Tian's face lit up with excitement. Guangchengzi immediately changed the subject. Then please masters, tell me why you do not expound upon your own Tao. Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback. It was too late to lower his head again now. Laozi blinked, realizing he had been outsmarted by this little fellow who originally intended to muddle through, but had not given up. Forget it. Laozi sighed, furrowing his brows. We resonate with the Tao fruit. What? Guangchengzi was somewhat confused. Our own Tao is resonating, and our cultivation is rapidly improving. Yuan Shi's expression darkened as he said dejectedly. We haven't used the Panga Dao in a long time. Did you notice? Guangchengzi furrowed his brow. Oh, it did seem to be the case. When they first obtained the three treasures of opening the heavens, the three masters immediately manifested the Panga Dao. Later, when encountering the Karma Demon in the chaos, the three pure ones returned to their true forms of Pangu. In the previous years at Mount Shumi, he aimed to sever the connection between Zhuangzi and the heavenly Tao, but the three masters only invoked the three treasures of opening the heavens. At that time he thought they were to keep as a trump card of Pangu's true form, but now it seems there was a deeper significance. My own Tao is being assimilated by the Panga Dao, Yuan Shi said with a bitter smile. It's not so much assimilation as it is the Pangu Tao breaking down, merging into the great Tao. I truly dare not cultivate any further. Right now we focus on the immortal Tao to suppress our own Tao. Tong Tian set his brow, raised his voice laced with chill. I fear that the more we cultivate, the closer we get to Pangu. Why is this happening? Guangchengzi exclaimed in shock. I do not know either, Yuan Shi replied. Regardless, our realms are rapidly improving now. With the three treasures of opening the heavens gathered, the Panga Dao is automatically being comprehended, and now it even breaks down its essence to help us advance. Do you think this is a good thing? Guangchengzi's eyes glimmered with chill. Is it the great Pangu? No wonder even after decades of traveling westward, the three masters could elevate two realms in a row, even with the origin of the Tao. I did not wish to hide this from you, but knowing it will not help and may instead cause you worry. Yuan Shi looked at him warmly, every word filled with care. Guangchengzi felt a pang in his heart. Master had always arranged the path ahead for him, yet they themselves were in great trouble. There is no need for such sentiment. Being able to teach you is already a great satisfaction for me. Yuan Shi smiled, appearing completely unaffected by the predicament. In that case. Guangchengzi took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts. With a determined expression, he looked at the three pure ones, and said, let our four masters and disciples work together once. I will assist the three pure ones' immortal Tao to accelerate Master's comprehension. The efficacy of the realm of light and darkness is known to Master, and I can also give it a try to see if it can sever the connection with the Panga Dao. Even if it does not work now, once I attain the Tao, I will certainly be able to do so. Yuan Shi's thoughts were complicated. He knew that once this disciple spoke up, he would not give up, and he did not expect him to insist so much. Just do your best. If it truly does not work, the three of us will go to Zixiao Palace. Laozi said nonchalantly. Guangchengzi shook his head. When it comes to one's own Tao, it is not that easy. They had just completely revealed the essence of the Tao, but concerning their master, he felt that the three pure ones had not yet opened their hearts to this extent. Then let us begin by merging the immortal Tao, which will allow Master to improve even faster to suppress it. Disciple, I will once again evolve the three purities immortal path. You should join in at the appropriate moment. If things go awry, remember to withdraw promptly. Never harm the fundamental Tao. Rest assured, Master. Guangchengzi replied, his expression relaxing, not wanting to cause worry for the three masters. Our lineage of the immortal path should not face any rejection. Yuan Shi sighed, exchanging a glance with Laozi and Tong Tian, and could only heed his words. Three purities, divine light, rise. The three shouted in unison, and three divine lights ascended. This was the essence of their Tao, the primordial source of the immortal path with the ancestral qi of the three realms. Hongdong Taiwu Yuan, Qihong Taiwu Yuan, and Mingji Tongxian Yuan, successively manifesting. Guangchengzi closed his eyes, sensing the intertwining qi of Shi Yuan and Xian transforming into immortal clouds that flowed like glass, radiating a clear brilliance. Seeing that he was prepared, the three purities could only grit their teeth and continue. The three divine lights began to evolve, each forming a realm where they stood. The pure qi of the Yuqing holy realm ascended like a bright moon hanging in the sky. The purple qi of the Shangqing true realm swirled like a constellation. The auspicious clouds of the Taiqing immortal realm fell like the flow of Tai Chi. When the three realms merged into one, it represented the ultimate of the three purities' immortal path, pure and unadorned, evolving heaven and earth, encompassing all laws, neither arising nor extinguishing. A brilliance emanated from Guangchengzi as the radiant seal descended from the auspicious clouds, as though he stood within an endless sea of light, the laws of brilliance sweeping forth golden light, cascading like a waterfall, illuminating the ages. As he opened his eyes, the radiant seal directly crashed into the three purities' holy realm. Upon contact with the brilliance and the essence of the three purities, there was not the slightest conflict. Instead, they fused harmoniously. Within the ancestral chi of the three purities, points of golden light emerged, and under the illumination the Tai Chi of Yin and Yang faintly appeared. The pure light of Yuan Shi, the sharp light of Lingbao, and the gentle light of Taiching shone together, with Guangchengzi's primal brilliance transforming into a radiant river of light that spanned heaven and earth. From the light emerged the Tao. Hidden within the light was clarity. Ethereal immortal sounds echoed, and all laws returned to silence. The three purities sighed in relief, and Guangchengzi relaxed as well. He paused and comforted. The light indeed harmonizes, but it has not caused a qualitative change. It seems we still lack something. Disciple, you must evolve the darkness. If successful this time. He gazed into the void, and the expressions of the three purities changed. They nodded, realizing that if they succeeded they might achieve great results, and with the suppression of the immortal path, they could slightly spare their hands against Pangus Tao. You may proceed. If you find it insufficient, I will call upon the three purities for assistance. Yuan Shi said in a deep voice. Guangchengzi nodded, his gaze resolute. The base of the radiant seal suddenly exuded an aura of darkness resembling a dark curtain integrating into the entire immortal realm. Within the clear brilliance, shadows began to rise and fall. The darkness seemed to ascend from the 9 underworlds, covering everything, even swallowing the light. Yet the three purities' immortal realm began to tremble, becoming unstable. Guangchengzi remained unfazed with the thought. The light and darkness began to merge, and the essence of the three purities continuously infused, stabilizing the immortal realm gradually. The Tao rhythms of the three purities were as deep as the sea, encompassing the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of brilliance illuminated, dispelling confusion and unveiling clarity, the essence of all things. The laws of darkness concealed, hiding forms and traces, the essence of all transformations. One light and one dark, one yin and one yang converged into the ancestral chi of the three purities. The four revealed expressions of joy, laughing heartily. Indeed, it was a lineage of master and disciple, and the Tao could truly integrate. We can begin. Guangchengzi's gaze burned with anticipation. Good. The three purities exchanged glances, and threw the Tao revealing spirit treasures into the immortal realm. In an instant the world began to change. Light is for day, darkness is for night. The three purities are the heart of heaven and earth. The sun and moon move, yin and yang shift, brightness and darkness alternate, all within this realm. Three purities' immortal path rise. The four shouted in unison, and three massive pillars of light erupted from the peak of Kunlun, unleashing a pressure that spread throughout the entire primordial world. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the direction of Kunlun. This pressure did not carry the majesty of the heavenly saints. Instead, it seemed to emanate from the very source of life, causing them to tremble. The forms of the saints manifested. They did not know what the three purities and Guangchengzi were planning, yet the fortune of the immortal path continued to rise. Taiching, immortal realm return. Shangqing, true realm return. Yuqing, holy realm return. The three purities shouted loudly, and the 33 heavens trembled violently. Countless cultivators practicing within the three purities' heaven were directly shaken out, looking bewildered, unaware of why such changes were occurring in the three purities' heaven. Yet the three purities' heaven cast down light pillars, directly landing in Kunlun, empowering the three purities. This was the essence of the three purities' realm, gradually stabilizing the three purities' heaven. Light and darkness suppressed the heavens and earth. Three purities' immortal path merge. The four shouted in unison. The laws of brilliance unfolded, dispelling all evils. All laws became clear. The laws of darkness spread, returning all forms to silence, concealing all mechanisms. The ancestral chi of the three purities surged into the clouds. The light of Shi Yuan and Xian traversed the primordial world, imprinting deep into the depths of heaven and earth. The three paths of heaven, earth, and man resonated in unison, locking the clear, turbid, and spiritual chi in place. In this moment the immortals and deities bowed their heads, all spirits fell silent, the void trembled, and chaos receded. In the western Kunlun, the Western Queen Mother looked on in disbelief, with her beautiful eyes trembling all over as she gazed at the peak of Kunlun, where the pressure surpassed that of the saintly source. She could not muster the slightest thought of approaching. The expressions of the heavenly saints changed constantly, They did not know what the three purities were doing, yet the paths of heaven, earth, and man began to gradually manifest. At this moment, beads of cold sweat began to emerge on the foreheads of the three purities, and Guangchengzi's expression showed signs of pain. They had underestimated the situation. The primordial world had elevated multiple times, and the essence of heaven and earth was too profound. Although the three purities' realm they evolved was indeed powerful, it still could not compare to the entire primordial world. However, at this moment, it was not a time they could easily abandon. The paths of heaven, earth, and man had already begun to manifest. If they did not take advantage of this opportunity to succeed, the next time the three paths were prepared, it would be even more difficult. The three purities understood this principle. They extended their hands, and three Tao-revealing spirit treasures gradually began to merge, manifesting a massive 24-petal creation blue lotus. The light of Yuqing's initial azure, Shanking's primal yellow, and Taking's mysterious white spanned the 9 heavens, transforming into 3 celestial light pillars that pierced through heaven and earth. The 3 Qi of Xuanyuan and Shi fused together, condensing into the essence of the 3 purities' immortal path, the source of all laws, the root of all immortals, serene and unmoving, yet collapsing the void of ages. The forms of the 3 purities gradually vanished, merging into it. Guangchengzi's expression changed. If he was not careful, he could also merge into the Tao. The light of Yuqing's initial azure fell like the eternal azure sky, serene and unmoving, returning all laws to their source. The light of Shanking's primal yellow unfolded like the scriptures of the heavens, with millions of runes, the sound of the Tao resounding. The light of Taking's mysterious white resembled the still earth at the beginning of chaos, void and profound, encompassing myriad transformations. The 3 lights of the 3 purities coalesced into the 3 purities' immortal path, like 3 colossal pillars reaching the heavens, supporting the foundation of the great Tao. The 3 purities felt they had merged into heaven and earth, with the entire world under their control, everything at their command. Guangchengzi was interwoven with light and darkness, yet did not dare to be careless. He was now the anchor point of the 3 purities' masters, only able to support with external force. Yet the expressions of the heavenly saints suddenly changed, their faces fluctuating as they gazed at Kunlun Mountain. They received the command of heaven, earth, and man, instructing them to head to Kunlun to stop the 3 purities. As Xuanyuan held the earth book, his expression shifted constantly. What does the empress say? Xuanyuan led the saints of Huyan Cave, looking towards Nuwa, while the Queen Mother of the West remained silent, quietly gazing in the direction of eastern Kunlun, her Kunlun mirror shimmering with divine light. Delay. Nuwa's expression was resolute. Although this palace does not know what the 3 pure ones are planning, they will not harm the primordial world. We have forged our paths for many years, and our own Tao can resist the heavenly Taoist assimilation. They were all saints, not puppets. How could they rush to Kunlun for a command from the Tao of heaven? Good. Xuanyuan grasped the imperial sword, proclaiming with conviction, "We will do our utmost to control the way of man, but without the Kongtong seal, it will be difficult to stop it." Nuwa had not yet emerged, likely suppressing the earth Tao. Xuanyuan remarked, quietly casting a glance at the underworld. Nuwa's face was filled with worry. Why did the heavenly Tao manifest directly, while her master remained unresponsive? As she watched the Queen Mother of the West approach, Nuwa nodded slightly as a greeting. Her gaze suddenly halted, focusing on a sorrowful-looking cultivator walking in the distance. A cold light flashed in Xuanyuan's eyes as Fuxi and Shinnong took a step forward, with Yingzheng and Dayu standing in the front and back. Xuanyuan held the earth book aloft, while the Queen Mother of the West's gaze flickered with calamity. Wuliang Tianzuan, fellow Taoist, it has been many years since we last met. Jane, it has been 10,000 years since I last saw the thunder tribulation descend. You must have been diligently helping others. Wuliang Tianzuan, fellow Taoist, it has been many years since we last met. Jane, it has been 10,000 years since I last saw the thunder tribulation descend. You must have been. Nuwa smiled gracefully, saying, "When the Western teachings still existed, my 2 junior brothers sat high upon Mount Sumeru. Now they have learned their lesson and understand the importance of diligently helping others to fulfill their grand aspirations. It seems that Guangcheng's disciple has indeed done well." Jane lowered his gaze. Such heart-wrenching words no longer stirred his emotions. He did all this just to ease the burden on Juani. Seeing him silent, Nuwa found it somewhat dull. The void shimmered, revealing a scroll. Radiant light, cascaded, auspicious energy flowed, transforming into the real scene of layered mountains, celestial trees, willow springs with rivers, lakes, and all flora and fauna depicted within the painting. The powerful pressure indicated that this was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. "Junior brother, just speak directly. We do not distrust you. Although we do not know what the 3 pure ones are doing, you are also a saint of the heavenly Tao and have enmity with Kunlun. Come in yourself." Nuwa pointed at the map of mountains and rivers, and the scroll rippled like water, drawing everyone's attention. His expression was blank, showing a look of despair as he slowly stepped into the map of mountains and rivers. Haoyan was quick, throwing the Haoyan Tower above him to suppress it while two beams of light shot out with the Kunlun mirror covering it from above and the earth book wrapping around it. The saints exchanged glances and smiled, closing their eyes to invoke their own laws to influence the three paths. At this moment atop Kunlun, Guangchengzi's eyes flickered with warmth as he dispelled the dominion of light and dark, grateful that they understood the need to retreat, otherwise he would have had to take action. At this time he could no longer provide assistance. The path of the three pure ones was his master's Tao, and they could only rely on themselves to imprint it into the source of heaven and earth. He could only offer some support, but could not merge into it. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from deep within the underworld. A wave of pressure surged forth, causing Xuanyuan and his companions to spit blood in shock. Nuwa's complexion also turned pale as she struggled to raise her gaze towards Kunlun. The three paths of heaven, earth, and man emerged simultaneously. A murderous intent descended from the heavens. Dark clouds gathered, and the earth began to tremble. The divine light of the three pure ones coalesced, appearing as the source of myriad laws, causing the primordial world to begin to change. Guangchengzi's heart skipped a beat as his divine light flickered, staring directly at the source of heaven and earth. He could sense the two emotions of acceptance and resistance emanating from this world. Yet at this moment the pressure from the three paths surged directly towards Kunlun. The heavenly Tao operated. The star rivers hung upside down. The sun and moon followed their orbits, and causation was like chains. The earth Tao remained tranquil. Mountains and rivers were stable. Life and death were orderly, supporting the universe. The way of man ascended. All beings returned to their hearts. The luck flowed like a dragon, gathering the resonance of countless living beings. The three paths of heaven, earth, and man served as the foundation of the primordial world, supporting all beings and circulating through the cycles of reincarnation. Amidst the primordial chaos, a new momentum surged forth, appearing as both separate and united, filled with an essence of transcendence. Cultivators of the Tao continuously bowed, feeling this overwhelming pressure which surpassed the three paths of heaven, earth, and man, representing a transcendent path more suited for immortals. Guangchengzi's eyes revealed joy, or it was about to succeed. But in the next instant, an overwhelming force even he could not withstand surged forth. The Linglong Tower of heaven and earth merged with the Honghuang measuring ruler, descending with immeasurable energy, while the 24-petal reincarnation purple lotus and the green lotus swept down divine light. Here it was of no use, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Kongtong Seal trembled, resisting for a moment, but suddenly everything before him went dark as if struck by a great force. His primordial spirit became unclear, watching the dominion of light and dark shatter inch by inch. Guangchengzi spat blood, his eyes filled with sorrow as the three pure ones exploded, their figures collapsing to the ground, their presence waning. He had not expected the three paths of heaven, earth, and man to unite. He could contend with any single path, yet they combined without summoning the saints of the three paths for aid. Master! Guangchengzi's voice fell low, tears welling in his eyes, filled with despair as he could no longer sense the presence of the three masters. Boom! The primordial world suddenly began to tremble, revealing boundless, extraordinary phenomena. An indescribable entity gradually emerged, surrounding heaven and earth, the sound of the Tao, resounding, radiant light bursting forth, and celestial music echoing. Countless immortal cultivators bowed. This was the most fundamental source of the immortal Tao, within which they could see their own path. This entity gradually separated into three beams of light, yet there was a connection among them, as if they merged into one. They stood alongside the three paths of heaven, earth, and man, and the supreme pressure erupted. Chaos rolled back, Honghuang trembled, yin and yang reversed, and returned to order, and the five elements collapsed and reformed their foundation. The stars of the heavens bowed their heads, and the sounds of the Tao resonated throughout the myriad worlds. Immortals, demons, gods, and monsters, whether humans or cultivators, even saints, were all left in a state of soul-rending shock, their Tao hearts trembling, their breaths forcefully stilled. This was not the power of one, but the convergence of the source of the immortal Tao and the world's great Tao, clear and turbid form and essence complementing each other, suppressing chaos above, calming the underworld below, and unifying all beings in between. The heavens fell silent, and the myriad paths bowed down. In the primordial universe, there was no longer any force that could resist it. The immortal Tao. The primordial world resonated with this thought. All beings sensed it and continually bowed towards Kunlun. Nuwa and others also bore joyful expressions, for they understood what this was. The immortal Tao standing alongside the three paths of heaven, earth, and man. Why is it not in a solid form? The Queen Mother of the West frowned, although she felt her cultivation was steadily improving, this immortal Tao still seemed incomplete. Perhaps there is a problem with Kunlun Mountain, Nuwa said with a worried brow. Earlier the three paths had backfired, and they were all injured as the three paths surged towards Kunlun. Now that the immortal Tao was established, the three pure ones and Guangchengzi had yet to appear. Xuanyuanzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his injuries gradually healing. Let us go guard the base of Kunlun Mountain. Xuanyuan grasped the Xuanyuan sword, stepping forward with a worried expression. The three paths of heaven, earth, and man were gradually withdrawing, but why had there been no news from his master? In the Mi Luo Palace, Kong Xian and the others were restless. They could sense something significant happening in Kunlun, yet the palace was sealed by their master, and even their combined efforts could not break through. Wukong clutched his heart, his breath unsteady, staring blankly at the peak of Kunlun, murmuring, "Something has happened to Father Sage." Kong Xian, anxious as a fire, unleashed the five-colored divine light, filled with destructive energy, striking the gate of Mi Luo Palace again and again. Jin Ling's sword intent surged, but without the assistance of the Star Lord, he could not manifest his saint. At this moment Guangchengzi's aura was waning. The three pure ones' realm was shattered, and they had all suffered attacks. He could only support the fusion with the paths of light and darkness, but was gravely injured, indicating the immense damage the three masters had endured. The peak of Kunlun was enveloped in the remnants of the shattered realm. The surrounding celestial jade and spiritual plants were manifestations of the great Taoist essence, but they had been damaged. Rays of divine light traversed the cosmos, filling the atmosphere with decay as the heavens began to collapse. The commotion caused by the four of them was immense. The three pure ones' celestial path was the foundation of the current wilderness, and with his assistance they could undoubtedly withstand the combined might of heaven, earth, and humanity. However, this was not something he, currently gravely injured, could resolve. Guangchengzi felt anxious. The Kunlun formation was sealed, and no other saints could enter. They would not act recklessly. Cough, cough. Guangchengzi spat out a mouthful of blood, the chaos pearl appearing at his brow. At this point he could only treat a dead horse as a live one. The remaining essence of heaven and earth seemed to respond to the call, stirring restlessly. The surrounding spiritual energy began to spiral inward like a dragon sucking water, rushing towards the chaos pearl. Streams of ancestral qi continuously merged in, carrying the laws of the great Tao, making the chaos pearl shine even brighter. Guangchengzi's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. His gaze became enigmatic as he noticed the chaos pearl was slowly recovering, absorbing the remnants of heaven and earth. Was this related to the wilderness world, or the manifestation of the three pure ones' essence? Feeling the energy from the chaos pearl flowing into his body, his injuries from the explosion and the joint attack of the three paths began to heal, and the aura of the three pure ones started to rise. Guangchengzi propped himself up and looked towards the wilderness world, where the essence was rumbling and rising and the heavens were transforming. Streams of fortune descended upon Kunlun, draping over the three pure ones. Dragons danced and phoenixes soared, with countless phenomena emerging. This was heavenly favor, a blessing from the wilderness, not from the Tao. Guangchengzi tore off a fragment of the illusion of a qilin, watching it transform into spiritual energy in his palm and merge into the void. His gaze was profound, filled with inscrutable meaning. Hiss! Tongtian let out a pained cry, gradually awakening. Laozi also got up, looking at the bloodstains on his chest, feeling the current situation, and burst into hearty laughter. It worked. Yuan Shi laughed wildly, proclaiming that the wilderness world had gained its fourth pillar. The heavenly favor upon them confirmed everything. Seeing the usually dignified Yuan Shi displaying such emotions, Guangchengzi should have teased him, but he couldn't muster any spirit at that moment. Instead, he scrutinized the three masters with a strange gaze. Disciple. Laozi's heart skipped a beat, quickly grabbing him to check closely. What happened to you? Yuan Shi and Tongtian also hurriedly scanned with their divine senses, discovering that Guangchengzi's aura was gradually stabilizing. His cultivation had reached its peak, just one step away from breaking through. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze and forced a smile, saying, "Disciple is fine. Congratulations to the three men." Yuan Shi frowned, patting his head. "Don't worry. Master is fine, at worst just severely injured. We are saints of the Tao and will not fall." He thought Guangchengzi was merely overly worried, but Guangchengzi secretly sighed, "Master, I truly dare not think any further." Outside Kunlun, many saints gathered. Ho Tu also stepped out from the underworld, her face still carrying a hint of pallor as the saints greeted her. "Your Highness." Xuanyuan clasped his hands. "Can you break the great formation?" Ho Tu shook her head. "The strength of the three pure ones is on par with mine. Moreover, Brother Tongtian excels in formations. I may be able to leverage the earth path, but it seems Kunlun cannot be preserved." Upon hearing this, everyone sighed. Kunlun is the ancestral home of myriad mountains connected by countless dragon veins. Once damaged, calamity would descend in an instant. The three pure ones are saints of the Tao. Guangchengzi's cultivation is high, and he possesses several treasures for protection. He will be fine. Ho-Tu softly comforted her, expression gentle though her eyes flashed with anxiety. The earth path, she thought she could control it, but unfortunately, when truly threatened, the three paths were the same. A figure in purple quietly appeared. Ho-Tu's expression changed and the other saints were startled, all bowing. We pay our respects to the Tao ancestor. Hongjuan, my friend. Ho-Tu nodded slightly. Can you break the Kunlun Great Formation? Though she said this, her heart was filled with shock. This figure had become increasingly mysterious, and she could not discern how he had appeared. The others remained in a bowing posture, their eyes revealing anticipation. With the strength of the Tao ancestor, he could undoubtedly break the formation. The one within Kunlun Mountain is the celestial Tao Zun, their friend and master. No need for that. Hongjun gently shook his head, prompting the saints to rise involuntarily. Their hearts sank. What immense power was this? Before the Tao ancestor, they felt as helpless as other cultivators before them. Hongjun sighed. The celestial Tao has been established. The three pure ones' disciples are recovering, and Guangchengzi, favored by heaven, will be fine. The saints felt relieved. Ho-Tu pondered. Brother Three Pure Ones is a direct disciple of the Tao ancestor, inheriting his profound celestial path. If something were to happen, he wouldn't be so calm. Sure enough, not long after, the saints watched as the Kunlun Great Formation slowly opened. Hongjun glanced at the wilderness as if he could see directly into the essence of heaven and earth. Let's go. As the words fell, Hongjun had already stepped into Kunlun. Ho-Tu and Yuhua exchanged glances and followed closely. At the peak of Kunlun, Kong Xian the Golden Peng was pouring tea, while Guangchengzi was comforting Sun Wukong. This child had truly been frightened earlier. The two were blood-related, and when he was in trouble, Wukong sensed it, naturally feeling uneasy. We pay our respects to our Master, Grand Master, Great Grandmaster. The three pure ones and Guangchengzi quickly bowed as they saw the newcomers. Kong Xian the Golden Peng did not dare to be negligent, while Wukong, not recognizing the leading figure, watched everyone bow and emulated their gesture, his eyes darting around. Ho-Tu and the others scanned the scene and found them at peace, as if nothing had happened. Hongjun's gaze fixed on the three pure ones, observing their connection with the wilderness, and he chided, "Nonsense." The peak of Kunlun fell silent. Although Hongjun did not exert pressure, his mere words shocked the saints. After all, he was the Tao ancestor who once lectured in the Purple Cloud Palace and presided over the Tao, and his might was incomparable. As a disciple who has embraced the destiny of the immortal path, I naturally wish to promote it, especially since it encompasses my very philosophy. Laozi stood firm, unyielding in front of his two brothers. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian raised their heads, their expressions respectful. Master, please allow us to explain. This time, it was the three of us who caused the disturbance, and it has nothing to do with Guangchengzi. Hongjun let out a cold laugh. Is that so? If not for him, the three of you would not be able to achieve this now. Guangchengzi kept his head down, silent, feeling regret after the incident, not expecting the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity to become so violent, something unprecedented. Enough. Hongjun sighed deeply, gazing intently at Guangchengzi. Since the deed is done, it can be considered an account settled with the immortal path. Once you break through, the immortal path can be fully established. Clearly the breakthrough should have been straightforward, yet they chose to take risks at this moment. Fortunately, they succeeded halfway. Otherwise, with such severe injuries, it would take an unknown amount of time to recover, delaying their opportunity to break through. The three pure ones were cautious for their own paths, and the path of Pangu were too important. They could not casually address Hongjun, only masking their intentions with the immortal path. Thank you, Master. The three pure ones stood up and hurriedly poured tea for him. Guangchengzi raised his head, his expression calm. Thank you, esteemed uncles and friends, for coming. Please take a seat. Everyone settled down, with Kong Xian the Golden Phoenix and Sun Wukong standing silently behind Guangchengzi. Nuwa glanced around, hesitating to speak. Hongjun chuckled. If you have questions, just ask. The three of your senior brothers have accomplished such great deeds, they deserve to be announced properly. Everyone turned to look, and Tong Tian, now completely free of previous panic, waved his hand with a smile. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. This earned Guangchengzi a glare from him, while Laozi and Yuan Shi looked at Tong Tian with disapproval. There were so many people present, was he going to show off privately? Receiving three disapproving gazes, Tong Tian coughed twice, no longer daring to act recklessly. Nuwa smiled sweetly, her gaze fixed on the three pure ones. I would like to ask, what does the immortal path established by the three senior brothers signify? Upon hearing this, the saints all turned to look. They knew well that the immortal path was crucial for the cultivators of the Honghuang. After all, the current immortal path was the method by which all beings in Honghuang cultivated. However, the three pure ones had created such a grand spectacle to establish this immortal path, even causing the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity to emerge, which had also drawn the dissatisfaction of the Tao ancestor. Every single aspect was big news. Third brother, you speak. Yuan sure snorted lightly. Since you love to show off, let you explain. Alright. Tong Tian was clearly excited, after all since the beginning of time, who had accomplished such a great feat. Even the master could not compare when he merged with the heavenly path. He swept his gaze around, his eyes sparkling with joy, and declared with a resonant voice, "The immortal path is established by the three of us brothers based on our own understanding of the immortal path imprinted in the origin of heaven and earth. From now on there will no longer be just the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity in Honghuang." Puff, cough, cough. In an instant several sages were left dumbfounded, some were even choked by their tea, unable to hold their cups, all utterly shocked. It seemed as if they had misheard, watching Tong Tian's lips move, while their brains took a moment to grasp his meaning. Tong Tian smiled with satisfaction, knowing they would be astonished. He nudged Yuan Shi with his shoulder, while Laozi looked helpless, a powerful aura rising around him resonating with the immortal path of Honghuang. The three of them suddenly emitted a dignified aura, as if the Honghuang itself was bestowing them strength. Hutu and Xuanyuan paused, exchanging shocked glances, and both stood up in astonishment. When they invoked the earthly and human paths, the situation was just like this. Drawing on the origin, they could unleash power beyond their own. This is the path Master has sought for the immortal path. In the future, cultivators of the immortal path need not worry about stagnation in their cultivation. As long as the Honghuang exists, the immortal path will endure alongside the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity for eternity. Guangchengzi, sensing the intertwined essence of light and darkness, bore a complex expression. The three pure ones nodded slightly, as Guangchengzi was of their lineage. He had put in significant effort to establish the immortal path. Naturally, he could borrow the power of the immortal path, but it need not be revealed now, serving perfectly as a trump card. Laozi looked at everyone and began to explain. This poor Taoist uses the primordial energy of the three pure ones to establish the foundation of the three paths, preventing the imbalance of the heavenly path, the collapse of the earthly path, and the chaos of the human path. The three paths nurture the three pure ones, and the operations of the three paths will return to support the origin of the three pure ones, maintaining the unbroken lineage of the Tao. Yuan Shi continued. The four paths mutually restrict each other. Our immortal path does not command destiny, the heavenly path does not command the origin, the earthly path does not command teaching, and the human path does not command supernatural powers. Each has its own duties and does not interfere with the others. Tong Tian chuckled. The three pure ones' immortal path serves as the body of the Tao, while the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity serve as its application. The unity of body and use with the four paths respected equally brings no distinction, only balance. The saints were as if in a dream. They were all saints of the three paths, yet now suddenly there was an additional immortal path. How many saints could emerge from this? Niwa asked straightforwardly. 9 is the ultimate number, of course, there will be 9. Tong Tian answered smugly. Xuanyuan gasped at the spiritual energy, exclaiming, as expected of the immortal path founded jointly by the three pure ones and the master. Yuan Shi nodded. This is specifically for the use of immortal path cultivators to attain enlightenment and become saints, and it has inherited our positions from the three pure ones. Huta frowned. Yuan Shi, your words are laden with meaning. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. If it were merely for the 9 saint positions, he would not have created such a grand scene. The immortal path can accommodate 9 immortal path saints. Laozi spoke indifferently, but the primordial energy represented by us three pure ones is different. The immortal path can naturally separate as well. As he spoke, the immortal path indeed separated, transforming into the three energies of Shi, Yuan, and Xin, descending upon the three pure ones. The saints frowned tightly. Their aura did not diminish compared to before. This is the manifestation of the origin of heaven and earth. If someone inherits the Tao of the three pure ones, they can cultivate using the heavenly and earthly energies of Honghuang, paving a smooth path for the future, directly inheriting the positions of the three pure ones. What? Niwa exclaimed in shock, staring in horror at the three pure ones. Are you saying that it can produce 3 powerful beings equivalent to the realm of the heavenly path? Indeed, if we can continue to break through, future heirs will rise rapidly along the immortal path of the three pure ones. Yuan Shi chuckled lightly, revealing the reason they wanted to imprint the immortal path in the origin of heaven and earth. All the saints were taken aback. They had not expected the ambition of the three pure ones to be so great. Although they seemed not to have broken through yet, the immortal path had already been established. Even if they did nothing, the forces of heaven and earth would elevate them. If someone inherits the positions of the three pure ones, it would truly be an effortless upgrade. Combining 9 saint positions and dividing the inheritance of the three pure ones' origin sounded far stronger than the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Hongjuan's expression was impassive. Indeed, his 3 disciples had achieved such success pushing the immortal path he had founded to heights he had never dared to imagine, yet they had almost been backlashed by the forces of heaven and earth. Hutu sighed softly. No wonder the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity would directly unite. The 3 brothers have indeed snatched food from the tiger's mouth. After Hutu spoke, the saints turned their heads, and the 3 pure ones also withdrew their imposing aura, casually sipping their tea. This is indeed too perilous. Niwa recalled with lingering fear. I too did not expect that the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity would unite, and yet Sister Hutu could not manage the underworld. Her eyes held a cryptic meaning as she glanced at Hongjuan. It was understandable that Hutu, whose cultivation had not broken through, could not suppress the underworld, but why did the master not intervene? Hongjuan shot her a sidelong glance, and Niwa immediately cried out, in pain, a swollen spot appearing on her forehead. Even Guangchengzi's expression changed. He hadn't even seen how this ancestor had struck. Master! Niwa, infuriated and embarrassed, raised her head angrily. After all, she was Niwa the mother, and the master was being too inconsiderate. Treating the 3 senior brothers like this was one thing, but he had to be harsh with her, his little disciple. Hongjuan smiled lightly, the 3 pure ones comprehending something, and Guangchengzi seemed to ponder. Perhaps he was unable to intervene. Master, please heal my junior sister. Laozi cleared his throat. After all, Niwa is the holy mother of humanity. It wouldn't be appropriate to lose face in front of these younger generations. Hongjuan chuckled. Oh, at this moment they were united and caring again. With a thought, of vast power of laws descended. Niwa bathed in it, feeling her own Tao practices rapidly elevating. Heavenly Tao. The West Queen Mother's eyes flickered with confusion. This immense power indeed felt as grand as heaven and earth, yet the aura seemed somewhat different. Now that she was also a saint of the heavenly Tao, she surprisingly felt no sense of intimacy. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, both understanding that this was Hongjuan's heavenly Tao, his own great path, rather than the primordial heavenly Tao. Niwa touched her forehead. The swelling had vanished. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly froze. How had her cultivation risen so quickly? She was almost at the 7th level of Honghuang. It seemed not to be the laws of creation from the primordial world, but rather complementary to them. However, Hongjuan shook his head gently, clearly unwilling to elaborate. The paths of the 3 senior brothers have already become clear, that the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Niwa timely eased the atmosphere, but as soon as these words were spoken, the 3 pure ones and Guangchengzi all revealed cold smiles, leaving the saint speechless. You truly deserve to be a teacher and disciple. There's no need for this, right? Hutu stammered. After all, she was the master of the underworld. Even if at that time the underworld slipped from her control, such events were not something anyone wished for. Oh, the primordial world is thinking. This time the establishment of the immortal Tao by the 3 pure ones was indeed a good thing for the primordial world, allowing for another pillar to stabilize heaven and earth. Thus, when the boundless calamities arrive, there would be a stronger force remaining. However, the primordial world's willingness was born from the self-rescue of the world resonating with the source. The world itself lacked intelligence, yet the current primordial world was governed by the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. They mutually restrain and cooperate sufficient to operate the primordial world. Thus, the establishment of the immortal Tao by the 3 pure ones appeared to the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity as an attempt to seize their authority. In the past, during the opening of the primordial world, who knows how many epochs it took for the heavenly Tao to be fully conceived. The underworld damaged in the West fell silent, while the path of humanity could not awaken due to insufficient life. If things had progressed normally, the primordial world would be dominated by the heavenly Tao. Even if the paths of earth and humanity awakened, they would still have to submit to the tyranny of the heavenly Tao. However, Guangchengzi assisted Hutu in evolving the underworld, receiving the support of the great path, directly leading to the awakening of the underworld, even standing against the heavenly Tao. At that time, the 2 paths of the primordial world would hold equal status. Later, when humanity appeared in the world, Guangchengzi conspired with the saints, ultimately allowing humanity to grow, suppressing the myriad clans, leading the masses to submit, and finally awakening the path of humanity. At that time, the resistance from the 2 paths of heaven and earth was quite strong, yet it was still the saints acting together. Guangchengzi persuaded Hongjuan and reasoned with Hutu, which made the resistance from the 2 paths of heaven and earth less intense. Although the thoughts of the 2 paths of heaven and earth at that time might have been 3 paths standing equal, how could 2 paths coexist? Isn't that undermining our authority? Yet despite Guangchengzi's machinations, the 2 paths of heaven and earth had to be suppressed. After all, the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity had always existed within the primordial world. In a sense, the three paths could be considered brothers. Their mutual checks and balances were merely internal affairs of the primordial world. However, when the three pure ones established the immortal Tao and elevated it to an existence equal to theirs, the three paths erupted. This was undoubtedly beneficial for the primordial world, but for the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, the immortal Tao was foreign and sought to seize their authority, which was akin to undermining their foundations. Moreover, with the establishment of the immortal Tao, they would need to restrain each other in the future, adding another limitation which would cost them their own interests. Therefore, the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity had to join forces to prevent the establishment of the immortal Tao. Yet ultimately, Guangchengzi was the son of the primordial world. The three pure ones were descendants of Pangu, and the immortal Tao had already reached its peak. A multitude of factors combined led to the complete establishment of the immortal Tao. However, due to the realm of the three pure ones, this could only be considered half successful. They still needed to wait until their path was proven before the primordial world could evolve, allowing the immortal Tao to achieve full fruition. At this moment, the three pure ones held a world in their hands. This was the power of the primordial world itself, not from the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, yet its might was not inferior. Relying on the immortal Tao, they possessed the strength of Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortals. This was also the reason why, after the establishment of the immortal Tao, the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity relinquished it. The three pure ones leveraging the immortal Tao were no longer afraid of the three paths, and given the status of the three pure ones, the three paths could not eliminate them. They could only begrudgingly acknowledge the status of the immortal Tao. Yet the three pure ones and Guangchengzi did not see it this way. Although they were acting for their own interests, the poor Taoist had been hurt. We need to think of a way to deal with them. Tong Tian chuckled coldly, a glint of sword light flashing in his eyes as he transmitted a message to Guangchengzi. Hongjun glanced at him without emotion. When the immortal Tao was established, he did not assist the three pure ones, and now that they were seeking revenge, he would not aid the three paths either. Both sides would restrain each other rather than aiming for complete destruction. After all, it was no longer convenient for him to intervene in the primordial world. The compensation given to Nuwa had already raised the vigilance of the heavenly Tao. Complimentary haha. Sisterhood to the three senior brothers seem a bit murderous. Nuwa quietly, you are also about to break through. What are your plans? Hongjun ignored their troubles and looked directly at Guangchengzi. Don't forget, Yang Mei is still waiting for you. Guangchengzi was taken aback and blurted, has it been 30,000 years already? They had spent 10,000 years discussing the Tao and enacting the laws. Later, while evolving the immortal Tao, the four became so immersed in it that they lost track of time. He had been so focused on the three pure ones that he completely forgot about what Yang Mei had to do. Surely he was still waiting desperately in the outer starry sky. Guangchengzi suddenly felt a bit guilty, apologizing to the senior Yang Mei for having forgotten him and inadvertently allowing Luo Ho to live for so many more years. The demon realm. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, understanding how to retaliate against the heavenly Tao. Just as he was about to transmit a message to the three pure ones, Nuwa also exclaimed, drawing the attention of the saints. What happened to Master Uncle? Guangchengzi turned his head, noticing Nuwa's astonished expression tinged with a hint of guilt. Now the relationship between Nuwa and their Kunlun had eased considerably, and with their four disciples on the verge of a breakthrough, coupled with the presence of Xuanyuan as a restraint, even the Queen Mother of the West had to look to Kunlun. They still had some patience for Nuwa, gradually restoring their former intimate relationship. Nuwa brushed her hair and let out a dry laugh, revealing a map of mountains and rivers in her palm, covered with various spiritual treasures, leaving the saints in a state of silence. As the Haoyan Tower vanished and the Kunlun mirror flickered, the earth book was taken away by Xuanyuan. With a thought, Nuwa summoned a Taoist in yellow robes from the map. A strange look flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. It turned out he had forgotten him. Nuwa smiled awkwardly, realizing that the impact of the celestial matters had been too great for them, and thus she forgot to introduce him. Junior brother, do not forget to pay respects to our master. Nuwa reminded, to prevent any disrespectful actions from being taken. Jane trembled at the sight of the elder in purple robes sitting quietly with tea. He suddenly felt a tingling sensation on the back of his neck, having not seen his master for tens of thousands of years, and he and Jueti had been deliberately avoiding a visit to the Purple Cloud Palace. Back then, after the journey to the west, the incident on Mount Sumeru had caused quite a stir, and his master did not intervene. Now, having just been released from suppression, he unexpectedly found himself face to face with his master, which felt rather awkward. Disciple Jane pays respects to Master, wishing Master eternal life and early attainment of the Tao. He bowed his head to the ground, his actions respectful, yet humbled, demonstrating the proper etiquette for greeting a superior. Logically speaking, as a saint of the heavenly Tao, one should not have to perform such a solemn ceremony in front of Honghuang, especially since they were master and disciples. The three pure ones and Guangchengzi had never done this. Only when distributing the primordial purple energy in the purple cloud palace did many cultivators behave this way to curry favor. Yet now Jane did just that. He held his breath, not daring to exhale, and even Shinnong looked at him with some pity. In attendance were not only the saints of the heavens, but also young ones like Kong Xian, but alas, everything awaited the Tao ancestors' decision. Hongzhen's expression remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze on Jiayan's back, so reminiscent of the scene when he granted the primordial purple energy to him back. Then Jane and Zhuanti had also shown such respect, but the difference was that they were filled with joy then, while now their hearts were filled with fear. Truthfully, he did not wish to accept these two disciples. Their talents were not on par with the three pure ones. Although they ranked among the top among the 3,000 deities and demons of the Purple Cloud Palace, he was not impressed by their character. They had deceived Honghuang out of his lotus seat, but that was also Hongyan's own choice. These two represented the West, and he owed a karmic debt to the West, thus he could only accept them as repayment. Had it been Xuanyuan seated on the lotus, he would have been more inclined to accept. What a pity it was not meant to be. Complex thoughts flickered in Hongzhen's eyes as he turned to Guangchengzi. Without this disciple, everything would have developed, as Zhuanti had previously mentioned with the three pure ones infighting. With the dispositions of Jane and Zhuanti, they would certainly take great advantage. At that time, the so-called new law would be established, leading to a rebellion against the Tao and the Buddhist path, stealing away his celestial fortune and opposing the mystical gate. Bang! The teacup was placed back on the table. The collision sound made Jane tremble, and he held his breath waiting for his master's judgment. A smile tugged at the corners of Hongzhen's mouth. What could he do then? If these two established the Buddhist sect, he would be restrained by the heavenly Tao and unable to act forced to accept it. Moreover, in their efforts to promote the Buddhist sect, they would inevitably repair the Western Earth veins, thus repaying him for his karmic debt. Let it be, let it be. You two have been idle all these years. The restoration of the Western Earth veins was done by Guangchengzi. Do you still remember the words spoken when you received the primordial purple energy? Hongzhen looked calmly at Jane, his tone devoid of any emotion. Disciple knows wrong. Jane bowed his head. Guangchengzi has already dealt with you, and Zhuanti has also been punished. I do not wish to take further action. You shall listen to him and help the world fulfill your grand aspiration, and thus Zhuanti may be freed from the constraints of his spiritual roots sooner. Hongzhen sighed, ultimately giving a guarantee. Jane looked up in disbelief, unable to believe that his master would let him and his junior brother off so easily, and even offered a glimmer of hope. Although this task might take him his entire life to complete, at least he could finally see a light of hope. The hope of Zhuanti's return. Hongzhen raised his hand, and Jane involuntarily stood up. He looked at Jane with a serious expression. Taking you as disciples was a reluctant decision. However, since I have accepted you, I do not believe I have been too harsh. Jane bowed his head, responding respectfully. Nuwa rolled her eyes, but did not dare to speak. Indeed, there was not much harshness. He had given them what a normal master should provide, especially since the two were merely named disciples. However, compared to the three pure ones and Guangchengzi, the gap was too wide. Yet although he was not on par with the master in his heart, he still had more than enough compared to these two junior brothers. This was a case of not being better than the best, but better than the worst. Nuwa smiled cheerfully. Moreover, her master had previously severed her ties with the fate of the demon clan and had just helped her elevate her cultivation, thus planning her future. Hongzhen glanced at Nuwa in confusion, and the three pure ones and Guangchengzi also looked over, unsure of what she was thinking. Since I have accepted Jane and the Western Earth veins have now been restored, he no longer needs to do anything. Hongzhen turned his head, looking to the other side. Guangchengzi, you shall follow what I said earlier, and when he fulfills his grand aspiration, release Zhuanti. After all, he is part of our teacher-disciple relationship. Yes, disciple will obey the decree. Guangchengzi bowed deeply. This master ancestor was indeed open-minded, but it was probably also because of the restoration of the West that he was leaving. Disciple Jane, thank you, master. Hongzhen nodded. He was able to accept this courtesy. You all may return. I still have matters to discuss with the three pure ones. Nuwa blinked. Her master had started to show favoritism again. Disciple takes my leave. The saints left, having their fill of gossiping. The Kunlun Mountain became quiet again. Kong Xian, the Golden Peng, stepped forward to bow. Thank you, master ancestor, for refining spiritual treasures for your disciple. Guangchengzi was taken aback, taking out the green lotus with a spear and ring wrapped in the energies of the 5 elements, and yin-yang floating out. In these years, while assisting the three pure ones in establishing the celestial path, he had even forgotten about the 2 spiritual treasures inside the green lotus. Hongzhen looked at the two with a kind expression, chuckling lightly. If you can sever the 3 corpses and transform into incarnations, then you are indeed proper disciples of mine. 2 superb innate spiritual treasures are nothing to speak of. I will find 2 supreme treasures for you in the future to suppress your fortunes. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Kong Xian the Golden Peng bowed deeply. Hongjun then looked at Sun Wukong, his expression complex. The essence of the Chaos Monkey King has gathered. I have nothing more to advise you on. Your father has already paved the way for you. Wukong scratched his head and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you, Master Ancestor, for your guidance. Wukong understands now. He was somewhat endearing. Hongjun smiled, knowingly shook his head, and thought to himself that he would see if there would be an opportunity to find a suitable spiritual treasure for Guangchengzi's offspring. Are you really planning to take action against him? Hongjun turned to Guangchengzi, his expression serious. Wukong immediately perked up his ears, wondering who was going to strike first. Guangchengzi exchanged glances with the 3 pure ones, knowing that Hongjun, their master, had seen through their previous silent conflict. What the Venerable One referred to was naturally not the demon realm. This had been decided long ago. Yang Mei had already been in the outer space for tens of thousands of years, and since he did not stop it, it was tacitly approved. As for the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, the 4 of them naturally wanted a small revenge. Disciple has this thought, Guangchengzi said, taking a sip of tea. Hongjun sighed. You should know that the primordial chaos is currently escalating. If the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity are harmed, it will also affect the world of primordial chaos. Disciple does not intend to confront them, Heiden, Guangchengzi replied coldly. The 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity are indeed too active. Now that the immortal path has been established, they are thoroughly restrained, but most of the responsibility lies with the heavenly path. Humanity is something I awakened, so I have some feelings for it. At that time, the Kongtong Seal mitigated some of the damage, and in the future, I will control it, so it won't cause much trouble. The Earth Path is under the control of Hutu, and when she breaks through in the future, she will be able to completely suppress the Earth Path. As Hongjun was about to leave the primordial chaos, although he and the 3 masters would not leave immediately, they did not want to take charge of the heavenly path. They needed to impose restrictions on it, so it could no longer act recklessly. Hongjun chuckled. You think the heavenly path has backstabbed you, don't you? In the beginning, the heavenly path thought highly of Guangchengzi, even willing to give up Hongjun to find him, assisting him several times. But when it came to its own authority, the heavenly path acted immediately. Among the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, the heavenly path was the first to emerge and possessed the strongest available power. Guangchengzi grinned. Back then at Mount Shumi, he had told Zhuan that if the heavenly path betrayed him, he would indeed take ruthless measures to destroy it. But now, although it was not that serious, he would not let the heavenly path off easily. After Master leaves, the Purple Cloud Palace will surely be free, right? Guangchengzi blinked. Do you want to imprison the heavenly path? Hongjun's face showed a hint of surprise. After all, the heavenly path has spent quite a bit of time in the Purple Cloud Palace. It can be considered its comfort zone. Guangchengzi smiled calmly. The heavenly path just needs to operate according to the rules. It doesn't need such high spiritual intelligence. Hongjun looked up at the void. They had not set up a barrier, but the heavenly path seemed to have not heard them, showing no reaction at all. After all, they were discussing openly, and their words involved the heavenly path. It couldn't possibly be unaware. Do as you wish. Hongjun waved his hand weakly. When I leave with Yang Mei, I will help you set up restrictions. Then thank you, Master, Guangchengzi replied. Guangchengzi chuckled. Hongjun gave him a sidelong glance. Since the heavenly path had already tacitly approved, what more could he say? Guangchengzi would not completely destroy the heavenly path, thus the heavenly path would continue to treat Guangchengzi as usual. After all, since the immortal path had been established, any further actions would be futile, and Guangchengzi could genuinely bring benefits to the heavenly path. That was sufficient for the heavenly path to refrain from resistance. The demon realm, Hongjun pondered for a moment. With your current attitude towards the heavenly path, I assume you will no longer offer it to the demon realm's heavenly path, right? Guangchengzi glanced at the void, a playful smile appearing on his face. Indeed, disciple needs the demon realm's heavenly path for an experiment. The 3 pure ones looked up, still silent. Guangchengzi made a sound of disdain and pursed his lips, not saying anything further. Kong Xian admired him immensely from the side. My master is truly remarkable, provoking the heavenly path without any response from it. Hongjun chuckled softly. He speculated that the heavenly path was unwilling. Now that he was here, the 3 pure ones relying on the immortal path would not fear the heavenly path. Even if the heavenly path revealed itself and engaged in a real battle, it would not gain any advantage and could only tacitly accept. After all, the demon realm is akin to a pig raised by the heavenly path. Don't go too far, Hongjun warned, and Guangchengzi nodded silently. Indeed, the source from which Luo, who opened the demon realm, was split from the heavenly path. Although the demon realm's heavenly path is currently inferior to the heavenly path of the primordial chaos, it is not weak. The heavenly path's plan is to let the boundless calamity arrive with both sides devouring each other. Regardless of who wins or loses, the victor will be the heavenly path and will dominate over the earth and humanity paths. Unfortunately, this plan will be overturned by him. Disciple has some ideas. Guangchengzi smiled, his lips moving. The expressions of the three pure ones began to change, and upon hearing the end, smiles appeared on their faces, nodding continuously. Hongjun looked astonished, shaking his head involuntarily. You are truly full of clever schemes. Guangchengzi smiled slightly. Rather than being controlled by the heavenly path, it is better to keep it in our hands. As long as it can purify the negative energy of the primordial chaos, this move is beneficial for the primordial chaos. The heavenly path's loss is no big deal. The four of them looked up at the void as strands of laws wove into a net. The essence of the heavenly path appeared faintly, as if the heavenly path was angry. It's just losing some benefits. Oh, why must it be so? Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. The heavenly path sets the rules. Don't be so stingy. What I've done over the years far exceeds that of the demon realm's heavenly path. Hongjun cleared his throat, urging him not to provoke further. Glancing sideways, Kong Xian and Jin Peng began to tremble. They could also sense that vast aura. Sun Wukong, however, had a fearless expression full of curiosity. No wonder he is the mischievous Monkey King. That fellow doesn't seem to know what fear is. Hongjun's auspicious clouds revealed the jade dish of transformation, and the essence of the heavenly path manifested. The aura of the heavenly path paused for a moment before immediately retreating. Guangchengzi blinked, watching the manifestation of Hongjun's heavenly path, with deep contemplation in his eyes. Now that his realm had risen, he could see the connection with the heavenly path clearly. He smiled slightly, and said, Master's deterrent force is much greater than that of the disciple. The heavenly path is truly overthinking things, he said. Hongjun said expressionlessly. Although his Hongjun heavenly path could complement the heavenly path, he had no intention of devouring it. If these matters hadn't occurred in the primordial chaos, Hongjun gently stroked his beard, his eyes flashing. This could be uncertain. Master, don't smile like that. Guangchengzi reminded him. Such cunning behavior does not resemble the Taoist ancestors' ethereal demeanor. Hongjun snorted softly. I'm about to leave the primordial chaos. Why should I care what others think? Outside, Kunlun Mountain, streams of light descended, arriving from various places in the primordial chaos, dusty and tired, yet their aura was not weak. Your disciple has returned. I shall return to the Purple Cloud Palace first. As soon as Hongjun's voice fell, his figure had already vanished without a trace. We bid farewell to the Master Ancestor, Grand Ancestor. The others bowed, and then they saw streams of light enter Kunlun. Guangchengzi said calmly, It must be my junior brothers and sisters who have arrived. They are likely here for the previous matter, so I must trouble the three masters to clarify things for them. Yuan Shi frowned. Are you leaving so soon? With the assistance of the immortal path, the three masters can already suppress their own Tao. The matters regarding the demon realm have dragged on long enough. Guangchengzi smirked coldly. Letting Luo, who lived for so many years, can be considered a benefit for this time. Establishing the immortal path was indeed too fortunate. Disciple needs to break through first. When I return, I will perform the methods with Master. By then I should also have the ability to assist Master in comprehending his own Tao. Guangchengzi glanced at Kong Xian and the others, not finishing his words. Yuan Shi sighed. Fine, you can harness the power of the immortal path, but don't forget to bring humanity along. It will be good for your safety in the demon realm. Feeling the Kongtong seal within the auspicious clouds, Guangchengzi nodded and looked at Sun Wukong. Father has other urgent matters, with you guarding the Emperor Palace of Guangcheng, with Xingong Bao and Bai Zhe assisting you, can just have fun in the primordial chaos. All right, Father Sage, come back early, Wukong said reluctantly. Guangchengzi stroked the monkey's head and vanished without a trace. Who? Guangchengzi strolled forward. A flash of purple light vanished in the void as he stepped out from 33 heavens, traversing the celestial expanse to arrive at the so-called forbidden land of the primordial wilderness, outer starry sky. Here no cultivator dared to tread, and even he was visiting for the first time, though he had heard of its notorious reputation before. Initially, he had learned from Emperor Jun that this place was connected to the demon realm, but at that time, he had yet to comprehend the Tao. Had he come here, he would have likely been captured and threatened by Luo Ho. Now that he stepped in the forbidden land of the primordial wilderness, truly lived up to its name. The three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, had all forsaken this place. It truly was a desolate land. Feeling the howling winds, there were no living beings, no spiritual energy, and even the laws had become vague. The surroundings were eerily silent, as dark as a void, denser than the netherworld, and heavier than black iron. Countless stars scattered here like shattered jade, some burning with the flames of the crimson sun, some wrapped in pale purple nebulae, and others frozen dark stars, quietly suspended in the void. The star river arched like a silver chain spiral. Galaxies resembled ancient behemoths coiled in slumber, and black holes were colossal eyes devouring light, their gravitational pull captivating the celestial orbits, twinkling, as if beckoning exploration. Guangchengzi closed his eyes, radiant light manifesting around him in rippling waves. After a long while he opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness flashing within. Here, there was no heaven, no earth, no passage of time, completely devoid of the feeling of time's flow. This place was dead. Watching a massive star blown his way by the fierce winds, it was covered in floods, emitting a violent aura, charging towards Guangchengzi with ferocity. Is my luck this bad? Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. Having just arrived, he encountered a star collision, and this was even larger than the stars in the celestial expanse. Stars continued to fly in from all directions, radiating immense power, some partially intact, others completely whole. Guangchengzi's gaze paused, a smile tugging at his lips. Let the old man have it. These stars appeared distant, yet they treated space as non-existent. Such great power did not shatter the void, instead they seemed to merge seamlessly with the space around them. Space strangulation. Guangchengzi uttered 4 words, centering himself as circles of silver light flickered. The void instantly solidified, and the incoming stars were immobilized. Then spatial ripples opened up gaps that gradually widened, devouring all stars. The void emitted a crackling sound, and all incoming stars shattered into fragments, scattering into the starry sky, while what remained was the glimmering divine objects. Dotted silver brilliance fell like fine rain from the Milky Way, neither gold nor jade, neither gas nor light. Some gathered into orbs wholly silver white, while others scattered like sand, a mix of blue and red, appearing light and weightless, yet capable of collapsing the star fragments upon contact. A smile flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes as he observed the starlight swirling around the remaining divine objects, their radiance reigned in. He chuckled softly. I said, how could my luck lead me to a star collision right upon arrival? It turns out this is the manifestation of fortune. With a flick of his sleeve, he gathered the essence of the stars, watching it shimmer in his palm. Guangchengzi laughed heartily. Why not reveal yourself, senior? The void remained calm, but then suddenly a fissure opened, revealing an elderly man in a green robe gripping a willow branch, glaring at Guangchengzi with gritted teeth. Thank you, Senior Yang Mei. Guangchengzi waved his hand, deliberately showing the essence of the stars in it. Yang Mei's expression darkened instantly. He only intended to teach this fellow a lesson for wandering in the outer starry sky for so long without a trace. After casually nudging a few stars, this guy's luck was unexpectedly extraordinary, and all the essence of the stars emerged. Is that right? Those who see have a share. Guangchengzi chuckled, sending half of the star essence towards Yang Mei. If it weren't for you, I would have to search for them one by one. Perhaps I wouldn't have such good fortune. Yang Mei sneered coldly. Is that so? I don't believe your luck could lead you to the essence of the stars. Even though these are of no use to him, they were given by this guy. Perhaps they might bring some good fortune. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Did something happen in the primordial wilderness? Although there was no passage of time in the outer starry sky, and the heavenly Tao had no jurisdiction here, Yang Mei, as a Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal, could tell how long had passed. Guangchengzi smiled helplessly. Indeed, some matters have arisen. He then recounted the events that had transpired after his journey westward. Yang Mei looked as if he had bitten into a lemon the size of a sun, mumbling words Guangchengzi couldn't quite hear. However, judging by his envious and jealous expression, it was likely directed at the ancestor Hongjuan. Senior, are you well? Haha, I am doing splendidly. I see that there are going to be several more companions I couldn't. Yang Mei revealed his pearly white teeth, appearing to laugh heartily. Guangchengzi remarked, Senior, if you can't laugh, you can always cry. Guangchengzi silently murmured. After all, the matter this time was indeed significant, and Yang Mei was likely feeling envy towards ancestor Hongjuan. Yang Mei sneered. The immortal Tao is your own achievement. How much did Hongjuan impart? He merely bears the title of master. The 3 pure ones are descendants of Pangu. Their achievements have nothing to do with Hongjuan. Alright. Looking at Yang Mei's frustration, Guangchengzi simply smiled and changed the subject. Have you found the entrance to the demon realm? Naturally, I have already secured it. Yang Mei smiled proudly. This outer starry sky is indeed connected to the demon realm. Few cultivators have ventured here, making it an ideal hiding place for the demon race. Moreover, I have previously collected anchor points of the demon realm for positioning. Senior, your efforts are indeed swift and decisive, Guangchengzi praised. Yang Mei humbly waved his hand, yet wore a proud expression. The way of space is my expertise. This is no challenge. Guangchengzi smirked. This senior is quite easy to please. Do you still want more essence of the stars? Yang Mei surveyed the area. If you want us to open more with your luck, I presume it won't be a shortage. No need for that. Guangchengzi shook his head. The essence of the stars holds little significance for us. It can only be used for refining tools for the disciples. Once we break through the demon realm, this place will no longer need to exist as a forbidden land, and the cultivators stationed outside can withdraw. At that time, the cultivators above the Great Luo in the primordial wilderness will also be able to enter and explore. The Great Star Array can also guide abandoned stars in search of the essence of the stars, serving as an opportunity for the cultivators of the primordial wilderness. Alright, Yang Mei nodded. Then you come with me. Oh, I have only secured the passage and have not disturbed the demon realm. I believe Luo Ho won't discover it. Guangchengzi said solemnly. We must still exercise caution. Oh, Luo Ho is cunning. This time the origin of the primordial wilderness has also increased, and the heavenly demon realm should also experience an elevation.